Chapter 109. Devil Ryu's spiritual sense still hadn't recovered. Without sleeping, or utilizing a mental realm-tailored spiritual ingredient or pill, it was impossible to so easily recover depleted spiritual chi. However, he could still feel the minor trembling of the ground, something he knew could only be caused by charging war horses. "Grandpa, are you really still not going to send anyone to help him? At least make Jedrak lend his troops to Ryu." Yana was starting to grow frustrated at her lack of ability to do anything. She had spent the past 2 days pleading with her grandfather, but he had still chosen to do nothing. The old general bitterly chuckled. "Little Nunu, even if I did the things you asked of me, do you believe he would accept such help? This little boy is too arrogant." "Ryu is not arrogant, he's just very confident," Yana replied stubbornly. There was nothing the old general could do at this point but endure the adorable enraged rantings of his granddaughter. Because her parents were no longer here with them, he had raised Yana himself, and maybe he spoiled her a bit too much. Truthfully, Yana was an obedient, well-mannered child. The old general really couldn't understand what had gotten into her. "Crown Prince, the net has been set. We're ready to move in on your command. No matter what he does, there's no escaping," an acting commander of the Viri Kingdom warriors reported to Silas. "But I humbly advise Crown Prince Viri to retreat further. This Ryu is too unpredictable." Silas smiled lightly for a moment. Thinking back, Ryu had never touched any of the princes. Even Amory, who he should have a bone-deep hatred for, he left completely alone. "I wonder, is there some sort of conspiracy behind this?" he mused. If the crowd could think of it, why couldn't the princes? Ryu's appearance and actions were simply too odd. It really did make one feel that the Tor clan was becoming far too bold. Before, the higher mortal plane was in complete balance due to their 4 kingdoms. But now, the Oaks kingdom had been effectively crippled. Considering the Cedar clan under the Tor clan's wing had the battle prowess of a kingdom itself, sweeping through what remained of them wasn't an impossibility. The only issue was that memories from that night were too real for Silas. He didn't believe that Ryu's tears and Granny Miriam's death were all a ruse. He was simply too good at reading human emotions. Ignoring the commander's words, Silas kicked the side of his war horse, launching himself forward. He needed to appropriately probe Ryu. He needed to understand just what his purpose here was. Was he truly after revenge? If so, was that revenge really aimed toward the Tor clan? Or was all of this a thin veil, hiding the dagger the Tor clan pointed toward them all? A dagger that was Ryu himself. Ryu's killing intent boiled, simmering into a tangible heat. But he could feel that his body had grown incredibly stiff. Due to the time Silas made him wait, his adrenaline had cooled along with his muscles. Now he could suddenly feel every bit of strain he had inflicted upon himself. However, ignoring that stiffness, Ryu's body leaned forward. In the beginning, it seemed like he would fall, but in the next instant, he shot forward at blinding speeds. Not once had Ryu displayed the full abilities of his Northern Heavenly Wind publicly, until now. The eyes of the various elders constricted into pinholes. That speed, it was a hair's breadth away from the spiritual severing realm. That's impossible. Even after all of this, he was still holding back. The king of the Viri kingdom involuntarily stood abruptly. He knew exactly which direction Ryu was headed in. If he guessed correctly, "Silas, get out of there now." A terrible premonition overcame him. Silas wasn't the only son he had had in his life, but each and every one fell in one way or another. King Viri was under no delusions. He knew quite well it was Silas who killed his brothers off one by one. But none of that mattered. He was the sole heir of the Viri kingdom. He couldn't be allowed to die. The chi line message tore through the air with an invisible swiftness, reaching Silas's ears just as he was no more than 100 meters from the city's central square in Ryu. Silas wasn't the type of individual to like taking orders from another, even if that person was his father or master. But that didn't mean he was a fool. If anything, he was the direct opposite. The moment he heard his father's words, his heart trembled slightly. His arms pulled back, the reins of his silver-armored steed pulling taut. The neighing of a displeased war horse resounded, but it still obediently came to a stop. The troops around Silas paused in confusion, but the commander sighed in relief. It really was too much for their prince to enter the front lines. Amory had done so because he couldn't afford to show weakness when facing Ryu. After all, they were brothers fighting for the same throne. But Silas had no such obligation. His meticulous planning would speak for itself and make up for his lack of presence. But Who would have known that the moment he lowered his guard the slightest bit that a shadow akin to a prowling feline would enter their sights? Due to the net Silas cast, there were only 5 chi refinement experts with him. Yet, of them, only the commander realized the sort of situation they were in. He was moving too fast for them to react. Crown Pri. Before the words could leave his lips fully, the shadow had jumped upward, perfectly timing the descent of the front hooves of Silas's war horse to kick the Viri Kingdom's crown prince squarely in the chest. Silas's eyes widened from their usual narrowed slits. Unable to comprehend what was happening, he flew backward with the speed of an arrow, smashing through the outer and inner walls of a nearby storehouse. Blood spewed from Silas's lips. Looking downward, he found a dent the size of a foot in his chest plate. It wasn't deep enough to shatter his heart, but it was deep enough to break several ribs, leaving him drowning in a level of pain he had never felt before. The crowd watched with horror clear on their expressions as a shadow appeared before Silas. When it slowed enough for their eyes to catch up, they found a valiant youth with billowing white hair, his bare torso flaring up with an enraged red color. For the first time, Ryu's expression was something completely separate from calm and cold. It held an unbridled fury that pierced toward the heavens. His fists rained downward, each pounding leaving a noticeable dent, whether that be in Silas's armor or his body. He truly looked no different from a white devil. Chapter 110. Flip. Ryu's fists came down in an unending torrent. He seemed possessed, yet his actions were incredibly controlled. If not, how could a mere middle-pulse opening realm expert like Silas survive for so long? Back away, or I'll kill him. Ryu didn't need to look back. He had calculated the amount of time it would take for Silas's protector to reach him. Considering they knew Ryu was blind and could still pull all of this off, they were smart enough to know that it didn't matter that his back was faced to them. If they stepped out of line, he would kill their crown prince without hesitation. There was no room for negotiation in his voice. Just like that, a carefully laid out plan went up in smoke. This was the very definition of what it meant for the largest fist to speak the loudest. Silas had been very confident in himself, but in the end, none of it mattered even the slightest bit. Silas's cries of pain and horror were unceasing. Minutes ticked by continuously without Ryu showing any signs of letting up. Even as his lungs screamed for him to take a break, his fists continued to fly forward. This moment for Ryu wasn't just about revenge. With every satisfying fist that landed, he felt more and more disconnected from this life and more willing to leave it all behind. However, even as he forgot this life of his, Ryu was leaving Silas an unerasable memory. When he awoke from this, a cripple for life, he would remember that night he laughed at Granny Miriam's death, that night he treated the kind soul of an old woman as a prop for entertainment. Atticus, who was watching this scene unfold in the distance, felt his heart tremble. How could he not know what had enraged Ryu? He had been even more terrible than Silas that night. While Silas had only chuckled once and said practically nothing, he had drawn the picture of an old cougar lusting after young meat. If Ryu treated Silas like this, just how was he planning on treating him? At that moment, Atticus felt as though his soul had left his body. He knew he couldn't face Ryu, or else he would end up even worse off than Silas. But, how could he concede his round either? If he as a crown prince did something so cowardly, his father would never allow him to ascend to the throne. The impact on their kingdom's faith would be too severe. Please, stop. That's enough. The Viri Kingdom commander called out to Ryu, almost pleading for him to stop. This was far too much. Silas's voice didn't even call out in agony anymore, all anyone could hear were faint whimpers. This wasn't because Silas didn't want to call out, but rather because his vocal cords were so badly damaged from his screams that they struggled to produce even the sounds that they did. Ryu didn't seem to hear those words at all. Silas's broken and bruised body could only lay limply, accepting Ryu's rage. To him, it felt as though not a single bone in his body had survived. The pain was unimaginable. Yet, what made the situation worse was the level of humiliation. He had stood atop of the world since the day of his birth. When had he ever experienced such a situation? Headmaster Leopold didn't know how to feel watching his disciple being treated in this way. Of course, he was aware of how black-hearted Silas was, but at the end of the day, he had raised him up from the time he was a toddler until now. No matter how bad of a person he was, this was simply too difficult to watch. In the end, he could only turn away. As the 2-hour mark slowly ticked to an end, Ryu's assault finally slowed. He stood in a crater of Silas's making. Having pummeled him into the ground so continuously, the Viri kingdom's crown prince had acted as a spearhead that now sat badly mangled. Ryu's head tilted up and into the skies, his breathing so ragged and fierce it billowed with a scorching heat. Even in the moderately warm night air, it looked as though he was breathing fire. Next, Ryu's voice was laced with murderous intent, grumbling through the battle arena. He didn't seem to realize just how horrifying his actions were. From beginning to end, no prince had suffered such tremendous injuries. In fact, even when Ryu and Amory had their battle, Ryu went incredibly easy on his first brother, only rebuffing him continuously until the time limit came to an end. Who could have expected anything like this to happen? Ryu turned without another word, gliding by the Viri Kingdom warriors as though they were nothing more than air. What did their anger have to do with him? He couldn't care less. King Viri didn't have the face to complain. If he did so, would he not only be acknowledging that his son was inferior, but also that their Viri Kingdom couldn't take a loss in stride? If anything, his silence actually helped their plight. As the minutes trickled by during Ryu's beatdown of Silas, the crowd began to speculate just why Ryu had lost himself in anger. In the end, they concluded that he didn't like the fact Silas had slighted him during the second trial. This sort of conclusion made Ryu come off as a petty man who couldn't take the slightest resistance against himself in stride. He thwarted Prince Silas's plot in the second trial. Why did he have to do all of this? Members of the crowd couldn't help but ask themselves. At that moment, Ryu's image as an underdog they wanted to root for took a flip. He suddenly became a spoiled, albeit talented, prince who threw a temper tantrum for the smallest thing. As the crowd grew more rowdy, Tor Kingdom citizens suddenly thought about how horrible it would be to have a king like this and began to clamor for the rules to be changed as well. Headmaster Leopold felt a headache coming on. The shift in public perception was so swift that even he began to feel some pressure. But, when he looked toward Ryu, hoping that he'd say some words, Ryu didn't seem to be listening at all. Prince Atticus could only slowly prepare, hoping that the crowd's pressure could aid him. The cold sweat matting his back only seemed to grow with each passing second. It was as though a gaze was trained on him. No matter how he moved or shifted, he couldn't escape it. Seeing that they weren't getting their way, the crowd began to chant Prince Atticus' name. Beat him, take him down, wipe that smug look off his face, Prince Atticus. Every word was like another nail in Atticus' coffin. His carefree, lustful gaze became clouded by fear. As he watched Prince Silas's broken and mangled body being carefully carried away, he felt like he was seeing a glimpse of the future. In the end, he had no choice but to step forward himself under the cheers of the crowd. Chapter 111. Death Blade's Edge. No matter how the crowd chanted, no matter how many emotions and hopes they placed behind their words, Atticus' fate was far worse than even Silas's. Even with the precautions he took, Ryu's speed was too ungodly. As things stood now, Ryu didn't even have 5% of his fighting strength. This so-called borderline spiritual severing realm speed of his couldn't even be considered his best. Yet, it was more than enough to deal with these jokes of an enemy. Ryu stood on the edge of a building's roof, his glaive being held tightly to the side of his body as Atticus hung limply on the other side of it. Though it wasn't a lethal blow to a cultivator, Atticus' spine was still severed. Whether it would ever be reattached in the future was improbably. In the distance, not to mention King Lontas whose rage had reached a boiling point, King Tor felt like leaping up and shredding Ryu to pieces. If he couldn't tell what Ryu was doing by now, wouldn't he be too much a fool? No matter what, he was still a man who ruled over the strongest kingdom of their higher mortal plane. Although those core members of Tor Kingdom were aware that Ryu's relationship with the Tor clan had long since been severed, did the public know this? In truth, the kings of the three opposing kingdoms should be aware. It was impossible to keep the discrimination Ryu faced as a prince under wraps. This was especially so after that damned patriarch Agnes had Ryu publicly whipped. There were too many witnesses to this matter. Armed with this knowledge, those kings should be clever enough to know what Ryu was attempting. It was just a difficult matter for them to handle easily due to public perception. They would definitely come to King Tor to demand restitution for their swallowing these events without a word. If you think this is enough to destroy my Tor kingdom, you're a fool. King Tor roared in his mind. He wasn't entirely wrong. Hoping to stoke the flames of war by Ryu's actions was nothing more than wishful thinking. It was obvious to now that King Tor was once more benefiting from Ryu's lack of understanding. Which kingdom didn't place hundreds of spies within the walls of their rivals? Tor Kingdom was also most likely a heavy focus of the three kingdoms as well, considering they had the highest strength. Ryu continued to hold Atticus up with his glaive, oblivious to the thoughts of King Tor. A lewd laughter left Atticus' lips, before he winced in pain. I guess, cough, you loved that old cougar more than I thought. Ryu didn't say much to these words. Him doing so would only tell Atticus that he was bothered. Since it was clear who held the power in this situation, did Ryu need to do such a thing? In the end, the 2-hour timer ran its course. Ryu absent-mindedly allowed Atticus to slip off of his glaive, causing not only the Lanta's prince to panic, but also the Lanta's warriors below. They only sighed a breath of relief when they managed to catch Atticus before he hit the ground. The next 2 rounds were no different. Kaden foolishly tried to fight a one-on-one battle with Ryu, only to end up routed for the entire 2-hour period. Even while he was beaten, bruised and beaten, Kaden was no match for Ryu. He lost in physical strength. He lost in speed. He lost in technique. He lost in depth of comprehension. When the crowd saw how easy Ryu went on his third brother compared to the stark contrast with Silas and Atticus, they felt a deep sense of cognitive dissonance. Come to think of it, didn't he go easy of Kalman and Amory as well? Some who felt themselves clever felt a conspiracy brewing. Kalman and Quan were no longer threats with the destruction of the Natural Order sect. Maybe Ryu felt there was no need to trample on their dignity, but it was necessary to knock Lanta's and Viri Kingdom down a peg. Only those with high authority like Headmaster Leopold were aware that this was Ryu's own personal crusade. But that only made them shake their heads. The higher mortal plane had been at peace for too long. It was even to the point where they decided to hold these cooperative coronation games instead of just laying waste to the Oaks Kingdom. What could Ryu hope to accomplish with these actions? After getting his revenge on Silas and Atticus, their 2 backer sects wouldn't spare any expense to cure them. And, in the end, after suffering a small loss to recoup their costs, King Tor would still stand tall. Still, they continued to watch this futile fight as Ryu decimated Quan's attempt as well. In truth, Prince Quan only attempted to stall, not even using a single chi refinement expert in hopes of saving them for his brother's turn, should it come. Luckily for him, Ryu also went easy, simply running for the 2-hour time period before sending him off. Finally, it was Amory's turn once more. He was forced to take on the mortal role, limiting him to 5 chi refinement experts, but he was also given 3 attempts at 5 hours each to succeed. No matter how many heaven-defying acts Ryu was a part of, he looked no different than an arrow at the end of its flight. How could he last another 15 hours? His breathing was haggard, the number of self-sutured wounds on his body were uncountable, and his body no longer had any ability to sweat. Even his Ice Phoenix martial form couldn't seem to saturate his blood with oxygen as efficiently anymore, leaving his lungs screaming in agony. As Amory's first attempt began, everyone could sense a conspiracy brewing. Ryu wasn't given any time to breathe as he was constantly pressed, time and time again. Those Amory brought this time weren't up to the standard of the Dragon Corps, but they were double in number and just as fervent. By the middle of Amory's second attempt, it became far more obvious what he was trying to do. No matter what hiding place Ryu chose, he was always smoked out. He was pressed, pressured, and continuously injured. After 7 rounds of dancing on death's blade edge, this 8th round was truly perilous. Once the second attempt came to an end, Ryu felt that his legs could hardly hold his own weight. He was forced to rely on the northern heavenly wind just to stop his knees from trembling. But the third attempt came without pause. This time, though Amory brought his 300 Dragon Corps warriors, they only loosely surrounded Ryu. As for who came forward, there was only one man, Death Guard Bishak. Chapter 112, 2 Moons. Death Guard Bishak's presence was just as dreary and brooding as ever. A dark cape draped over his thin body, causing his dark black hair to disappear into its fabric's folds. His pale skin shimmered under the high moonlight, appearing sickly and unkempt. His gait was reminiscent of slinking shadow, fleeting into and out of existence with an odd jerkiness that somehow maintained a trance-like pattern. Anyone who laid eyes on this man knew that he was a killer. No matter what happened, no matter what he faced or what befell him, his hand would always remain steady, his expression without ripple. The hearts of the spectators began to palpitate. After 3 days of these events, they believed that they had seen everything that was left to be seen. Many wanted these events to simply come to a close. A large majority had given up on ever winning the money they bet back, while another majority were happy that they bet on the Tor kingdom as a whole despite the fact the return was far less. However, Bishak's appearance made their weary and tired limbs stand up tall, stretched taut as though the life he had come to claim was their own and not Ryu's. At that moment, many couldn't help but turn their attention to Ryu. He seemed completely spent, his sweat had dried to cake his skin with a coarse salt, his self-sutured wounds were blackening to an eerie degree, the product of him repeatedly agitating them with his every action, and his aura seemed to have fallen. He had once held an unbridled will to battle with anything that crossed his path, but now he just seemed tired and finished. No one had expected Ryu to make it this far. Even surviving the first round had been perilous, to make it here to the 8th, no matter how they felt about his treatment of Silas and Atticus, it was impressive. Bishak didn't speak any words. As for Ryu, he would never forget those oddly spaced footsteps as long as he lived. That feeling of weakness, the sound of the wind whooshing as his blade fell, the dull thump of Granny Miriam's head hitting the ground. He remembered it all, and it was this man before that sentenced her to death. Without a word, the both of them shot forward, warring with their fists. To Ryu, it felt as though every hit he suffered agitated his blood, pushing its boiling point to another level. Even in his peak state, a battle with Bishak would push him to his limits. This man wasn't like a brainless beast, nor was he like the war-trained Dragon Corps warriors. No, he was a killer. Sharp winds assaulted Ryu from Bishak's fists. It felt as though any error he made would lead to the end of his life. Without fail, with every exchange, Ryu was pushed backward. Bishak's fists were too heavy, his attacks too sharp, his schemes too cunning. Archers, ready your arrows. Amory's voice added a stunning coldness to the already brisk night air. His archers had made their way to line the tops of the city buildings, while his warriors created a net in the streets. By now, the crowd no longer felt that Amory was going too far. After watching Ryu escape time and time again, it became clear that his harsh, heartless methods were the only chance he stood. The tale of two brothers fighting for a bloodied throne was one they would tell their children for generations to come. Never would they know the underlying truths of these events. The shing sound of twin daggers being unsheathed were so faint that even Ryu missed them. After observing him for a long time, it became clear to Bishak what his weaknesses were, or rather, what his weakness was: silence. By the time Ryu realized his mistake and reacted, a dagger had sliced across his right wrist, leaving his hand limping uselessly. Ryu had reached up to block, believing that Bishak was throwing yet another fist, only for the matter to end horribly. Loose your arrows. Amory grasped the opportunity perfectly. With Ryu's right hand gone to waste, it would be impossible for him to rely on his glaive to protect his right side, especially with Bishak pressing him. In fact, whenever Ryu used his glaive, he had always used his right hand. His left had to be his weakness. Although he had dual-wielded with his left, it had been awkward and flawed. Amory could finally see a path to victory. Bishak's second dagger hadn't paused for a single moment, slicing through the air with a deadly silence. Its target, Ryu's throat. At that same time, 50 arrows were let loose from every direction. This time, Ryu's movements had far less freedom. With one opponent pinning him down at point-blank range, even retreating was near impossible. With so many heavily trained archers seeking his life, what chance did he stand? It was at that moment that the situation completely changed. Ryu's eyes shot open, two globes of pristine silver, shimmering in the night air. The three moons in the sky seemed to pale in comparison, unable to match their radiance. He's not blind. No one knew who said it first, but it sent a wave of shock over the crowd. They didn't understand what was happening. Was Ryu simply handicapping himself? For what purpose if so? But there was no time to think. At that moment, Bishak was laid bare before Ryu. He didn't know what had changed, but he suddenly felt Ryu had become an insurmountable mountain. That bitch. King Tor almost couldn't restrain his roar. If Ryu wasn't blind, there was only one person to blame. Even in death, she spit in his face. Repressed chi within Ryu's eyes surged outward, filling his body. This sort of state would only last a mere moment. Although there were numerous energy reserves left in his eyes due to him not using them, the energy expenditure of the first-ranked heavenly pupils was far too much. Bishak's body shook under Ryu's gaze. He suddenly felt like he was looking into both the beginning and end of time. Even for him, a man who wouldn't be shocked by anything, he felt his soul shake to its very core. That small split second allowed Ryu to shoot backward, ducking under a swath of arrows to pull a spear out to his left hand. Ryu stood with his breath haggard, his right hand dripping with blood, as his eyes pierced through the night. All this time, he had used a single weapon aside from his bow. It was all to prepare for this very moment. While Bishik was preparing for a glaive wielder, Ryu would show him a god emperor. Chapter 113, Whipping a Spear. The thoughts of everyone began to run wild. Much like Amory, they had assumed that Ryu had a dominant hand, much like everyone else did. It was impossible to escape this universal truth, or so they thought. But, even more importantly, they were certain that Ryu was a master of the glaive. And, was he really not blind? Yana's eyes opened wide, an indescribable happiness coming over her. It pained her to see Ryu in such a state, but she suddenly felt herself overwhelmed by a calm when she stared into his eyes. Although it was only through a screen, it was as though she was enveloped by a gentle warmth. However, while Yana felt this way, Bishik couldn't have disagreed more. That mighty weight on his chest only seemed to grow with each passing moment. Time lengthened, placing him in an agonizingly slow loop that made a single second feel like hour. And then, Ryu shot forward. As things stood now, Ryu's condition had worsened considerably. Although he had done his best to dodge the arrows while retreating, two still pierced his back, both landing on his right shoulder blade, making that entire arm all the more useless. Still, he didn't seem to notice. It didn't take more than a moment for those spectating to realize that not only was Ryu's left hand just as proficient as his right, but he was also a spear master. Pierce attack after pierce attack rained down upon Bishik. As a dagger wielder, he was at a complete disadvantage, unable to close the distance. To make matters worse, Ryu's style had completely changed. If before his attack pattern could have been described as imposing and straightforward, now, his strokes were clever and irritating. Of the Tatsuya's saintly weapons, the glaive was known to manifest the war god. This was a man of character and imposing will, unwilling to take even a single step back. His attacks were simple, but powerful, causing his enemies to quake where they stood. However, the spear manifested the god emperor. This was a man of war and character as well, however he was also a ruler of a nation, not a tyrant like the war god. He didn't rule solely by strength, but also by the power of his mind. While he was no less imposing, his strikes were swift and well thought out, cornering his enemies like animals. Ryu's use of the glaive made Bishik believe that he had him pegged. However, this switch was so abrupt that the veteran assassin was immediately placed on his back foot, continuously deflecting the deadly strikes with his daggers. It didn't take a genius to understand that while the glaive's strongest strike was sweep, the spear's strongest strike was pierce. Ryu executed a series of advances, pressing Bishik backward. With him controlling the flow of the battle now, even with a single arm hanging loosely to his side, Amory was in no position to launch another assault of arrows. If he did so, he was practically asking to get taken advantage of. Bishik's daggers glittered under the moonlight. Despite his situation, he didn't panic. In his long life, how could he not have faced his fair share of medium-range weapon masters? If all it took was a long weapon to win, why would anyone even choose the dagger or the sword? They might as well all become archers. Suddenly, Bishik's deadened eyes lit with a sparkle. The side of his right blade cleverly caught the side of Ryu's spear tip, gliding across the side of it and pushing it outward. In that moment, as Ryu's spear was pushed off course, Bishik's speed erupted, closing in the 3-meter gap between them. How could Ryu not realize what had happened? This was exactly the reason why spear wielders hated this move, but dagger wielders loved it. Bishik has just executed Skim. Though he was far less proficient than Ryu at it, causing him to need to take his time to find the right opportunity, it was still beyond effective. In an instant, it seemed that Ryu's ranged advantage would come to an end. With his left arm still in the middle of attacking, and his right arm completely useless, what chance did he stand to stop this attack? His only option was to abandon his weapon and block with his left, but if he did that, he'd end up with yet another useless arm. However, who would have known at that moment that Ryu's eyes would calmly stare into the dark abyss that were Bishik's? A line of chi extended from his lips, entering Bishik's ears. "You're too unskilled." These words hurt Bishik more than anything else ever could. He had spent his whole life refining his skills. From the moment he was born and found to have a rare earth skeletal grade, he was taken in by the Tor clan and nurtured into their death guard. He knew nothing but training and killing, even women didn't interest him. After putting his whole life into this one craft, to listen to a 15-year-old tell you such a thing, how could he withstand such an insult? But Ryu's eyes didn't seem to care for his anger. He looked down on the death guard with absolute disdain, like a bug he was only waiting to crush with a single step. At that moment, Ryu took action. His left wrist flexed with all its might, waiting for the perfect moment before whipping ferociously. Ryu's spear reacted at that very moment, bowing uncontrollably. Its wooden polearm curled beautifully under the moonlight, its reddened aura wafting with a will to kill. Since defensive techniques like skim could be used in all sorts of angles, in all sorts of situations, why couldn't Ryu apply that same level of flexibility to his other basic stances? This attack of Ryu's was something he comprehended on his own, whipping pierce. Bishik immediately noticed the spear curving around the curvature of his skim and aiming directly for his head. Should this attack land, he would die without a doubt. But, was he not a veteran of combat? He reacted without hesitation, pulling back his left-handed strike aimed for Ryu's throat and changing its course toward the polearm of Ryu's spear. Unfortunately, he wasn't fast enough. Even though daggers allowed far more freedom in changing attack angles, how could it be perfect? Ryu's spear tip managed to clip the edge of his nose. Even while Bishik pushed the spear away, it dug into a part of his skull, slicing across the top right half of his face and taking his eye with it. Ryu followed up with a kick to Bishak's knee, crippling him into filling the night air with blood-curdling screams. Without mercy, Ryu's spear found Bishak's throat, pinning him into the cobbled road. Cold, silver eyes watched as the death guard slowly bled to death, his life force dissipating with each passing moment. Chapter 114. Undisputed bonus chapter for reaching 50 golden tickets despite the weakness in his knees. Ryu stood tall, his left arm holding the spear that pierced Bishak's throat steady. Ryu had never killed before. Or, rather, he had never killed a human before. Watching the life slowly flow out from the death guard almost felt surreal. He didn't feel any sense of guilt or remorse, he just felt a discomfort. Believe it or not, this discomfort had nothing to do with Bishak's fleeting life. Instead, it was only at that moment it really sunk into him that no matter what he did, Granny Miriam wouldn't be coming back. As things stood now, he could only do his best to honor her memory properly. Bishak's deep black eyes looked up to see Ryu's disdainful gaze. Even at the end, he could hardly fathom the move that took his life. Whipping pierce wasn't a move that was possible to pull off if wielding with both hands. Well, it was possible, but there were two possible less than pleasing outcomes. The first was in a case where a normal-sized spear was used, thus resulting in limited effectiveness. If a hand choked up along the spear's polearm, the effect of curving the spear would be severely lessened, making it near meaningless. The second outcome would result from a master using a spear that was already excessively long and flexible. Sometimes, these spears would reach 3, 4, even 5 meters in length and would be purposely designed to have incredibly flexible polearms. In that case, whipping pierce could be executed with 2 hands, but the accuracy would be lacking considering the length of the spear. Whipping pierce could only be used so perfectly with 1 arm. However, that didn't mean that this technique wasn't incredibly difficult to use. Just the pressure on Ryu's wrist alone would have shattered it had Ryu had a normal bone structure. Luckily, the dexterity and flexibility provided by his ice jade crystal body helped him out tremendously. Then there was the difficulty in controlling the technique itself. If Ryu used too little force, the spear wouldn't arch enough. If the curve was too small, then it would be impossible to have bent around Bishak's defenses in that way. But, if the force was too strong, it was possible to miss the target entirely, or even snap a spear if it was as low quality as Ryu's current one. All of these factors were matters that masters like Bishik and the spiritual severing realm experts watching understood. In fact, they were in complete awe. Even Amory, who hadn't invested much time in combat and cultivation, was floored, so much so that he completely blanked on what step to take next. As things stood now, Ryu was still heavily injured, with his right side being almost completely useless. In addition, those with sharper senses could see that there was a great deal of stress on his left arm after executing that technique, even more so than what he had experienced dual wielding. And it was obvious that he could only just barely stand up on his own 2 legs. With just under 3 hours remaining in their last 5-hour attempt, one would think Amory still stood a chance. After all, he still had Ryu surrounded from all sides. But Ryu's piercing gaze placed too much pressure on their hearts. It somehow felt that even if he was limbless, with his heart pierced through, he would still find a method to victory. In that moment, a small soul jade King Tor kept on his wrist shattered with an audible cracking sound. Soul jades worked on a similar parent-child system the visual jades that recorded the princes did, except this time, one half was the soul of a living being. Some forms of soul jades could also be used to form binding contracts between a master and a servant. The fact it shattered meant only one thing: Death Guard Bishik had died. King Tor clenched his fists, a pulse vein slowly occupying larger and larger real estate on his forehead. It seemed as though he could pop at any given moment. By the time Amory recovered and ordered the troops to move in on Ryu, the situation had become helpless. A familiar tale of Ryu dancing on Death's Blade played before everyone's eyes. No one knew when it happened exactly, but the crowd became overwhelmed by a sense of calm that was only possible when the victor was clear. It didn't make sense for them to feel this way. Ryu truly was too tired, too beaten, too cut up and bruised, but that seedling of confidence that only an undefeated legend could provide was blooming in full force. Ryu made fools of what remained of the Dragon Core. It was as expected. With his eyes opened, he was on an entirely different level. They had no doubt that had his eyes been opened this entire time, maybe not even a speck of dust would have landed upon him, let alone the injuries he suffered now. With third perspective, Ryu didn't need to rely on his depleted spiritual sense. And, since insight could even predict a warrior like Bishak's skim to perfection, what did these second-rate warriors of the Cedar Clan's Dragon Core have on him? Time ticked. 3 remaining hours became 2, 2 became 1, and finally, mere minutes trickled down to seconds, all for Headmaster Leopold's voice to ring out once more. This third and final attempt has come to a close. The winner, and undisputed first place closer of this third trial, Prince Ryu Tor. There was no expected fanatical cheering, or grandiose display. The man who won didn't even so much as smile as he looked up at the moons which had reached their highest points. Suddenly, a loud whistle left Ryu's lips. A second-order flying beast swooped down from the skies, catching many off guard. King Tor's heart seized. He couldn't allow Ryu to leave like this, but how could he make such a public move against his son? Plus, how did that damned bird approach so closely without him noticing? However, when he lay eyes on it he suddenly understood. The obscured Sky Falcon didn't have any real combat prowess, but its speed and concealment abilities outshone even many third-order beasts. Not just King Tor, but even the crowd suddenly understood that if Ryu really wanted to cheat, he could have done so far more easily than he had. Who could have reached him if he simply sat in the skies? There was no need to say that many tried to follow after Ryu that night, not a single one of whom had good intentions. 2 kingdoms wanted to assassinate him so that he couldn't lead the Tor clan to greater heights, while his own father wanted nothing more than to see his corpse. But, with the help of his cloak, what chance did they stand? Chapter 115. Overturning days later, back in Tor Palace, King Tor was in yet another fit of rage. His graying hair whipped about wildly as he threw anything he could get his hands on across his own office. One could imagine the kind of commotion a chi refinement expert would cause doing such a thing daily, but who had the courage to tell a king to stop? Not even the imperial censors dared to do a thing after he killed one of their own. King Tor had exhausted all his options, even breaking the rules to send out his own father to search for Ryu personally. Yet, somehow, Ryu evaded the eyes of even a half-step divine vessel expert. To make matters worse, the dark clouds from Ryu's awakening still perpetually hung above the Tor Kingdom. Having not seen the sun in almost 2 years now, the citizens of Tor Kingdom were becoming restless. Royal husband, you cannot continue to do this. Queen Olivia Tor tried to calm Shuren down. Though this was the palace, there were countless servants, ministers, and miscellaneous persons on its grounds. If rumors that the king had lost his mind began to spread, it would make an already terrible situation worse. However, Olivia's efforts were responded to with a crisp slap. Stunned, Olivia could only remain silent. You damned woman, do you think I don't know what you and your father have been plotting all this time? If it wasn't for my certainty that you would have backstabbed me otherwise, I would have chosen Lilani as my queen. How many matters in this palace have been your doing? You're related to Celine's matter, aren't you? I'm surprised you even allowed Lilani to give birth at all with that vindictive, dark personality of yours. Too many terrible things had occurred in Tor Palace after Olivia became queen. How could King Tor not understand that? However, the Cedar clan was too powerful, so he had to find a way to cripple them from within. As such, he gave up on love and married Olivia instead. But, he was beginning to regret even that. With a genius like Ryu as his son, what did a trash clan like the Cedars matter? It was clear by now that King Tor had lost his mind. He had already forgotten that Ryu's ostracization had nothing to do with the Cedar clan and everything to do with his actions alone. To stonewall your own son due to the color of his hair and eyes, yet have the audacity to take a moral high horse, wasn't he too shameless? Ryu's disappearance was like yet another looming guillotine over Tor Kingdom. When he reappeared next, would it be the day King Tor abdicated? Or would he appear beforehand? Royal husband, Olivia said in a decidedly softer voice, trying to ignore the stinging pain on her cheek. Despite the enraged boiling sitting in her gut at the king's words, she kept her composure. Although that unfilial son of yours acted in defiance, it still benefits you, does it not? King Tor's brow furrowed. Speak. Ryu placed first. Amory placed second. Jedrek placed third. Whether it was Ryu's intention or not, to the world, he is still a member of the Tor clan. According to the original deal, this means that not only does the Tor clan get first pick of the resources of the past Natural Order sect, it also means that we get the largest share as well. Though Ryu threw a tantrum, all he did was help you. I hear that the Natural Order sect's heirloom is incredibly powerful and is ranked first among the treasures of our highest mortal plane. What need is there to fear Ryu with it in your hands? King Tor's eyes lit up like a blazing torch. Like this, the cogs began to move. The heads of the four kingdoms coalesced just a few weeks later. King Tor's mood had been greatly elevated as well. King Viri and Lantis still didn't feel great being in the same room with a Tor, mostly because what Ryu had done to their sons was still fresh in their minds. They immediately used this to leverage better positions for themselves and more resources. Namely, the Viri kingdom laid claim to the elemental pavilion techniques, while the Lantis kingdom laid claim to the weapons and human pavilions. King Tor happily ceded these things, his eyes completely focused on the prospect of owning the Glove of Order. Each kingdom sent a spiritual severing expert. Although they weren't allowed to take part in worldly affairs, this matter was a definite exception. After all, it was related to the treasures of a sect, something that was by definition a martial world affair. Plus, only they would be able to forcibly break the protective formation was with such an expert. In truth, it was quite a shame to shatter this formation. There was no one on the mortal planes capable of creating such a large-scale formation anymore. In fact, these formations were laid by powers of the immortal plane back when they treated the higher mortal plane as their backyard. They were just repurposed by these sects to their benefit. Days passed as half a dozen spiritual severing realm experts attacked the illusory formation. Still, despite the hard work, their eyes seemed to grow brighter and brighter with each passing moment. The prospect of an entire sect's worth of resources was far too enticing. 3 days later, the formation finally collapsed under the pressure. By the 5th day, it lost its ability to self-repair, allowing what remained of it to be torn away. The kings smiled confidently. All this time, they had completely ignored King Opes. Without Ryu supporting them, the Opes princes collapsed in on themselves. Although Kalman fought valiantly, managing to place fourth due to Atticus and Silas being unable to participate, in the grand scheme of things, it mattered not. Still, King Opes' lips inexplicably twitched, the telltale sign of someone trying their best to hold back their laughter. If the three kings saw this, there was no question that they would have sensed that something was off with these events. However, they were too excited. Each followed by 2 spiritual severing realm experts, the kings walked forward, trying to maintain their kingly auras despite the happiness in their hearts. In that moment, the calm spring atmosphere of the Natural Order sect was invaded by a piercing cold and rushing snow. Without the formation's protection, the cold temperatures of Opes' kingdom were no longer held back by anything. Suddenly, roars of anger sounded. The 3 kings spent hours overturning every stone, yet, they didn't find a single thing worthy of being labeled as a treasure. Chapter 116. Familiar. The kings could do nothing. Over half a decade of preparation, all to receive absolutely nothing in the end. No matter how refined or kingly they tried to be, no human in existence could take this sort of matter lying down without throwing a rampage. However, the matter was kept under wraps. There was no way the kings could allow it to become public knowledge that they had been humiliated in such a way. In the end, they concluded that they had simply misjudged the immortal who started all of this. Clearly, even someone of his caliber couldn't ignore the wealth of an entire sect and ended up making a move in the end. In fact, They even believed he felt embarrassed to the point he gave the Natural Order sect disciples a proper burial. If curses could kill, that immortal, even with his depth of cultivation, would have long since died. The public would never believe that their kings could curse so profoundly unless they spent the last few days with them. It was truly a sight to behold. Like this, the kingdoms fell into relative silence. Talks of the coronation games continued in full force for the first few weeks, but soon, even that calmed considerably. However, it was during this time that undercurrents began to brew, and the first sign was a secret meeting King Opes called with the Lantas and Viri kingdoms. King Opes, you claim to call us here for a matter related to the secrets of our kingdoms, founding, but why is it that King Tor isn't here? What are you planning? King Viri's eyes narrowed. After receiving King Opes' messages, the two of them had rushed here. The secrets pertaining to the underground White Devil cult murals was one only kings and former kings knew of. It was also a secret they were bound from speaking of to anyone but their crown princes. Not even their other heirs had the right to know. So, one can imagine that if such a matter was used to call upon them as kings, there was no doubt that they would heed it with the utmost haste. Yet, they had arrived here only to find out that one of them was missing. If King Opes really called them here for this matter, King Tor would definitely have been here as well. Since he wasn't, that only meant one thing: a conspiracy was brewing. Seeing that King Lantas was just as displeased as King Viri, King Opes could only shake his head. These two had been in terrible moods ever since their crown princes had been crippled. These moods were only made worse after they received nothing for their troubles. Even with all their resources, it would be at least a half-decade before Atticus and Silas could live a semblance of a normal life. Look past your anger for a moment. Since I've called you here, there's obviously a purpose. And since I've excluded one of us, that purpose is incredibly important. The two kings frowned, but waited patiently for the answer they sought. We've been cheated, King Opes finally said. What do you mean by that? King Lantas probed. He already had a faint idea. In fact, not just him, but, in all likelihood, King Viri was skeptical as well. Since they were kings, how could they be stupid? Too many things about these events didn't add up. And it all seemed to revolve around Ryu. I'm sure since I'm aware of it, you two are aware of it as well, correct? What happened almost 4 years ago, just a few days before Tor Kingdom was shrouded in black clouds? King Lantas and Viri looked at each other before nodding. Silas and Atticus had no reason to keep it from their fathers. They had heard rumors that the fourth prince was being ostracized by the Tor clan, but they didn't learn to what extent until the events of that night. They had been absolutely shocked by the matter. I wonder, how much of it do you two believe? The reports were very clear. Even without the testimony of our sons, it was obvious that King Tor was trying to separate himself from his fourth son, even allowing him to be beat in public. Plus, after seeing his hair and eyes, isn't it obvious why that was? King Viri offered. I'm not saying that King Tor didn't initially hate his fourth son's existence initially. What I'm wondering is if he still does. Stop speaking in riddles. We're all intelligent men here, just get to the point. King Lantas said impatiently. What I'm saying is that, isn't it too convenient that it was the very day the first prince invited your sons over to speak of an alliance that these matters occurred to the Tor clan's fourth prince? Or, I guess, crown prince, now. And, don't you find it odd that the Tor clan would allow your sons to be witness to such a thing? Even if they hated Crown Prince Tor to the core, they surely wouldn't want to give you an opportunity to use that against them, no? Imagine the devastation just a few rumors could cause. The three of us know that if Crown Prince Tor really wasn't King Tor's son, that he would have had both third concubine Lilani and him killed silently. The fact they survived to this day means that King Tor had already properly verified the matter. However, would the general public think so far? King Lantas and Viri's eyes narrowed. King Tor might have hated Crown Prince Tor after his birth because his appearance would cause unrest, but what if he suddenly found out that the benefits his fourth son brought him far outweighed the negatives? You two saw it all for yourselves. Crown Prince Tor is a talent words can't even describe. With King Tor's insight and his comprehension of talent as one himself, would he miss such a thing? What are you trying to say? I'll get to the point then, gentlemen. I believe that King Tor, utilizing his son's talents, staged this entire mess. With Crown Prince Tor as bait, he lured an immortal to take him as a disciple, and in exchange, he received the Natural Order sect's resources for himself. King Lantas and Viri weren't as shocked as one might expect, having reached the logical conclusion. This is all just your speculation, where is the proof? King Opes smiled. With a thought, a very familiar visual jade appeared in his hand. Soon, it began to replay flickering images of Ryu's battle with the fire tiger. Suddenly, the image paused between flickers to show a young man with white billowing hair, holding a black bow they recognized all too well. Chapter 117. Humiliation bonus chapter for 500 power stones, that bow. That glove. King Viri and King Lontus spoke out at the same time. Everyone knew that bow all too well. Despite the Heavenly Body sect being supported by the most talent and the strongest clans, the Natural Order sect was always able to stand as their equal. Why was that? It was precisely because of the bow in Ryu's hand, and the glove that ran up his arm. It took several moments for King Viri and Lontus to calm themselves and collect their thoughts. Just what did it mean for this to happen? Were the Tors really responsible for clearing out the whole of the Natural Order sect? Had they been played? In the end, King Viri shook his head. I admit that you do have reason and evidence to support your thoughts, but there are too many problems with this. Even if Crown Prince Tor managed to get his hand on his bow, how do we know that the Tor clan was involved? No matter what, Ryu Tor was beaten like a dog on the streets of Tor City. Then, he limped home, suffering the gazes and ridicule of almost everyone. How could it be possible for someone to endure such hardship, yet still display filial piety? If you ask me, it's more likely that Ryu Tor's natural awakening alerted the experts of the immortal plane. You know as well as I do that the only reason our best talents are of the earth grade at best is because everyone above that grade are taken away the moment they awaken. It's less of a logical stretch if Ryu Tor was taken in by an immortal. This would explain how he so suddenly disappeared for almost 2 years. Now, he's back for his revenge. In fact, King Viri's eyes narrowed. Ryu Tor seemed to have quite a good relationship with your sons, even helping them out multiple times. How do we know that he isn't putting you up to this in exchange for a portion of your sect's resources? As expected, kings weren't fools. King Viri's conclusion was actually very close to the truth, yet it only took him a moment to think of it. Ryu had indeed come to King Opes with his plans. As far as King Opes knew, everything King Viri said was the truth. However, would Ryu be one to form such a half-baked plot? King Opes remained silent for a moment. Your words are logical. Maybe I was a bit too rash. I should have thought of this possibility occurring as well. Now that you say it, there are a few inconsistencies. For example, Ryu killing such an important member of the Tor clan power structure in Death Guard Bishik is a bit odd. However, I still believe that there is more evidence on my side of thinking. For one, by your logic, Crown Prince Tor should have hated his brothers to the core as well. After all, while your sons enraged him by being witness to Imperial Doula Miriam's death, wasn't First Prince Amory the reason they were there in the first place? Ryu Tor had plenty of chances to cripple not just his first brother, but also his second and third brothers as well. Secondly, there's the matter of Ryu Tor's blindness. Why did he hide it for so long? Knowing King Tor, he definitely would have ordered someone to permanently blind his fourth son if what you say is correct. But, not only is Ryu Tor not blind, he actually hid it until he forced into a corner he couldn't get out of like he had before. Thirdly, King Opes smiled lightly. Do you all know what happened on the date of Ryu Tor's birth? King Viri and Lontas were slowly wavering in their own conclusions, so when they heard this, their ears couldn't help but perk up. I'm sure you all know that after Ryu Tor was born, Tor Kingdom went into a lockdown that I assume was implemented in order to hide the appearance of the fourth prince. Like myself, I'm sure you too were very interested in why that was, so just like me, you likely contacted your various spies immediately, no? The two kings nodded, and I'm sure that, once more, like me, you two didn't find anything. Everything was sealed up tight. It wasn't until things laxed in later years that we found out the truth, correct? The two kings nodded once more. I should tell you too that although I didn't find out anything about Ryu Tor's birth back then, I found something far more interesting. King Opes smiled. I learned that Queen Olivia had ordered meridian severing powder through various channels, and the one she asked to administer the poison was none other than Death Guard Bishik. King Viri and Lontas sucked in a cold breath. Meridian severing powder was too vicious and rare a poison, especially when used on an unborn child. In fact, the supply was so low that there were only a few places it was possible to buy this poison on their higher mortal plane, places that were heavily monitored by all four kingdoms. This wasn't even the most important point. If what King Opes said was true, then not just Ryu, but even King Tor would want Death Guard Bishik killed for betraying him. But since the Cedar clan was involved, they would have to do it in such a way that they weren't alerted, or else it would stir up inner conflict. The coronation games were basically the best opportunity. How could you possibly know that it was Death Guard Bishik that she ordered to do such a thing? This question was the most important. If King Opes had a good answer, this could change everything. I don't, King Opes said with a light smile. But he certainly does. At that moment, the attention of the two kings were shifted as a certain individual walked into King Opes' office. When they saw who it was, a sudden realization came over them. Many years ago, the Garrus clan had suffered a major slap to the face at the hands of the Cedar clan. Though, in the end, the matter was buried by the imperial censors, how could the Garrus clan forget the humiliation they faced? Back then, the Garrus clan had used all resources at their disposal to enact justice for themselves, but they reached a dead end. Unable to do anything, they could only resign themselves to fate. This turn of events was what changed the old general's outlook on life, making him believe that if he wasn't as harsh with his clan as those others were with theirs, his family would only suffer even more humiliation in the future. Why was it that even the old general had to give up? After years of investigation, they found the insurmountable wall that was Death Guard Bishik at the end of it all. And who was it that walked into the room just now? It was none other than Second Prince Jedrak Tor. Chapter 118. Without lifting a single finger, Your Highnesses. Jedrak cupped his fists. King Lontas immediately felt apprehensive. He understood that it was likely Jedrak and his Garrus clan that had insider information, but wasn't Jedrak being here far too dangerous? The net the Tor clan set was far too wide. In addition to this, King Lontas and Viri, thinking that this was a meeting all four kings were aware of, hadn't bothered to hide their tracks either. Two kings traveling to the Opes kingdom at the same time. How could the Tor clan's guard not be up? In fact, King Tor might already be aware of this. With Jedrak here, it only made matters worse. As though seeing through their thoughts, Jedrak smiled. There's no need for you all to worry about the Tor clan tracking my whereabouts. I haven't been in Tor kingdom for several years already. I have many businesses to handle within all four kingdoms. So, it's not suspicious for me to be here. These words caused the two kings to breathe a slight breath of relief. That was right, Second Prince Tor was well known for his control over the higher mortal plane's economy. He had been infiltrating their kingdoms with his businesses for a long time already. So, there really was nothing suspicious about him being here. Even if the Tor clan found out, it wouldn't be a big deal. However, that didn't solve the problem entirely. You all might be wondering what King Tor would think of you two coming here, I presume. King Opes added, there's no need to worry about this either. I sent an invitation to King Tor as well, it was just that he rejected it. The two kings came to a sudden realization. King Opes likely sent all three of them invitations. But, King Tor, in all his arrogance, likely felt it was beneath him to attend personally. After all, he was by far the most powerful of them all. So, he would have sent an envoy or representative of some sort. In fact, since Jedrak was out of the kingdom already, that representative might have been the second prince himself. Genius. They couldn't help but think to themselves. Had King Opes always been so cunning? They raised their guards slightly. I will get right to the point. Jedrak said seriously, I would like you two to declare war against the Tor clan and the Heavenly Body sect. Are you insane? Both kings stood in a rage. Although they had expected this, it was far too crazy. Did they already forget that King Tor had been able to enlist the help of an immortal? On top of this, there was how ridiculously talented Ryu was to take into consideration. Even if this succeeded, Ryu would always have the opportunity for revenge in the future. To top this off, even without the help of the immortal, the Tor kingdom itself was a behemoth. The Cedar clan alone could match up to their kingdoms in strength. If the three of them declared war, even if the Cedar and Tor clans' relationship wasn't so good, they would band together for the sake of splitting the higher mortal plane between each other and getting rid of them. No matter how you looked at the situation, it was a lose-lose-lose sort of prospect. These kings didn't have a death wish. What if I guarantee that the Garrus clan will defect to your side at the most opportune time? Jedrak asked calmly. The two kings froze. Although the Cedar and Tor clans were powerful, more than 80% of their secular army was controlled by the Garrus clan. They had always been a military family. Even though the secular army didn't have any high-level experts, what they did have were numbers. The Tor kingdom army was as large as their 3 kingdoms combined. Suddenly, the 2 kings saw a path, but they were still too skeptical. At the end of the day, the top experts are all firmly controlled by either the Tor or Cedar clans. Even if a large majority of the secular army defects, it will be hard to close that gap. At best, we could say we would then be equal to them. But that's not good enough to declare such a large-scale war. King Lontus said after he calmed himself. And what if a war between the Cedar and Tor clan is sparked first? Jedrek dropped another bomb. How? The 2 kings asked after looking at each other. For the past few weeks, rumors of my 4th brother's connection with the White Devils have been ramping up. You all saw it for yourselves, his eyes were silver. While you 3 have concluded that this is likely due to my father hiding Ryu, what do you think the general public thinks? That Crown Prince Tor isn't King Tor's son and that King Tor knows this, yet sheltered him anyway. Exactly, Jedrek said confidently. That Patriarch Cedar bastard won't miss this opportunity. After that incident all those years ago left my aunt bedridden. Even to this day, my Garrus clan has spent everything they have monitoring the Cedar clan's every movement. This was how we learned that Death Guard Bishik had long been won over to the Cedar clan's side because that whore Olivia spread her legs. According to our informants, great undercurrents are already moving. Even Imperial Censor Briggs is getting involved, slowly bringing ministers over to their cause. Within a month, the Cedar clan will strike. Because Ryu won, becoming Crown Prince, they can't afford to wait any longer. The 2 kings began to breathe heavily. Everything seemed to be falling into place. The more Jedrek spoke, the more their concerns fluttered away. This was their chance to finally rid themselves of a behemoth that controlled their lives. For too long, I know that you 2 are still worried about the Immortal's intervention, but remember, if that Immortal could interfere freely, why would King Tor go through so much trouble to hide everything? Why did Ryu need to pretend to be blind for so many years? Why did he have to be beaten and humiliated on the streets? Why didn't my weak-willed father boldly flaunt that he had the Natural Order sect's resources instead of putting the life of his most talented son on the line with the Coronation Games? Those words were the final straw that broke the camel's back. The undercurrent of a brewing conspiracy raged to life. The next year would be one of the most volatile in higher mortal plane history, and the man responsible for it all didn't even have to lift a finger. In fact, the young man in question was currently meditating silently beneath Oak's palace, utilizing the pool of spiritual chi to slowly chip away at what remained of his spiritual entrance pulse. At that moment, a surge of spiritual chi erupted as an audible shattering resounded. Ryu had finally completely opened his 13th pulse and entered the spiritual entrance realm. Chapter 119, Crystalline. Within the human body, there were 13 total pulses. 6 were known as body pulses, another 6 were known as chi pulses, and the final one was the spiritual entrance pulse. A large part of the reason Ryu had yet to break through aside from not having an appropriate cultivation technique was precisely because he felt that these 13 should be linked in some sort of way. Though Ryu didn't know much of anything about cultivation after the pulse opening realm, his parents had drilled him continuously about the so-called perfect start. As such, he knew quite well how important opening all of his pulses was. Even after killing Death Guard Bishik, Ryu wasn't exactly proud of himself. The standard of the higher mortal plane was just too pitiful. Many didn't even know that there were 6 chi and body pulses, and even those that did never dared to open the final 2, sticking to 4 total. There was no need to even speak about the spiritual entrance pulse. It was neglected entirely. This was all to say that jumping cultivation realms wasn't as easy as it seemed. Ryu doubted that he could last more than 10 moves against a peak chi refinement expert of the immortal planes. This was simply the difference in quality of expert. Ryu knew he had to get stronger, and his path to improvement might ironically be hidden on this higher mortal plane he looked down upon so much. Ryu stood, his eyes opening to reveal what seemed like beams of light. He felt as though the whole world had been opened up to him. Not only had his spiritual sense awakened long before it should have, its birth seemed to have a great effect on his third perspective. Not only was its range larger, increasing to just over 100 meters, Ryu could faintly feel that he could see through walls. Though doing so drastically dropped his range, it still definitely intrigued him. As for Ryu's normal spiritual sense, it now had a permanent range of about 30 meters without him having to enter Breath of Earth. This would make it more convenient for him to continue being blind. Though he opened his eyes during the Coronation Games in order to benefit his plans, he didn't want to make a habit of it until he could find something fully capable of hiding the abilities of his heavenly pupils. Ryu pushed these things to the back of his mind, walking slowly to the edge of the pool of spiritual chi. The fragmented memory jade at the bottom seemed to be teasing him. However, now, Ryu felt he could finally do something about it. Taking a deep breath, Ryu's eyes began to shine with a blinding light. Spatial chi began to coalesce. Slowly, but surely, a small whirlpool of gray chi touched the surface of the pool of spiritual chi. This persisted for several minutes. Although nothing seemed to be happening, the sweat that matted Ryu's forehead told a completely different story. It looked as though he was suffering through hell. Hours later, Ryu collapsed, gasping for breath. He could only quickly enter a meditative stance, trying to replenish his chi. Someone who had been watching this would have been confused beyond belief. But those who were sharper would have noticed that the square pool of spiritual chi had dropped by several centimeters. This was exactly Ryu's plan. Even if it took months, even if it took years, he would slowly draw all of the spiritual chi into his inner world. This way, not only would he gain a valuable resource for cultivating his mental realm, he would also gain the secrets of Memory Jade Fragment. Some might call Ryu a madman. After all, he had no idea what was in the Memory Jade. For all he knew, it carried nothing at all. All Ryu had to go on was his intuition as a ruin master. Before, Ryu couldn't have hoped to do this. For one, last time he came here, he was far too weak. And secondly, he hadn't had the time. If he wasted months trying to get to the bottom, he would have missed the coronation games, or would have had too little time to prepare. What Ryu could accept into his inner world was limited to his cultivation. For example, he couldn't transport those massive blocks of breaking ore into his eye because he didn't have the chi to sustain such a transfer. At the same time, though, Ryu was the only one among the heavenly pupil wielders that could pull off this feat. This was because he was likely the only one with an origin-grade treasure fused to his eye. Without the incubator, this would have failed. If Ryu tried this tactic without the incubator, the moment the spiritual chi entered his eye, it would flood his mental realm, causing it to balloon and possibly explode. After all, his inner world was a part of his body. However, the incubator was a separate entity entirely. Ryu was taking full advantage of this loophole. These limitations were also part of the reason Ryu hadn't taken the chi-whispering grass or bone-separating root into his eye yet. One had to remember that the greatest function of Ryu's incubator wasn't its ability to speed the maturity of spiritual ingredients, but rather its ability to perfectly extract the energy of these ingredients and pass it to its owner in a perfect and gentle form. This ability made it far better than pills, not only in effect, but also because one wouldn't have to deal with pill impurities. The issue was that Ryu's cultivation wasn't strong enough to absorb earth-grade spiritual ingredients into his inner world. It was truly a frustrating thing. With the incubator, even absorbing an origin-grade spiritual ingredient would be gentle and easy. However, because his cultivation was too low, Ryu couldn't get it into the incubator in the first place. Unfortunately, spiritual ingredients all came with a large amount of energy stored within them. The higher grade the ingredient, the more energy it stored. This energy made those ingredients harder for Ryu to absorb because the amount of spatial chi required to do so grew cooperatively with grade increase. Essentially, until Ryu's chi output could match the weakest divine vessel realm expert, he could forget about absorbing earth-grade spiritual ingredients. For now, they'd have to sit in his spatial ring. Luckily, the spiritual chi pool was a different matter. It wasn't one whole entity, so Ryu could take it drop by drop. By limiting the amount he took in at once, he could bypass this weakness of his. All he needed was time. The months began to slowly trickle. As Ryu whittled away at the spiritual chi pool, the flames of war were igniting as the Cedar clan attempted to forcibly seize power. Half a year later, while the Cedar Tor inner conflict was at its peak, the Opes Viri Lantas alliance began to mobilize its army. It was only after they finally set out that the last of the pool entered Ryu's eye. Finally, a beautiful crystalline memory jade cooled his hand to the touch. Just what was hidden inside? Chapter 120. Core Text's memory jades had ranks of their own. From lowest to highest, one had white, green, blue, violet, red, black, and finally, crystalline memory jades. These ranks didn't necessarily correspond to how valuable what was inside it was, but what it did correspond to was just how much information a memory jade could withstand and also the kind of information it could store. Due to the distortion of the spiritual chi pool, Ryu hadn't had any idea what the color of the memory jade was previously, but now that he held it in his hand, he couldn't help but be baffled. White, green and blue memory jades could easily store up to heaven-grade techniques, even some simpler mystical-grade techniques would fit. Violet memory jades were large enough that even an origin-grade technique could fit and still have plenty of room to spare. One might wonder, just what were the point of red, black and crystalline jades, then? Well, the answer came in the form of information. Red and black memory jades were able to hold the consciousness of past individuals. They could also hold a replaying of history, even allowing one to relive wars that lasted thousands of years down to the most minute details. Then what of crystalline jades? They could hold entire holy lands. Crystalline jades often held the legacy of an entire clan. They could also hold the shadows of their ancestors, every technique they had ever grasped or learned, and even comprehension of those techniques. Some could hold insights into natural enlightenments, and even mortal endowments. The range of possibilities was almost endless. Some larger clans even used crystalline jades to give their young geniuses life-saving measures. One could crush those crystalline jades to release the comprehension an elder had of a certain attack or defense, thus saving a genius who had their backs against the wall. Knowing all of this, one could understand why Ryu, despite his usual coldness, felt a slight excitement. Anything that would help him bring his family back together faster was something worth celebrating. He was now even more certain that his decision was the right one. Soon, Ryu calmed himself. He realized that while a crystalline jade offered the most opportunity, it also signified the most danger. There was no telling what was hidden within. Whoever went through so much trouble to bury these fragments away definitely wouldn't want just anybody benefiting from them. Ryu looked away from the jade, debating with himself about to do. In the end, he chose to take the risk. He simply didn't feel like his own talent was enough to cover the sky with a single palm. He needed all of the help he could get. He knew very well that this could be the moment he died, but he had already braved death once. What did a second time mean to him? With a deep breath, his mind delved into another world. Ryu's mind swirled. It almost felt like he had stepped onto a teleportation formation, but his body was still in place. This would have caused an incredibly odd cognitive dissonance in many, but for Ryu, who had delved into more crystalline jades than he could bother to count, he felt right at home. It reminded him of the times he'd spent days, even weeks on end in Shrine Library with no one but Nuri by his side. Soon, Ryu's mind cleared. He found himself in a fragmented world one could only expect from a fragmented jade. The skies were splintered like broken grass. Ryu floated on air that should have been a beautifully paved road, and the large, almost endless palace in the distance afforded its true size. Ryu didn't take long to walk forward. In fact, it didn't take any time at all. Since it was a projection of his mind, he only had to will himself to appear before the Silver Palace and he was there. Quietly absorbing and taking everything in, Ryu nodded to himself. As expected, this memory jade was deliberately splintered, so whoever did so had taken great care not to damage the inheritance left within, or else what would have been the point in leaving them behind in the first place? From the architecture, Ryu placed these remnants in the Sky God era. This made perfect sense. After all, the protective formations on the fountain that led here were also originally from the Sky God era. It also seems that everything here is perfectly placed to soothe one's mental state. Ryu thought to himself, walking through the palace. Although 3/4 of it was gone, what remained was beautiful. Even the fragmented portions had an art to them. This was definitely designed by a master in feng shui. Ryu swept through the palace floor by floor. It didn't take long for him to realize that it was split into 4 tiers total. Although it was easy for him to walk to every level, 3 of the floors were so fragmented that there was nothing to be gained. After a cursory glance, Ryu realized that only the 2nd floor allowed him to explore anything properly. Obviously, each floor represented a fragment of the jade. Once he understood everything, Ryu once more made his way to the 2nd floor. He followed along its long hallway. Though he could appear near the end instantly, he didn't want to miss any details that might be useful. Soon, he reached the end, finding himself at large, golden double doors. Ryu could only sigh when he realized that the symbols that coded these doors were more artifacts from the White Devils. Would he really have to rely on the mental realm masters the people of his time hated so much to grow stronger in this life? It seemed fate was still playing tricks on him. Without much more thought, Ryu's mind pressed forward. The doors resisted slightly first, but as though Ryu had passed some sort of test of its they swung open, basking Ryu in a blinding light his mind had to slowly adjust to. In that moment, Ryu found himself in a library so vast it shocked even him. For a man who spent much of his life in shrine library, one could imagine the scope of what was before him now. The bookshelves stretched several hundred meters high, and Ryu couldn't see the end of the length of them. It didn't take more than a quick glance for Ryu to realize that this wasn't a library of techniques. Rather, it was a hub of knowledge even more vast than the shrine library. A source of knowledge from the era of sky gods. Ryu grew excited once more. No one knew the benefit of knowledge more than he did. If it wasn't for shrine library, how could he ever have found a path to cultivate? Maybe someone else would be disappointed by this prospect, but Ryu found it wholly satisfying. Just as he was about to bring his mind out, planning on delving into this knowledge after completing his affairs on the higher mortal plane, Ryu realized that he had underestimated this second floor. Images began to flash in his mind. It was confusing at first, but the purpose became clear soon after. First floor, cultivation. Second floor, core texts. Third floor, natural order. Fourth floor, battle spirit. Ryu was completely wrong. All of this lost civilization's core teachings could be found right here. Chapter 121. Weak. The flood of information hit Ryu like a tsunami. Numerous words and images appeared in his mind. At first, it was bearable, but it very quickly became painful. It felt as though a guillotine had chosen his head as its target, splitting his very soul in half. Ryu suddenly understood what the test of this second floor was. One wouldn't be allowed to gain recognition of this silver palace unless they had awoken their spiritual sense in the spiritual entrance realm. When this information streams into Ryu's mind, he felt both lucky and shocked. Lucky because he would have died had he not met this requirement, but shocked because such a requirement was far too stringent even by his standards. One had to know that spiritual sense wouldn't be birthed until the soul birth realm. Unlike chi cultivation, which had 12 divisions, mental realm cultivation only had 6. Spiritual entrance, spiritual endowment, soul birth, soul refinement, soul ascension and soul quintessence. Because there were so few divisions, every step was a massive watershed of its own. One had to know that technically speaking, Ryu had been cultivating his mental realm for practically every moment since he was viciously beat by Patriarch Agnes. He was only 9 years old back then, but now he was already 16. It took him 7 years to reach this stage. One can see by this just how difficult mental realm cultivation was. Entering the soul birth realm was the equivalent of becoming a divine vessel realm expert. This meant that this hidden civilizations test was analogous to asking an awakening realm expert to accomplish something only a divine vessel realm expert could. The scariest part was that Ryu hadn't succeeded due to any sort of talent of his own. The only reason he managed to do this was because he had the origin flame, a treasure so valuable that it was almost impossible to even name something that was its match in value. Ryu could hardly finish his thoughts about how ridiculous the requirements were before his mind seemed to shatter and everything went black. By the time he awoke again, he found himself sprawled at the bottom of the spiritual chi pool. Luckily, it was now empty. Rubbing his forehead, Ryu sat up. To think that just the information about the Silver Palace and its uses caused him to black out. What would happen if he wanted to learn something more useful? Wouldn't his mental realm collapse in on itself? Oh, once Ryu's mind cleared, he found a pleasant surprise. His mental realm had actually largened by a small bit. The amount was minuscule, barely a few centimeters, but this benefit couldn't be underestimated. Now, his spiritual senses range was 30 meters and 3 centimeters. Ryu paused, trying to decide what to do. He was certain that the remaining 3 fragments were being held with the Viri, Lantas and Tor kingdoms, but he also knew that this matter couldn't be so simple. If it was just a matter of wasting a few years to collect them, Ryu would do so in a heartbeat. But there were too many still lingering questions. Why was something so important left to these weak kingdoms? Why was it that the Oaks kingdom never touched theirs, but the King Tor seemed to frequent his? This wasn't even what worried Ryu the most. The actions of the immortal from all those years ago was truly baffling. What reason did he or she have to come to this higher mortal plane? Could it be related? Ryu steeled himself and re-entered the crystalline jade. In just a moment, he had made his way back to the Silver Palace's library, something he now knew was called the Zoo Palace, after the Zoo clan that built it all. Having a map of the area in his mind now, Ryu surged forward, or rather, his mind did. Because he only had to think to perform an action, He could have been able to reach his destination in an instant, but the zoo library was so exaggeratedly large it still took Ryu several minutes to reach its center. There, Ryu looked up to see a magnificent scene. Beautiful, wide, four-sided silver stairs greeted him. At the very top sat 4 thrones, each facing its own cardinal direction. Atop these thrones sat 2 emperors and 2 empresses. The women were exaggeratedly beautiful, even a step above Ryu's own mother, a feat he thought was impossible. Their white hair shimmered with a golden hue, and their silver eyes pierced through the veil, a gentle smile resting upon their soft, pink lips. As for the men, they were several steps above Ryu in looks as well. They shared the same eye and hair color as the women, but their faces were stoic and lacking emotion. The pressure these 4 life-like images placed on Ryu was unimaginable. Even just looking at them made Ryu feel as though his mind was being tested. Visualization technique. Ryu suddenly understood it all. The reason this crystalline jade had such a good effect on his mental realm was because it was entirely designed as a visualization technique. While body and chi realm cultivation had their own methods of improvement, so too did the mental realm. Ryu took such a long time to improve because he had no mental realm cultivation technique, yet here, even the floors beneath his feet were cultivation techniques. Ryu's way of cultivating his mind in the past was the crudest form. He would place himself under pressure then use his willpower to break through. However, visualization techniques streamlined this process and vastly improved its efficiency. The concept was simple: visualize a difficult image. The more complex the image, and the more detailed your visualization, the stronger your mental realm became. Someone finally came here, but their mental realm talent is actually so weak. Fate seems to want to play tricks on our zoo clan once more. Ryu was startled out of his thoughts. Firstly because he hadn't expected one of the male statues to speak, and secondly because this was the first time in his life that he had been described as a weak talent. This was definitely a new feeling to him. Well, he met the basic requirement at least. Most couldn't even do that. Isn't it obvious? He was only able to do so thanks to external help. Your eyes are failing you. Plus, the pitiful thing actually called furniture a visualization technique, isn't that too wretched? Kick him out. Chapter 122. Ryu didn't have much of a reaction to these words. In fact, his expression was so calm that it partially startled the 4 zoo ancestors. Normally, after hearing such words, there were one of 2 reactions. The first would be defensive. In this scenario, a person would be greatly offended and attempt to argue for themselves. As for the second, it would be one of fear. After all, these were ancestors of the Sky God era. This was the undisputed strongest era of humans, only marginally matched by Ryu's golden era. How could one not fear these 4? Don't be so mean to the handsome little brother, Balaur. One of the empresses reprimanded. Do you think you have the right to be picky? You're dead. This empress voice sounded immature and childish. In fact, it gave one an inexplicable feeling of warmth, but such things only forced Ryu to put his guard up. He didn't believe that anyone who could rise to the top of such an ancient clan could be as naive and innocent as she pretended to be. If you keep talking in that disgusting voice, Flora, I'll shatter your incarnation jade so I never have to listen to you again. I wonder how many men you've lured into your bed only to kill them with that fake sweetness. Balaur responded in disgust. Flora seemed to make a pouting sound. We aren't toddlers, Balaur. If you wanted me to invite you to my bed so eagerly, you should just use your words. What is with all of this petty jealousy? I am an empress, why would I hold myself to just one husband? The men of my era were too weak to satisfy my needs alone. Maybe if you or brother Morvar was alive in my time, I wouldn't have suffered so. Hearing such an innocent voice say such words could send a shiver down anyone's spine. Ryu was certain that this woman had blood that could drown the largest oceans on her hands. I don't invite whores to my bed, woman. Balaur snorted. How sexist of you. You probably lost count of how many concubines you had in your lifetime, but I just wanted a few dozen husbands and suddenly I'm a whore. Can you believe this narrow-minded meanie, handsome little brother? What do you think? You're a little too weak to be my husband, but I don't mind letting you spend a few nights with an empress. It would also help your cultivation greatly, what do you say? Flora's spirit floated out from an incarnation jade that hung from her statue's neck, gliding down to tease Ryu. I have a wife. No thank you. Ryu replied plainly. Balaur's uproarious laughter filled zoo library. I've changed my mind, I like this kid. Flora pouted. Her appearance was truly too adorable, nothing like the lofty empress her words painted herself out to be. You've certainly dodged a bullet, kid. Though your mental realm talent is trash, you have an ancestral great circle. If you agreed to her ask, not only would you not be able to taste her sweet peach, but you'd have your talent sucked away completely. This woman is too conniving. She pretends to be innocent on one hand, yet has killed more people than I could even dream of. On the other hand, she claims to be a champion in bed, but she is still a virgin. What a two-faced woman. HMPH. Flora harumphed, floating back up and disappearing into her incarnation jade. Who are you? Suddenly, a voice Ryu hadn't heard until now spoke. It was the other male. Morvar. Ryu believed Flora called him. I am Ryu Tatsuya. Ryu responded. You've taken the clan name of the ancient fire dragon, you have fire dragon blood running through your veins, and although you look like us, you have no connection to the Zhu clan at all. Though it is true that your talent is excellent even in our era, you would be useless trash if born in our Zhu clan. We care little for the body and Qi realm paths. Giving the resources we ancestors have worked for to you would be a waste. You say all of this, yet you haven't killed me. Get to the point. Balaur suddenly started laughing again. I like him, I really like him. He can see through your pile of shit from a mile away, Morvar. There goes your plan to act tough. Morvar didn't have much of a reaction to Ryu's words. He was a calm and straightforward person. While another individual would have found Ryu's response to be too abrasive, Morvar actually found it to be refreshing. As for Balaur's goading, he never paid much attention to it anyway. The reason we haven't killed you yet is because we all recognize the rarity of the origin flame, even an embryonic one like yours. It's not enough to close the gap between yourself and the peak most geniuses of our Zhu clan, but it is enough to make you average. There's a second reason as well. I've sensed your mysteries of heaven and earth heavenly pupils. With these eyes, your comprehension abilities will be beyond normal logic. With it, you have an advantage mental realm talent cannot match in understanding and implementing visualization techniques. The combination of these two things make you comparable to an above-average talent in our Zhu clan. You would be worthy of being an outer fringe elder once you reach maturity. The problem is that this is not good enough. While you can comprehend and implement visualization techniques better than almost anyone else, your mental realm pool is too small, causing your stamina to be wholly lacking. In addition, your spiritual sense is only 30 meters in diameter after awakening. You don't qualify to learn even the weakest of techniques the four of us have access to. I don't mind if you give me nothing as long as I can use this library freely. Ryu responded. Oh, Morvar's brows perked up. Obviously, he hadn't expected such a response. I'll take him in first. Another voice Ryu had yet to hear spoke. It was kind and warm, filled with an air of maturity Flora didn't have. Eska, you mean to? Morvar asked in slight surprise. Ha, she's always been a bookworm. Seems the little guy gained her favor. Balaur chuckled. I'll teach him my immortal Sakura. His results will inform our final decision. Eska concluded. Chapter 123. Touch, ho-ho. Flora giggled. I see that you like this handsome little brother very much, big sis Eska. I'll let you have him, then. Eska didn't bother to respond to Flora. Instead, she too left her incarnation jade. She was truly the most beautiful woman Ryu had ever seen. In the beginning, Ryu had believed that the four Zhu ancestors were about equal in terms of looks, but it seemed he had sold Eska short. Considering her throne was facing away from him, it was no wonder he had blindly made such an assumption. Even as an ethereal spirit, she carried a refined air that was impossible to match. Though it was easy for Ryu to imagine Flora as a heartless, vindictive woman despite her innocent and adorable appearance, no matter how hard he tried to put his guard up against Eska, he found himself unwilling to taint her pure image. Still, Ryu was Ryu. Even though he was just like any other man who could enjoy looking at an absolute beauty, he also had too much control over himself to slip into a daze. As such, aside from a brief glint in his cold, silver eyes, he had no other reaction. How cold? Flora pouted. Is big sis Eska not good enough for you? That's enough, Flora, Eska said softly. Surprisingly, the talkative Flora immediately silenced herself. It became clear to Ryu that maybe these four ancestors weren't as equal as they appeared. Eska's eyes glistened as she slowly descended the steps. Her gait seemed to stretch time to infinity. At that moment, Ryu felt that he had only been able to shrug off her presence so easily because of how far away from him she had been initially. When experts die, usually, that would be it. They would enter the cycle of reincarnation, and hope that their accumulated karma provides them with good opportunities in their next life. However, those who have entered the soul birth realm and given the soul's form have another path they can take. These individuals, with the help of incarnation jades, are able to continue to exist in this plane and extend their lives near indefinitely. If proper circumstances are met, it's even possible for these individuals to revive. That said, incarnation jades aren't something you can simply pick up off the streets. Each piece is a valuable origin-grade mineral worth an astronomical sum. Yet, there were 4 of them here. What Ryu knew was that it was impossible for these 4 ancestors to be at the mere soul birth realm. His most favorable estimation was that they were all in the soul ascension realm. But, something was telling him that this Eska, walking toward him slowly now, had long since entered soul quintessence. Simply put, even after so many epochs had passed since her death, she wouldn't even have to lift a single finger to kill him where he stood. Believe it or not, Eska continued in her soft tone. This legacy wasn't created to seek out inheritors or heirs to our teachings. You've seen the incarnation jades here, and I'm sure you understand what that means as a fellow scholar. Our goal has always been to revive the 4 of us. As such, whether or not you are a zoo is irrelevant. In fact, having mental realm talent is immaterial, though useful. The only reason the possibility of you learning our techniques and benefiting from our zoo palace is on the table is to repay your help. In truth, the descendants of our zoo clan should have collected the necessary spiritual ingredients by now and stored them in our predetermined locations. However, with any plan that takes place over trillions of years, it's impossible to account for every wrinkle, which is likely why our zoo palace was found by you instead of one our own. If Eska knew that the protection of her clan's hopes was being left in the hands of such pitiful mortal plane kingdoms, just how would she react? What is your ultimate goal? Ryu asked. Eska stared at Ryu deeply for a moment. I founded the Zoo clan after the human race's war with the ancient beasts. With the establishment of our holy land, we officially ended the ancient beast era and ushered in the sky god era. However, the cycle of fate is unstoppable. Humans were never meant to usurp the ancient beasts. Ancient beasts themselves were the darlings of the heavens. Their talents were unmatched, their constitutions were perfect, they were the overlords of all of existence. Humans were a wrinkle that even the heavens couldn't calculate. Where we were lacking, we used our intelligence to make up for it. When the wall we faced was too high, we would find another path. When our goals seemed impossible, we would rely on hope. These were matters that neither the ancient beasts nor the heavens could comprehend. However, you must understand that the ancient beasts are fundamental to all of existence. Even if it takes several more eras, they will reappear once more. Ryu didn't buy this story even one bit. If Eska believed in humans so much, why did she have to revive? Shouldn't her belief in humanity have led her to a different conclusion? Plus, even if he chose to believe that this was Eska's purpose, could he really say the same for the other 3? Still, Ryu had no power in this situation, he could only accept her words at face value. Eska watched Ryu silently, trying to gain a read on his thoughts. In the end, she chose to continue. What I will be teaching you is my magnus opus. Had I chosen to enter the cycle of reincarnation, the heavens would have recognized me as the immortal Sakura sky god. These words were thunder ringing in Ryu's ears. Eska was a sky god. Due to the fact she never entered the cycle of reincarnation, her second awakening legacy was never passed on. Ryu knew exactly what an immortal Sakura was. All this time, he had been speaking to these 4 ancestors in the ancient tongue of the sky gods. If translated to modern tongues, immortal Sakura directly translates to immortal cherry blossom. It was an ancient tree that went extinct long before Ryu was born. My immortal Sakura is a mental realm technique. Unlike body and chi realm techniques, its grade doesn't restrict what cultivation levels can use it. Instead, the levels of mastery within the technique itself are restricted by cultivation realm. Meaning, it can be used at all cultivation levels. I have never passed down my immortal Sakura, so it has no formal grade of its own. But, what I can tell you is that it is an ultimate defensive technique, second to none. At its highest realm, even the wind itself cannot touch you without first asking. Chapter 124, Blossom Ryu's eyes shone. What he was the most lacking in right now was defense. The best part was that since this was a mental realm technique, there was no need for him to worry about its compatibility with his body. If the zoo library alone made his more than half year of efforts worth it, this immortal Sakura could be counted as a pleasant surprise. Mental realm techniques are split into 3 stages: visualization, manipulation and manifestation. The basis of a mental realm technique is its visualization. One must not only picture the technique in their mind, but it is necessary to understand its complexities. Manipulation is the next important step. In the case for an immortal Sakura that once had many iterations of itself birthed into existence, this is especially important. Obviously, no 2 immortal trees are identical. This tests a cultivator's ability to change the form of their visualization while keeping the core essence of the image. In the case of an ancient tree, this would be related to changing the number of branches or leaves, yet maintaining the technique's integrity. Finally, there is manifestation. Of the 3 steps, this is by far the most difficult. This requires a cultivator to project their visualization into the outside world, thereby causing changes within it. In the case of my immortal Sakura technique, the key to its defense are the falling blossoms from its branches. If these blossoms aren't manifested, then there is no technique. If your visualization falters in combat, then an attack you believed you had blocked could very well kill you. Ryu nodded. He knew too little about cultivation. This was especially so for mental realm cultivation that was banned during his first life. So, this was very important knowledge for him. The reason I never passed down my immortal Sakura wasn't because I didn't want to, but because it led too many youths down a path of destruction. Mental realm cultivators, more than anyone else, are highly susceptible to cultivation deviation. There are no shortage of tales of visualizations killing the cultivators who imagined them. In the case of my immortal Sakura, this is even more glaring. The immortal Sakura itself is an immortal spiritual plant. In fact, it was among the very few that gained sentience for itself. The difficulty in visualizing such an ancient incarnation is unfeasible for many. In truth, I am taking a risk by teaching you this technique. We do not know much about the heavenly pupils since they had only just begun to be birthed during our sky god era. However, if I understand correctly, your pupils are particularly good at comprehending the quintessence of things. As such, I believe you may be among the few capable of leaping over this first hurdle. These things are all I can tell you for now. Are you willing to take the risk? Though Ryu remained calm, he was inwardly sighing a breath of relief. It was just as he expected. Heavenly pupils didn't exist in the chaos, primordial, and ancient beast eras. They didn't begin to appear until the sky god era, but it took time for those born with heavenly pupils to understand the gift they had been given, and it wasn't until the shrine era that any sort of proper ranking was created. This meant one thing: these 4 ancestors didn't understand the value of his heavenly pupils. It was no wonder their reactions were so nonchalant. His eyes were too novel when they first appeared back then. In fact, the mysteries of heaven and earth pupils weren't even ranked in the top 20 in their era. Ryu simply didn't trust these 4 ancestors. If they realized the value of his body, he would have one more thing to worry about. But, luckily, they didn't. Yes, Ryu replied without hesitation. Good. Since you haven't collected all 4 fragments, you cannot enter the natural order floor and will thus have to settle for the barest bones version of my technique. However, you must remember that what makes my immortal Sakura so powerful is its endless flexibility. You must comprehend for yourself what sort of style benefits you the most. For now, watch and observe. I will show you the first of my technique's 7 stages. Behold, immortal Sakura. In that moment, Ryu couldn't take his eyes off of the scene before him. He never thought a tree could be so beautiful. He was completely mesmerized. The immortal Sakura that appeared above Eska's head was unlike other trees. Its trunk was incredibly short, only standing at about 2 meters before branching outward in what seemed like endless forking branches. The phenomena made the immortal Sakura far wider than it was tall. This wasn't all either. The branches formed a gorgeous dome. It wasn't the branches themselves that made the immortal Sakura so appealing, but rather the innumerable translucent blossoms that peppered its body. It was almost more of a semi-sphere of shimmering lights than a tree. Suddenly, the scene became even more spectacular. The blossoms began to fall one by one, their translucent bodies gently wafting through the air. It was a mesmerizing scene akin to a year's first snowfall. Pure and simple, but nature at its absolute finest. This is the lowest form of my immortal Sakura. My spiritual sense has long since reached a range capable of blanketing an entire plane. As such, the theoretical range of my immortal Sakura is equally as large. For you, who have yet to step upon even the first stage, it's impossible to maximize your immortal Sakura manifestation. In addition, your mental realm talent isn't as great as mine. Your range will never be so large. You must take it one step at a time. This is known as the translucent stage. It is followed by the white stage, the cherry, then red, violet, purple gold, and finally, the gold stage. At the peak realm, even a sky god's attack can be casually deflected. The four ancestors truly underestimated Ryu's heavenly pupils far too much. It took Ryu all of a few seconds to perfectly grasp the quintessence of the first stage. He could already begin to prepare for his visualization stage. However, he purposely stretched the matter out, asking Eska endless questions. As time passed, the ancestors began to believe the heavenly pupils weren't a big deal after all. After 2 months, Ryu extracted his mind from the crystalline jade, a faint smile on his cold, handsome features. The ancestors were bound to never leave the zoo library due to the range limitations of the incarnation jade. They would never know what was happening outside, so he could rest easy. Ryu left Ope's kingdom, traveling to Viri kingdoms. After another half-year, he left Talanta's kingdom. Finally, not long after Ryu turned 17, he turned his sights to Tor kingdom. It was time to complete Granny Miriam's revenge. Chapter 125. March. Tor kingdom had once been a mighty kingdom that stood above all others. Nothing could stop their progress, it was as though each passing generation only got better. Finally, 4 talents the likes of which were rare throughout history were born. First Prince Amory and his unmatched intelligence. Second Prince Jedrak and his business savvy. Third Prince Kaden and his rare cultivation talent. And, finally, fourth Prince Ryu and his heaven-defying existence. Seeing such royalty leading them, the citizens of Tor were filled with an unbridled pride. It wasn't rare to see them looking down and snubbing their nose toward the other 3 kingdoms. They had a national pride that was hard to find, a pride that was solidified by the Co-Kingdom Coronation Games. However, everything had seemingly started to go downhill since then. Just months after Ryu was titled the Crown Prince, causing a wave of excitement, an undercurrent swept through the capital city. Important officials began to be murdered one after another, shaking public confidence in the royal clan ability to protect their own. Soon afterward, rumors began to float wantonly about the Crown Prince. Many began to speak about how it was impossible for him to be a Tor, and many others started to link his appearance to the evil white devils of years past. Why was it that a talent like Ryu was hidden from them for so long? Why was a talent like Ryu whipped in the streets of their capital city? Why was it that Ryu's mother was demoted from first concubine to third despite having given birth to such a talent? Doubt began to permeate the once unblemished Tor kingdom. However, national pride was strong. After many centuries, it was difficult to shake the loyalists. However, that was when another bomb was dropped upon the citizens. Everyone knew that King Tor's eldest children weren't his sons, but rather, his 2 daughters. In their youth, these 2 women were the flowers of the capital, filling them with life and joy. However, there was a very obvious question everyone seemed to ignore until now. Why was it that Olivia was queen and not the mother of Princess Isla and Dahlia, second concubine Celine? Many dismissed this. After all, everyone also knew that second concubine Celine was bedridden. How could such a sick woman be fit to be queen? It only made sense that Olivia took up that role. But, there wasn't enough time for this belief to become consensus before rumors of treachery began to surface. According to the rumors, second concubine Celine was meant to become queen. In fact, King Tor loved her even more than his former favorite concubine, and Ryu's mother, Lilani. However, the Cedar clan made a move to cripple her, forcing her into an indefinite coma she had yet to awaken from. Who was second concubine Celine, one might ask? She was none other than the elder sister of first concubine Catalina and Jedrak's aunt. That was right, Celine was a member of the Garrus clan. When this clicked for everyone, they couldn't help but remember back to a matter the Imperial censors buried more than 2 decades ago. Back then, the Garrus clan had kicked up a fuss, wanting justice for their eldest mistress, but nothing came out of it, until now. And the culprit of all of this? Shocking revelations revealed that it was none other than the first-ranked noble clan of their kingdom, the Cedar clan. Once these matters were revealed, tensions skyrocketed. The Cedar clan, who had already been under a lot of pressure after Ryu was named Crown Prince, was forced to take action. Initially, the Tor clan and King Tor planned to squash the matter as they had before, but the Garrus clan was having none of it. In the end, the Cedar clan made their move. This was when the matters of the assassinated officials bore fruit. All who remained among the ministers were loyalists the Cedar clan had personally fostered. Imperial Censor Briggs led the charge, proceeding to make multiple public statements denouncing the actions of the Tor clan in hiding these matters. The public sympathized with the censor. He, at risk to his own life, didn't hesitate to continue to fulfill his duty and uphold the moral code of Tor Kingdom. Unfortunately, these matters split the kingdom in half. Some felt that these matters could still be resolved, while others were calling for King Tor to abdicate and allow Prince Ryu to ascend to the throne. However, no one could have guessed what happened next. Imperial Censor Briggs actually called for Patriarch Cedar to ascend to the throne instead. An uproar washed over Tor Kingdom. Even if they sympathized with the plight of the Garrus clan, wasn't it the Cedar clan who was responsible for those matters in the first place? Where was the logic in calling for them to take control of the throne? Patriarch Cedar had never expected for such long-forgotten rumors to suddenly resurface, so he had no choice but to accelerate his plans. With more than 90% of the ministers on his side, he could shape public perception as he saw fit. He had the ministers correct the rumors floating around. According to the new story, it wasn't the Cedar clan who made a move on Selene, but Ryu's Agnes clan. It was obvious who the public would choose to believe. Why trust randomly started rumors instead of the ministers they put their lives in the hands of? The Agnes clan stood not a single chance. Patriarch Agnes and his whole lineage were publicly executed. In the end, the only surviving member was third concubine Lilani, who was spared due to her position within the imperial harem. Though, she was put under house arrest. By this point, King Tor was completely enraged. The sparks of war were set off and the first civil war of Tor Kingdom began, splitting the remaining noble clans in half. The Kunal and Mina clans sided with the Tor clan, while the Reims and Garrus clans sided with Cedar clan. How could the Garrus not want revenge for what the Tor clan had allowed to happen to them? However, who would have known that just 2 months into the battle, the Garrus clan would flip on the Cedar clan? In what was the decisive battle, the Garrus clan revealed that it knew all along that the Cedar clan was responsible for their humiliation. The flip caught Patriarch Cedar completely off guard. What remained of the Dragon Corps were completely routed, and the Cedar clan and their ambitions were burned to the ground. Rumors had it that during his final day, a melancholy laugh left Patriarch Cedar's lips as he stood on the rooftop of their clan hall. Then, he committed suicide, falling into a pit of fire below. It seemed that everything had come to a conclusion at that point. The Tor clan reaffirmed their position as ruler, and the Garrus clan became the #1 noble clan under their rule. But, who could have expected that not even half a month after their battle concluded, that the Lantas, Viri, and Opes kingdoms would all march on Tor Kingdom? Chapter 126. True Fear. The march of 3 kingdoms on Tor lands devastated its citizens. However, none were more surprised by this change of events than King Tor himself. He felt incredibly uncomfortable. After their civil war, they lost the support of the Cedar clan. Even before that, they lost the warriors of the Agnes clan as well. With both of their top 2 clans gone just like that, Tor Kingdom had less than half of its previous strength, yet now they were facing enemies from all sides. By this point, the Heavenly Body sect couldn't remain idle any longer. They had to do something. Under the pressure, Amory Tor, Ryu's grandfather, finally broke through the final layer and stepped into the Divine Vessel realm. The momentum of his breakthrough swept over the higher mortal realm. He had finally become an expert those of the pedestal plane couldn't look down upon. Not just this, but he also gave hope to the Tor Kingdom. They finally felt there was a path to victory. They became the first sect with 2 Divine Vessel realm experts. Who would have known that their opponents wouldn't turn tail after this news reached their ears, but would instead continue to march forward? Before confusion could set on, Tor Kingdom soon became aware that the experts of the Nature's Emblem and Whispering Willow sects had set off to attack them as well. In that moment, the sects were evenly matched. Each side had 2 Divine Vessel realm experts and a comparable number of experts. However, while the sects were evenly matched, the same couldn't be said of kingdoms. The longer the battle stretched out, the more devastated the ancestral lands of the mighty Tor Kingdom became. It seemed like the perpetual dark clouds over their kingdom had finally come to collect their debts. So much blood was spilt that the skies seemed to soak in their color, becoming an eerie violet that made it feel as though purgatory was descending upon their lands. Just when it felt as though things couldn't get any worse, the Garrus clan once more launched a sneak attack, changing sides again and dealing what remained of the Tor clan a devastating blow. King Tor's rage reached an unmatched level. No one knew how he did it, but after years, he forcibly broke through, entering the spiritual severing realm. The Tor clan's iron body truly displayed its might, but unfortunately, one man wasn't enough to turn the tides. The Tor kingdom wasn't just facing the flip of the Garrus clan, but also the Jedrek's deep pockets. It seemed as though every hidden and unaffiliated expert of their higher mortal plane was now flying under Jedrek's banner. When the Tor clan wanted to seek revenge on what remained of the Garrus clan, they were shocked to find that what remained of the Garrus clan had already relocated and sworn their allegiance to Oak's kingdom. Not only was the old general and young mistress Yana nowhere to be found, but even concubine Celine and Catalina and inexplicably vanished. It felt as though everything that could go wrong did go wrong. An invisible hand blanketed the skies, playing with their lives as they saw fit. At times like this, many Tor citizens began to wonder just where their heaven-defying crown prince had gone. Didn't he always win no matter what odds stood stacked against him? Where was he when they needed him most? On this particular day, more than 90% of Tor Kingdom's territory had been snatched away. What remained of their armies were battered back time and time again. Soon, all that remained were the tall walls of Tor City. What once was a vibrant capital city was now desolate. With so many battles having been fought, the mighty Tor clan had become nothing but a cornered rat. If it wasn't for fear of being executed on sight, what families remained would have long since defected. The guards that stood at the gates of Tor City were shifty-eyed and nervous beyond compare, a far cry from the arrogant, sharp gazes they once held. They couldn't take their eyes off the horizon. At any moment, they felt like the dust clouds of an approaching army could enter their senses. Once that happened, their fates would be sealed. So, when these guards saw a shadow slowly approaching them, their first reaction was despair. However, when that figure drew closer, shock, then a faint excitement colored their features. The Crown Prince had returned. He could turn this around, right? At this moment, King Tor sat on his throne. One sleeve of his elaborate robes was decidedly empty, making it clear that he had lost an arm. Not a single hair of lush brown remained, all of them having been replaced by dull grays. He didn't even have the energy to get angry anymore. The fate of his father was unknown. The current head of the Heavenly Body sect was incredibly old to begin with, so his combat prowess wasn't like what it used to be. This put a heavy burden on King Tor's father in their battle. However, no one had heard word about what happened to those 4 Divine Vessel Realm experts since their battle began. Around King Tor sat what remained of his empire. After the matters with the Cedar clan, most of the ministers had been executed, including Imperial Censor Briggs. So, only Imperial Censor Digby remained, but his frail, old and skinny frame seemed like it could collapse at any moment. Aside from him, there were the 2 princesses, concubine Lilani, Queen Olivia, the first and third prince, and the nephew and niece of King Tor. At this point, King Tor couldn't bring himself to kill Olivia, not because he loved her, but because the kingdom couldn't suffer any more blows. The death of the queen might be the straw that broke the camel's back. Still, it seemed like they were all waiting for death. At that moment, the sealed doors of the throne room opened. Considering how silent the room had been, the swishing of such large doors immediately caught all of their attentions. However, what really shocked them was the figure who was behind that door, Crown Prince Ryu Tor. When King Tor laid eyes on Ryu's piercing gaze, he inexplicably began to laugh. It was a laugh filled with remorse and regret. There wasn't any rage or indignation, there was only resignation and sadness. In that instant, he understood exactly who controlled that looming invisible hand that seemed to cover the skies. The 2 princesses trembled seeing Ryu. It seemed that they too understood something at that moment. Their husbands had already died in the war between the 3 sects, now the Tor clan was all they had to rely on. Even though they had Garrus blood, they weren't shameless enough to take advantage. At this moment, everyone understood what true fear was. A man toyed with their lives without lifting a single finger. This was Ryu Tatsuya. Chapter 127. Spirit-seeking lilies. Ryu's eyes swept over those present. Unsurprisingly, after the lesson they were taught a year ago, Mai and Hagen no longer dared to attempt to fight Ryu. Instead, their small bodies shivered under his gaze. Ryu had no reason to appear before their eyes. He could have simply snuck in just like he had for the other 3 kingdoms. However, it seemed that some part of what remained of the youthful him needed this moment. Though his 1,000 years' worth of memories had mostly overridden his 14 years of memories here, there was still a lingering portion. If Ryu didn't deal with this now, it could fester into a heart demon that would impede him later on. Today, the Tor clan will fall. Ryu spoke plainly. However, I don't have a mind to thoughtlessly slaughter you all. I want to make it clear that had it not been for Granny Miriam's death, the only person I cherished in this life, I wouldn't have bothered to deal with you all at all. The lofty disdain in Ryu's eyes was something that pierced through each and every one of them. They could see it in his eyes, he really didn't care much for any of them at all. These words hurt his elder sisters the most. There was a point in time where they had been the only ones who even cared that he existed, yet they had stabbed him in the back. Now, he didn't even care enough to take revenge against them. Were they really not even equal to Death Guard Bishik in his eyes? At least Ryu mercifully gave him a swift death, but now they as weak women had to carry this on their shoulders for the rest of their life. They felt as though the world was crumbling above them. Blood drained from their frail skin with each passing moment, it hurt just to look at Ryu. Leilani. Ryu's so-called mother shivered at Ryu's cold tone, not able to lift her gaze and look toward him. She felt too much shame. I am a man who repays his debts. Since you carried me for 9 months and suffered untold pain to birth me, I've arranged for you to live out the rest of your days in peace under the protection of the Opes and Garrus clan. You won't suffer any hardships. Dahlia and Isla, you will never be worthy of being my elder sisters. However, your 2 children, Mai and Hagen, are innocent of the actions of their parents. I've arranged places for them within the 4 Kingdoms Institute. How far they go is up to them. How much they support you is also up to them. You 2 will never receive my direct aid as you are unworthy. Dahlia and Isla trembled, tears falling from their eyes. They didn't feel any relief toward Ryu's words, instead, it became clear to him that this was his way to sever all ties with them. Caden, Amory, we were born as brothers in this life, but you've never treated me as such. Since power was more important to you than brotherly ties, continue to seek it. It has nothing to do with me. Shuren. Ryu looked toward his so-called father. Consider my sparing your life as the final severance of our path as father and son. You gave life to me, and now I've given life to you. What you do with that life has nothing to do with me. Ryu's hands tore apart his upper garment, revealing his flawlessly sculpted chest. He pressed his right thumb against his forefinger, forcing his thumb's nail to protrude as far out as it could go comfortably. In that next moment, whether by their will or not, those whose names Ryu called out closed their eyes. All they heard was the faint sound of tearing flesh and dripping blood as Ryu drew a bloody cross over his heart. By the time they opened their eyes, all that remained of Ryu's presence were 2 drops of blood, sitting on the floors of the otherwise pristine throne room. The matters went just as Ryu predicted. The 3 kingdoms' armies pushed forward with naked abandon, charging to and crushing the lofty Tor walls. By the time they appeared, King Tor had already disappeared, leaving behind the corpse of Queen Olivia, and what remained of the royal family. Shockingly, they were spared. Leilani was taken into the Opes kingdom and given a small, peaceful villa to live out the rest of her days. Mai and Hagen went on to the 3 Kingdoms Institute. Their mothers never recovered from their depression and passed away just half a year later. As for Caden and Amory, rumors had it that they left to the middle mortal plane. As the heirs of the Tor clan, they would never have a place on this highest mortal plane. In the end, the heavenly body sect was laid to ruin. The sect master died in battle while Amory Tor escaped and soon attempted the trial of the immortal path. Since his Tor clan was no more, there was no point in him remaining on the highest mortal plane, so, he took his chances on the pedestal plane. No one knew whether he survived or not, but it was safe to say that the tales of Amory Tor, at least on this plane, had come to an end. The territory of Tor Kingdom was immediately split 3 ways. From now on, there would only be the 3 kingdoms of the highest mortal plane, the 4th was no more. As these matters came to pass, Ryu could be found under what remained of the abandoned Tor Kingdom, seeking out the final and 4th piece of the Zhu clan's crystalline jade. Unsurprisingly, the spiritual chi pool found beneath to the Tor clan had a much lower height than the previous 3. Clearly, King Tor and many of the predecessors had been coming here frequently, just as Ryu predicted long ago. Originally, Ryu thought that they had been trying to whittle down the chi pool by cultivating, but it seemed he had overestimated them far too much. Mental realm cultivation, or, at least, true mental realm cultivation was practically extinct on the mortal planes. In fact, it was incredibly rare on the immortal planes as well. But, what Ryu found below absolutely shocked him. The underground area looked identical to that of the other 3 kingdoms, but there were 2 major differences. The first was that the chi pool, was more than 3/4 gone, and the second was that the area was filled beautiful, shimmering flowers. When Ryu realized what these flowers were, he wanted to facepalm despite his usual cold demeanor. These flowers were known as spirit-seeking lilies. They had 6 beautiful petals, just like common lilies, however, they had a high affinity for spiritual qi. Over several hundred years, the Tor clan had been constantly swapping these spirit herbs in and out, realizing that they could absorb what was in the qi pool. It wasn't this action itself that Ryu found foolish. In truth, the plan was actually quite clever. The issue was that the Tor clan had no idea what the value of spirit-seeking lilies were. Ryu could see traces of shredded and trampled upon petals everywhere. Clearly, they treated these spirit herbs as disposable trash, when in reality, these herbs had an even higher value than the breaking ore Ryu took from the Coronation Games. Chapter 128. Vain spirit-seeking lilies weren't a spirit herb that Ryu was unfamiliar with. In fact, it could be said that they were responsible for him living a long life despite being unable to cultivate during his first life. On the surface, mental realm cultivation was useless to the lower levels of the cultivation world. Even to the higher levels, it's a mere supplementary skill. The secrets of mental realm cultivation were tightly guarded by clans like the Zhu clan, so after their banishment and banning, mental realm cultivation fell to the very corners of martial world society. However, Ryu was aware of just how important mental realm cultivation was to the foundation of a cultivator. In Ryu's first life, everything began normally. He lived through his first 150 years without much issue and even crossed his 200th birthday with ease. But, when he neared his 300th year, he began to experience some problems. He would often experience severe night terrors, his motivation to do anything his rock bottom, and he began to wonder if life was even worth living anymore. Considering Ryu's personality, he obviously tried his best to hide this from his parents, not wanting them to worry. But, how could a mere mortal hide things from individuals with his parents' level of cultivation? In the end, his parents found out and they were devastated. These matters continued for a few dozen years. No one could find out what was wrong with Ryu. He seemed perfectly healthy. Eventually, Ryu's parents had no choice but to call upon an ancestor of the Ice Phoenix clan, an older woman who ranked even above Ryu's grandma Kuken. Considering the ice flame of their Phoenix clan, women like Ryu's grandmother and this old ancestor were all renowned healers. It was this woman that figured out what was wrong with Ryu. The answer was simple. Mortals weren't meant to live for so long. The reason the heavens cut the lifespan of mortals short wasn't because it was cruel, but rather because mortals didn't have the capacity to withstand such a long life. The only solution she had was for Ryu to cultivate. But, how could Ryu cultivate? He was born with a false spiritual foundation, he couldn't even sense qi. There was only one path to turn down, and that was mental realm cultivation. But, obviously, with its banning, there were no materials, even in Shrine Library, on the matter. It was then that Ryu stumbled upon spirit-seeking lilies. Just a small percentage of one of its petals caused Ryu's mental realm to surge to life. In fact, if it wasn't for spirit-seeking lilies, how could Ryu ever have comprehended breath of earth in his first life? Ryu understood at that moment exactly what had been wrong with him. The reason mortals couldn't withstand such long life was because they didn't have the mental fortitude of cultivators. Even when cultivators didn't focus on their mental realm, it would imperceptibly strengthen as they continued along their path. But, obviously, Ryu hadn't been cultivating. Simply put, spirit-seeking lilies saved Ryu's life. There were multiple kinds of spirit-seeking lily. The nomenclature of these different kinds depended on the color of their veins. Gold vein lilies were what saved Ryu's life. They had the ability to passively and gently increase the bounds of one's mental realm. Your first leaf would increase your mental realm by 100%. You would then receive diminishing returns, falling by 10% every time, until you reached 1%. The magic of these lilies was that no matter how many you ingested, the return would never fall beneath 1%. Silver vein lilies focused on meditation. One could take them when on the verge of a breakthrough in cultivation or comprehension. According to legend, there were 9 states of meditation: the meditation state, breath of earth, breath of heaven, breath of world, one with self, one with earth, one with heaven, one with world, and breath of quintessence. A silver vein was able to directly send you into a higher state for every petal you consumed, up to a maximum of 6 corresponding to its 6 petals. This meant that if one could enter the breath of heaven state under your own power, eating 6 silver vein lilies would send you to the highest state of meditation immediately. The only drawback to silver vein lilies was that even if you used them, the time limit you were constrained to were limited by your own abilities. For example, Ryu could only enter Breath of Heaven for a few seconds. So, if he took 6 petals immediately following that, he would only be able to experience Breath of Quintessence for that same few seconds. This meant that if one was untalented to the point of not even being able to enter the simplest meditation state under their own power, then these silver vein lilies were practically useless to you. One also had to consider that entering states of meditation wasn't something everyone could do at will. In fact, Ryu was an exceptionally rare case. He felt like this ability of his was tied to his heavenly pupils, which seemed to err on the side of boosting comprehension. All of this meant that silver vein lilies were generally less desirable than golden vein lilies, but they were still a great treasure. However, for Ryu, he was the most excited about the silver vein lilies he saw here. One might think that Ryu was wasting too much time in strengthening himself. It had been years since he began cultivating, yet even with the help of the origin flame, he was only the heir of 1 inheritance. Wasn't that too pitiful? This was especially maddening considering he had a heavenly wind. Why hadn't he become a wind inheritor yet? The answer was simple. The power of one's natural order depended on the inheritance, also known as path, you were following. The reason Ryu's Tatsuya saintly weapons were so powerful was precisely because he was following the path laid out by his Tatsuya ancestors. If Ryu just wanted to become a wind heir, it would be frighteningly simple for him. After all, not to mention his northern heavenly wind, he had reached the great circle of perfection with his gliding cloud steps. However, Ryu didn't want to settle for mediocrity. Ryu didn't just want to become any wind heir, he wanted to become a heavenly wind heir and comprehend the inheritance of his northern heavenly wind. The issue was that not only was doing such a thing incredibly difficult, the path was incredibly vague due to the fact Ryu only had an embryo. Even with Breath of Earth and his heavenly pupils, he couldn't comprehend anything. However, these silver vein lilies changed everything. Now, he could rely on them to sink into a deeper state of comprehension. Once he did, grasping the path of the northern heavenly wind wouldn't be impossible anymore. He had a chance. If he succeeded, his battle prowess would skyrocket. Ryu lightly smiled. Things were going well. After retrieving the final crystalline jade piece, he would go and take the immortal path trial. Considering the path wasn't qualified to pressure him, it would be a breeze. Then, he'd finally set foot on the immortal plains once more. As he was thinking to this point, he suddenly froze. He only knew about gold and silver vein lilies. So, why did he see ones with black veins here? Chapter 129. Seal Ryu's eyes trained on the black vein lilies. Suddenly, he felt his pupils pulsing. It wasn't painful, but rather incredibly comfortable. Ryu could feel their excitement. These black vein lilies, they have some connection to my heavenly pupils. Ryu turned pensive for a moment. The good news about the mental realm path was that its rules differed from the body and chi paths. Just like how mental realm techniques didn't restrict who could use them by cultivation level, so too did their spirit herbs not restrict their consumption. This meant that Ryu could ingest these lilies without fear of imploding from too much excess energy. This wasn't because mental realm type spirit herbs didn't have a lot of energy within them. Rather, it was because spiritual chi was the closest thing to essence that was readily available. Essence was the purest energy in existence and was what made natural orders so powerful. As for spiritual chi, it was especially gentle in its natural form. If it wasn't for the fact the spiritual chi pool was made up of incredibly concentrated chi, it wouldn't be dangerous either. So, Ryu wasn't worried about ingesting the unknown black vein lily. However, he had a better path to take, the Zhu clan library. The only problem was that this wouldn't be a sure solution. After all, heavenly pupils were in their infant stages during the time of the Zhu clan. So, they might not have information on why his pupils would be excited. Still, it was better to check than to blindly take an unknown herb. Putting this to the back of his mind, Ryu carefully put away the spirit-seeking lilies away one by one. Because of how gentle they were, he could directly bring them into his incubator, though it took several minutes per flower. Still, it was worth it. With the help of the incubator, the effects of the petals would be even more potent. In addition, he could continuously rely on the incubator to produce more lilies. The maturation of spirit-seeking lilies depended on both time and spiritual chi abundance. Their life had two phases. The first was the growth phase, and the second was the absorption phase. The growth phase took 10,000 years. After this 10,000-year period, the lily would then need a set amount of spiritual chi to reach full maturation. After being upgraded by origin essence during Ryu's rite of origin, the incubator's growth acceleration had increased from 100 times to 1,000 times. Though this was incredibly slow by the standard of the shrine plane, growth acceleration wasn't what made the incubator such a great treasure. This aside, this meant that from a seedling to the end of its growth phase, Ryu would need to nurture the lilies for 10 years. Then, it could proceed to absorb spiritual chi. Luckily, Ryu had now created a small lake of spiritual chi, meaning it would only take a few days after this 10-year period for the lilies to be ready. At this moment, Ryu's incubator had regained some of its beauty. The lush grass was still present, along with the long, snaking river. But now the heart of the incubator had a man-made lake of spiritual chi surrounded by beautiful, multicolored lilies. As of now, Ryu had 45 gold vein lilies, 36 silver vein lilies, and 7 black vein lilies. This corresponded to 270 gold petals, 216 silver petals, and 42 black petals. Ryu also believed that it was possible for the Tor clan to have a greater deposit, so he'd take his time to find them later. With that, he got to work. Even with the unexpected gain of the spirit-seeking lilies, what made his heart palpitate more than anything else was the prospect of completing the Zhu clan's crystalline jade. Due to the Tor clan's interference, Ryu had much less work to do. Since only 1 quarter remained, it would take him a bit more than a month at most to get to the bottom. Time ticked by and the higher mortal plane settled into a new balance. There were too many strong cultivators remaining in the Heavenly Body sect for the Nature's Emblem and the Whispering Willow sects to take them all out. Although their greed was trained upon their resources, the Ops Kingdom unexpectedly made a move to take the Heavenly Body sect under their wing. With the support of the Garrus clan's army, the Ops Kingdom was too powerful to provoke wantonly, especially with what remained of the Heavenly Body sect backing them. As such, the plane gained a new balance, going from the older 4 kingdoms and 4 sects to 3 kingdoms and 3 sects. Sometime weeks later, Ryu finally reached the bottom of the spiritual chi pool, smiling lightly as he held the final piece in his hand. He had slaved for almost 2 years for these 4 pieces, his 18th birthday was already quickly approaching. But, he felt like it was all worth it. It wasn't just the resources of the Zhu clan that were so great. One had to remember that the mind worked much faster than the body did. For a normal mortal, experiencing things at 2 to even 3 times normal speed in one's mind wouldn't make much of a difference. This was even more exaggerated for a mental realm cultivator like Ryu. He could experience things at up to 10 times the speed without much effort. What did this mean? This crystalline jade was incredibly special. It allowed one to project their minds into a realm where you could train. This meant that Ryu could experience 10 times the comprehension speed by relying on this crystalline jade. Of course, this wouldn't impact his cultivation speed. After all, it was just something his mind was experiencing, not his actual body. However, this hardly diminished the value. With this crystalline jade's help, even if Ryu's cultivation speed was increased, it would greatly decrease the time he needed to master techniques and comprehend natural orders. It was invaluable. Ryu took out the remaining 3 pieces. Just as he was about to allow them to fuse together, his expression turned grave. He realized immediately that he made a mistake, but it was already too late. The jade pieces shot together against his will, emitting a blinding light as it finally formed a cohesive whole after almost 2 years of Ryu's hard work. In that moment, a seal branded itself into Ryu's chest. A searing pain that reached down to his soul caused his body to quiver. Even Ryu, who believed himself to have a high pain tolerance, couldn't help but roar out in anguish even as the jade fell onto his palm. During that exact same instant of time, an old, wrinkled man's eyes shot open, shining a piercing light. An oppressive cultivation aura shot out from within him, shattering the garden platform he sat upon. Someone's finally found it. Destroying that arrogant natural order sect was definitely the right move. The old man shot into the skies, cutting through the air toward Ryu's location. If Ryu had been there, he would have been incomparably shocked, because this man was none other than Headmaster Leopold. Chapter 130. Bland Bonus Chapter 1. Think I missed a 50 golden ticket bonus chapter? I'm not entirely sure. If so, oops. If not, well, you guys lucked out. LMAO. Ryu calmed his erratically beating heart. At this moment, He had no idea that Headmaster Leopold was careening toward him at a speed even Divine Vessel Realm experts would look up in awe at, nor did he know that Headmaster Leopold was responsible for the destruction of the Natural Order sect. But, what he did know was that he was in incomparable danger. Even if he didn't know it was under Headmaster Leopold's threat specifically, he knew that someone was coming toward him at their fastest possible speed. This much was inevitable. What a good Zhu clan. Ryu sneered, but it was pointed less toward the Zhu clan itself, and more toward himself. He had been too naive and too blinded by benefits. He should have known that the Zhu clan wouldn't so easily allow their treasures to fall into the hands of outsiders. The moment the pieces fused together, they triggered a hidden seal within. The path of sealing was an incredibly rare subbranch of Formation Masters. In fact, it had fallen well past its previous peak because of the banishment of Mental Realm Masters. Sealing could only be done by those with incredibly profound mental realms. Ryu didn't need to think much to understand what kind of seal had been placed on him. It was most definitely a tracking seal, and it was likely one with an incredibly long range, or else why would the Zhu clan even bother to make it? Calming himself, Ryu thought of the facts he knew now. First, he had a seal on himself that allowed Zhu clan remnants to sense his location. Second, this seal didn't seem to have any other function. One would assume that if it could directly take control of Ryu, it would have already done so. The fact it hadn't was likely because the Zhu clan knew it would be a very long time before the seal was put to use, and thus the less complex it was, the more chances it had to succeed. That final deduction led to a third conclusion that gave Ryu some hope. This seal was definitely much weaker than it had been in its inception. However, Ryu didn't have any delusions that it would be easily dealt with. One had to remember that the 4 pieces of crystalline jade were all submerged beneath large pools of spiritual qi. What was the best nourishment for a mental realm technique? Was it not, in fact, spiritual qi? What do I do? An eerie calm came over Ryu. Panicking would do him no good. At that moment, a cool qi seeped from Ryu's eyes to his mind before diffusing throughout his body. Unfortunately, Ryu was too focused on his train of thought to notice. Ryu knew that his first priority should be getting rid of the seal, but was putting his efforts toward this goal worth it? Meaning, could he, at his weak cultivation realm, do anything about such a seal to begin with? And if he couldn't, then shouldn't his first priority be, instead, to run? Ryu quickly ran through all of his options. Did he have the ability to get rid of the seal? A swirl of spatial qi emitted from Ryu's eyes, swallowing up the crystalline jade into his inner realm. The incubator had fused with Ryu's right eye, but his left eye was still connected to the inner realm all those with heavenly pupils were born with. Since they dared to play with his life like this, he would destroy their hopes and dreams. If Ryu died, his inner realm would naturally be destroyed along with him and everything in it. This way, no matter what happened today, the Zhu clan would lose. Since when had he, Ryu Tatsuya, ever suffered a loss? If this would be the day, he'd take his enemy down with him. Ryu racked his brain. Wait. Ryu's eyes shone like burning torches in the dead of night. His hands moved quickly, causing a small, imperceptible flash of light to emit from his spatial ring and resulting in a dagger appearing in his palm. This dagger could only be described as a beautiful work of art. Its jagged edge was a gorgeous crystalline blue. Its spine was a deep, rich black that absorbed all the light that bounced along it. And, its handle had an elegant curl to it such that it fit perfectly into one's hand. This dagger was none other than the unique grade treasure Ryu's wife, Elena, had given him as a birthday present. She too didn't know the true extent of its abilities, but she did know one thing: it was an incredibly rare tool capable of attacking one's mental realm directly. Ryu ripped his robe apart, revealing his perfectly sculpted chest. However, this time, it wasn't blemishless. Just center left, what looked like a burning brand mark lay plastered upon it. Taking the piece of torn fabric, Ryu firmly clenched his teeth around it. This mark was firmly etched above his heart. With each passing moment, it only dug deeper. If he waited any longer, he would have to destroy the whole of his heart before he could even think of getting it out. Sweat matted his forehead, but he didn't any longer. His spiritual qi surged into the blade, causing its blue, crystalline edge to glow fiercely with excitement. And then, a maddened flicker swept through Ryu's eyes as he resolutely pierced downward. Muffled cries left Ryu's lips, fighting their way through the fabric he held between them and filling the underground space. If anyone could see this scene, they would most definitely think that Ryu was insane. piercing your own heart, and so deeply. For someone of Ryu's poor cultivation grade, the only path left was death. This didn't even mention the damage the blade was currently doing to his mental realm. Ryu's consciousness seemed like it would fade at any moment. The pain was too severe. However, Ryu realized something incomparably frightening at that moment. The seal had stopped boring into him any further, but it wasn't destroyed. At best, it was weakened by 20%. That may cut down its range, but considering how strong the signal was to begin it, what did that even count for? Headmaster Leopold's eyes narrowed when he sensed the seal suddenly weaken. He spurred on his greatest movement technique to its greatest height, causing his speed to shoot upward another 50%. He couldn't allow this person to disappear. A bitter laugh escaped Ryu's lips. With his pitiful mental realm talent, how could his spiritual chi be enough to completely destroy such a seal even if it was weakened? Now he stood with a blade in his heart, his life force quickly dissipating, all while an unknown enemy was quickly approaching. Maybe this was just the cycle of life. In the past 2 years, who knows how many countless innocents Ryu's plots killed, all for the revenge of a single Granny Miriam. Maybe the universe was coming to collect now. In Oak's kingdom, a magnificent villa's window displayed the image of a beautiful young Yana, sighing to herself. Why was it that this night sky seemed so bland today? Chapter 131. Passing moment. Why are you up so late, little Nunu? The old general lightly knocked on his granddaughter's door. He had noticed that the lights in Yana's room had yet to go out, but the moon was already high in the sky. The past few months had been exceptionally peaceful. The Garrus clan was finally free, the old general's bedridden daughter, Selena, had finally awoken from her coma, and the Garrus clan had gained a stable, well-respected foothold in the Oaks kingdom. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that these were the happiest days of the Garrus clan. Where do you think Ryu is right now, Grandpa? Yana asked lightly. The old general sighed from the other side of the door. It could be said that these would have been his happiest days had his granddaughter not been acting like this recently. He shouldn't be surprised that this was all about a boy. Yana was already almost 19, she was around that age. Little Nunu, I know it's hard, but Grandpa doesn't believe it's possible for you to see Ryu again in this lifetime. You two simply live in two different worlds. Soon, he'll be stepping upon the path of immortals. Yana's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Her grandfather's words were harsh, but they were the truth. Yana's cultivation had always been poor. It wasn't that she didn't try, but rather that she was no good at it. Even after almost 12 years, trying for at least 6 to 8 hours a day, she was at the mere second awakening realm. You're right, Grandpa, Yana said lightly. I don't have to get married anymore, right? This, in all honesty, the old general had planned to play matchmaker between Yana and the first Oaks prince. He didn't plan on forcing it, but he already knew that Kalman had taken a liking to his little granddaughter. Maybe feelings would develop between them in time. But, they had gone through all of this trouble so that the Garrus clan could finally be free. With such a request coming from his granddaughter, how could he ignore it? That would make him subhuman. You don't have to do anything you don't want to do, little Nunu. The old general finally replied seriously. But, don't hold yourself back from your own happiness either. Yana understands, Grandpa. The light footsteps of the old general walking away were the only sounds that permeated the villa as Yana looked into the skies. Since her and Ryu weren't meant to be in this life, she'd silently accept her fate. In truth, Yana continued to try, every day, without pause. In fact, she doubled her efforts, often spending more than half a day cultivating. Unfortunately, it wouldn't be until she was 30 that she finally reached the third awakening realm, and not until 50 that she reached the fourth. Some things simply weren't meant to be. Yana would become an older woman. Though it would pain her when her grandfather passed away, she found happiness in other ways. She became the warm-hearted saintess of Oak's kingdom and a most loved cousin aunt of Jedrek's children. Her name would be passed on through generations of Oak's kingdom citizens, much like Granny Miriam's was. However, she would often think back to that cold, handsome young man with a head of long white hair. His valiant figure would warm her bed at night and soothe her erratic thoughts. And, she would always wonder just why the sky was so bland that night. Maybe there truly was some small line of fate tying Yana and Ryu, because her feeling of discomfort was directly tied with the fading of Ryu's life force. However, Ryu had too many things to fight for. Even as his life was slipping away from him, his eyes shone with a maddened light, the very same feeling of recklessness that forced him into taking on 4 rights simultaneously. Since he was meant to die here, why not go all out? Suddenly Ryu's eyes flashed. The incubator can be used in this way as well. Come then. In Ryu's madness, he recklessly attempted to pour the reserves of spiritual chi from within the spiritual lake he formed at the center of his incubator's independent world, fully expecting his mental realm to swell like balloon and burst. But, who would have known that the incubator's ability to make volatile energies gentle would extend to this pool as well? It wasn't that Ryu was a fool. One might think that something seemingly so obvious shouldn't have escaped the notice of a supposed genius. However, this matter wasn't so intuitive as it seemed. Ryu spent much of his life researching all sorts of topics to be the best ruin master he could be. In fact, the only reason he even learned the concepts of feng shui and herbology were because they were incredibly useful in streamlining the ruin raiding process. This was all to say that Ryu intuitively understood many things about treasures even if he didn't have the ability to forge them himself. He had assumed that the incubator's special nature was tied to its soil. This was likely why even though the Holy Wing clan dared to take everything else out, they left the grass and the soil of the incubator. By this logic, only things that could be properly planted within and receive nourishment from the soil could be privy to its abilities. However, the spiritual chi obviously didn't fall under this category. It wasn't until now Ryu understood just how heaven-defying his incubator was. The secret wasn't hidden within the soil, but was rather in the construction of the incubator itself. In fact, Ryu suspected that this treasure wasn't even meant to be used as an incubator in the first place. This was likely why its herb growth acceleration's abilities were so poor in comparison to the treasures available on the shrine plain. Ryu laughed. He finally saw a ray of hope. If this gentle nature of the incubator wasn't limited to just spiritual herbs that could be planted into its soil, then that meant there were other energies it could gently extract. For example, healing pills. Ryu immediately took out dozens of bottles of pills he took from the Natural Order sect. He hadn't used these during the coronation games because he was purposely testing his limit, but now he definitely needed them. These pills were of the black grade, and thus useful for chi refinement and spiritual severing realm experts. With the incubator's ability to extract energy, their uses would not only be gentle, but also far more effective than usual. In addition, Ryu wouldn't have to worry about their impurities. With one portion of his mind, Ryu continuously replenished his mental realm of exhausted spiritual chi. With the other, he continuously funneled healing energies to his heart, continuously revitalizing his withering life force. 80%, 79%, the seal was being slowly chipped away with each passing moment. Chapter 132. Leg's headmaster Leopold immediately sensed that the seal was slowly weakening once more, causing the frown on his wrinkled face to deepen. How formidable could this enemy be that they were capable of such a thing? Leopold might just be a member of a small remnant branch of the Zhu clan, but he was well aware of just how powerful that seal was himself. If the enemy was so powerful, he suddenly didn't have the confidence that he could win even with his current cultivation. Still, he could only redouble his efforts. He had wasted so many years of his life on this pitiful mortal plane, valuable cultivation time was wasted. Even if he had to put his life on the line, what did it matter? If you weren't willing to risk everything, could you even call yourself a cultivator? At this very moment, the ferocious expression on Ryu's features hadn't faded. If anything, it was growing fiercer by the minute. Anyone else would have likely given way by now. No normal pulse-opening realm expert's body could withstand having their heart cut open for so long. However, Ryu wasn't normal. For one, with 4 ancestral beast bloodlines, Ryu's vitality was easily 10 times more than anyone else of his cultivation realm. Simply put, he could survive in a near death for much longer than another individual of his prowess. Still, the second aspect was likely even more important than the first. There were no 2 bloodlines better at preservation than Ryu's Ice and Fire Phoenix bloodlines. One was tied to the Life Shrine, while the other was tied to the Reincarnation Shrine. How could they be simple by any stretch of the imagination? None of this even mentioned Ryu's Ice Jade Crystal bone structure, which was beloved by the heavens. If he gave up so easily when his life was on the line, Ryu would be too pathetic. 60%, 56%, 49%, the weaker the seal became, the more fleeting Ryu's life seemed to become. His frame shrunk. Under the constant prodding of his deepest reserves, much of the strength he had accumulated in his limbs went directly toward preserving his life. But he continued to fight. Headmaster Leopold could sense the connection he had weakening. Before, he felt that as long as he got to within 1,000 kilometers of Ryu, he would be able to pin down an exact location. But now, he could only sense the general area with Ryu had the highest possibility of being. The plains, even the mortal plains, were simply too large. What remained of Tor Kingdom was located in one corner of the plain while Headmaster Leopold's Three Kingdom Institute was located at the very center. One had to remember that it took Ryu, with the help of the Northern Heavenly Wind, months to travel from Tor Kingdom to Oak's Kingdom. Back then, his speed had already been comparable to a normal chi refinement expert. Even with Leopold's cultivation, it would still take him almost 3 hours to make it to Ryu's location. 41%, 35%, 27%, damn it, Headmaster Leopold roared, let alone a general location. As of now, he could only sense Ryu's general direction and had a vague understanding of how much further he had to go. 2 hours had already passed, but Leopold was still several hundred kilometers from Ryu. Even still, Leopold had no idea that not only was the expert he was chasing after someone he could kill with a single thought, but that this expert's life was already hanging on by a mere small thread. Ryu's face was completely drained of blood. His once well-defined frame had shrunk to the point of his skin tugging tightly against his rib cage. Even his heart, stabbed as it was, only managed to beat once every few seconds. If one could see this scene, they'd be baffled by the fact Ryu was even still standing at this point. However, Ryu knew he couldn't fall. He mustn't fall. It might seem like everything would be over the moment the seal was gone, but Ryu was no fool. Whoever was likely coming after him now was a member of the Zhu clan. If this was true, that meant they were a mental realm expert. And, a mental realm expert with far greater cultivation than Ryu, at that. What did this mean? Would a mental realm expert have a spiritual sense range as pitiful as Ryu's mere 30 meters and 3 centimeters? Of course not, for whoever it was to be assigned the task of retrieving the last hope of the Zhu clan, they had to be one of the most powerful experts the clan had remaining. In that case, having a spiritual sense range of several dozen kilometers was likely the minimum. 23%, 18%, 11%, this person likely already knew Ryu's general location. As long as he was within 100 kilometers of Ryu, there was no escaping him. One had to remember that Ryu was in the completely abandoned Tor Kingdom. Aside from a few stragglers and small human tribes, no one was left in this region. Soon, the three kingdoms would likely split this territory among them, but this was a matter for the future after they finished licking their wounds. This meant that it was very much possible for Ryu to be the only soul within miles of himself. He couldn't rest no matter what. Even after this seal was gone, he had to run. He had to run for his life. 9%, 6%, 4%, Ryu roared, pushing out the last of what remained within him in the final stretch. I've got you. Headmaster Leopold was still too far away for his spiritual sense to pick up on Ryu, especially since Ryu was underground. However, at that moment, he utilized one of the few techniques of the Zhu clan that had survived to this day, resonating sense. By melding your spiritual sense with the natural vibration of the air and nature, this technique's user would be able to multiply the range of their senses for a moment. In fact, this resonance made this technique especially good for seeing through barriers one might otherwise be unable to. 2%, 1%, 0%. Shockingly, Leopold realized that he still couldn't sense the person he was looking for. Just when he was about to despair, believing the Zhu clan's last hope had slipped from his hands, he realized something curious. There was a small segment spanning about 30 by 30 meters that his spiritual sense couldn't penetrate no matter how hard he tried. In that instant, he understood. Whoever it was must be there. Beneath Tor Kingdom, Ryu pulled the dagger from his chest, revealing a ghastly wound. Staggering weakly from loss of blood, his vision swam. He knew he had to move, but why weren't his legs cooperating with him? Chapter 133. Run bonus chapter for 100 golden tickets. Ryu stumbled, crashing into a wall of the underground passage. Come on, he roared in his mind, begging his body to cooperate. The Natural Order sect wasn't a body realm sect like the Heavenly Body sect was. As such, the pills they had in this lane were very limited. Ryu had no choice but to take out the same blood-congealing pills he used to usher his body into the pulse-tempering realm. Unfortunately, since they were common-grade pills, and Ryu was on the verge of entering the vessel-tempering realm, they weren't as effective. Still, with the help of the incubator, Ryu realized that he was capable of making even useless pills heavenly treasures. Vital chi surged into his blood, revitalizing it from dormancy. Ryu felt his mind clearing, albeit to a small extent. Still, this was enough for him to regain his equilibrium. Ryu was once again in awe of the incubator, but he didn't have the time to think about it any longer. His entire focus was trained on one thought: run. A black cloak covered Ryu's body as he sprinted to the far wall. He once more felt around until he found a hidden mechanism similar to what was concealed beneath Ope's kingdom, opening a pathway toward what remained of Heavenly Body Sect. Without another thought, he bolted down it. Ryu tried to spur on his cloak, attempting to forcibly enter a state of meditation to escape detection. But he could only smile bitterly when he realized his mental realm was completely spent. He couldn't achieve the level of focus he needed, he could only rely on the passive abilities of the cloak. When Ryu's wife, Elena, explained the properties of the cloak to him, she had said that if he entered Breath of Earth, and stayed still, even she wouldn't be able to detect him. It had to be said that Ryu's wife, when she was last alive, was a Dao pedestal realm expert. However, there were two factors important here. First of all, she had very clearly said if Ryu didn't move. Obviously, Ryu wasn't in such a situation now. In all likelihood, the enemy already knew where he was. Secondly, Ryu couldn't even enter the lowest state of meditation, let alone enter Breath of Earth. To make matters worse, the essence the cloak relied on was much less pure in the mortal planes. Meaning, even if Ryu could enter Breath of Earth, there was no guarantee that the cloak would be just as effective as it was on the shrine plane. Everything seemed stacked against Ryu. Every path he took seemed blocked off. Even his northern heavenly wind could hardly counter the terrible condition his body was in. In his peak state, he could easily match the speed of a mortal plane lower spiritual severing realm expert. But now, even if he ignored the wind tearing his body apart, he would be lucky to match a peak chi refinement realm expect. Ryu burst out from the path. Everything seemed identical except for the fact Ope's kingdom was under a perpetual winter, while Tor kingdom was the exact opposite. The massive rock that moved out of his way to allow him to exit was covered in moss and unkempt shrubbery were sprawled all around. In the distance, the remains of the Heavenly Body Sect laid barren. Countless destroyed pieces of once astounding architecture and improperly buried bodies strewn about. Ryu continued sprinting for his life, cutting directly through the sect. At that moment, he suddenly heard a concussive boom. The reverberating effects were so large that a gust of wind inadvertently helped Ryu surge forward at a greater pace. Several dozen miles away, the remains of Tor Palace came crashing down as Headmaster Leopold directly laid it all to waste. Ryu's third perspective didn't have a long enough range to witness this happen, but he could easily make some guesses. This person didn't come directly after me, but instead went to Tor Palace. There are two possibilities. The first is that he knew all along that the pieces were there but didn't have my means to retrieve them and could thus only wait for someone to collect the four for him. The second possibility is that he sensed my location, in which case, why is it that he doesn't know I'm no longer there? Ryu's brain worked in overdrive. Suddenly, he understood. If the locations of the four pieces were so easily found, then why hadn't any of the immortals who descended in the past found them? Obviously, there was a barrier of protection around them, stopping prying eyes. Knowing this, Ryu concluded that this person used the seal to find his general location, and realized there was an area he couldn't pry into perfectly. Thus, he concluded that Ryu must be there. As for why he could sense the seal through those protective seals, wouldn't the Zhu clan be too stupid if they created two mechanisms that conflicted with each other? In all likelihood, the seal signal was the only sort of signal that could make it through those protections. But why did all of this matter? It mattered because it wouldn't be long before whoever crashed into Tor Palace would find the underground space. In that case, they would definitely find the secret passage Ryu ran out of, which also meant that they'd know where he was in a matter of minutes. Ryu grit his teeth, thinking about whether he should change directions. But, in the end, he shook his head. He knew that his only chance for survival was in this very direction. Why was the Heavenly Body Sect the most powerful of the four sects? Why was it that the Tor Kingdom also seemed to be the most powerful? It was precisely because they were located in a cultivation holy land. The corner of the higher mortal plane in which they were located was the closest corner to the legendary immortal path. So, why was it that Ryu was running for his life toward this immortal path? It was because it was his best chance for survival. While he could ignore the trial of the immortal path because of his ancestral great circle, others couldn't do the same. The best part was that even though this was the path to the lowest immortal plane, it was still powerful. As long as his enemy was below the immortal ring realm, a mighty realm 2 realms above even the divine vessel realm, Ryu could flip this situation around. Ryu was very familiar with absolute experts. Since his enemy took 3 hours to reach his location and wasn't coming from the direction of the immortal path, it was impossible for him to be so powerful. At best, he would be of the connecting heaven realm. At this moment, Headmaster Leopold tore the grounds of the Tor kingdom apart. But, even with his strength, he suddenly reached a blockade below he couldn't blast through no matter how much he tried. He looked around frantically, before his eyes landed on a fountain that somehow survived through all his devastation. In that moment, his eyes narrowed. Chapter 134. Identity revealed. Ryu pushed himself to his limits, his legs feeling as though they were steadily becoming more like cement blocks instead of the flesh and blood they were meant to be. The wind whipped against his skin, tearing into the ghastly, pulsating wound on his chest. One could only imagine the level of pain he was enduring. Every time his heart pumped to spur him onward, a gush of blood was spurted outward through the wound left by the dagger. A mortal would never be able to survive such a thing. In fact, neither should a mere pulse-opening realm expert like Ryu. However, the Ryu of this second lifetime was no longer here. After settling his final accounts with the Tor clan, the story of Ryu Tor had come to a close. What fueled him was no longer revenge for Granny Miriam, but a promise he made on a calm night more than 900 million years ago, a promise to his wife. Ryu didn't know where Elena was now. He wouldn't even be absolutely certain that she was alive until his mental realm entered the soul birth realm. But, this didn't shake Ryu's resolve in the least. If she was alive, he would do everything in his power to reach her. If she was dead, he would drown those responsible in blood before following after her. This wasn't the place he, Ryu Tatsuya, was meant to die. Not here, not today. Headmaster Leopold's eyes trained on the fountain. Even without Ryu's heavenly pupils, it only took him a bit of focus to realize that this fountain was protected by a formation. This wasn't much of a surprise. After all, formation masters needed to cultivate their mental realm in order to see complete formations. This was obviously a step someone like Leopold already completed. His brows knit. Heaven-grade formation. No, not just any heaven-grade formation, but a half-step mystical grade formation. Luckily, it's a small-scale formation and not a large one. In truth, Ryu's worst-case scenario came true. The unassuming Headmaster Leopold was actually a mighty connecting heaven realm expert, a step above even the mightiest divine vessel realm expert of the higher mortal plane. However, one had to realize that formations worked much like techniques and pills did. Their grade decided which cultivation realms they were effective against. A common grade formation was effective for awakening and pulse-opening realm experts. This meant that an earth grade formation was already effective against a divine vessel and connection heaven realm expert like Headmaster Leopold. Now, one can imagine why it took the peak spiritual severing realm experts of the Three Kings several days to destroy the large-scale earth grade formation of the Natural Order sect. In fact, if it wasn't for the fact there was no one manning the formation of the Natural Order sect, it would have been impossible for mere spiritual severing realm experts to do anything to it. Still, Headmaster Leopold had a chance for 2 reasons. Firstly, this was a makeshift small-scale formation that had been modified recently, causing its grade to fall from its peak height to the mere heaven grade. This was something Ryu himself realized when he first analyzed the fountain at Ope's Kingdom, and, secondly, a small-scale formation wasn't as robust as a large-scale one. Essentially, a small-scale formation was the equivalent in robustness to a large-scale formation one step down from its grade. Without hesitation, Headmaster Leopold began to unleash attack after attack on the small-scale formation. When Ryu heard this in the distance, the faint light of hope grew even stronger because he realized that whoever was coming after him didn't have any knowledge of formations. Headmaster Leopold made a massive mistake. It was true that the fountain's formation was adjusted to accept the royal blood of the Tor, Opes, Viri, and Lantas kingdoms. But, how could it not recognize Zhu clan blood as well? If he had taken a breath to think, the fountain would have easily allowed him to enter in exchange for a single scan. Yet, he was unaware. This gave Ryu valuable time. Within the crystal and jade, the 2 empresses and emperors sat fairly complacently. But, as more and more time passed, their brows furrowed. They had clearly sensed that the jade became perfect, so why hadn't their descendant come to pay respects to them yet? Don't tell them that a mere pulse-opening realm boy escaped their net. That was impossible. Unfortunately, they couldn't sense anything happening on the outside. If they moved too far from their incarnation jades, their souls would immediately start to dissipate. In fact, a heavenly punishment might even descend upon them. It seems we've underestimated this boy a bit. Malvar said plainly. Impossible, Flora said in her sweet voice. The dichotomy of how nice it sounded versus the killing intent clear within it was too much for any sane person to handle. After Big Sis gave him her immortal Sakura, his guard should have been lowered to the extreme. His guard has been up against us from the very beginning. Eska said blandly. Have you ever seen a pulse-opening realm child receiving a technique from a sky god remain so calm? He didn't even express any gratitude after accepting my immortal Sakura. The four ancestors fell into silence. In the outside world, Ryu had already shot through the heavenly body sect, bolting down its mountains. Apprehension gripped his heart as he closed in on the immortal path. Due to the influx of essence in the area, it was a hub for exceptionally powerful beasts. It wasn't impossible for a 5th Order Beast King to appear here. There were even rumors of a 6th Order Beast King. However, Ryu had no choice. The moment he entered this holy land of nature, he realized that this might be even more dangerous than what was following him to his back. If even the heavenly body sect didn't dare extend their territory's boundary into such a beautiful land, it was clear that even they could only bow their heads to whatever lived here. At that moment, Headmaster's Leopold's assault on the fountain had continued for several hours. With a final shattering, the pitiful fountain was obliterated into fine dust particles, revealing a passage below. It didn't take Leopold more than a split moment to find the fountain after raging over the missing crystalline piece. Without hesitation, he tore down the dark pathway, erupting out to appear among the remains of the heavenly body sect. He could sense a faint presence, so faint that he almost missed it completely. Every time he took his mind off of it for a moment, that presence would vanish. Ryu had a several-hour head start. He had all the plans in the world. Yet, the moment Headmaster Leopold's spiritual sense trained on him with resonating sense, it was already over. What did a several-hour head start mean in the face of absolute power? Haha, to think that my opponent all this time would be this little 4th Prince Tor. Chapter 135. Even the wind cannot touch me. Ryu's cultivation wasn't deep enough to be qualified to sense Leopold's senses lock onto him, however, his heavenly pupils had no such limitations. The moment he felt a painful throb in his eye, he was immediately aware that his position had been locked onto. The determination on Ryu's face didn't diminish in the slightest. Because the lock Leopold had on him was fading in and out, Ryu understood that this meant he was out of Leopold's solidified spiritual sense range. This meant that Leopold was using a technique to temporarily boost his senses, a technique that, in all likelihood, he couldn't use continuously. In this case, Ryu still had a chance. After hours of running, Ryu had put several hundred miles between him and Leopold. Considering his estimate of Leopold's cultivation as at most a connecting heaven realm expert, this meant that Leopold was at most in the spiritual endowment realm, a step above Ryu's spiritual entrance realm mental cultivation. According to what Ryu understood, the normal range of a spiritual sense, even for an absolute genius of this realm, was at most a few dozen miles. It was impossible for Leopold's to be any larger. Of course, Ryu considered the very small chance that Leopold had entered the soul birth realm. In that case, he was very wrong. However, Ryu had learned a lot about mental realm cultivation recently. As such, he knew that before entering the immortal ring realm, a cultivator would choose to connect all of their pulses together, and all of their vessels together. Remember, before the connecting heaven realm came the divine vessel realm. Much like the pulse-opening realm, this realm was all about opening hidden meridians. In the pulse-opening realm, they were called pulses. But in the divine vessel realm, they were called vessels. In line with this, the second realm of mental cultivation opened the spiritual vessel, whereas before, it was called the spiritual pulse. On top of this, the second realm of body cultivation opened the body vessels, whereas before, they were called body pulses. The connecting heaven realm was exactly what it sounded like. The greatest experts would link all 13 pulses and all 13 vessels before forming their immortal rings and entering the immortal ring realm. This was why Ryu was certain Leopold couldn't have entered the soul birth realm. Only a fool wouldn't first add their spiritual vessel into their immortal ring before progressing. Since Leopold wasn't in the immortal ring realm, he thus couldn't be in the soul birth realm. Still, this meant next to nothing to Headmaster Leopold. To him, Ryu was already a mouse trapped in a jar. He could obviously tell where Ryu was running to, but he was also certain that he would catch Ryu long before he reached his destination. Interesting, interesting. A burden fell from Leopold's heart. He thought he was facing some supreme expert, come to find out his opponent was a child. Your performance against the ice-eyed bear was quite intriguing to me. These country bumpkins of this mere mortal plane might not understand what happened, but I'm 95% certain you have a set of heavenly pupils. Headmaster Leopold laughed uproariously. He couldn't make a move before and risk exposing his position, but now that his main goal was right before him, what more worries did he have? Not only would he accomplish the wishes of his long-past ancestors, he would gain their treasures, and he would rise up to an all-new level once he implanted Ryu's heavenly pupils to replace his own eyes. This matter couldn't be any better. Leopold strode forward, covering several hundred meters in single steps. He moved more than 5 times faster than Ryu with a leisurely expression on his face. Still, he was moving at his top speed. Even if he had relaxed from his tense height, he was too excited to get his hands on Ryu's things. In the distance, Ryu himself was in a terrible situation. His speed continuously fell, his body continuously trying to shut down against his better wishes. Suddenly Ryu laughed. His eyes turned a pulsing red color as he charged forward at a faster pace. His cloak was a mystical grade treasure. Even at this speed, there was little to no effect on it. However, the wind whipping across Ryu's face was tearing his once flawless features apart. Luckily, heavenly pupils were incredibly durable in comparison to normal eyes, or else Ryu would have been blinded in an instant. At this moment, Ryu was ignoring the limitations of his body, tapping into the northern heavenly wind's ability to boost his speed. Unfortunately, since his heavenly wind was a mere embryo, he couldn't perfectly meld into the wind, resulting in large portions of the air fiercely rejecting him and causing these ghastly injuries. Headmaster Leopold's eyes contracted. He immediately noticed that the speed at which he was closing in on Ryu had been drastically cut down. What just happened? Ryu roared with all his might, causing whatever small dregs of spiritual chi he had remaining to spur to life as a miniature immortal Sakura appeared. It couldn't have been more than a foot high. No, it was barely half a foot high, while its beautiful translucent blossoms were even smaller. But, still, Ryu forced them into existence. Ryu didn't do something as foolish as turn around and fight. Even with this immortal Sakura, he had no chance against the individual rushing after him now. No, he was using the immortal Sakura for a completely different purpose. You said even the wind cannot touch me without asking first, right? Well then show me. Ryu was well aware that Eska had said this would only be true if he reached the highest realm of immortal Sakura. But, right now, he was pissed off. He wanted revenge. Since they wanted to plot on him, he would make certain that the very reason he survived was the technique they gave him to trick him. Small, transparent blossom petals began to fall. They immediately shattered upon contacting the vicious gales whipping against Ryu, but just that small moment they survived alleviated a great amount of pressure on Ryu. However, at the same time, every petal that shattered was another backlash on Ryu's mental realm, causing a fierce decline in his already lacking stamina. Ryu continuously tapped into the spiritual chi pool within the incubator. So much blood had drained from his face that he looked no different from a walking skeleton. However, he pushed forward. From the speed of a peak chi refinement expert, to the speed of a lower divine vessel expert. Chapter 136. Beast Headmaster Leopold's speed couldn't be said to be any more than 2 times faster than Ryu now. One had to know that Ryu's calculations of his equivalent speed now took into account the absolute upper limit of an agility-type genius of said cultivation level. This meant that if Ryu confidently said his speed could match a lower divine vessel realm expert now, he meant the fastest. Even Ryu himself didn't realize just how far he was going. He was comparing himself to shrine plane geniuses, but could Headmaster Leopold be considered to be of that ilk? He was so old yet he hadn't broken into the immortal ring realm yet. On the higher mortal plane, he was an absolute genius. But, on the shrine plane, calling him trash would be giving him a compliment. On top of this, Headmaster Leopold was a mental realm expert. How could he be as fast as a connecting heaven realm cultivator who specialized in speed? This was why, despite having an entire cultivation layer difference between them, Headmaster Leopold could barely boast having twice Ryu's speed. Leopold's relaxed expression tightened, but soon, he calmed once more. How could a mere pulse-opening realm cultivator possibly keep up this speed? Whatever technique or treasure Ryu was using definitely couldn't last long. And, even if it did, he would pay a devastating price for it. He couldn't have been more correct. With every blossom petal that shattered, a severe, reverberating backlash whipped across Ryu's mental realm. Considering the state of despair his mind had already been in after stabbing his own heart and pouring destructive energies into it for several hours, Ryu was clinging onto a last bit of rope with the barest tips of his fingers. Ryu no longer felt he was breathing in air. It was as though the skies had ripped open to pour pools of lava directly down his throat. Every heaving attempt to replenish his oxygen scorched his lungs and chest. It was so painful that Ryu could almost ignore the gaping, throbbing wound above and within his heart. The branches of the forest around him vicious snapped against his body. Even the faintest dust particles became heated blade edges, piercing through his body with impunity. A pulse-opening realm youth simply wasn't meant to experience such speeds. Headmaster Leopold continuously covered double the land Ryu did, slowly closing the gap between them. Somehow, his instincts were forcing him into an anxious state once more. For all his power, no matter how he racked his mind, he couldn't figure out just what was making him so uncomfortable. Fourth Prince, is there a need to continue this farce? Headmaster Leopold called out. Ryu's eyes contracted into pinholes when this voice entered his ears. All this time, Leopold might have been aware of who he was chasing, but it wasn't until now that Ryu knew who his opponent was. Once he processed this information, Ryu's eyes flashed with a keen light. You just made a massive mistake giving me this piece of information. Ryu sneered. He didn't know why Leopold had blown his calm cover. Maybe he was just losing his patience and getting annoyed. Or, maybe he was getting worried about what Ryu was planning. But, either way, it didn't matter. When dealing with intelligent people, the less information you give them, the better chance you had for success. Since Leopold didn't understand this fundamental rule, Ryu didn't mind teaching him. Is this Leopold the same Leopold? Ryu's mind quickly thought. He found these distracting thoughts couldn't have come at a better time. It doesn't matter. Since he called me Fourth Prince, this means that, at the very least, he was the same Leopold that moderated the coronation games. That truth is all I need for this to work. Suddenly, the roar of a beast caught Ryu completely off guard. At this moment, how could he spare stamina toward third perspective? He was completely relying on eyesight alone. Up to now, he hadn't seen anything out of place. Ryu's eyes narrowed. He silently began to communicate with his bone structure. However, he could only panic when he realized he couldn't find the link he was looking for. Ryu laughed bitterly. With the state he was in, how could he expect his body to react exactly like he wanted it to? Ryu's ancestral great ice jade crystal bone structure was beloved by nature. Its perfect symmetry was blessed by the heavens, and as such, it had a calming effect on beasts. This was the ability Ryu relied upon to tame his obscured sky falcon. Ryu wanted to use this ability to hopefully get whatever beast was coming to ignore him, or at least let him run out of its territory, but his tank was running on empty. The roar shook the forest. Soon, the sound of crashing trees was replaced by the actual visual of them falling one after another. A looming beast appeared in the distance, bounding toward Ryu. Damn it, Ryu roared in his mind. If it was up to him, he'd scream it at the top of his lungs. But even in his anger, he couldn't spare the energy to do such a thing. Ryu was well aware that the moment his legs paused for even a moment, his body would collapse. The beast was a massive blue-furred ape. It stood at over 5 meters tall and its trunk-like arms dwarfed even the ancient trees of this forest. The worst part was that Ryu's sharp sight immediately trained on 2 budding lumps of flesh a small relative distance beneath its armpits. This ape was actually only a step away from evolving and becoming 4-armed. Ryu didn't know a lot about beasts on the mortal plane, but he did know that this evolution was something only possible within the divine vessel realm because this was the stage in which cultivators could begin to unlock the true and hidden abilities of their bloodlines. This was at least a 5th-order beast. No matter how much Ryu wanted to find a path to victory, what could he do? As a 5th-order beast, its speed was near a match for Ryu. This also didn't account for the fact that Ryu might have speed, but he definitely didn't have any agility. If he attempted to change directions quickly at this speed, his bones would shatter and his tendons would tear. If that happened, he would be finished. The several 100-meter distance between Ryu and the ape seemed to close in an instant. Ryu was prepared to calmly accept his death. His only regret was that he couldn't fulfill his promise to Elena. At the very least, he wouldn't feel shame. He had truly given it his everything. An eerie calm overtook him as he faced the enraged roar of the ape. It seemed as though he'd be swallowed whole in another instant. It was in that moment that a hidden cool chi wafted from his eyes once more. That eerie calm became steadier than a serene lake. Ryu's eyes flashed as he looked down at an inconspicuous black glove over his right hand. Suddenly, he understood something. Essence suddenly rushed out from the glove of order and his unresponsive bone structure began to shimmer like a precious gem. Chapter 137. Ice Jade Crystal. Ryu's bones and skin began to glow a comforting, shimmering light. In the next moment, his veins and arteries followed suit. Given the amount of light coming off of him, it should have been irritating to the eyes, but somehow, that couldn't have been farther from the truth. One had to understand that although Ryu's ice jade crystal body was known as a bone structure, bones were inextricably linked to the circulatory system. There was no shortage of stories where geniuses were born with domineering bloodlines, but couldn't support its potential with their weak bone structure. Why was it that Ryu could have 4 seemingly opposing bloodlines in a single body? It was precisely because his bone structure was known for its perfect balance. There was likely not a single other bone structure in existence that could accomplish what Ryu's had. The moment his bones reacted, so too did his blood vessels. An instant later, a calming wave wafted from Ryu's body. Not only did it exude essence, there was a natural, intoxicating aroma that stopped the ape in its tracks. It was as though it could fall asleep at any moment under the influence of Ryu's constitution. Ryu's legs didn't pause for even a moment. He burst through the legs of the ape, slightly ducking to pass by with ease. He was well aware that such a state would last for long, so he didn't even bother to look back, he simply kept pushing himself. Headmaster Leopold frowned. He wanted to release resonating sense once more, but he hesitated. More than half of his spiritual chi had gone up in smoke due to the technique after using it only twice. He had to be careful with his uses, or else wouldn't it be too much of a joke if he was too tired to deal with a mere pulse-opening realm youth. By the time the ape awoke from its daze, Ryu was already gone. It only lasted from 2 or 3 seconds, but that was enough for Ryu to cover over a kilometer with ease. With the help of the dense trees, he was able to escape the ape's immediate notice. Ryu spared another glance toward the glove of order. Before, it had shot up his arm and covered his shoulders. In addition, it had formed a gauntlet-like black armor from the tips of his fingers to his wrist. But, after that maneuver, it reverted back to its previous bland appearance. Just what kind of treasure is this? Ryu mumbled to himself. A treasure capable of manipulating the highest form of energy, essence, was definitely no normal treasure. In fact, Ryu didn't believe even the shrine plane had a treasure capable of doing such a thing. Well, it did, but it was limited to treasures like the Northern Heavenly Wind and the Origin Flame. All Ryu understood about the Glove of Order was that it grew in strength based on his comprehension of the natural order. It only evolved so much after it absorbed his comprehension of halberd, glaive and spear chi. In addition, it had the ability to perfectly fuse your comprehensions into an arrow. It might sound simple to say, fuse, but it needed to be understood how practically impossible that was. Ryu had trouble just using 2 of the same weapons at once. He hadn't even considered the idea of using 2 different weapons at once, let alone 3. Many cultivators could use 2 natural orders at the same time, but only a handful could perfectly fuse them to be used as one. Yet, the Glove of Order did it with absolute ease. What was the secret of the glove? How did its absorption of essence correlate with its ability to fuse natural orders? Also, had it become much weaker after helping Ryu escape certain death? At the very least, the last question had a resounding yes for its answer. Ryu faintly understood that unless his comprehension took another leap forward, the glove wouldn't react to him again. Luckily, he also faintly understood that this would affect his ability to form arrows. Ryu believed that this instinct was definitely tied to his heavenly pupils. Only it could provide him with such insight. However, that weakening didn't come without benefits. Not only had Ryu escaped death, but his body was pumping with the purest energy in existence, even better than spiritual chi. His natural healing factor accelerated, and his mental realm was awash with a calming chi that soothed its aching caused by the constant shattering the immortal sakura petals. Though Ryu's body was still in a terrible state, at the very least, he wasn't at death's door just yet. He had taken a single step back. Ryu felt that his bone structure had slightly awakened to its true abilities. It was only a small creak in a large door, but there was definitely an improvement. Much like bloodlines, the true abilities of bone structures weren't meant to be tapped into until the divine vessel realm. The fact Ryu had faintly touched upon something was completely unprecedented. Unfortunately, Ryu didn't have much more time to think about it now. The natural fragrance he gave off continued, resulting the surrounding beasts completely ignoring his presence. However, the same couldn't be said for Headmaster Leopold. When he crossed the territory of the blue-furred ape, he was forced into a battle. For him, a fifth-order beast was below him in strength, but one had to remember that beasts were often stronger than their human counterparts. Though the ape was only the equivalent of a divine vessel realm expert, it still took Leopold several minutes to kill it, giving Ryu valuable time. History repeated itself. As they entered deeper and deeper into the forest, Leopold began to fight more and more battles, slowing him down further. Eventually, he began to take detours around beast territories by making use of his spiritual sense. He was a mental realm cultivator, his fighting prowess simply wasn't very high. Mental realm cultivators were extraordinarily weak without strong legacies backing them, and Leopold's legacy happened to be in Ryu's hands. That's it. Ryu's cold, silver eyes flashed with a ray of unconcealed excitement. He could see it, the immortal path. The immortal path on every plane was the exact same. It was located at the base of a massive and majestic rock structure. Those on the lower planes had no idea what this endless rock was, but Ryu knew it all too well. It was none other than Shrine Mountain. That was right, Shrine Mountain was a structure that spanned all 6, now likely 7 planes. No one understood just how it worked. Sometimes, the mountain would appear on the edge of planes just like it did on this higher mortal plane, or, at other times, it would appear directly in the middle like it did for Ryu's Shrine Plane. Either way, no matter what, upon passing its test, one would be teleported to the furthest location from the mountain. The Shrine Mountain appeared in the absolute center of the immortal planes, but always appeared on the edge of mortal planes. When Ryu completed the trial, he would be teleported to the very edge of the pedestal plane, something Granny Miriam called the outer ring. However, Ryu had no intention of doing that. He didn't want to be constantly looking over his shoulder for the day Headmaster Leopold would find him. No, this immortal path would be Leopold's deathbed. Chapter 138. 50-50 Ryu burst forward, without an ounce of hesitation. He crossed into the inconspicuous at the base of Shrine Mountain before his body convulsed, slowing down his speed drastically. As though his body was waiting for this very moment to attack him, a wave of pain tore through Ryu, causing a roar of anguish to escape his lips. His bones fractured and his tense muscles tore, shredding one after another without thought of stopping. Maybe the only saving grace was that Ryu's upper body was left alone, but that was only in a relative sense considering the ghastly chest wound that still adorned his heart and ribs. Ryu suddenly felt his body go cold. A deep, shivering erupted from his core, taking over without regard for his own feelings. It only took Ryu a moment to understand what was happening because he had experienced it before. It was death. His body had gone through too much in the last few hours. The moment he relaxed even a moment, that tenseness that was keeping his together shattered. Ryu fell to the ground, his lips bluing as he gripped his fist over his chest. The cave around him was dark. In the far distance, Ryu could see a faint light that was likely the true entrance of the immortal path, but even the effort of looking was too much for him. He immediately regretted slowing down. Why had he done it? If he had just kept going, Ryu laughed at himself. What a joke. His body was on its final legs to begin with. In all likelihood, he wouldn't have made it whether he relaxed or not. Gritting his teeth, Ryu began to crawl. If he had even a single ounce of strength left, he wouldn't let it go waste. If fate wanted to kill him, then he'd only allow it to do so when he truly had nothing remaining. Fate would have to take his life from him, he would no longer simply hand it over. As Ryu crawled toward what seemed like an impossibly far-away goal, Headmaster Leopold sprinted at his fastest speed. He had his own worries as well, though they were decidedly less existential than Ryu's. He knew well that upon completion of the immortal path, Shrine Mountain would teleport its trial taker the furthest points from itself. On the mortal planes, that made things easy since Shrine Mountain was located upon their edges. However, for the immortal planes, this meant that there were a near, if not infinite, number of locations Ryu could appear precisely because, for them, Shrine Mountain was located in its very center. If he allowed Ryu to complete the immortal path, it would be an impossible task to find him. It was known by everyone that immortal planes were easily 10 times larger than mortal planes, and that was a conservative estimate. Considering the size of the outer ring, how could Leopold be expected to find him? The worst part was that Leopold's strength was garbage on the immortal plane. What if Ryu used his talent to gain some substantial backing? By that point, Leopold would be the one who had to hide. Ryu continuously stabbed his daggers into the cave's floor, pulling himself forward inch by inch. Leopold probably thought that he'd be able to catch Ryu as he was struggling against the pressure of the immortal path. This was Ryu's ray of hope. He had to make it. His legs were absolutely useless. Not to mention the fact his bones were fractured in too many places to count. Even if they weren't, the muscles he needed to use them were torn beyond recognition. If Ryu's legs weren't covered by black fabrics, they would shine a disgusting purple, blue and green color. Ryu suspected that his legs had long been in this sort of condition, but adrenaline and his willpower pushed him through it. However, he had never expected for it to be this bad. This level of self-mutilation was enough to cause a wave of disgust in anyone's heart. Pain racked Ryu's body as he was forced to drag his injured chest along the hard ground. He had no idea that Headmaster Leopold had already set his sights on the large rock face of Shrine Mountain. The more than 10 meters that remained between him and the orb of light before him seemed like the distance between the earth and the heavens. Ryu's tenacity shone through, however it wasn't enough. Headmaster Leopold made his way to the cave entrance, gasping for breath. But when he saw Ryu's unsightly appearance, a thunderous laughter erupted from his wrinkled lips. "Tisk, to put you in such a state, I can imagine that technique you used to explosively increase your speed is definitely taking its toll, hem." The weight on Leopold's chest dropped, leaving a pep in his step he hadn't experienced for several hundred years. Today was definitely a good day. For him, that is. Ryu continued to claw forward as though he hadn't heard a single word. The trail of blood left behind sent a shiver through Leopold's spine. But he quickly shook it off. He might be surprised by Ryu's will to live, but what did that matter? Everything was meaningless in the face of absolute power. Is there a need to be like this? Leopold casually walked to Ryu's side, lifting his head from the cave floor by his dirtied white hair. In that instant, Leopold was shocked by the cold emitting from Ryu's body. As an experienced person, he immediately sensed what it was, the breath of death. This young man wasn't more than a few minutes from losing his life. Leopold immediately gave up all thoughts of threatening Ryu's life. What was the point? He let Ryu's head drop. The dull thump of what sounded like nothing more than a dead body resounded through the cave. Still, somehow, Ryu's arms never stopped. He continued to crawl as though he was mindless. Leopold frowned. Checking Ryu's hand, he looked for his spatial ring, but he shockingly found nothing. Suddenly, a bad premonition overcame him. In a rage, he kicked Ryu's body, sending him slamming against the side of the cave with a reverberating boom. Blood flew from Ryu's lips as he slid down the cave wall. He was nothing more than a limp doll. "Where is it?" Leopold roared. Ryu coughed, a sneer coating his blue lips. "It's in my inner space. Why don't you kill me and find out if you can get it or not? Or is the Grand Headmaster Leopold as useless as his 2 disciples?" "You." Leopold trembled with rage. His hand descended, slapping Ryu across the face and sending him flying. Suddenly, Ryu laughed. "It was a 50-50 chance, but you still did me a favor." "Thank you." Leopold immediately realized his mistake, but it was too late. Ryu's body flew into the immortal path. Chapter 139. Immortal Path. Headmaster Leopold's heart seized. He immediately realized his mistake. If Ryu hadn't known who he was from the very beginning, would he have been able to goad him into anger so quickly? Even further, would Ryu be so confident that he wouldn't kill him? The answer to both were resounding no's. Ryu knew that Leopold had disappointing disciples only because he knew who Leopold was. Ryu also knew that Leopold wouldn't strike hard enough to kill him because he already guessed that Leopold had some insight into the fact he had a pair of heavenly pupils due to the battle against the ice-eyed bear. He even knew something as seemingly useless as Leopold's dominant hand. Had Leopold not been so cocky, Ryu wouldn't have been bold enough to gamble with his life in such a way. Damn it! Leopold's foot struck the ground as he surged toward the immortal path. "It doesn't matter. Do you think the immortal path is a joke? Even I must take it seriously." What Leopold was worried about wasn't that Ryu had a trap waiting for him, but rather that Ryu would immediately die after entering the path. Unfortunately for him, he was wrong, very wrong. Leopold grunted as he stepped into the orb of light. The immortal path blinded him for an instant before its beauty was revealed to him. The best words to describe the immortal path were, staircase to heaven. A path of golden stairs seemed to rise to infinity. They weren't very wide, maybe only about 2 meters across, leaving a seemingly endless abyss below them. That said, this abyss was a gentle white light with a slight golden hue instead of an unknown void of black. Still, the path didn't allow one to fall off of it. There were only 2 options. To reach the top, or be crushed under the pressure and die without a corpse. There was no going back. Leopold almost fell to his knees the moment he landed upon the first step. The immortal path didn't test your strength, it tested your potential. As an old man who had already maxed out his limit, his only chance at greater heights was the legacy in Ryu's hands. So, how could the path treat him well? Still, though strength wasn't the main focus of the path, it still allowed some leeway, giving Leopold the opportunity to rely on his cultivation to struggle upward and stand tall. However, what he saw was a sight he'd never forget in his entire life. Ryu sat above him, his legs were in no condition to help him stand, and he seemed like an arrow at the end of its flight. But, he still firmly held onto a black long bow, pulling the string with all his remaining might. A blazing golden flame lit around Ryu. It only took a moment for the experienced Leopold to understand that these golden flames weren't true flames, but rather the rapid coalescing of essence. Leopold's mind trembled. The densest cores of essence in existence were without a doubt the immortal paths. It wasn't just that it was abundant in its atmosphere, but rather that its entire space was constructed with essence. Even the stairs beneath their feet. Headmaster Leopold's eyes shifted from the raging arrow still forming to land on Ryu's right hand. The glove of order had morphed again, shedding its black exterior to come alight with a golden blaze. It surged up Ryu's arm once more, covering the whole of his shoulder in a brilliant sheen. This time, the gorgeous armor didn't stop at his wrist but shot up to his forearm. Even as Ryu's arm trembled, the power of the arrow grew stronger and stronger. Leopold felt fear. He wanted to run. He realized at this moment that he was no longer the hunter in this situation. The moment he allowed Ryu to enter the immortal path, it was over. He couldn't even summon his strength because every fiber of his being was being used to stand. Please, please, don't kill me. Leopold trembled. Here, take it. He pulled his spatial ring out and threw it at Ryu. I swear I won't move from this place until you complete the path. You'll be teleported to a random place and I'd never dare to come find you after that. By the time Leopold realized that this overwhelming fear wasn't just due to worry for his life, but also because of Ryu's piercing gaze, it was already too late. Ryu didn't even hesitate to let the arrow loose. He didn't have any remorse for a man who didn't hesitate to wipe out an entire sect of people. As for why Leopold did this, Ryu had no idea. Maybe he wanted to agitate things. Or, maybe he was pissed off that the elders of the Natural Order sect didn't have what he was looking for. By the time the blinding light the arrow emitted faded, Ryu realized that Leopold's body was nowhere to be seen. At that moment, he understood what happened. Leopold couldn't control his cowardice in the end, so he attempted to retreat. Unfortunately, on the immortal path, you could only go forward. The moment he failed to control himself, the path killed him. How foolish, Ryu sneered. His original plan was just to force Leopold to take a step back. He didn't have any illusions of killing a connecting heaven realm expert, even with the help of the excessive essence floating around him. But, who would have known that Leopold would lack backbone to this extent? Suddenly, a resounding crack entered Ryu's ears. Looking down at his bow, he sighed as it crumbled to dust. He felt it was unfortunate, but exchanging this bow for his life was worth it. The bluing of Ryu's lips retreated. The gold of his glove of order surged into his body, stabilizing his condition. Soon, he fell into a deep sleep as his glove receded to its inconspicuous black color. Months ticked by. No one would ever expect that someone would ever dare to sleep on the immortal path. It was precisely this reason why Ryu knew it was the safest. What were the odds that someone would attempt this trial and find him? Incredibly low considering the level of the higher mortal plane. As for those descending, they had a completely different process, so they wouldn't cross Ryu's path. Essence slowly nourished Ryu's body. The immortal path, much like any other trial, was also an opportunity to push past your own limits. Unfortunately, considering Ryu's talent, the path was limited in its ability to help him. This was why it didn't even bother to pressure him. However, there was one thing it could do for Ryu besides supplementing his healing. Unlike his body and chi realm talent, Ryu's mental realm talent was lacking. The immortal path couldn't fix this, but it could reward him for the struggle his mind had undergone. Every time the immortal Sakura petals shattered, Ryu's mind withstood terrible impacts. If one were to peer into his mental realm now, one would find a disturbing dark space, filled with cracks. It seemed as though its 30-meter-wide space might collapse at any moment. Once this happened, Ryu would die without a doubt. Luckily, this was when the essence made its presence known. Not only was Ryu's mental realm slowly healing, it was also steadily growing, inch by inch. Chapter 140. Months ticked by. It wasn't until the 4th month that Ryu's body looked less like a corpse and more like a living being, and not until the 6th that Ryu's conscience finally began to flicker awake. By now, Ryu was 18 years old and it had been almost 4 years since his memories awoke. Ryu's eyes opened with a flash. He found himself laying on a familiar set of golden stairs and could only count himself lucky that he didn't roll backward in his sleep. What a joke that would have been, for him to survive the chase of a connecting heaven realm expert, but die only because he rolled too far. The first thing Ryu did was check his body. He found that his wounds had still not fully healed, even after half a year, something he had to admit greatly frightened him. It definitely wasn't as bad as it once was, but Ryu knew that if he were to fight now, he would still only have 20% of his prowess at most. Ryu sighed. He shouldn't be too surprised. Even with his cultivation, his body was nowhere near that of immortals who could survive even with large portions of their vital organs cut away. Ryu could only be considered marginally above mortal status. So, something like an open heart wound couldn't just be wished away, nor could devastating muscle tears and bone fractures. There was one saving grace, though. The heavens provided a sort of reset whenever one broke into a new realm. This shedding of sorts was the true dividing line between cultivation realms. As long as Ryu officially entered the chi refinement realm, these hidden injuries should disappear. Of course, there were some hidden injuries that even crossing into a new realm couldn't shed, but these sorts of physical injuries shouldn't be too much of a problem. Now, the only question was how to break through. Ryu definitely couldn't step onto the pedestal plane while so injured. However, Ryu also had no knowledge about cultivation past the pulse-opening realm. Other than superficial understandings, that is. Suddenly, Ryu remembered something and a sneer coated his haggard features. His body was aching too much for sudden movement, but he didn't need to move to send his mind into his own inner space. It only took a moment for the visual of the crystalline jade to appear in Ryu's mind and for him to enter it. Thanks to the abilities of his heavenly pupils, he didn't need to take it out and gather up spatial chi to make use of this treasure. Up to now, Ryu had collected the 2nd, 3rd and 4th floors of Zoo Palace. This allowed him access to divisions of core texts, natural order, and battle spirit. However, after taking the final and 4th piece, he gained access to the 1st floor's cultivation division. After entering the crystalline jade, Ryu didn't even attempt to go to Zoo Library. Though it was true the most valuable techniques of the Zoo clan were located there, it was also true that Ryu could lose his life to the Zoo ancestors as well. Until he had certain countermeasures, he wouldn't enter, even though he was certain that the 4 of them would be very willing to negotiate with him considering the circumstances. Ryu smiled as he looked at the completed 1st floor. So many years of hardship and almost losing his life was truly worth it. The 1st floor was also a library, though much smaller than the one located on the 2nd floor. That said, what was stored here wasn't any less important and it was exactly what Ryu was looking for. A single bookshelf of cultivation. Techniques sat adorned in precious gems to one side, while most of the rest of the room was filled with statues that were difficult to look at. These statues came in all shapes. One was of a blazing sun, another was of a valiant man, another was of a majestic palace, and yet another was of a reflective moon. Ryu could tell that these statues were actually what the Zoo clan would find most important. They were difficult to look at not because they were ugly, but because they were true visualization techniques. Meditating and reflecting on them would greatly improve Ryu's mental realm. To think there were so many. I wonder what the secret behind this crystalline jade is. It's clear that it's only my mind entering, so why is it that these things seem so tangible? More poignantly, how did the Zoo ancestors bring their incarnation jades into a place that should be a mental projection? Even with his intelligence, Ryu couldn't figure it out. He could only guess that the Zhu clan had a heaven-defying technique capable of making the corporeal illusory, and vice versa. If this was true, the potential applications made Ryu's heart palpitate. Shaking his head, Ryu focused on the singular bookcase that seemed made of precious white jade. Though it was only one bookcase, it was filled with memory jades, several hundred by Ryu's estimate due to how little the space they took up was. With a simple read-through of a few, Ryu was immediately overwhelmed. It took him a moment to understand that the cultivation techniques he began with were far above his level. In a cultivator's lifespan, they could cultivate 3 types of qis. The first is one Ryu controlled now, known as mortal qi. Once one reaches an appropriate level, mortal qi will undergo a qualitative change to become immortal qi. Finally, immortal qi will evolve one final time to become cosmic qi. The difference between these qis was akin to heaven and earth. A single strand of immortal qi could crush 10,000 strands of mortal qi without much effort at all. But the important part was that these types of qi required different types of cultivation techniques. Mortal techniques, immortal techniques, and cosmic techniques. These, of course, all solely referred to qi realm cultivation. Ryu had made a mistake by accidentally sending his mind into the memory jades of a few immortal techniques and was immediately overwhelmed. After correcting himself, he found the appropriate section for mortal techniques and began to read them one by one. Slowly, Ryu began to understand. These techniques were where the importance of opening your pulses shone through. Mortal techniques didn't follow the same common, black, earth, etc. grade system battle techniques did. Instead, they had 6 division from 1 star, being the weakest, to 6 star, being the strongest. These rankings denoted just how many pulses a technique could make efficient use of. 1 star could only make use of 1 pulse, while 6 star could make use of all 6 qi pulses. This decided not only the speed of cultivation, but also the purity of one's qi. The qi refinement realm was all about meridian strengthening and energy tempering. While the awakening realm had stages known as rites, this realm was known for its revolutions. The more revolutions one completed, the cleaner and thicker one's qi would become. Obviously, this was much easier with a 6-star technique than a 1-star, and luckily, the Zhu clan, at least for the low-level mortal techniques, didn't have anything lower than 5 stars. The only question was just what type of technique was best suited for Ryu. Chapter 141. Choice. Though there were only 3 main divisions of qi in the martial world, the sub-levels hidden within were to the point of being infinite in quantity. What could be denoted as mortal, immortal, or cosmic qi was actually just a subgroup of energies that represented a certain quality. This was why Ryu was having a bit of an issue choosing his path. Without a master, he could only rely on his own intuition. When choosing a qi technique, it was of the utmost importance to take into account one's meridians. Ryu was born with chaotic silk meridians, a substance known for being incredibly light, while simultaneously being the 3rd strongest material in existence. An ancestral grade meridian system like Ryu's gave him near infinite paths to choose from. It was no wonder he was struggling. At the same time, one must also consider your affinities. Some types of qi techniques worked better for others simply due to special talents they might have. For example, those with high ice affinities should tend toward yin-type qi techniques, while those with high fire affinities should tend toward yang. This was where Ryu ran into yet another issue. Due to his bloodlines, he had exceptionally high affinities for fire, ice and lightning. At the same time, his bone structure was incredibly balanced despite being known as Ice Jade Crystal Body. Actually, the true name of Ryu's bone structure was lost in translation. As far as Ryu was aware, ice, in this context was actually meant to refer to purity, not cold. If it was simply about cold, Oak's Kingdom's low temperatures would have never bothered Ryu at all. Ryu flipped through techniques one by one. For now, he ignored the body realm cultivation techniques. He had to focus on healing himself first. Practicing body cultivation might have the opposite result. Rising Sun Qi. Its speed was the quickest during early mornings. There was an additional speed boost to cultivation the closer to the sun one was, and also the hotter their environment was. Qi from this technique would raise affinity for yang-type techniques and also facilitate comprehending yang-type natural orders as well, especially fire-related ones. Swift Yin Qi. This cultivation technique was known for producing exceptionally light qi. It was great for agility-type cultivators, and especially virgin women. Cultivation was quick within realms, but one suffered when crossing large barriers due to a struggle in building up momentum. Obviously, it was difficult to attack new realms when your chi was lighter than air. Tribulation 9 Clouds. This technique intrigued Ryu despite the fact it was practically suicide. Tribulations in the martial world were incredibly rare, or, rather, tribulation clouds were. Cultivators themselves faced many internal tribulations like the Awakening Realm's rights, or the Spiritual Severing Realm's severings, or the Path Extinction Realm's extinctions. However, cultivators were rarely punished by tribulation clouds. Cultivation alone was punishment enough. However, this didn't mean that tribulation clouds didn't exist. Still, they usually only appeared for the creation of heavenly weapons or pills. There were also special danger zones that had perpetual tribulation clouds hanging over them due to some mighty event that took place in the past. Ryu also believed he heard a rumor that it was necessary to survive a 9-cloud tribulation in order to become a sky god and have your inheritance passed down by the heavens. This was all to say that to practice this tribulation 9 clouds chi technique was asking for death. If one stepped onto this path for mortal chi, you'd have to follow suit with immortal and cosmic chi as well. It worked by converting lightning strikes into one's own chi. This gave a cultivator unprecedented explosive power and also tempered the body and mind simultaneously. This sort of technique would only be chosen by those who were lacking in talent and hoped to use near-death experiences to improve their constitution. Obviously, Ryu had no need to do such a thing. In addition, having to rely on the incredibly rare tribulation cloud would only slow down his cultivation. Ryu discarded it along with the rest, passing through without hesitation. It wasn't that he didn't realize that this technique was amazing, it was just that all of these techniques were amazing. Even the worst of them were 5 stars. After a while, Ryu understood what he should be looking for. Thanks to his ice jade crystal body, Ryu didn't need to find techniques that focused on cultivation speed. The benefit of his bone structure would handle that for him. Instead, Ryu decided to make full use of his chaotic silk meridians. Since they were the third hardest material in existence, why not push them to their absolute limit? Ryu wanted a technique that focused on chi purity and density. He wanted something that compressed his chi past the limits a normal cultivator could withstand. Only this way would he be able to make the best use of his chaotic silk. Ryu was well aware that the revolutions of the chi refinement realm already served this purpose. However, he wanted to take it to the extreme. Although his spiritual foundation was far larger than an average cultivator, those of Ryu's cultivation realm could only make use of the chi fumes that emitted from it. These so-called chi fumes were a primer to mortal chi. It was incredibly light and was used up quickly. It was only because his spiritual foundation was so large and emitted excessive amounts of chi fumes that he was able to draw chi lines despite not being in the chi refinement realm yet. Simply put, Ryu wouldn't be able to tap into the true potential of his spiritual foundation until he entered the World Sea realm. Such a matter was so far away that Ryu didn't even want to think about it. Eventually, Ryu found 3 techniques that met his requirements. 6 Realm Opening. This technique converted your chi pulses into miniature dantians. Though they wouldn't contain a spiritual foundation, they would contain an excess amount of chi that could be tapped into at will. Since pulses were about 2 to 3 times larger than normal meridians, only they could withstand such a thing. But this was only relative. Only reinforcement-type meridians like Ryu's could use this technique without crippling themselves. Abyssal Vortex Chi. This technique was also incredibly masochistic. The body had numerous nodes known as meridians. This technique used those nodes as centers to form what its creator called abyssal vortexes. These vortexes were incredibly concentrated cyclones of chi that rotated within every node. By taking this approach, one could hold several times more chi than usual. Revolutions Amplifier. This final technique multiplied the effectiveness of revolutions by several folds. Usually, doing this might result in premature ascension to the spiritual severing realm, but this technique provided a systematic method of avoiding this issue. In Ryu's estimation, it was the most valuable of the 3 for this very reason alone. It was difficult to choose. All of them were 6 stars and each had a complete set of immortal and cosmic technique successors. So, Ryu had another maddening thought: what if he didn't choose? Chapter 142. First Revolution. It might sound insane at first to use 3 chi techniques at once, but the more Ryu thought about it, the more feasible it became. The first reason he thought this might be possible was because all 3 of these techniques were known to be neutral chi techniques. This meant that the chi absorbed didn't have any particular affinity or leaning. Knowing it had this shortcoming, Those 3 techniques suggested that its user pair its use with techniques that did have this sort of leaning. This was what lit a light bulb for Ryu. He suddenly understood that it wasn't impossible to use multiple chi techniques at once as long as they didn't interfere with one another. For example, using a yin and yang type technique was almost surely suicide, but using a neutral type technique alongside that had a leaning would be just fine. From what Ryu could see, one technique focused on the chi pulses, another focused on meridian nodes, and the final focused on breaking the limit on chi refinement realm revolutions. From a surface inspection, they didn't seem to overlap with one another. And, since they were all neutral types, that was also yet another worry that didn't have to be considered. Of course, there was one other thing to consider, and that was the slowing of cultivation. If Ryu used these 3 techniques, he would be 3 times slower in the best-case scenario, but more likely far worse. However, Ryu decided not to worry about it. While it was true that he wanted to maximize his cultivation speed in order to save his family, he also understood that if he was too fast, he wouldn't become strong enough to do anything. What using these 3 techniques at once guaranteed him was an unmatched foundation. Much like the pulse opening realm, the chi refinement realm was divided into 4 stages: lower, middle, higher and peak. On this higher mortal plane, each one of these stages was divided among 4 chi pulses. This was because those of the higher mortal plane were unaware of the fact that there were 6 chi pulses and not just 4. This was one of the main reasons why it was far easier for Ryu to jump cultivation stages to battle those who should be far stronger than him. The chi refinement realm was similar. Its stages were divided by the number of completed revolutions. These revolutions would be dictated by the number of pulses one had opened, in addition to the quality of one's cultivation technique. Even if you had 4 open chi pulses, it was useless if you were only using a 2-star chi technique. Each pulse allowed 2 revolutions, this made for 12 total revolutions. In addition to these 12, there was one final great circle revolution. Once this final revolution was completed, one would be considered half-step into spiritual severing. It was only these that one's first severing could begin. Obviously, due to their own limitations, the higher mortal plane only had a max of 9 total revolutions. Ryu, however, thanks to the fact he now had 6-star techniques, could complete all 13 possible revolutions. Still, this didn't take into consideration the ability's revolutions amplifier. With its help, every chi pulse could complete 3 revolutions instead of just 2. In addition, it allowed one could complete 2 great circle revolutions, instead of just 1. One can imagine the possible disparity. Even the best and most supported geniuses would only be able to complete 13 revolutions. Even if they had revolutions amplifier, they would need to also have Ryu's chaotic silk meridians or something similar to even think of surviving its use. Yet, Ryu could complete an enormous 7 more revolutions than those of his cultivation realm. This 7 total might seem arbitrary and even somewhat small, but one had to first consider that every completed revolution resulted in an exponential increase in quality. The purer your chi was, the more you could store and the stronger your attacks would become thanks to the increased density. In addition, purer energy directly allowed one to complete more severings during the spiritual severing stage, thus resulting in a compounding advantage over multiple cultivation realms. Ryu didn't need to think about it any longer. He immediately began the process of comprehending these chi techniques. Because they were neutral, he didn't need to worry about any elaborate absorption prowess. All he needed was a relatively chi-dense meditation space. Luckily, he was currently in one of the best available locations in existence, the Immortal Path. Without much surprise, Ryu began with Revolution's amplifier. His first task was to convert his own chi fumes into mortal chi. As such, it was important to begin with this technique first, or else he wouldn't gain the extra possible revolutions. Once all of one's chi fumes evolved into mortal chi, there was no need to ever worry about forming chi fumes again. Any that wafted from one's spiritual foundation would immediately be catalyzed into mortal chi. This sort of process was incomparably smooth for Ryu. If it wasn't for his aching body, it would have been even easier. Luckily, his meridians were nigh indestructible, so his injuries didn't directly influence his cultivation. The moment Ryu began cultivating in earnest was the moment his ancestral great circle truly shined. Cultivation was broken into 2 important facets: breathing and circulation. Chi is absorbed from the mouth and nose, which act as gateways. Then, this chi is circulated along certain paths within the meridians. The bodies of living creatures contain the most complex formations in existence, and many staple formations and arrays that exist today were created from examining them. What the circulation facet did was make use of these formations to elicit wanted responses. However, Ryu was on a completely different level. His ice jade crystal body could be broken down to 4 important abilities: accelerated healing, friend of nature and beasts, absolute balance, and, maybe most importantly now, ungodly cultivation speed. While others could only absorb chi through the nostrils and lips, every pore of Ryu's body was capable of this feat. He could breathe with his very skin. As a result, his surface area for chi absorption reached an unprecedented height. Ryu hadn't had the opportunity to use this ability during the awakening and pulse opening realms, since neither required active chi absorption, but now, everything was different. It wasn't long before Ryu understood that he had vastly underestimated his own speed. So what if he was 3 times slower or even more? His starting point was so much higher than anyone else's that this worry seemed like a joke. His body glowed with a gentle, pulsing light that followed the pattern of his breaths. It should have taken several hours for him to compress his chi fumes into mortal chi, but the faint wisps that patrolled his meridians were compressed into a white and thick cloudy gas in less than 10 minutes. By the half-an-hour mark, Ryu was already prepared to begin his first revolution. Once this step was completed, Ryu would finally enter the chi refinement realm. Chapter 143. Vortex. The chi that Ryu breathed into his body was incredibly pure. If it wasn't already enough that the immortal path was innately blemishless, even if it wasn't, his ice jade crystal bone structure wouldn't allow impurities to last very long. Due to this, Ryu didn't have to spend much time, if any at all, cleansing the energy he inhaled. If one could see the inside of Ryu's meridians, they'd be absolutely shocked. They'd assume he was an individual who had completed at least 2 revolutions already, when the reality was that he had yet to complete even one. This was the difference between those with talent and those without. Ryu worked quickly. After converting all of his chi fumes into a sort of primer energy for mortal chi, he begun circulating revolutions amplifier in earnest. The route was incredibly complex, even Ryu felt like his head was spinning, so he took the first cycle incredibly slowly, etching the pattern into his mind. The main difference between 1-star and 6-star techniques was the complexity of their circulations. 1-star techniques can only make use of a single chi pulse, and as such, their circulation pattern is appropriately simple. However, 6-star techniques must cycle through all 6 chi pulses, thus meaning that they must be appropriately complex. With every chi pulse a cultivator opens, numerous novel meridian nodes and meridian pathways open as well. This was the fundamental difference between those who opened more chi pulses and those who opened less. This difference in foundation would only compound. Still, even with Ryu taking his time for his first circulation, he completed it in just half an hour. Just like this, after completing just a single circulation, the sound of a cracking barrier resounded. Ryu felt a rush of essence careen toward himself, seeping into his skin, muscles and bones. Ryu panicked. If he broke through now, wouldn't that mean he would have to given up on 6 realm opening in abyssal vortex chi? In the end, he was too inexperienced in cultivation. He hadn't even considered this problem before he began. There are only 2 ways to fix this: either abolish my cultivation, or compensate with speed. Ryu didn't hesitate. Abolishing his own cultivation was something he was unwilling to do, namely because he was unsure if there were consequences to such an undertaking. He had just been taught a lesson about his own inexperience, so how could he make another rash decision so quickly? 6 realm opening was definitely the easier of the 2 to complete with speed. Its appeal was tied in the opening of miniature dantian within the chi pulses. However, they only needed to be opened one at a time. One should be opened before entering the chi refinement realm, then there would be one opened for each of the 4 stages of the realm, and finally, the last would be opened upon completing the Great Circle refinement. No, I should complete abyssal vortex chi first. Ryu was in a race against time. He slowed the process of his breakthrough. He knew he would face backlash if he stopped it completely. From his quick calculations, he would officially become a chi refinement expert in less than 10 minutes. Normally individuals would be ecstatic at this short time frame. But, at the moment, Ryu's talent was his own hell. Abyssal vortex chi was a bit different from normal techniques. It didn't rely on complex circulations, relatively speaking. Instead, it formed miniature vortexes of chi within meridian nodes. It then relied on these vortexes as centers of power. Not only did they allow one to store more energy in a more compact way, it also allowed cultivation speed to increase thanks to the unique suction abilities of the vortex. The issue was that this technique required mind-numbing amounts of chi control. One needed to create and stabilize hundreds of vortexes. Even the lowest estimates would still have a person needing several hours to reach equilibrium. But Ryu had 10 minutes. Ryu grit his teeth. It was time to see just how reliable his chaotic silk meridians were. He didn't have the time to take it slowly like everyone else. He would be rash. He could only hope that his meridians could withstand the failures that would undoubtedly occur. With a thought, he began. The meridian's nodes he had to date totaled 333. One was born with 111, and 37 more were opened for every chi pulse that was awakened. In order to complete the foundation of this technique, Ryu needed to form 111 vortexes plus 37 more. The primer chi within Ryu's body began to spin viciously. This was when Ryu learned the horror of what he was attempting. In the beginning, he called the circulation method of abyssal vortex chi simple. From an objective point of view, it was. However, that was only if you created one vortex at a time. For the creation of every vortex, there would be a small circulation pattern around a single meridian node. After a few circulations, the vortex would be created and stabilized. You could then move on to the next circulation. However, with Ryu's time constraints, he was attempting to form multiple vortexes at once. Suddenly, those simple patterns began to overlap and complicated matters within the 3D structure of Ryu's body. Things only became worse when Ryu realized that some circulation patterns overlapped. However, Ryu soon saw that even when he failed and his energy exploded within his body, despite some painful bloating, he felt nothing else at all. This realization made him more brazen. At first, he only attempted to form 2 vortexes at once, but then it became 3, then 4. Eventually, he was creating 10 at once, and his proficiency was only growing as he familiarized himself with the chi technique. Ryu's body became a battlefield. Sometimes, blood would flow from his lips and crimson would erupt from old wounds. This couldn't be helped. Though his meridians were nigh indestructible, they were still attached to his far more vulnerable inner organs and muscles. But he continued to push him. A maddened light shone in Ryu's eyes once more. He could feel the barrier between himself and the chi refinement realm crumbling more and more with each passing moment. It's not enough. Ryu's chi circulation became faster and faster. He didn't need experience to know that even a big mistake along the complex paths of his meridians would end his life. Chaotic silk meridians or not, cultivation deviation wasn't something many could survive. However, Ryu didn't seem to care as he immediately began practicing 6 realm opening even while still circulating abyssal vortex chi. What Ryu didn't notice at this time was just how much easier it had become for him to split his mind between multiple tasks. If he had, he would have checked his mental realm to find a shocking change had occurred while he slept. Ryu roared out as he completely opened his first pulse dantian. Completion of the foundation of a second 6-star technique didn't give him any relief. In fact, now that he had set 2 perfect foundations, his breakthrough had quickened. But Ryu still smiled. Because at that moment, his 148th vortex was formed. Chapter 144, Visualization Technique Bonus Chapter. Ryu's body quaked. The punishment his internal organs had taken in the last few minutes couldn't be underestimated. But Ryu had been so focused on completing his task that he had involuntarily entered the state of meditation, allowing him to ignore the pain for a moment. Until now, that was. Luckily, this pain didn't last for long. As though it was waiting for Ryu to release the reins, the cracking barrier finally shattered in earnest. Essence surged toward Ryu at greater speeds, charging into Ryu's body. Ryu felt odd. The feeling of essence circulating along so many paths of his body was numbing. The good news was that essence, as the purest energy in existence, had the ability to freely convert between all chi forms in existence. This not only made Ryu's mortal chi incredibly pure, but it also made the process of breaking through incomparably smooth. Ryu began to cough, black blood and pieces of broken organs flying from his mouth. At first he was worried that he had put too much hope in the rebirth given during a major breakthrough, but he calmed in the next moment. These were definitely the remains of the built-up and hidden injuries within his body. The rush of pure chi made Ryu feel that the door that opened for his bone structure had creaked open just that small bit more. Ryu knew a small bit about just what this opening door entailed thanks to his mother, so he couldn't help but smile at his progress. Finally, the final bits of Ryu's accumulated injuries healed. The fractures that riddled his legs finally sealed and his tendons and ligaments began to reconnect. In the end, Ryu collapsed, not in fatigue, but in relief. The endless pain for months on end had definitely taken its toll on his mind. So this is the consequence of breaching power I shouldn't, Ryu sighed. He hadn't expected that ignoring his own limitations to push his speed that far would have such drastic effects. His constitution was known for its healing ability, yet 6 months in a coma had hardly moved the needle. This taught Ryu a valuable lesson. The greatness of healing factors was only relative to your own strength. How could it be just as easy to heal from damage dealt by a Divine Vessel Realm expert versus an Awakening Realm expert? Even if they objectively dealt the same damage, the quality of a Divine Vessel Realm expert's strike was simply a level above. When Ryu tapped into the speed of a Divine Vessel Realm expert, he was doing damage to himself that his body wasn't equipped to deal with. He reached a threshold he had no business being a part of. Right then, he swore that he wouldn't do something so foolish again unless his life was on the line once more. I need to ensure that I have no hidden injuries left, or else they'll only accumulate. Ryu knew that the so-called rebirth given by a large breakthrough wasn't infallible. So, he began to think of spiritual herbs that would best handle the situation. If he could find or buy a few young sprouts, with the incubator's help, he shouldn't have anything to worry about anymore. Ryu smiled lightly as he realized Leopold's spatial ring was still resting on his lap. He had been fully prepared for the immortal path to destroy everything of the old headmasters, but who would have known that he would just throw his spatial ring over as a sign of good faith? Ryu nodded in satisfaction as he looked through Leopold's ring. Though he was a weakling in the grand scheme of the pedestal plane, he was still rich by the standards of a lower chi refinement expert like Ryu. Before, Ryu only had 1,000 inferior mortal chi stones and 20 medial chi stones. But, thanks to Leopold, that number had raised significantly. Leopold had 10,000 medial mortal chi stones, 100 superior mortal chi stones, and 3 inferior immortal chi stones. Ryu didn't know much about the outer ring he would be headed to soon, but he reminded himself to not flaunt his wealth openly. He would realize soon how good a choice this was after he learned that the outer ring still dealt heavily with gold coins. To them, chi stones were a massive luxury. Ryu didn't even think about using these chi stones for cultivation. Relying on them would not only dull his cultivation sense, but the ease with which they could be used would make his foundation unstable. He strictly set them aside as his currency. That said, if he ever found the legendary essence stones, this would be a different matter entirely. Medial chi stones were worth 100 inferior ones and were worth 100th of superior ones. However, immortal chi stones were a massive leap forward, being worth 10,000 superior mortal chi stones each, though no one would ever exchange them this way. This was all to say that for Ryu's current purposes, Leopold's wealth was definitely not small. In fact, it was enough to make him the wealthiest individual of the outer ring before he had even stepped foot in it. Aside from these chi stones, Leopold had piles of gold coins he had likely accumulated from his years as headmaster. The Three Kingdoms Institute definitely didn't have cheap tuition fees. Unbeknownst to Ryu, they would soon come in handy, but for now, he couldn't be bothered to count. What Ryu was more interested in were the cultivation resources. Leopold had the many of these, likely because he had stocked up, planning to spend years on the inferior higher mortal plane. But that suited Ryu just fine. Thanks to the Natural Order sect, Ryu had 9 total chi whispering herbs and 1 bone separating root. Since Leopold was a connecting heaven realm expert, these earth-grade spiritual herbs were of great use to him, so he had many, though he had far less bone separating root than Ryu would have liked. There were 100 chi whispering herbs and 20 bone separating roots. That said, it wasn't a large problem. Ryu still have many beast spiritual roots he had yet to cultivate with due to not having a body realm cultivation technique. Unfortunately, Ryu's cultivation was still too weak to use earth-grade spiritual herbs since he couldn't allow them into his incubator. For now, black-grade herbs were the most useful to him and would continue to be into the spiritual severing realm. But, for obvious reasons, Leopold had none of them. Finally, Ryu glanced at the resonating sense memory jade in the corner of Leopold's ring. He realized that this technique was likely how Leopold had found him so easily. He didn't have time to learn it now, but he might consider it in the future. For now, Ryu needed to choose a mental realm and body realm cultivation technique for him. Once that was completed, he'd walk this immortal path to the end. Ryu sent his mind back into Zhu Palace and onto the familiar first floor. Unlike his chi technique choices, Ryu's scope for his mental and body techniques were fairly limited. He wanted a body technique capable of capitalizing on his flexibility and balance, not one that bulked him up. As for his mental technique, or visualization technique, rather, what would be a better choice if not the immortal Sakura? Chapter 145, Phoenix Heavenly Body. The mind often took on characteristics of one's visualization technique. In fact, some who followed the mental realm discipline even believed that one's personality could be changed depending on the technique they chose. While the immortal Sakura was, of course, an outstanding defensive technique, it could also be used as a visualization technique as well. In fact, any mental realm technique that relied on some sort of visualization could be used in this way. Ryu didn't need to think much to choose this path. Not only would he be able to cultivate his mental realm, as he did so, his comprehension of the immortal Sakura technique would deepen. In addition, as time passed, his mind would gain inherently strong defenses due to the constant visualization. This, after walking into the depths of the first floor, Ryu found, as he expected, an immortal Sakura. It wasn't just a majestic tree either. Ryu felt that this might truly be the last immortal Sakura in existence. His heart couldn't help but palpitate slightly as its golden blossom petals shimmered before his eyes. Ryu knew immediately that the visualization found deep within this forest of statues were by far the best the Zhu clan had to offer, but they were also the most dangerous. Ryu felt a splitting headache just from a short glance. In addition, the tree felt ethereal to him, as though it wasn't allowing him to see its true appearance. What intrigued Ryu all the more was that the immortal Sakura wasn't alone. There were 4 other vague representations that caught his attention, but their images appeared so foggy to him that he couldn't even grasp their shape fully. Ryu assumed that this was because, unlike the immortal Sakura, he hadn't practiced these techniques at all. It was only now that Ryu understood the value of a teacher. If Eska hadn't showed him the immortal Sakura in its simplest form, would he have grasped it so quickly? Why are there 4 others, though? There should only be 3 more ancestors, no. Ryu's eyes narrowed and he immediately put up his guard. The Zhu clan's legacy was important to him enough for him to risk his life for it, but that didn't mean he would give himself over to it free of charge. This was why he had yet to go and see the Zhu clan ancestors, even though he held all the leverage in his hands now. With the seal gone and the jade in his possession, he was their only chance at revival. However, this didn't mean he was free. If he went to see them, he would have to make a deal. If there happened to be a 5th one of them floating around that he didn't know about, they could easily weasel out of any contract he made. After reminding himself to be careful, Ryu gave the 4 vague figures one last glance. Something was telling him that he didn't need the ancestors to bestow him their techniques for him to see them. As long as his heavenly pupils progressed, nothing would be able to hide from his gaze. Not long later, Ryu began to go through the body realm techniques one by one, but as one might expect of a mental realm clan, their selection was incredibly limited. Chi cultivation was still important to a mental realm cultivator since a powerful soul couldn't survive without a powerful enough body, but body realm cultivation ceased to be important to them after the vessel tempering realm. Mental realm cultivation was known for its small number of realms with just 6, but body realm cultivation had an even smaller number at just 4. The pulse tempering realm, Ryu's current state, the vessel tempering realm, the blood tempering realm, and finally, the 9 life revolutions realm. The world of cultivation was complex and intermingled, but it was generally accepted that body realm cultivation ceased to be important after the vessel tempering realm was completed. There was a very simple reason for this. For chi realm cultivation, one would open chi pulses in the pulse opening realm and chi vessels in the divine vessel realm. Then, during the connecting heaven realm, these pulses and vessels would be connected to form the immortal rings of the immortal ring realm. The immortal ring realm was the legendary realm that connected all 3 pillars of cultivation, the body, chi and the mind, connecting the body, chi and spiritual pulses and vessels. However, there were no other realms past this where cultivating all 3 could be deemed important. As such, many cultivators usually focused on chi cultivation after completing their immortal rings, while mental realm masters like those of the Zhu clan abandoned body realm cultivation to focus on their mind and chi. So, as one might expect from this reality, the Zhu clan hardly bothered with techniques that continued into the 3rd and 4th realms of body cultivation. From what Ryu could tell, They had less than 10 techniques that even touched upon the third realm and none that touched upon the fourth. Ryu couldn't bring himself to question their methods. After all, wasn't Eska a sky god? That was the highest cultivation realm in all of existence. If their method was flawed, they obviously wouldn't have produced even one of these lofty individuals, let alone 4 of them. Even Ryu's Tatsuya clan only had one in their history, and that was Ryu's great-grandfather, his grandpa Tatsuya's father. Though, Ryu had never met the man, nor did his family ever talk about him. Thinking of his great-grandfather, Ryu could only shake his head. If he had been there instead of disappearing to who knows where, how could the Tatsuya clan have ever fallen? Wait, Ryu's face lit up with a happy smile. Even if his family was here, they would be shocked. This sort of expression was one Ryu rarely, if ever, showed. His light smiles usually had a piercing coldness to them, but this was filled with absolute warmth. The technique he just came across, it was the very one his mother, Hamari, used. When he saw the technique, he felt a wave of warmth wrap around him. He forgot for a moment that he was in enemy territory. Phoenix Heavenly Body. This technique can only be used by those with phoenix blood, those without will undoubtedly die. Ryu realized immediately why this technique started with a warning. Chi techniques circulated chi, but body techniques circulated blood. One was done in the meridians, while the other was accomplished within blood vessels. Judging by the circulation patterns asked for in this book, even Ryu felt a cold shiver go down his spine. If a normal person even attempted this, wouldn't they erupt in a blaze of flames? Still, Ryu felt happy even though this technique was missing 2 of its fragments. Ryu had long since opened his body pulses, but he hadn't been able to begin opening his body vessels because his bodily strength wasn't enough to withstand it. What body techniques did was utilize blood circulation to strengthen the body by cultivating what was known as vital chi. Though it was called chi as well, it was fundamentally different from other energies. It was directly tied to an individual's vitality and could only be accumulated in the blood before being passed on to the rest of the body. With this technique, Ryu would be able to cultivate the first 2 body realms. As for the final 2 fragments, that would be left up to fate. For now, it was time to step onto the pedestal plane. Chapter 146, Outer Ring. For the first time in half a year, Ryu stood. Various popping noises erupted from his body as he stood to his full height of just over 2 meters tall. In the past years, even he hadn't realized until now just how much he had grown. If it wasn't for the fact his garments and skin were an absolute bloody and impurity-filled mess, Ryu would have likely realized that his height wasn't the only change he experienced. But, unfortunately, there was no place to take a bath on the immortal plane. Finally, Ryu took a step forward, walking with an air of arrogance and confidence. In that moment, he suddenly stopped and roared at the top of his lungs. He had done it. He had survived. A deep, almost bestial part of him was throbbing. That experience of being forced into a corner and surviving against all odds, he had never felt it before during his sheltered life on the Shrine Plane. This was it. This was what he had been missing all of his life. Show me what you have in store for me, pedestal plane. You can't lose out to immortal plane, right? Ryu looked at the portal before him with a fiery battle intent twinkling in his silver eyes. It seemed it was a bit too difficult to ignore the Tatsuya blood that ran through his veins. Valor City. When Ryu appeared on the pedestal plane, he was sent to an area free of danger and most other humans. He believed this to be in thanks to Shrine Mountain once more. From Ryu's understanding, it had a habit of teleporting those who survived its trial to the weakest areas of the plane. This was in order to give those who ascended a chance to adapt instead of being snuffed out by a power they were in no position to handle. Still, Ryu didn't spend much time in the wilderness. Aside from cleaning himself in a nearby lake and making a pair of leg garments from an unfortunate beast, he directly headed toward one of the most popular centers of power in the Outer Ring. Thanks to Granny Miriam's help, Ryu had a memory jade with a map of a large part of the Outer Ring, though it was mostly empty toward the center. Ryu wasn't worried at all about attracting attention here because his plans for the pedestal plane would thrust him into the spotlight soon enough anyway. Valor City, a territory Ryu was currently approaching the gate of, was one of the 9 major cities of the Outer Ring. It was a center of power which was shared by 3 sects. 3 so-called fifth-order sects. A sect's ranking was decided by the same system as the categorization of beasts, partially. A fifth-order beast was the equivalent of a divine vessel realm expert, but a fifth-order sect, in order to earn this title, must have 10 divine vessel realm experts and at least one ancestor of the connecting heaven realm. This logic continues for all rankings. One must have 10 experts, the equivalent of the order they're assigned, plus at least one expert a single order above. One can see here just how large the difference between the outer ring and the higher mortal plane was. In reality, the sects of the higher mortal plane wouldn't even be considered of the fourth order. They simply didn't have that many spiritual severing realm experts. They'd be considered half-step fourth order sects. Only the former heavenly body sect was a true fourth order sect. That said, considering the difference in quality of expert between the planes, even the heavenly body sect wouldn't be a match for a mere third order sect found here. Of course, aside from the 3 fifth order sects that controlled Valor City, there were many more subordinate sects who had a small say as well. Just from this, one could see just how large the outer ring was. It had taken Ryu half a month of his top speed to reach the nearest major city. As Ryu was about to cross the large open gates and into a large city, he was suddenly halted. Halt. Those with identification must identify themselves at the city gates. Those without must register themselves for a fee of 10 silver. Ryu had expected this much. Such a large city would definitely have its own rules and laws. From what he was aware of, the mayor of Valor City was a divine vessel realm expert himself, making his influence equivalent to the elders of the 3 ruling sects. So, he had dignity of his own. Just as one guard stepped toward Ryu, another suddenly pulled him back, causing the first to be spun into a cycle of confusion. "What are you doing?" the first guard who spoke to Ryu asked. "Are you a fool? These rules only apply to those below the chi refinement realm. Plus, look at his age and the fact he's already a higher chi refinement expert. He clearly just came from the wilderness but has no supplies in hand, but look at the ring on his finger. I'm saving you, yet you dare talk back to me. Apologize and hope that he forgives you." The second guard snarled in a low voice. The first guard became flustered. He had just tried to extort 10 silver from a genius. He had seen Ryu's bare chest and beast-skin skirt and immediately made assumptions. "Ah, young master, please forgive me," as the first guard was about to go into a spiel about how he had a wife and kids to take of, Ryu, who hadn't even paused his steps, had already stepped into the city, eyes closed and hair as blemishless as freshly fallen snow blowing. The first guard sighed a breath of relief. It seemed this young master couldn't be bothered to deal with him. That was good, definitely good. If others saw how flustered the usually arrogant Valor guards had become at the sight of Ryu, they would have been astonished. The truth of the matter was that the rules of the city were based on age, not just cultivation realm. Ryu didn't even look 19 years old. Yet his cultivation was so grand. If he had been a middle-aged chi refinement expert, the first guard would have been right to stop him. But, to those as lowly as mere gate guards, offending those with potential was the worst sin. Was Ryu really a higher chi refinement expert? Of course not. But, before he even completed his first revolution, his chi was as pure as someone who had completed 2, likely thanks to his ice jade crystal body. Now that he had officially completed 1, plus considering the fact he was stacking the chi accumulation abilities of 3 6-star chi techniques, his level of chi purity and quantity made those around him sense a higher chi refinement expert. Sensing the cultivation of an individual wasn't an exact science. It was usually based on intuition and experience, and Ryu was too unconventional for those things to work as they should. Ryu's appearance caught the eyes of many as he walked into the city, but he had no intention of staying on its outskirts. He would head directly into the circle of elites, the very core of Valor City. Chapter 147. Valor Auction House. Ryu strode through the streets, heading toward the circle of elites with a purposeful gait. According to Granny Miriam, the circle of elites was the true hub of every major city. It was the place that had not only the best cultivation resources, but was also a gathering center for the powerful. As a result, it contained the best auction houses, inns, and practically anything else one could think of. Ryu had 2 main purposes. He wanted to accumulate valuable ores and gather spiritual herbs. The herbs would help his cultivation. Unlike chi stones, consuming spiritual herbs wouldn't have any adverse effects on his foundation. Though, the reason others couldn't use this method was due to the fact spiritual herbs were usually more effective after being refined into pills. However, pills almost always had impurities, making them detrimental to consume in large amounts. Only Ryu, who had the incubator, or an individual from a prestigious family willing to wastefully use spiritual herbs, could use this method of cultivation. As for why Ryu wanted ores, that was simpler. He needed weapons, but he needed them to be forged to his specifications. At the moment, he wasn't worthy of a weapon forged with breaking ore. Plus, he doubted that any blacksmiths here had the skill to forge such a weapon. So, Ryu decided to find a few decent pieces of ore to commission a blacksmith to help him. After using common-grade weapons for more than 3 years now, Ryu felt it was time to graduate. In addition, if his next plan was to work out well, he couldn't allow himself to be handicapped by a weak weapon. Regular wooden polearms couldn't handle his strength any longer. It would probably be cheaper to just buy weapons instead of commissioning their creation, but Ryu still hadn't given up on his dual-wielding style. He wanted his weapons to be identical and perfectly balanced for that purpose. For obvious reasons, it was impossible for Ryu to find such a thing unless he commissioned them. This aside, though Ryu didn't care very much for his appearance, he was still aware that entering the circle of elites bare-chested and in beast skins would bring more trouble than it was worth. So, not long after he entered the center of the city, he directly entered what seemed like a well-established clothing store. Maybe under normal circumstances the attendants would have turned their nose up at him, but since they happened to be women, they were too busy blushing to look down on Ryu. After entering the chi refinement realm and maturing to the stature of a young man from a teenager, Ryu's charm had grown to a new level. It also seemed that he wafted a perpetual intoxicating aroma. Usually, it was useful in calming beasts, but it seemed to work on women just as easily. The smell of a nature. Not even half an hour later, Ryu left the store in a set of sleek black robes with 10 more in his spatial ring. It was made of inferior material compared to what he once wore on the shrine plane, but from what he understood, it was quite high class for the pedestal plane. Its major flaw, though, was that it wasn't very good for battles. It would likely immediately rip apart in an intense fight. Just who was that young man? The door attendant put her small hand over her chest. It seemed she had forgotten to breathe. It's such a shame, the heavens always harm the talented. So handsome, yet blind. I hear the inner ring selections are only a few years from now. A gossipy attendant butted in. Many outer ring geniuses are starting martial journeys for the sake of gaining experience and improving. An inner ring selection? Why? Another attendant asked in confusion. They're usually only held once every few decades, but the last one was less than 10 years ago. According to what I've heard, the Ice Devil Legacy world is opening on the Blossom Plain soon. The core region is thinking of fostering our plane's geniuses to help. An old woman who acted as a manager of the store snorted. To help, she says. You mean to act as cannon fodder so that those Blossom Plain geniuses can reap the true rewards. They're just hurting the youth who should hold the future of our plane up like cattle. Manager, you have to watch your words. The attendants looked around worriedly, hoping none of the customers heard the senile old lady. Talking ill of higher planes like this was tantamount to a death sentence. But, it seemed the old woman was at the age where she no longer cared what happened to her. Outside the shop's doors, Ryu heard all of these words thanks to his spiritual sense. Ice Devil, I've never heard of it. It's likely not any worthy legacy world, but this makes the path to a higher plane far easier for me. I guess I should be thankful. One might think that Ryu was being ridiculous. Why did the fact he didn't recognize the name matter? It wasn't like he knew everything under the sun. But, the problem was that though he might not, he was very close to knowing everything about ruins. The obvious rebuttal was that Ryu hadn't been in this world for 9 cycles 100 million years. That time could easily bring about new information he was unaware of. But, the truth of the matter was that that length of time wasn't enough for an expert who could make Ryu's heart palpitate to appear. In addition, no one notable from Ryu's time went by the name, Ice Devil. Experts took their names very seriously since it was tied to their prestige and faith, one wouldn't change theirs easily. Ryu threw these matters to the back of his mind. The path he had chosen and this newly materialized path would definitely collide. He didn't need to chase the ladder too fiercely. Everything would fall into place. Soon, Ryu had oriented himself toward his next destination, Valor Auction House. This location handled 2 sorts of auctions. The first was a conventional, minimum bid and minimum bid increase system that took place as large gatherings. But, Ryu wanted to wait for one to be scheduled. The second form auction displayed the materials for sale for a set period of time, usually anything from a few hours to a few days. Bidders would then walk around the display room and publicly attach their bids to the display items. The highest bidder would have their price displayed alongside the item. If no one beat it, they would claim the item once the auction ended. "Welcome to Valor Auction House, is there anything I can help you with, sir?" A manager of the auction house approached Ryu as he entered after he immediately picked Ryu out as a valuable customer. It seemed Ryu's investment was worth it. "Take me to your display room and I'll see if you have what I need," Ryu said plainly. "Though, if you have any valuable ores you haven't taken out, you can do so. I would also like to see your selection of heavy longbows. The sturdier, the better." The manager hesitated for a moment, but stopped himself from asking something stupid. If he really asked Ryu whether he needed help with his blindness, wouldn't he be asking to die? Unless Ryu brought it up himself, he would be beaten to death before he said something about it first. "Right away, sir." Chapter 148, Requirements. Ryu was directly brought to a display room. It was large and had about a dozen individuals glancing around with the barest levels of interest. The items were kept in glass cases that enveloped pedestals that were a bit over a meter tall. Various leading prices could already be seen attached as well. "How does verification work?" Ryu asked. Replying to young master, "Since I'm here, I can verify your bids with my personal stamp. This will save sir from having to deal with a long, convoluted process." Of course, this wasn't how things were normally done. To even be allowed into this room, one needed to prove they had a certain amount of money. In addition, some form of identity or collateral was needed to ensure that individuals didn't write random bids they couldn't account for and screw up the proceedings. That said, these measures became meaningless long ago. No one dared to do such things in a major city these days. You'd be asking for death. The name Valor wasn't just for show either. The mayor of their city definitely wouldn't fall below the top 3 city lords. Ryu nodded. "Is this truly the best display room you have?" "Unfortunately," the manager responded quickly. "The best items are usually left for large and well-publicized auctions. Although I can skirt the rules a bit for sir in this regard, I can't break the rules protecting those items. The only method young master can use to see them is by being granted our highest membership card. In addition, even with this card, the items will be far more expensive than they would otherwise be during a public auction. This is in order to protect our auction house from any losses, so they'll be 3 times more expensive than the best-case scenario price of our yearly auctions." Ryu of course understood this. An auction house definitely wouldn't take a loss. As such, if an individual wanted to buy an item set for auction ahead of time, they'd be forced to pay 3 times what the highest estimated price of the auction would be. Luckily, money wasn't something Ryu cared about. He just didn't want to waste any time. As soon as he saw that the method of payment here was actually gold coins, he realized that he had overestimated the pedestal plane a bit too much. At least the outer ring, anyway. "What is the method for earning the highest membership card?" Replying to young master, "Valor Auction House is intertwined with many ventures including our blacksmith, alchemist, formation and ruin master associations. Aside from this, there is also our mercenary guild that might appeal to young master as well. In order to earn the highest membership card, there are a few methods. Either become an Earth grade master of any of our associations, a 4th order mercenary of our Valor Guild, or spend a total of 10 million gold coins in total between our intertwined ventures." In addition, young master should also note that this highest ranking membership card is the only level of membership that is universal for all 9 major cities. Meaning, lower ranking cards are useless in other cities not directly under our city's control, but this membership card, the Valor Honor card, is universal. "Is that so?" Ryu nodded. This was definitely useful to him. "What method do you suggest?" "If young master has talent enough to join any of our associations, this will likely be the easiest method. Though it is impossible for a youth to meet the Earth grade requirement, it is lowered to black grade for those below 25 years of age like young master. The only issue with this method is that assessments do not occur often. They're more infrequent than our auctions. Since young master is in a rush, your best bet is to spend 10 million gold coins. But this is a purposely obscene amount because City Lord prefers talents over riches. 10 million gold coins is the equivalent revenue of the whole of Valor City in a quarter." Ryu noticed that the manager purposely avoided the topic of the Valor Guild. But that only made him more curious. "And what of the Valor Guild?" The manager coughed awkwardly, replying to young master, "Please forgive me for my rudeness, but the orders of our mercenary guild are incredibly difficult to climb. As you know, orders correspond to beast grade. In order to earn an order, one must hunt 10 such beasts alone. These hunts must also be monitored by an administrator, so even if young master wasn't so young, an appointment would take even more time to set up than even the other available methods because an administrator capable of overseeing such a high-level assessment would be incredibly busy. And, although the requirements are lowered for your age as well, to the third order, it's not easy to find an individual to administer that level of test either. At the very least, it'll take more time than either the public auction or the association exams. Time. It seemed this was what everything boiled down to. In a test that relied on beasts as a testing measure, Ryu definitely had an advantage. However, he didn't dare to use his ice crystal jade body while being monitored. That would only bring him trouble. Though, it wasn't as though he needed it to defeat third-order beasts. Ryu also had a sneaking suspicion that the manager was getting at something else. He was likely thinking that the time needed to defeat 10 third-order beasts was large. After all, beasts were always more powerful than their human counterparts on average. He probably believed that Ryu would be injured and need to account for time to recover. If Ryu was certain that he could find an administrator today, he was also certain he'd be able to complete the assessment today as well. Unlike the thoughts of the manager, he knew his current strength enough to know that it would be a simple matter. Unfortunately, it seemed like that wasn't in the cards. I see. Ryu nodded. In that case, I'll be going to the Alchemy Association. I assume they have an herbology department which deals in selling spiritual herbs. At first, the manager was caught off guard by the question. But, in the next instant, he understood. Instead of wasting gold on useless auction items here, Ryu planned on spending the 10 million necessary gold on spiritual herbs. Wait, that wasn't the most shocking part. This youth actually had 10 million gold to spend. Even Valor City only made 40 to 50 million gold a year. Would even the city lord spend so much in a single sitting? The manager could only awkwardly laugh and bow as he saw Ryu out. Chapter 149, that's all. Bonus chapter for 500 Power Stones. Ryu didn't waste any time. His footsteps seemed slow and deliberate, but if one looked closely, it was as though the wind glided him forward several meters with every step. Those in the circle of elites were either wealthy individuals or strong cultivators, usually both. As a result, the depth of Ryu was something that intrigued many and caught their interest. Soon, Ryu made it to the Alchemy Association. As expected, as any proper alchemy association should, they had their own herbology department. Though Ryu never dabbled in alchemy, the depth of his knowledge of herbology was far beyond what those here could contend with, so he planned on taking advantage of this fact. Unfortunately, it seemed Valor City was set on forcing him to waste time. As an unknown customer, he could freely buy common grade herbs, but should he want to buy spiritual herbs of a higher grade, he had many hoops to jump through. Though Ryu's facial expressions didn't change as he listened to the explanation of the receptionist, he would be lying if he said he wasn't annoyed. It seemed everything in Valor City revolved around one's status, and they seemed to look down on those who wanted to throw money at every problem. If Ryu wanted to spend 10 million gold on common grade herbs, he'd be out of luck. Deals revolving around common grade herbs were usually handled with silver which were worth 1/100th of a gold coin. Even if he was willing to spend 10 million gold, he wouldn't reach that amount even if he bought the association's entire stock. To make matters worse, even if the association had that many common grade herbs to sell, they would never allow Ryu to clean them out with one purchase because it would imbalance the economy too much, not to mention inconvenience others. Unfortunately, young master, the only way to skirt these rules is by having a Valor Honor card or becoming an Earth Grade Alchemist of our association, or Black Grade, considering your age. Or, young master can become a disciple of one of Valor City's sects. The use of sect contribution points have no such rules attached to them, though you have to use universal contribution points which are worth much more than sect-specific contribution points. Finally, a new piece of information. Universal contribution points were worth 1,000 times that of sect-specific ones. One would have to join a sect and earn 1,000 points before trading them in for one that could be used anywhere within Valor City territory, including the other two sects. Ryu realized just how important status was here. The pedestal plane must be aware that there were individuals overflowing with gold on the mortal planes. No matter where you were, gold was a universal mineral recognized by all. So, how could the arrogant immortals allow mere mortals to flaunt their wealth as they pleased? This method was a way of dividing those who had true strength from those who didn't. It's a good thing that I had planned on joining a sect anyway, Once Ryu understood the fundamental rules of the pedestal plane, he wasn't discouraged. If anything, he was excited. He'd force the faith of the outer ring to revolve around himself and play them in the palm of his hands. The day he left this place would be the day the name Ryu Tatsuya was immortalized. Thank you for the information, Ryu said faintly. As a normal individual, what are my purchase limits? Replying to young master, you can freely buy common grade herbs, but you're limited to 3 stocks per herb type. There are no price limits, just quantity caps. Here's what we have available in our inventory currently. The receptionist handed Ryu one of the many memory jade copies they kept on hand for moments like these. Ryu nodded, taking the white memory jade in his hand. Wait a moment, Ryu suddenly paused. You said that if I become a black-grade alchemist, I can buy freely from your association, correct? Do you all not have graded herbologists? The receptionist was shocked by the question. It wasn't that Ryu had said something ridiculous, or maybe it was that. The reason the receptionist hadn't brought this up was because it was more likely for a youth below 20 to become an earth-grade alchemist than even a common-grade herbologist. This was how exaggerated the differences were. An alchemy disciple took a cultivation technique handed down to them by their master and followed strict procedures to reproduce a long-since vetted method. However, herbologists had no such structure to their system. Knowing the names and properties of spiritual herbs was only just one small aspect. It was necessary to understand how to grow and foster growth in herbs, how different environments affected these herbs, what sorts of mutations could happen or be caused to happen, the chemical structure of these herbs, what changes could occur when splicing or separating these structures. The list was so long that even an entire day wasn't enough to list them all. The best herbologist they had in Valor City was an old monster who was a half-step heaven-grade alchemist. She would garner respect even in the inner ring, yet even she was only a higher black-grade herbologist. Comparing herbology and alchemy was like comparing doctors to medical pioneers. Of course, doctors had a difficult job, but much of their task was executing concepts and methods already tested and vetted by those who pioneered new fields of their own. One was clearly much more difficult than the other. Let me guess, Ryu said when an almost resigned sigh. It takes several months, maybe years, to set up an appropriately difficult exam and administrator of said exam. The receptionist blinked before grasping her bearings once more. And no, actually, the exam for herbology is standardized across the pedestal plane. It's an exam that takes place in a small realm and is automatically marked and graded as it happens. Theoretically, if an individual can pay, they can take it immediately and as many times as they want or can afford. Ryu was pleasantly surprised by this response. Is that so? I'd like to take it then. The receptionist stuttered. Is there a problem? And no, it's just that it's very expensive. How much gold? Ryu raised an eyebrow. Not gold, but chi stones. One common grade exam costs 10 inferior chi stones, a black grade exam it's 10 medial chi stones. The receptionist seemed to duck away, afraid of Ryu's reaction. Oh, Ryu mumbled. That's all. Chapter 150. Association Head, please bring me to where I must go. Ryu said with a slight hint of impatience in his voice. I would like to get this over with as quickly as possible. Ah, the receptionist snapped awake at Ryu's words. Yes. Please come with me. The receptionist of the Alchemy Association was actually just one of many. The entrance to the tall tower led into a lobby area where a large circular desk was placed. As much as a dozen receptionists took up positions within the open center of this circular desk to efficiently help as many customers as possible. As a result, the exchange between Ryu and the receptionist he was charged to wasn't exactly covert. However, was Ryu the type of individual to care for stares and ridicule? He wouldn't give these individuals the time of day, especially considering how their expressions changed when they saw how easily he was willing to spend chi stones. Only core disciples of the major sects would receive 1 inferior chi stone per month, while each sect wouldn't accept more than 10 core disciples in total. Inheritors above them were the only exception. Even elders wouldn't spend so many chi stones at once on such a foolish endeavor. And, if what they heard was correct, Ryu would have to become a black-grade herbologist for any of this to matter at all. Even the ancestor of the major sects wouldn't have 10 medial chi stones to spend so willfully. Ryu silently followed the receptionist as they made their way to the higher levels. It seemed that the exams usually took place on this first floor in a back room. However, the herbology exam was a bit special since it required entry into a small realm. As a result, it was located on the same floor as the association head's office, the second floor from the very top. Just as they were about to branch out from the staircase and enter the second highest floor, the receptionist stopped Ryu. "I'm sorry, young master, but I must confirm if you have the funds to proceed. This floor is a very sensitive area that not just anyone can enter. Please excuse my rudeness." Ryu didn't mind it, he simply took out a medial chi stone. The chi stone shimmered like a transparent crystalline gem storing a fog of white energy. The receptionist immediately understood its level as her breath shortened involuntarily. It was only after she recollected herself that she finally went through what seemed like a complicated procedure to enter, allowing Ryu to follow in after her. It was only after Ryu did that he realized this wasn't much of a floor at all. The door led directly into an office just as large as the lobby area below. The office was decorated with endless rows of untidy bookshelves. Loose papers and unswept dust were a common sight, but the desk toward its far edge that seemed to hide a figure behind more piles of books made them look organized. "Association head, I've brought an individual who would like to take the herbology exam." Unlike what Ryu expected, the head wasn't a woman. This meant that the so-called best alchemist of their association didn't act as their head, and probably meant that the highest floor they hadn't gone to was reserved for her. A middle-aged man on the slightly older side looked up to see Ryu. He frowned not just at Ryu's age, but the fact that Ryu was blind. The association head had looked up before the receptionist even spoke because he felt a spiritual sense land on him. It wasn't invasive, but he still didn't like the feeling. Anyone who had been in the martial world for any period of time knew the level of rudeness attached to such a thing. But it seemed that Ryu had his own reasons for using this method considering his blindness. "Molly, you can't just bring anyone who says they'd like to take the exam to my office." The receptionist, or Molly, seemed flustered by this response. She had expected it, but what could she have done about it? Ryu didn't look like a patient individual. She didn't want to know what would happen if these two strong-willed men clashed. "Are there rules to taking this exam aside from the monetary compensation?" Ryu turned toward Molly. Molly was directly put in an awkward position. If she said yes, she'd be slapping her own face and that of Ryu's. After all, it was her job to keep Ryu informed. However, if she said no, she'd be exposing the association head as petty and slapping his face. How the hell was she supposed to answer this question? Luckily, she didn't have to. The association head sneered. "What an arrogant little boy." Ryu frowned. What part of what he had said was arrogant? He asked a simple question. If this old man took offense to that, it said more about him than Ryu. However, Ryu put down his normally quippy response. Though he was a Shrine Plain prince, it was unintelligent to act as such here. Not to mention the fact this association head was a divine vessel realm expert. Angering him would only waste Ryu's time further and likely make his future harder. "I apologize if I've been rude, esteemed association head. This young one would only like a chance. If I fail, then so be it." The association head found it hard to continue to be petty after Ryu lowered his head. However, what he didn't see was the coldness hidden behind Ryu's eyelids. He assumed that a draft had come through when Molly opened the door, but what he didn't know was that he had forever lost the right to Ryu's favor. Ryu's pride was dug deep into his bones. Let alone this head before him, even the World Sea cultivators who could wipe all life from the pedestal plane hadn't made his heart palpitate. He lowered his head for one reason and one reason only, his family. The more time he wasted, the more time he would need to save them. He refused to allow anything to get in the way of that, even if it was his own arrogance. The association head snorted. "Do whatever you'd like." The teleportation formation to the small realm was located within the association head's office. It was the only relatively clean spot in the entire place and was placed upon an elevated silver platform. Ryu didn't waste any more time on nonsense. He handed the chi stones to Molly, who used 5 of them to activate the formation and stored the remaining 5. When Ryu reappeared, he was greeted by surroundings that he would have never expected. He stood upon a tall pillar that only had enough space for him to step once in all directions. Below was an endless abyss of darkness that wouldn't hesitate to take his life. But what was truly intriguing was the fact his pillar wasn't the only one. All around him, formed into a large circle, dozens of other pillars had exam takers of their own. Chapter 151, Tatsuya's silence had overtaken the association head's office. Molly turned to leave, but she was suddenly stopped by a voice. "Who was that child, Molly?" Replying to association head, "I am unsure. He only seemed interested in acquiring a Valor Honor card." At first he planned on spending 10 million gold coins before he realized it was impossible and learned that this was his only method. Replying to Association Head, "Is that how you speak to your grandfather?" If Ryu had been here, he would have nodded in understanding. Why else would someone in such an esteemed position know the name of a mere receptionist? Though, it was odd that a woman with such an esteemed background was relegated to such a role in the first place. But, considering the cold attitude she had toward her grandfather, maybe that made more sense than not. "You overstepped your bounds today, Association Head. It was unnecessary to provoke a young genius in such a way just because your research isn't going the way you'd like it." Those words stung the head into silence. She seemed to be referring to Ryu, but at the same time something completely different. Eventually, the association head snorted. "That child was too arrogant." He lowered his head, "But it's clear he's not used to hiding his emotions because I could read him like an open book." Why would Ryu be used to such a thing? He was a scion of the Tatsuya clan. He had had the qualifications to wear his heart on his sleeve for the whole of his life. There's no way he'd be comfortable with swallowing his reflexive reactions so soon. It seemed it was something he would have to work on. "I hope you don't regret it." Molly's cold response was nothing like the flustered attendant she had been moments ago. Geniuses on his level capable of swallowing their pride and burying their grievances are few and far between. If there comes a day where he stands above your head, it'll be too late. Or, maybe it's already too late. Molly left the office without another word. She knew her grandfather wouldn't take her words seriously. He had always been this way. He was probably sneering at the idea of Ryu ever standing above him. Sometimes, older individuals lost proper perspective on things after having had their heads in the clouds for too long. The association head shook his head as Molly expected. "The eyes are too important for a herbologist, especially on a test where your sense of smell and touch are taken away from you. His spiritual sense isn't refined enough to pick up the small details the eyes can. Plus, even if he had his eyes, since when was becoming an herbologist so easy?" What a joke. Even the inner ring geniuses are at least 50 years old. Soon, the association head had thrown these matters to the back of his mind, burying his head back into his piles of research paper. He forgot all about the young man named Ryu. Ryu had no idea what the association head was thinking, nor would he care if he did. He was more interested in the proceedings of this exam. This looked more like a battleground than an exam room, Ryu debated with himself. His spiritual sense had grown an astronomical amount during his deep sleep. In fact, it had doubled in size from 30 to 60 meters. Unfortunately, true geniuses worked on orders of hundreds of meters after stepping into the spiritual entrance realm. Ryu's understanding of the small realm he was in was limited to just 60 meters. Considering its scale, this was truly too small. But, at the same time, this wasn't a projection of his body, it was his true body. Meaning, if he opened his eyes, there was a chance others could understand that he had heavenly pupils which might cause him trouble later on. Ryu sighed. "Is there really nothing in this world that can protect my eyes from detection?" Of course, there was an answer: his mental realm. By shrouding his pupils in a layer of spiritual sense, he could block all those with weaker mental realms than himself from observing the true abilities of his eyes. With the immortal Sakura as a visualization technique, Ryu's mental realm would have great defensive properties as well, which would only help this. It was just that Ryu had a hard time trusting his own mental realm after he came to understand just how poor his mental cultivation talent was. "It's better to be cautious. I'll diligently practice for now. Once I reach my limit, I'll use the gold vein lilies to push myself to the realm of geniuses before entering the spiritual endowment realm and repeating." "Oh, that's a new face." A voice coming from Ryu's left caught his attention, likely because Ryu guessed it was referring to himself. It is quite rare for new faces to appear here. They only put us youths in here and send the old fogies elsewhere. If he's here, he must be less than 100 years old." Ryu picked up a few things from this conversation, the least important of which was the fact this was a youth exam. Actually, Ryu was more interested in the fact they were guessing his age. Much like reading someone's cultivation, it was somewhat possible to read another's age as well. Though, sharper senses were required the higher that person's cultivation was, considering almost all cultivators looked young. "Hey you," the voice called out to Ryu. "I'm Edward Bastille from the Inner Rings Bastille clan. May I ask who you are?" Ryu's head shifted over toward the voice. "My name is Ryu Tatsuya." "Tatsuya." Ryu heard something odd in Edward's voice. But he soon understood. Names held incredible power, especially ones as strong as Tatsuya. If Ryu could boldly proclaim that his name was Tatsuya without being struck down by faith, it meant he was powerful. Almost too powerful. No one dared to ask Ryu where he was from. Even if he said he was from the outer ring, they would probably never believe him. Ryu smiled. Great-grandfather, you must still be alive, right? If no one has dared to snatch up the Tatsuya name after so long. You must be. I'll find you too. Then I'll drag you back for daring to leave our clan in its time of need. It was clear by Ryu's smile that he didn't blame his great-grandfather too much. But he didn't have much time to think about it as flickers of energy caught his attention. The exam was beginning. Chapter 152. Herbology Exam Bonus Chapter for 200 golden tickets. The chi swirled around the exam space that looked more like a purgatory of hell. The moment all pillars had an examinee, the atmosphere shifted. One would think they were about to go into battle instead of taking an herbology exam. Soon, an image flickered to existence before everyone, each with their own. Ryu soon realized that his spiritual sense could no longer leave the radius of his pillar, nor could he sense other life forms. However, there was also something stopping him from observing the image itself. He could only tell, faintly, that it was of some sort of common grade herb. I'd like to welcome you all to this round of exams. The bright voice of what sounded like a youthful, yet mature woman entered their ears. I won't bore you with the details like which round this is, but for those of you who are new, I will explain a few things before you all begin. First, I'll begin with the importance of this exam. A few thousand years ago, the rulers of our realm, the kings, queens, emperors and empresses of the martial plane, began to prepare us for an impending invasion. According to their information, the blossoming of this generation will be of utmost importance to our success or failure in defending against this threat. It might seem that for a threat of this caliber, battle prowess is most important. However, our leaders have much better foresight than we do. They understand that without the evolution of our professions, our battle prowess will become equally as limited. As a result, they've chosen to invest in certain professions with the help of these exam realms. Your role here is only to use the resources given to you to improve your comprehension of herbology to one day become the pillars that uphold our realm. Do not let failure weigh you down. Learn, improve, adapt. We're all rooting for you. Good luck. The moment the energetic woman's voice faded, the veil around the image that floated before Ryu disappeared. However, while others dove into their exam as a timer began to tick away, Ryu paused, a deep frown setting into his handsome features. Unfortunately, he simply didn't have enough information to address his worries. This so-called invasion was likely the same event brought up by the Zhu clan ancestors, but how could Ryu trust that a group of individuals power-hungry enough to eradicate his home shrine plane, the martial plane, had now turned over a new leaf to begin looking after the youths of their generation? Ryu sneered. If you'd like to help me so badly, who am I to turn my nose up at your offer? Ryu's mind sharpened as he focused on the floating image before him. Some of the faster individuals had already moved on to their second or third image, while the slower were just completing their first. The concept of this first round was simple. An image of a common grade herb was presented. However, this image was purposely flawed. It was a spliced-together image of numerous herbs. The examinees were tasked with pointing out the flaws and naming the common grade herb. The issue here was that it was a spliced herb. This meant that what was a flaw, and what was not was dependent on numerous factors. An examinee had to first analyze the image and decide what herb made up the largest percentage of the image, then name everything else as a flaw. This was several orders of magnitude more difficult than simply naming an herb. Just to clear one image, one had to understand several herbs not as a whole, but down to its individual parts. This image is spliced with two different herbs, 90% of which is spice primer root and 10% of which bear bane root. Both were root-type spiritual herbs. Spice primer root was known for its ability to enhance cooking by making spices and herbs taste more aged. It was especially good for use in low-quality spiritual wines and beers due to its ability to cut down the time needed for the aging process as well. Bear bane root was good for shooing away mammalian-type beasts, especially ones with a hibernation cycle. It was able to accelerate the chemical reactions that signaled to beasts it was time to hibernate, making them more languid and slowing their reaction times. Ryu recognized them immediately. Though he wasn't using his heavenly pupils, his mind was on another level after fusing with the embryonic origin flame. His memory was already excellent, but it became even more so after this event. He could recall memories even from when he was a child with absolute clarity. Like this, Ryu unknowingly fell into a breath of earth state. Before, he could only hold on for half an hour, but now that his mental realm had doubled in size, holding on for 2 or even 3 hours was no problem. He tore through the exam with a practiced ease. He went so quickly that his hands blurred as he quickly picked out flaws and named herbs, even the shifting images couldn't keep up with his speed. At some point in time, those on pillars near Ryu couldn't help but look over. Though spiritual sense was blocked, their eyes worked just fine. The most irritating part was that they couldn't even accuse Ryu of randomly answering questions to look cool. The purpose of the pillars below their feet was to move along with the examinee's completion percentage. If one got a question wrong, they would move back. If they got one right or partly right, they would move forward a certain amount. But Ryu hadn't moved backward even once. The questions continued to become more difficult. At first, there were only 2 herbs spliced together with exaggeratedly different percentage makeups. However, soon, the 9:1 ratios Ryu began with became 8:2, then 7:3. Eventually, herbs began to show up as 55% and 45%. The percentages became so close that deciding which herb was the principal herb and which parts were flawed became as difficult as scaling a mountain even if you recognized both herbs immediately. However, it didn't stop there. After reaching that threshold, 2 herbs became 3, then 4. Eventually, even 10 herbs were being spliced together at varying percentages. Ryu didn't even realize it, but he had already gone past the threshold needed for the first round of this exam. One was only supposed to move forward 33 meters to pass the first round, but Ryu was already past the 100-meter mark that was required to pass the whole exam. Somewhere, maybe on a different plane, the energetic woman watched all of this happen. She was tired of spitting up her drink, so she placed her glass of spiritual wine a long ways from herself. Of course, she knew that she could also complete this exam with such flying colors, but she was, without exaggeration, hundreds of times older than Ryu and had long since become a heaven-grade herbologist. Even with her level of genius, she had never been able to do this at Ryu's age. To be fair, Ryu was actually over 1,000 years old mentally, so it wasn't an exact comparison. But, even if the lady knew this, she would still be embarrassed because she was over 10,000 years old. Oh boy, how do I deal with this one? Chapter 153. Terraforming. Ryu's hand reached forward with striking speed, seemingly acting before his mind could even finish a complete thought. However, it was then that the exam completely changed, forcing him to pause. Hoo! Ryu snapped out of his breath of earth, his mind shaking awake to find that the round of questions he had become so used to was different now. Is this the second round? Before, the images would be spliced herbs, but now what appeared before Ryu was a miniature environment. It seemed to be a small illusory garden scaled down to the width size of about 3 or 4 palm lengths. This particular garden seemed to be one built upon a lake. Spiritual herbs that could grow in this kind of environment were in the minority, but Ryu knew that they definitely existed. This was the norm for water attribute herbs. As Ryu was analyzing the environment before him, the herbs he was looking for appeared hovering above the water garden. It was then that Ryu understood the purpose of this second round. Being a herbologist wasn't just about recognizing herbs, a large part of their job was to act as gardeners. In Ryu's first life, he revitalized many extinct species of herbs with this ability. He was a large part of the reason his parents grew so powerful despite them being relatively young in comparison to other powerhouses. It was a part of the profession Ryu was incredibly familiar with. The goal of this second round was to do exactly that. An environment was spawned and the examinees' job was to adjust said environment within certain bounds to foster the growth of the herbs they've been provided with. Of course, this was all a simulation. After one had adjusted their environment to their liking and planted their herbs, a time lapse would occur where a third-party system would decide based on accumulated data just how viable the examinees' choices were. They didn't make this easy. Ryu thought with a light smile. They've given me a water environment, but the herbs I must grow would die if planted directly into the water this way. Ryu had 3 herbs this time, only one of which would be able to grow under these conditions. But, even then, it wouldn't be perfect because this was a freshwater environment, while the herb in question was best suited to a saltwater environment. Herbs that could survive in salt water were incredibly rare. Salt was incredibly good at drying organisms out, So an herb capable of living in such a biosphere was very special. That's the key. Ryu's eyes flashed. Fostering the growth of herbs isn't just about adjusting the environment, but also about controlling what herbs came before it and come after it. The concept of crop rotation was an incredibly important one. Depending on what herbs were once grown in an area, it could either hinder or foster the growth of spiritual herbs that come afterward. When Ryu noticed that one of his given herbs was a saltwater herb, he immediately understood the crux of the exam. Ryu was given 3 herbs: drying leaf, flame lotus, and lightning blossom. To any sane herbologist, growing all 3 herbs in the same area was stupidity of the highest degree. For one, flame lotuses were completely incompatible with an all-water environment. Secondly, lightning and water don't mix. In the case that the lightning blossom could grow, it would spark the deaths of all other herbs around it. In the case that the lightning blossom couldn't grow, that would just be another failure. Thirdly, drying leaf was a saltwater herb, but this was a freshwater lake. However, after just 3 seconds, Ryu's hand had already begun to move. It can't be. The energetic exam overseer sat up. Even she was still thinking of the perfect solution. This exam was far more difficult than the normal herbologist exams because it was created with the specific purpose of finding talents. This difficulty only increased in the second round. Even a heaven-grade herbologist like herself needed some time to think of a solution. This was precisely why there was no time limit after the first round. Genius. The overseer stood up abruptly. Drying leaf has to be in saltwater environments because its osmosis potential is too strong. It looks like a small leaf, with an equally small body, but its roots and stem have countless perforations that push its surface area to a ridiculous level. On top of that, it has an innate qi circulation system that accelerates the absorption of water. The only way to stop this herb from drying up beds of lakes and rivers everywhere is to counter with saltwater, which can mitigate its ability to some extent. If this isn't done, not only will the herb become useless, but so would the environment it was planted in. This child, he planted the lightning blossom and drying leaf herbs together. By arranging them in a perfectly balanced formation, he's using the natural lightning element circulation of the lightning blossom to supercharge chemicals and force them to break apart. He can't create salt in this way since he doesn't have the appropriate building blocks, but he can decrease the concentration of molecules drying leaf has a high affinity for in the surrounding water, which would slow down osmosis. This forces the drying leaf to slow its absorption of water, while at the same time preventing the water from interfering with the lightning blossom too much. On one hand, the drying leaf is taking most of the water for itself, while on the other the lightning blossom is even further lessening the effect of the water. Using this cycle, the water in the lake drains, but not quickly enough for the drying leaf to become unviable. Then, once the lakebed dries out completely, it becomes the perfect environment for the flaming lotus. This isn't just herbology, it's practically terraforming. The most important part here is the formation of lightning blossoms and drying leaves. If there were too many of either herb in a certain area, the balance would have been shattered. Either the drying leaf would absorb too much water too quickly, or the lightning would be overwhelming and destroy all other herbs. If the latter occurred, then only the lightning blossoms would survive while the flame lotus wouldn't even be able to be planted. 3 seconds, the usually energetic overseer felt deflated. It only got worse when Ryu once more sank into breath of earth, causing his speed to reach a new level. It didn't matter what the environment was or what herbs he was given. Desert, mountain peaks, underwater caves, clouds, rocks, it didn't matter. Before Ryu even realized it, he couldn't even see any fellow exam takers around him anymore. It was as though something toward the center was calling him, as though it was luring him. As much as he wanted to know what it was even more that true that whatever it was ecstatic. It had waited too long. Someone worthy had finally come. Chapter 154, 4th round, just who is this child? The energetic overseer trained her pretty, sparkling eyes on Ryu. She was too intrigued. It's impossible for a qi refinement expert to carry such an air of purity. The only explanation is that he has a high-grade constitution, at least heaven grade, maybe mystical grade. Cultivation was all about refining the human body to higher levels of perfection. Though the appearance of an individual might seem superficial, it was actually quite tied to one's talent. The more beautiful a person was in comparison to others of their cultivation, the greater talent they tended to have. The overseer could clearly see the effects of Ryu's ice jade crystal body. Though it was also possible for An individual to be attractive and a weak talent, the overseer had a hard time accepting this possibility as she watched Ryu tear through the second round. At this point, within the eerie examination small realm, Ryu was wondering if he should tone back a bit. But, in the end, he shook his head. The feeling of lowering his head to a mere association head just hours ago was still gnawing at his heart. He hated that feeling. He didn't want to feel it again so soon. Still, just what is this small realm? What is calling me? Ryu could feel his heavenly pupils throbbing. It wasn't the same painful throbbing that warned him of danger. This was a throbbing he hadn't felt in decades, the very throbbing that told him that he was close to a treasure. Ryu could vaguely feel that this trigger of sorts was far more powerful than it was in his last life. This was likely because his cultivation was much greater, so the freedom his pupils had followed in kind. However, he wondered what would happen if he suddenly monopolized a treasure in this place. It was obvious to Ryu now that they were sent here because of this treasure, and it definitely wasn't to uplift the youths of this generation either. Ryu was very familiar with ruins, so he knew that many of them came in three forms. The first form was without restriction. The second was a cultivation restriction. And the final was an age restriction. In all likelihood, this small realm was one with an age restriction, probably 100 years, just like that Bastille clan fellow said. The issue was that becoming an herbologist with the appropriate level of skill in just 100 years was nigh impossible. Though crazy as it may seem, even Ryu wasn't certain if he could perform this well back when he was that young. What legacy realm could have standards so high? In Ryu's defense, the reason he doubted his younger self in this fashion was precisely because he didn't have cultivation. As a result, his pupils were far weaker than they should have been, and his memory wasn't as crystal clear either. One's mental capacity greatly increases along with cultivation, so it was obvious that Ryu was handicapped in this fashion back then. If he had had cultivation, Ryu was confident that his younger self would have breezed through this exam just as easily. This is the third round, huh? Ryu paused as the questions changed once more. Oh, interesting, the third round was a major change once more. This time, two separate categories of spiritual herbs spawned. One category was a spliced herb, similar to what one could have seen in the first round. The second category was a group of numerous herbs. It seemed the goal of this third round was to cure a poison. In this sense, poison is a rather loose term. It isn't that the first category spliced herb was created to be a poison, but rather that its spliced together portions had an unintended adverse reaction within the body of anyone who took it. The examinees would then have to use the group of spawned herbs in order for the first spliced herb to function as intended. This was yet another layer of difficulty. The first round was mostly about herb recognition. The second was about herb growth. And this third round was about herb functions and interactions. One didn't just need to understand the functions of herbs, but also how they reacted in the presence of each other. Ryu smiled lightly. This time, he didn't slip into Breath of Earth, not because he couldn't, but because he wanted to be more mindful of his surroundings. Something was telling him that a large change was about to occur. What's this? Ryu looked down at his chest. Something he hadn't noticed before had appeared there. It was then that a sudden realization overcame him. Oh, it was a badge. It had a plain wooden appearance formed into a U-shaped shield and 4 star-shaped holes gracing its front. 2 of the center stars were about 1-fold larger than the 2 smaller stars to their sides. As of now, all 4 stars were filled with a gentle golden light. While Ryu was in his Breath of Earth state, it seemed he hadn't realized that he had already passed the requirements for the lower common grade. In fact, the glowing of all 4 stars meant he was on the verge of earning the black grade already. As though to confirm his guess, the moment Ryu completed the first question of the third round, the badge changed once more. It morphed from a sturdy, oak-like wood, to a piece of impenetrable black steel. It retained the same shape, but the golden color that filled the stars was gone. It seemed as though they had been absorbed in order to change the form of the badge. It seems my goal has been completed, Ryu struggled slightly. The best herbologist in Varler City was a mere higher black-grade herbologist, meaning she had only filled 3 stars of this black badge. If Ryu surpassed that, he didn't know what kind of trouble it might bring. If this was a normal exam, Ryu would have begun to purposely make mistakes now until he was kicked out. However, that voice calling him, the one moving his pillar forward now, he had a feeling that he shouldn't ignore. No, he couldn't ignore it. Ryu continued to blaze through. Since he had decided, he would go all out. His badge continued to grow. As his hands blurred, One star was filled, then a second, and a third. By the time the fourth was being completed, Ryu was already nearly finished with the fourth round of questions. A fourth round. The overseer was in shock. As far as she knew, there were only 3 rounds. In this fourth round, wasn't it too much to ask a youth to complete it? Is this what they were looking for all this time? Is this what they were hoping would happen? Do I protect this boy? The energetic overseer wasn't a fool. Though she spoke of the martial plane glowingly, she knew the reality of the matters. These kids were being used, not mentored. However, who would have known that just as she was struggling with her decision, everything would go black? Not only had all of the youths been forcibly teleported back, Ryu was nowhere to be seen. Chapter 155. Question. While the herbology exam was thrown into chaos, Ryu was completely oblivious. Since he was unaware of how things normally worked, he assumed that this was what normally occurred. Still, even he felt it was a bit odd when he was suddenly teleported once more. It wasn't the teleportation itself that confused him, it was rather the fact that his spiritual sense ceased to function altogether. The energy fluctuations around him were so fierce that he couldn't even push his spiritual sense even a single centimeter from his body. However, what he heard was even more odd. There was the faint sound of rushing water and rustling leaves, but it was the giggling and laughter that truly caught Ryu off guard. It sounded like little girls were running around having fun. He could almost feel the adorable atmosphere even with his eyes closed. In the end, Ryu opened his eyes. He had no choice. What did the secrets of his heavenly pupils mean if he died here trying to hide it? If his spiritual sense was useless, it would be too easy for him to fall into danger. Even if this place sounded safe and cheery, Ryu knew better than to simply trust that instinct. Fairies. Ryu's pupils constricted as he took in the environment around him. It was exactly as he imagined. No, it was even more beautiful than he imagined. Lush trees, rushing and intertwining rivers, green grass and a heavenly, intoxicating fragrance that filled one with a rush of calm. Small women, at most 6 inches tall and some as small as 3 inches floated around, tugging on Ryu's black robes as though begging him to come and play. Ryu was shocked. Even with his wealth of experience, this wasn't something he could have ever predicted he would see in his lifetime. Fairies were from the spirit race and as such didn't normally appear in this realm. Logically speaking, it didn't make sense that they were here. Ryu did know a small bit about the spirit race. After all, his death guard, Nuri, was half a member of this race. This was the reason why her beauty was so intoxicating, and was also why she could hide in the void for such extended periods of time. Nuri. Ryu felt a slight swelling of emotion he immediately tempered down. As a child, he remembered promising Nuri that he would one day grow big enough to protect her. She was his big sister, one he loved dearly, but he pathetically ended up being the one protected by her all his life. If you're alive, I won't fail this time, Nuri. He smells really, really good for a human. You're right, he smells like nature. Usually humans are really smelly. Ryu took a step forward, heading toward the voice that seemed to be calling out to him. He directly ignored the fluttering fairies. It didn't take long, maybe because this space was so small, for him to reach a clear center. What he found was yet another surprise. It was a coffin, carved with beautiful crystalline gems. But the lid was cracked open, causing the beautiful coffin to be completely overshadowed by the gorgeous beauty that now sat atop of it. Her eyes sparkled like red rubies, observing Ryu with a teasing expression. However, her hair was like a cascading waterfall of gold, falling far longer than the length of her body. Still, even if one wanted to pay attention to such things, the fact that she was naked made it nigh impossible for even a woman, let alone a man, to do so. Skin as blemishless and pure as the year's first snowfall, curves as perfectly proportioned as the most golden of ratios, and a seductive air only possibly refined after countless years. Her legs were long, crossed over as to hide her most treasured of places. But her chest was in full view. Delicate slopes of flesh as soft as the clouds in the blue sky. Her breasts almost seemed too large to fit on her body. Ryu could tell that this woman was also a fairy by her aura, but her size was far more pronounced than the others. In fact, she stood at an exceptionally tall height for a woman. Had Ryu not grown in large thanks to his fire dragon blood, he would definitely be shorter than her, who stood at almost 6'2". "Are you the one who called me here?" Ryu asked. The fairy who sat atop the coffin pouted adorably. Seeing such a beauty make such an expression, Ryu would be lying if he said he wasn't shaken. Of all the beauties he had seen in his life, only Eska could match this woman before him. However, he wasn't the kind of man to allow himself to be swayed so easily. You really don't know how to please a woman, the fairy said playfully. Her voice almost made one want to fall asleep. It was too soothing. But, I guess that's only to be expected. It seems your soul is tied to another. Your wife must be a very lucky woman. Ryu's eyes narrowed. He didn't flinch when the zoo ancestors saw through all his secrets, but he did now. There was a very simple reason for this. When Ryu sends his mind into the crystalline jade, he's inherently exposing himself. It's almost like opening up your everything. This was why the zoo ancestors understood his talents and faults so easily. But, this situation was different. He was in the real world now, it shouldn't be possible to see through him so easily. There's no need to be so anxious. The reason I can see through you so easily is because our wavelengths match. You were born to be with me as I was born to be with you. Wavelengths. The fairy nodded. Just like I can see all of you, you can see all of me if you just concentrate a little bit. Right. Ryu immediately realized that she was correct. Ailsa. The fairy began to clap happily, causing her fleshly mounds to bounce. That's my name. Ryu was inwardly shocked. He really could see through Ailsa completely, even seeing her current thoughts wasn't impossible. As fairies are destined to be tied to another from our birth. Some of us are born to protect a particular spiritual herb, others are tied to high-order beasts, but it's very rare for a human to share a wavelength with a fairy. Humans are quite an elite race, relatively speaking, but your people are too invested in controlling nature to connect with it, so it's very rare for us to even come to this realm ruled by you all. Ryu sighed. Why was it that this kind of woman always seemed to attach themselves to him? He was a cold, stoic man. So why were his wife and now his destined fairy such polar opposites of him? Ailsa giggled. You forget that you were once like this too. Hardship changed you too much. Ryu didn't refute. I only want to know one thing. Will you make me stronger? Chapter 156. Coldness. Ailsa seemed amused by Ryu's question. She stood from her coffin, revealing a small triangular patch of golden hair between her legs as she almost glided toward Ryu. In what seemed to take an eternity, she made her way before him, looking up and into his silver eyes with her own sparkling rubies. Her smile shone like the stars in the sky, her soft pink lips curling into a gentle slope. If I couldn't see into your mind, I would think that I was an ugly woman. It's a good thing for me that I can. I have a wife, Ryu replied plainly. Ailsa giggled lightly. Am I not more attractive by your human standards? Ryu's eyes frosted over. If you dare to speak ill of my wife again, I won't care for what benefits you can bring me. I'll kill you where you stand. Ailsa sighed. How unfair. She was unmoved by Ryu's threat, though she could tell that it was very much real. I've waited more years than I care to count for you, yet you refuse to fully accept me. Ryu frowned. What are you talking about? You still don't understand. Ailsa looked into Ryu's eyes. Looking at how serious she was, Ryu caught a glimpse of why his wavelength matched with his woman. That gaze, to think she could look like this too. As fairies don't have this thing you humans call sexuality. We choose our life partners based on our wavelengths and compatibility. Even if you were the small sprout of a nameless tree, I would stay by your side for the rest of my life. Ryu wanted to refute this as ridiculous. Wasn't this the same thing as allowing fate to decide your own happiness? Ryu had decided to never allow fate to rule his life again, so how could he sit here and listen to this woman speak about how they were meant for each other? However, Ailsa interrupted him. Don't push the concepts of you humans onto us fairies. Our cultures are too different. You've gotten to where you are today by supposedly fighting fate, but have you really? Do you know how many individuals have been born with ancestral great circles throughout all of time? Not just this realm, but every realm in existence. The answer is less than 10,000. Ailsa shifted her gaze from Ryu. And do you know how many individuals were lucky enough to also be chosen by a sky god as well? The answer is one, and that one person is you. I haven't even spoken about your heavenly pupils, or your birth into the Tatsuya clan. Do you really have the face to go to an orphan without cultivation talent, born on the lowest mortal plane, and tell him or her to keep their head up and fight fate? My dearest life partner, your perspective of the world is shallow, filled with arrogance and overblown pride, and truly laughable. Ryu silently listened to Ailsa's piercing words. Wasn't she correct? When had he ever truly fought against fate? He kept lamenting a hard life that truly didn't seem hard at all, to answer your question, yes, I will make you stronger. But, not as strong as I could if you accepted me, something you clearly have no intention of doing. I am among the highest races of fairies. We are known as the cultist sprites. We stand above elementals and battle fairies despite not having much combat prowess of our own. We are known for our ability to nurture and foster growth. Cultist has many meanings in many different ancient languages, but it is centered around a general meaning of, to nurture. The legends of gods and goddesses in your human lore that focus such things are usually tied to my ancestors. I have the ability to increase the growth speed of spiritual herbs. Right now, I can do so by several 10,000 times. But, in order to leave this space I will need to bind my soul with yours, as I cannot exist outside the fairy realm without my life partner. Unfortunately, this process will limit me in two ways. The first is by level of intimacy between us life partners, and the second is by your cultivation. By my estimates, I'll be limited to a 10 times increase due to being limited in both. Next, I have the ability to unlock the potential of beasts. My people have turned many a snake into arrogant dragons. If you find suitable beast companions, I will be able to untether them from the chains of their weak bloodlines and limiters. I also have the ability to sense strong centers of nature, similar to life partners' feng shui comprehension but on a much deeper level. Given time I can find life partner many great and hidden areas of cultivation. My presence soothes the heavens. Simply by binding yourself to me, your cultivation speed will increase, as will your ability to comprehend. There will also be many excellent passive effects such as increased healing capacity and energy recovery. But, most important will be the impact on sensing natural orders, specifically natural enlightenments and elements. My impact on comprehending birthed phenomena is limited since they were constructed by you humans, but in terms of natural endowments and elements, I will be of great help. With me, I guarantee you that you'll only need a few days to touch upon the entry boundary of your northern heavenly wind. Finally, and maybe most important to you, I can shroud and protect life partner. Fairies are very good at existing between a state of reality and imaginary. I can make it so that no one will be capable of sensing your ancestral great circle or your heavenly pupils. At least, no one on the pedestal plane will be able to. What Ailsa didn't bother to say was that if her and Ryu's intimacy was at the highest level, even the new rulers of the martial plane wouldn't be able to see through him unless they reached the soul quintessence realm. However, there wasn't really much of a point in saying this, right? Ryu continued to silently gaze at Ailsa. He knew well what she was thinking, as she knew well what he was thinking. He wanted to use her for the sake of saving his family, but there was nothing further. This sort of reality deeply scarred Ailsa, causing her to put her playful attitude away. How many years had she been dreaming of her life partner, only to run into this unfeeling man? At the same time, Ryu himself also got a rude awakening. Ailsa had shrouded her, previously jarring and piercing words by beginning to list her uses to Ryu, as though she was a tool rather than a person, but they still hung in the air as though they had never left. Let's go, Ryu finally said. If this soul link was witnessed by others, they'd feel a shiver of coldness. One would never guess that Ailsa and Ryu had just bound their souls to one another. Ailsa simply shrank to the size of a palm and shrouded herself in a white gown to sit on Ryu's shoulder silently as he left the hidden realm. Chapter 160, Gold. The Silent Association head office was filled with a gentle flashing light as Ryu reappeared once more. The association head sensed this and snorted. It hasn't even been a few hours yet but you already failed. Isn't that too pathetic? What a waste of chi stones. I'm sure you can see your way out, correct? He didn't even bother to look up from his papers. Ryu's head turned toward the older man whose head was buried in a stack of papers. Esteemed association head, with your lofty position, you're likely the only one in the Alchemy Association capable of awarding Valor Honor cards, correct? Listen, you annoying brat. Get the hell out of my office. I don't care for your worthless flattery. I'm not intentionally trying to disturb you. I only meant to say that since I'm here already, I thought I should ask you to handle the procedures. The association head finally looked upward, a vein of anger pulsing through his wrinkled forehead, but what he found were piercing silver eyes that lacked even more patience. They were a pair of silver eyes that filled him with a cold and irrational fear. It was then that the association head noticed. Right there, on the left side of Ryu's chest, a badge forged of black steel. However, it wasn't just any badge. Etched across the top of its shield-like structure was a vine of holding small leaves and delicate flower drawings. It was the badge of an herbologist. F4 stars, the association head blinked, not believing his eyes. "Who are you, esteemed association head? Can you fulfill my request, or must I ask someone else?" The monotone inflections of Ryu's voice didn't change. It was as though he hadn't heard the association head's questions at all. "Oh, of course." The association head calmed himself. Just under 3 hours had passed since Ryu had disappeared, but the herbology exam was known for taking several days to complete. This wasn't under normal circumstances, of course. It was just that the youth exam was particularly special. However, not only had Ryu reappeared in less than 3 hours, he came back with the credentials of a peak black-grade herbologist. The association head would be a fool if he didn't understand he had made a mistake. The process of receiving his Valor Honor card went quickly. Ryu didn't say another word to the association head, nor did he need to. Identity treasures like an herbologist badge or the Valor Honor card were tied to an individual's chi signature. Unless one had a rare technique capable of perfect replication of another person, it was impossible to fake. Of course, nothing was infallible. But, for now, Ryu was fine. Ryu made his way back to Molly. So he didn't have to waste time listening to her console him about his apparent failure. He directly placed his Valor Honor card on the reception desk before she could utter a word. However, it seemed he underestimated just the level of value this card had. The whole of the alchemy association seemed to come to a grinding halt as dozens of pairs of eyes trained on a singular piece of metal cutout shimmering with violet colors and holographic weapons. Soon, those eyes shifted from the card to its owner. Ryu's presence was completely different with his eyes opened. Even with Ailsa's shroud, he still appeared untouchable to many. Ryu's face had already been etched into the minds of many. Molly, a mere receptionist, was surprisingly the first to recover as she slowly handed Ryu a memory jade filled with their association's inventory. She sighed inwardly. It seemed her intuition was correct. She could only imagine her grandfather's feelings after he was forced to hand this card to Ryu. Why did he have his eyes closed previously? And why did he decide to open them now? Though she thought this, Molly had her own guesses. Much like her grandfather, she knew the importance the eyes had for herbologists. Low-ranking spiritual senses weren't good enough to pick up on all the small details an herbologist's eyes had to. So, Molly thought that maybe Ryu was forced to rely on his eyes during the exam and gave up whatever spiritual sense training he was doing before that. The selection here isn't amazing, but it will do. Ryu ignored the eyes floating around him, focusing entirely on the inventory list that appeared in his mind. Not only did he need cultivation herbs for chi, the body and the mind, he also needed something he could use to ensure that he had no more hidden injuries. "I will take 50 stalks each of chi cleansing leaf, blood boiling stem, and mind calming leaf. In addition, I'll take 100 dosages each of revitalizing petal and vital tree essence, plus a log of seeking wood." Molly's lip twitched, but she still went ahead with her duties. Chi cleansing leaf helped prep and prime one's chi for their next revolution. It was excellent for accelerating chi accumulation and greatly shortened the time between revolutions. Blood boiling stem was an auxiliary herb meant to be used along with beast blood and spiritual roots. It was placed into the collected blood and acted as a catalyst that made absorbing the latent vital chi far easier. It made for smoother body cultivation. Mind calming leaf allowed one to focus on visualization for longer periods of time and thus aided mental realm cultivation. There were two important aspects to mental realm cultivation. One was of course accumulating spiritual chi. This directly influenced everything from how powerful and far-reaching one's spiritual sense was, to how long one could sustain meditation states or one's natural orders. However, the second aspect was just as important and touched upon the same factors. It was known as focus chi. Focus chi was exactly what it sounded like. It referred to a martial warrior's capacity for focus. How long they could spend meditating, how long they could spend in seclusion, or even how long they could maintain the sharpness of their attacks in battle. Though it was called focus chi, there was no empirical way to measure one's focus. It could only be improved with time and meditation. Mind calming leaf essentially artificially increased focus for a small period of time. All of revitalizing petal, vital tree essence and seeking wood were related to Ryu's body recovery. Cultivation was important, but recovery was equally if not more important. Revitalizing petal resembled rose petals and were meant to be diluted in large baths of hot water. Seeking wood was what Ryu planned on building these baths with, as they were able to seek and pull away impurities naturally. Finally, vital tree essence would be the hot water Ryu used in this equation. It referred to the deep root water taken from the vital tree, a spiritual tree known for little else but its ridiculously long lifespan. It was said a mortal could gain 100 years of life drinking its vital essence. However, all of these things obviously came with an extremely exaggerated price. Molly coughed slightly. That'll be 30,600,000 gold. Chapter 161, Fighting Fate. Ryu didn't blink at the obscene price that represented the near sum earnings of Valor City in a year. He simply went about the business of handing what he owed over. He didn't plan on making this sort of large purchase again, anyway. After all, he had the incubator. The only reason he bought so much to begin with was so that he'd have a sustained flow until the incubator could provide him a continuous stream of resources. The incubator, after being improved by the origin essence of Ryu's final right, could accelerate growth by 1,000 times. If this was stacked with Ailsa's abilities, it was the equivalent of a 10,000 times increase in speed. This meant that Ryu's spirit-seeking lilies would only take 1 year to reach maturity instead of his previous 10-year estimate. However, the black-grade herbs Ryu had just bought wouldn't take nearly as long. Mental realm herbs worked on a bit of a different system, but in terms of chi and body herbs, the incubation times went up by increments of 10 times. Common grade herbs needed about a year to at most 10 years to reach maturity, while black grade herbs needed 10 to 100 years and earth grade herbs required anywhere from 100 to 1,000, and so on. By this logic, Ailsa wouldn't need to do much of anything. It would only take a month for the incubator to create an entire farm of black grade herbs. With Ailsa's help, it would only take 3 days. Normally, an herb on the level of the spirit-seeking lilies would take several 100,000 if not millions of years to reach maturity. That said, because the spirit-seeking lilies split their maturation into 2 stages, the preparation stage, and the spiritual chi absorption stage, it was able to have a flexible growth period dependent on the concentration of spiritual chi around it. Since Ryu had an entire lake of spiritual chi, it made the second phase negligible and thus shortened the time frame needed. All mental realm type herbs functioned in this way, including the mind-calming leaf. So, for Ryu's purposes, they'd only take a day to be prepared as opposed to the 3 days of the other herbs. Ryu left the association, ignoring the eyes that followed him out. His next destination was the Valor auction house where he would buy himself some appropriate ores. Ah, young Master Ryu, your order was a bit stringent, but I think we did it justice. A youth covered by a layer of soot grinned when Ryu stepped into the small blacksmith. The young man scurried behind a loose, raggedy curtain only to lug back 3 large rectangular boxes of solid black. The strength of the youth was clear here. Ryu estimated that the total weight of these 3 boxes was almost 10,000 jin. Ryu wouldn't be able to lift such a heavy weight unless he circulated his chi, but this young man did it with nothing but his body. These should be some of my father's proudest works. The young man's smile almost shone a light of its own. Thank you for giving him the opportunity to work with such high-quality materials. My father is resting right now, but he wanted me to give you these for free. Ryu went to refute, but the young man stopped him. My father broke into the earth grade because of you. Trust me, the value of such a thing to him far surpasses a few gold coins. Thank you. Though Ryu felt conflicted, it seemed like the young man wouldn't take no for answer. Just 3 days prior, after Ryu finished his business with the Valor auction house, he began his search for a blacksmith. In the end, he settled on this small shop because Ailsa pointed it out to him. Since he and Ailsa formed their cold link with one another, she hadn't spoken to him. She only completed the tasks she knew he wanted her to complete by reading his mind and intentions. In fact, she hadn't even spoken when she pointed toward the blacksmith. She only sat silently on his shoulder and lifted her arm. In the end, Ryu simply decided to follow her suggestion. The owner of the blacksmith was from a small branch family of the Ember clan. This young man's father wasn't incredibly skilled by any stretch of the imagination, but Ryu understood why Ailsa pointed him out quickly. His grade wasn't high, but he resonated with the true nature of the materials to an incredible degree, bringing out their full potential. But this wasn't due to his own skill, but rather the special yang chi of the Ember clan. According to what Ryu could gather from the thoughts Ailsa didn't speak, the Ember clan used a special branch of sealing cultivation known simply as restrictions. The fiercer the restriction, the stronger their yang chi. This young man's father, Blacksmith Ember, restricted himself from ever using his yang chi outside of these walls. As if that wasn't enough, he also swore to only use it for forging weapons, and as if even that wasn't enough, he swore to only make weapons for those whom the ores accepted. The trouble was that this man was incredibly untalented in the field of blacksmithing. Even with his xianxia specifically tailor-made for it, he was mediocre at best. Luckily for Ryu, his Ember clan's special xianxia, known as Ember Chi, overcompensated for his lack of skill to a great extent. After interacting with the family, Ryu only had 2 words for them: too stubborn. Ryu was shocked to find out that Blacksmith Ember was actually a divine vessel realm expert only a step away from the connecting heaven realm. At the same time, his son, Vio, was older than Ryu, but was a mere pulse-opening realm expert. The sad part, Vio's blacksmithing talent was one Ailsa felt could become otherworldly with proper mentoring. This was her vision as a cultist fairy. Likewise, Blacksmith Ember was a cultivation talent the likes of which rarely appeared in the world. Yet, the father wanted to be a blacksmith, while the son wanted to be a cultivator. Ryu almost felt that the visit to this blacksmith shop had little to do with the Ember clan's Ember Chi and everything to do with Ailsa making a silent, but fierce point. Sometimes, no matter how much you will it, you won't be able to accomplish what you set out to do. This so-called fighting fate that Ryu was so proud of himself for doing was really just him working within the confines of a lane fate allowed him. He was just luckier than others. Maybe this was why he hadn't dared to read his fate star even after his spiritual foundation awoke. When Ryu took the 3 black boxes into his arms, he felt that their weight suddenly carried something outside of normal heaviness. The level of resolve this Ember clan father and son pair had, did he have it? If my cultivation never awoke, would I still have had the perseverance to seek out revenge for Granny Miriam? Would I still dare to work toward saving my family? Would I dare to search for my wife? Chapter 162. Vulgar Beasts. Ailsa sat silently on Ryu's shoulder as though his thoughts had nothing to do with her. Her ruby-like eyes sparkled, lost in their own world. Ryu could only inwardly sigh. He had never lost a battle of words in this life or his last, but to think he would lose to someone who said no words at all. Was this what it meant for their souls to share a wavelength? Could someone else have forced Ryu to admit his faults so easily? Ryu was unsure. The only other person to succeed was Elena. Elena was probably the only woman in existence before Ailsa to make Ryu put down his stubbornness. However, Ryu felt that there was something deeper to this. It wasn't that Ailsa understood Ryu so well, although that might be it in part. It was more so maturity. Ailsa had a level of maturity that was far beyond Ryu and Elena. Just how long had she waited for Ryu in order to foster such a mind state? HMPH. Ailsa pouted, turning her head away from Ryu. Even thinking about asking how old a woman is a punishable offense. How rude. Ryu bitterly shook his head. Maybe she wasn't so mature after all. Well, at least she was speaking to him again. Thank you, Vio. Ryu bowed in respect to this small family of 2. I'll use them well. Vio waved his hands as though trying to refuse Ryu's bow. He wanted to say something more, but before he could, Ryu had disappeared like a wisp of smoke. Bowing his head wasn't something Ryu did often. Even for his parents, it was a rare sight. However, Vio and his father had taught him a valuable lesson. They might be unaware of this fact, but Ryu was still grateful, nonetheless. Ailsa smiled with satisfaction. An outsider might see her attempts to enlighten Ryu as her forcing her belief system upon him, but this wasn't her intention. She didn't want Ryu to suddenly believe that faith was infallible. She only wanted him to understand that swimming against its current was far more difficult than he believed it to be. If he didn't learn this lesson early on, he would fall into an abyss he could never climb out of in the future. This was the ability of cultist fairies. They couldn't just nurture strength, they could nurture the mind and the heart. What Ailsa had done for Ryu was more valuable than any power-up could be. Ryu left Valor City behind, entering deep within its surrounding beast-ridden forest. If others knew just how much money he had spent in the last few days, they might die shocked deaths. Even with all of the gold coins he had come with, he blew through more than 90% of it in the blink of an eye. But it was very much worth it. Ryu slid his black robes off before putting on a sparkling light blue skin-tight flexible armor. It was constructed with ice worm silk and was incredibly cool to the touch. Though the ice worm silk was incredibly tough and sturdy, not many could wear armor made of its material because the yin chi it emitted was fierce. If one wasn't careful, they could become a block of ice. Luckily, Ryu had begun to cultivate vital chi while he waited for the Ember clan father-son duo to complete his weapons. As a result, his slumbering bloodlines had partially awakened. With his ice phoenix blood beginning to come into its own, cold wasn't something Ryu would have to worry about in most cases. Ryu breathed out, the layer of frost that had covered his eyelashes melting away in the wind. After overlaying a new set of black robes to cover his defensive treasure, Ryu began to move once more, his movements filled with purpose. His destination, the Awoken Moon Sect, the very sect Granny Miriam's younger sister called her own. The Awoken Moon Sect, it was a land ravaged by cold year-round. However, if one looked around, you could find a surprising number of individuals trekking its perpetual winter landscape. If one looked once more, you might raise an eyebrow at the fact all of these brave individuals were men. That said, if you had heard of the Awoken Moon Sect before, you would understand what was happening at a single glance. The Awoken Moon Sect was an all-female sect. When this reality is known, one can either understand the situation, or become more confused. The Awoken Moon Sect wasn't like other sects which had strict and infrequent disciple-accepting periods, it simply didn't have the luxury of doing so. According to rumors, the techniques and legacies of its sect were incredibly difficult to grasp, and as such, there were a rare few that could be admitted. As such, the sect held disciple exams once a month on the day and night of the full moon. And, when this day arrived, men from across the outer ring would gather, all to catch mere glimpses of the femme fatales hidden behind those tall, white and blemishless walls. These annoying loaches, is there really a need for them to come here every month? A beauty with a snarl that didn't match her appearance nearly growled out her words. It truly wasn't her fault, anyone would be annoyed beyond belief. Don't they realize that they look more like dogs than men? A woman might like a bit of persistence, but too much is just disgusting. The beauty was short in stature and quite petite. She didn't look more than 14 years old, but she spoke in the vulgar fashion one might expect a disgruntled middle-aged divorcee to. She stood on the tall white walls of their Awoken Moon Sect, trying to pick out the hopeful young girls in the crowd of hormonal men. She needed to make sure that none of those beasts harmed their delicate flowers, or else there would be hell to pay. Let's start filtering them out. Open the gates. A much taller, more mature disciple directly ignored the young girl's ravings. Make sure not to let those who shouldn't be here in. Leave it to me, senior sister. I'll definitely bust their balls properly. The teenage girl seemed more excited than she should have been. Who knew where she learned such words from? She fluttered downward gracefully, snorting at the calls of admiration from the crowd of men. Though, it did satisfy her vanity a bit. This way, kiddies. The young girl completely ignored the fact that many of those who came were actually older than she was. You vulgar beasts, stay back, only those prepared to take on our Awoken Moon Sect's trials should come forward. You've seen your fill, you can leave now. We are a mighty Fifth Order sect, not your playgroup. Hey you. What do you think you're due? The young girl froze. The gaze in Ryu's eyes almost didn't allow her to continue on with her normal rant. Maybe for the first time in her young life, she was speechless. Chapter 163. Thrown. The young girl shook her head fiercely, slapping herself awake from Ryu's intoxicating scent. Unfortunately, that wasn't enough to remove the fog from her eyes entirely. Though Ryu's scent was part of it, the other part were his eyes. In the past, a large part of the reason Ryu didn't dare to open his eyes casually was because it was very likely an individual could lose their minds looking into them for too long. Ryu's pupils held the mysteries of the heavens themselves. With them, he could see even the fate of those around him. That wasn't the kind of burden just anyone could withstand, especially since he was no longer in the expert-filled shrine plane anymore. It seemed that even with Ailsa shielding the true depth of his heavenly pupils, it was still possible for him to shake people to their cores, especially those who were innately more sensitive than others. It seemed this little girl, despite her demeanor, was quite talented. Amy, is there a problem? Amy's senior sister saw the oddity from upon the tall white walls. Well, it was more accurate to say that she heard the oddity. This was the longest span of time she had gone without hearing her little junior sister's voice. Hearing her senior sister call out to her, Amy finally shook herself awake fully, a deep fear taking root in her large, immature eyes. Those men who had come just to beauty watch stepped forward valiantly. It was obvious that they hadn't felt what Amy felt. They just assumed she was smitten by Ryu's handsome appearance. To swindle a little girl like this just because you were born a bit good-looking. They were pissed off to the point of immediately jumping upon their figurative white horses. Fairy May, this bastard is taking advantage of Fairy Amy. We saw it with our own eyes. Of course, Mei wasn't so easily fooled. However, when she saw the flustered appearance of her little junior sister, her cold exterior gave way to anger. She was very protective of little Amy. Her frown only deepened when her gaze landed on Ryu, who was in the process of entering the large white gates, especially when she realized she couldn't see through his cultivation. If Ailsa could hide his heavenly pupils in plain view, it was obvious she could do the same for other things. Who are you and why have you come to our awoken moon sect? Ryu shifted his gaze from Amy, who felt as though a massive weight had been lifted from her shoulders. She almost directly collapsed to the ground. Is it not obvious? It's your sect's disciple accepting period, and I've come to partake. Mei's brows wrinkled. Our awoken moon sect is a female-only sect. Ryu smiled lightly, but it only made Mei more uncomfortable. I never said that I wanted to apply to become a normal disciple. The ravings of the crowd of men grew worse at Ryu's words. They had never seen a person as shameless as him. Come to join a female-only sect as a man, then still not admitting your wrongs even after you've been exposed. Though, as fellow men, they had to hand it to him. This was definitely the most unique way they had seen to get close to the moon fairies. At the very least, it was more creative than just appearing here every month and hoping for a different result. However, Mei's reaction was completely different. Her pupils constricted into pinholes and her heartbeat sped up, causing her still developing chest, despite already being Ryu's age, to heave. It was a sight that could make a man's heart palpitate with excitement. Why, you can't mean? That's right, I'd like to challenge your sect for the right to take the title of throne. In that moment, even the rowdy crowd of men fell into a dead silence. Their hearts that once beat only for the moon fairies suddenly beat for an entirely different reason. Throne. It was a title that had existed since the beginning of time and was an esteemed label given to only the greatest. According to ancient lore, the title of throne was once held by angels. Some called them the deity race, others called them celestials, and still others labeled them as the dais. Still, no matter what name you knew them by, you recognized them as a mighty race that stood even about the ancient beasts. This was what the title throne represented. It was a person who stood above all things, even the rules of the sect itself. An untouchable being. Laymen believed the disciple rankings to be simple. If one was lowly, you would begin as a working disciple, you could then work your way up to the outer sect, then proceed to the inner sect, before maybe becoming a core disciple. Many believed that there was only one pinnacle following this, and that was to become an inheritor, an individual who had the right to fight for a future position as sect master. But this wasn't the case. There was one more position ranked even higher than that, the throne. One who held the title of throne was untouchable within a sect. They could use resources as they pleased, browse techniques as they pleased, converse with elders, and even the sect master herself, as they pleased. They could wring a sect dry of all it was worth as long as they followed a single rule, to not harm the sect's bottom line. One must wonder why a sect would allow such a ridiculous thing. To allow an individual in who wouldn't have to follow the normal rules of a sect in would be akin to shooting yourself in the foot. No. Even if that person was incredibly talented, they had no obligation to your sect. They wouldn't even have to raise a hand to help you in the future. However, this was where the martial world's most important concept shone the brightest: faith. A throne only had one duty, and that was to explosively increase the faith of a sect or clan. Clans and sects took thousands to millions and even billions of years to accumulate faith. How was it done? By scoring numerous achievements, conquering impossible tasks, defeating unbeatable opponents, and writing a legend that stretched throughout time. Eventually, a sect or clan would slowly grow as a result of their accumulated achievements. Birthing geniuses would become easier and more likely, they'd receive protection from natural disasters, and their longevity would increase. Thrones were a shortcut. If the talent of an individual surpassed the normal condition of a sect or clan by enough, they'd be able to explosively increase their faith in a short amount of time. As a result, a sect or clan would be willing to accept short-term losses for the sake of long-term gain. However, nothing in this world was free. As appealing as the title of throne was, not just anyone could hold it. And the trials to grasp it were nigh impossible. Chapter 164. Eris Melody. Hundreds of individuals seemed frozen within the tundra-like landscape. They truly couldn't grasp whether Ryu was a fool, or if he was really capable of doing such a thing. The birth of a throne wasn't something one spoken about candidly. Even if the requirements for becoming a throne here was much lower than the inner ring or the core region, a throne was still a throne. To put matters into perspective, No one would dare to guarantee that if the greatest geniuses of the core region came that they'd lay claim to a throne title. Even if their positions were ones that usually looked down upon a mere fifth-order sect, even in all their arrogance, they wouldn't dare to say such a thing. Yet here was Ryu, a man donned in black robes with white hair seemingly disappearing within the fallen snow, confidently smiling as though it was just another day. In the entirety of our pedestal plane, there are only 2 other thrones, tens of billions of individuals, whittled down to just 2, May bit her lower lip. Even then, before those 2, it had been several 100,000 years since the last throne appeared on our plane. Now, suddenly, a third wants to lay claim to the title. Is it coincidence, or is it that the tale of those 2 emboldened others to risk their lives? Becoming a throne didn't just represent unmatched talent and battle prowess, it also represented an unyielding spirit. Thrones were loners, individuals who would rather stand above the world than hold hands with it. There was no doubt that a throne here could easily enter some of the best sects and clans on the higher Blossom Plane, yet they turned down such a path. A challenger to our sect's throne. In that moment, a voice as soft as clouds, yet as powerful as a mountain, cut through the quiet atmosphere. May and Amy were shaken out of their thoughts, their necks practically snapping in the direction the voice came from. Eris. The 2 core disciples lowered their heads and all but knelt to the ground. They knew that their sect's inheritor often oversaw the disciple trials, mostly as a precaution against the rowdy men and as a warning to those who deemed to cross a line they shouldn't, but she never appeared. However, the moment she did, everyone lost their breaths for a completely different reason: beauty. Her hair was a long black that sank to just above her waist, but it sparkled with a silver light that made her feel ethereal. Her neck was long and slender, leading to a delicate face lined by gentle, soft slopes. She wasn't very tall, more than a head shorter than Ryu, but her presence and demeanor made her seem larger than life. A blue gown graced her curves, following the contours of her body and giddily clinging to her with the help of the whipping cold winds. Those of weaker will couldn't help but swallow dryly whenever a particularly strong gust forced her dress to press firmly against her. This woman was Eris Melody, the sole inheritor of the Awoken Moon sect and Granny Miriam's younger sister. Ryu knew this the moment he laid eyes on her. The faint pang of a guilty conscience weighed on him. If it wasn't for him, would she have lost a sister? Probably not. Granny Miriam was beloved by all. If it hadn't been for him, she would have lived for much longer. She wouldn't have died like a criminal. With her name slandered and thrown in the mud, Ryu knew that Eris Melody was most definitely already aware about her sister's death. This wasn't because of some arbitrary power like a sixth sense, but rather due to their special bone structure. Granny Miriam, before her death, told Ryu about the constitution she shared with her younger, twin sister. It was called the causal gate bone structure. Essentially, the fates of the 2 sisters were tied as one, but not in any obvious way. Both twins were born with an Earth-grade bone structure and bloodline, but Granny Miriam ended up losing her talent to her young sister because she had no interest in cultivation. As a result, Eris Melody, through their shared bone structure, became a dual heaven-grade talent. Yes, Ryu recollected himself. I would like to challenge your sect's throne. You are aware that we are a female-only sect, correct? Thrones aren't restricted by such rules. This much is correct, however I tell you this not to turn you away, but for your own sake. Our sect's legacies are difficult to grasp, but it is still true that it is far easier for women to comprehend them than for men to. If you have the talent to become a throne, there are better options for you. A person could become a throne of as many sects as they pleased. But, doing so became far more difficult with each subsequent attempt. The point of a throne was to accumulate faith, but if that faith was split between sects, the value of a throne plummeted. Therefore, one had to prove they could support the faith growth of multiple sects at once. Since Melody knew this, she wanted Ryu to choose his first sect wisely because he may never get a second. Ryu paused. He seemed oblivious to the fact that many were shocked he could so easily converse with Melody. It was clear they had no idea he had a beauty far surpassing her on his shoulder. Instead, he was focused on the Eris words. It seemed she was pitying Ryu, as though telling him not to feel guilty. She likely believed that Ryu had come here to pay back a debt he felt he owed to her elder sister. That is in part true, Ryu thought silently. I will make sure that you raise up and succeed in your goals because I owe your sister my life. However, that is not my sole goal in coming to your sect either. Your Awoken Moon sect will be of great help to me. I believe that I am very compatible with your sect. I would like to try my luck, heiress Melody. Melody did her best to hide her trembling. She knew that this young man was tied to her elder sister's death in some way, but she didn't feel that her sister had any animosity toward him. In fact, Ryu was wrapped endlessly with Miriam's love and affection. Granny Miriam spent her life helping others, so she never had a chance to make a family of her own. But she had taken Ryu to be her very own grandson, a young man she saw as her kin. This was why Melody wasn't hostile to Ryu despite seeing a ring she so very clearly recognized on his finger. The connection she shared with her elder sister was very strong. Since her sister wanted to protect this little boy, she would protect him too. She had no idea that Ryu had come to uplift her and not the other way around. If that is your choice, follow me. Chapter 165, Blossom Plain. The Blossom Plain core region. The strings being pulled by the Martial Plane were quite long. However, a wrinkle in their plans had occurred. Just days ago, a small realm they had been making use of for many generations had suddenly vanished without word or warning. The most shocking part, it disappeared during a session cornered off by the mere pedestal plane. Merylda, explain yourself. A beautiful young woman stood with a bitter expression on her face. Her hair was done up in a messy bun, and she had a pair of odd glasses hiding her usually energetic eyes. These weren't a normal pair of spectacles, but were instead one that came with multiple layers of lenses. With them, Merylda's eyesight was beyond superhuman, even though it looked like she walked around with a telescope on her face. This woman was none other than the energetic exam overseer that watched over Ryu's exam. She was a genius of the Blossom Plane, a step higher than Ryu's current pedestal plane. However, she definitely wasn't being treated as such currently. She stood alone on a podium in the middle of a grand room. It looked like a place a senate would come together to speak of law and order, but on a much larger scale. This place was known as the Center, a place where powerful men and women came to flex their prestige. As for the maintaining of law and order it claimed to exist for, it was more of a joke. These individuals cared for nothing other than their own pockets. This care might extend toward their own clans and sects as well, but no further than that. This is what the Blossom Plane had devolved to after the destruction of the Shrine Plane, though you'd probably be killed for saying so. Esteemed elders, I have nothing I can say. Merylda lowered her head. I was simply overseeing the exam as I usually do when everything with black. Everyone was forcibly teleported out and the small realm crumbled not long afterward. It's gone. Didn't I tell you we shouldn't have allowed those pedestal plane swine to take part in the exam? Don't be ridiculous, we had to cast the net as wide as possible for the benefit of our goal. Then, doesn't this mean that it's been taken? Could it be that one of the examinees at that time gained the acceptance of the fairy who created that small realm? It must be so. Fairies wouldn't give up until they've found their lifelong mate. The small realm wouldn't have crumbled otherwise. But the question is, who is it? Merylda. Countless gazes turned toward the slightly eccentric young woman, expecting an answer. Merylda chewed her cherry lips. She didn't know what she should say. She knew from the very beginning that these elders only wanted to monopolize the strength of the fairies for themselves. In fact, they probably hoped that the young man or woman chosen would be from a lesser plane despite what they said. If that was the case, he or she would be far easier to control. In truth, this was a double-edged sword. These individuals knew it was impossible to forcibly take a fairy away from its life partner, so they'd likely nurture and coax the person chosen. However, at the same time, this individual would be forced to become a pawn, no different from a slave. The issue was that she had heard it. She heard that young man call himself Ryu Tatsuya, a name filled with such strength and power, that even she, who was born from a prestigious clan even within the Blossom Plains core region, felt her heart flutter. What should I do? What should I do? Merylda bit her lip harder. You were too free with your words. How could you not know the kind of power your name holds? The kind of fear it still strikes. The Tatsuya clan. If word of their successor reaches the Martial Plane, it was unknown what they would do. Merylda didn't believe that Ryu was a true blood member of the Tatsuya clan, but rather that he was a lucky young man who likely ran into a legacy they hid and was thus granted permission to use their name. But, even if this was the case, it wouldn't be taken lightly. Merylda turned her gaze upward, looking toward a particular collection of 8 seats that represented the greatest powers in this Blossom Plains core region. Of course, the person who her eyes laid upon was her very own grandmother. Deep within her gaze was a pleading for help. She didn't want to be the reason why an innocent little boy lost his life. The older woman sighed. Is there a need to press my granddaughter in this way? She said she knows nothing, so she knows nothing. Are you trying to say that my Dugo clan heiress is a liar? The faces of the various elders twisted. This unreasonable old woman was talking nonsense again. She really was too protective of her granddaughter. It was a miracle she even allowed this questioning in the first place. It was no surprise that the meeting came to an abrupt end not too long after. Merylda only repeated that she knew nothing and was finally allowed to leave. How many individuals were taking the exam at that time? One of the 8-seated heads suddenly asked. There were 236 youths taking the common grade exam and 43 taking the black grade exam. The heads fell into contemplation. The common grade exam is just a cover-up. The only ones who matter are the black grade exam takers because only they can reach the end of the exam and have a chance to be accepted by the fairy. Focus on those 43 for now. Find out their names, their backgrounds, and monitor them all. We still have to answer to the martial plane when this is all said and done. The center seemed to take a collective breath as one. Everything would be fine even if they never found this individual, as long as the fairy who built the small realm was of a normal breed. Maybe an inferior elemental fairy or pixie fairy, but, if this fairy was a Fisha fairy capable of bringing an individual from the brink of death to full health, or a Quibus fairy capable of controlling the dead, or a cultist fairy capable of nurturing history's greatest heroes, or any other member of the highest echelon of the fairy realm, such a person couldn't be left to grow alone. They had to be controlled or slaughtered. It was clear that Ryu needed to temper his mind more if he wanted to survive. He had to be more aware that he was no longer a scion respected by the highest immortal plane. To his enemies and those who would cause harm to him, he was a bug to either be controlled or stomped upon. Luckily, he had a teacher by his side now in Ailsa. She would slowly help mold his future path. Chapter 166. Fast, Throne. The Awoken Moon sect was shaken. It wasn't so simple to meet the elders of a Fifth Order sect. But, as an inheritor, Melody was of great help to Ryu. Currently, the duo stood in a castle carved of ice. Everything seemed to shimmer with the utmost purity, a purity only amplified by the refined beauty the Awoken Moon sect elders held even in their old age. Have you tested him appropriately, Melody? One elder asked. I trust my little brother. Melody replied plainly. The elders looked toward Ryu in shock. They had never heard word of Melody having a little brother. And, by all rights, Melody's parents should have passed away due to old age by now. They were mortals, after all. So, how could she possibly have a little brother? But, the elders seemed to tacitly understand that Ryu was someone Melody wanted to protect. At the very least, that meant he wouldn't harm their sect. At these words, the elders began to observe Ryu in earnest from their ice thrones. Young man, for the first time, the head, known as the castle master by their sect, spoke. She looked to be about 50 to 60 years old by mortal standards, but she had gentle eyes that made her look younger than she was. I'm sure Melody has explained this to you already, but I must do my duty and ensure that you understand. Our sect isn't female only because we discriminate against men, it is rather because our legacy has a very high mortality rate when practiced by our male counterparts. Even if you have the talent to become our throne, it is unlikely that what we can give you will be of any great use. Ryu bowed his head slightly. I will bring glory to the Awoken Moon sect. It was a strong and short response, one that made Ryu's feelings on the topic clear as day. The castle master sighed. I hope you do get a chance to bring us glory alongside heiress Melody. So be it. By the power vested in me, I'll allow you to make an attempt at claiming our throne. Castle Moon shook slightly. It wasn't an uncomfortable, overbearing quake, but rather a gentle rising. In the next moment, chi began to pour in from the surroundings. If they weren't already alerted before, the two other Fifth Order sects that ruled over the Valor City region along with the Awoken Moon sect would definitely be alerted now. Activating this formation only had one purpose and one purpose alone. A portal appeared before Ryu, one that he didn't hesitate to step and disappear into. The elders sighed once more. If he truly becomes our throne, the girls will gain quite the distraction. The elders laughed amongst themselves. A young man shouldn't have such an intoxicating smell. It would be dangerous if I hadn't tempered my mental realm for so long. It would be a shame if such a handsome young man died so young. The elders fell into silence, watching as a projection of the throne realm lifted into the air. This wasn't a scene only the elders could watch. As disciples of the Awoken Moon sect, every woman within their walls had the right to see the birth of their throne. They would all watch as Ryu put his life on the line. Whether he would rise to glory, or fall here, they'd be witness. When Ryu reappeared, he almost thought for a moment that he hadn't moved at all. It was the very same castle of ice. But soon he noticed the very stark difference: he was alone. No, not alone, but facing a Valkyrie-like woman. Not only was her aura valiant, but so was her armor and weapon. Her spear seemed carved of white dragon bone, and her armor came from the scales of that very same dragon. Clad in complete white, even her hair whipped about like snow in the wind. But there obviously wasn't any wind here. This violent gust was nothing but the pressure of her chi. Ryu, every sect's throne trial is different. But they have the same basic test: combat prowess. Although there are other ways to grow a sect's faith, nothing is as effective as oppressive strength. You need to be able to display heaven-defying strength for your age. That's all. Ryu smiled. In that case, this will be simple. With Ailsa by his side, Ryu could unleash his full strength. As long as he didn't do something that obviously exposed his heavenly pupils, like using their inner world spatial chi in the open, he could use its other abilities freely, especially since he was in a separate realm now. Ryu stretched his arm out to his side. In the next moment, what could only be described as a weapon forged with aesthetics in mind appeared. A glaive with a body of violet black shimmered under the pure light of the castle of ice. It seemed completely out of place, exuding a violent aura in a place that should have been awash with purity. However, its blade was even more outrageous. It was large, just over 2 feet alone. It almost looked like the jaws of a black dragon. That's an Earth-grade weapon. The elders shook. A chi refinement expert with an Earth-grade weapon. He should just be breaking in his first black-grade glaive. Not just that, look at the materials it's made out of. The shaft, that's new moon ore. The blade, that's silver-thirsting ore, new moon ore. It was a peak black-grade ore with exceptional chi absorption capabilities and regeneration abilities. It was capable of absorbing its owner's chi to grow stronger over time and repair itself. This was why it was called new moon. It had the potential to progress to full moon from empty, silver-thirsting ore. It was an evolving type ore. Its silver stage was of the lower earth grade and grew sharper based on the blood it tasted. A blade that continuously grew stronger in battle. Ryu swung lightly, slicing through the aura of the white-clad Valkyrie. Almost 2,000 jin. If it was before, this would definitely be too heavy for me. But now, Ryu's knees sunk quickly. He didn't wait for the Valkyrie to take the initiative as he propelled himself forward. His body seemed to meld into the air itself, his gliding cloud steps operating on a higher plane than even its creator thought possible. Fast. The elders who had been skeptical suddenly felt smiles hanging from their faces. They saw the light at the end of the tunnel. Chapter 167. Finally Ryu appeared before the unmoving Valkyrie in a flash. This was the first time he had battled someone using a weapon he was familiar with. He was curious to find out how the spearmanship disciplines of others stacked up to his Tatsuya clan. Suddenly, the Valkyrie awoke, a blinding flash of white light emitting from her body. The throne of the awoken moon sect will not be touched. Her voice was cold as her spear moved. The stroke was elegant, carving through the air and holding an air of beauty shrouding a piercing killing intent. Ryu's pupils seemed to see everything in slow motion. Every detail, every flex of her muscle, every slight tremble of her pointed spear, he saw it all. Your spear is lacking, Ryu said coldly, his glaive raised, executing a perfect pair. The Valkyrie might have shown surprise if it wasn't for the fact she was an artificial being. Losing control of her own spear so easily would be a jarring experience for anyone, let alone someone speaking so arrogantly just a moment before. When next Ryu's glaive fell, the battle was over. A slice descended from the skies, a move that couldn't have been any more basic. But it was impossible for the Valkyrie to react. With her spear having been sent away from her body, there were too many openings to attack. She was bisected in the next instant. The elders were stunned. I know that this is just the first phase, but is it meant to be so easy, Castle Master? No, this Ryu is simply that talented. The Castle Master spoke solemnly. He acted as if he knew how the Valkyrie would attack before the battle began. It's either he has an extreme amount of battle prowess, or he's incredibly familiar with the spear. The battle for the throne uses the most talented disciples of our sect's history as a base, but limits their battle prowess to how strong they were at the trial taker's age. Many of our former ancestors have projections within this trial. the elders sucked in a cold breath. It had been so long since anyone had challenged their sect's throne that they forgot these details. It was impossible for the Awoken Moon sect's throne trial to be simple because, Castle Master, doesn't that mean, one of the sect's grand elders spoke. Eris Melody's jaw clenched slightly as the beginning of this elder's inquiry, but she kept her eyes glued to the image above her head, silently supporting Ryu. Yes, the Castle Master said softly. Our Awoken Moon sect was once a Ninth Order sect of the Blossom Plane. However, the collapse of the Shrine Plane cut the support we once had from the Ice Phoenix clan off, resulting in excess pressure from our enemies which eventually led to our downfall. This means that if little Ryu wants our throne, he'll have to face ancestors that stepped into the Cosmic Seed realm at their peak. Castle Master. The elders froze in shock. Of the collective elders, only their 3 grand elders and Melody as their sect inheritor were aware of this truth. But, they were all thinking one thing: shouldn't we have told the boy this before he entered? It wasn't lost on the elders that their Castle Master had suddenly shifted to calling Ryu an affectionate, little Ryu. Though her eyes were gentle, these elders knew well that their Castle Master was a scary woman who was once known as the Ice Ghost of the battlefield. The fact she was showing any sort of affection toward Ryu meant that she was attaching a small bit of hope in him. Hope to rise their sect back up to their former glory. Little Melody was already aware of this truth and still allowed him to enter. I believe that she knows or at least felt something that we have to trust. Even though she said this, the pulsing ring, seemingly made of beautiful blue marble, on her forefinger told Castle Master Toria a completely different story. One that would change everything. At this moment, the second challenger was appearing before Ryu, who had a slight smile on his face. Did he know the connection this Awoken Moon sect had with his grandmother's Ice Phoenix clan? Of course he did, that was why he chose it. In truth, he wasn't absolutely certain before, but after seeing their white dragon bone spear and armor, he became absolutely certain. They were the heirlooms only this sect could have. Ryu was certain that they no longer had these treasures in their possession. Though they weren't actually made of dragon bone and scales, they were still too valuable as mystical-grade treasures. The only way they'd be allowed to survive until now is if they willingly gave them up. But, this throne trial was still able to project the abilities of those treasures onto their ancestors. To claim their throne, Ryu would have to defeat every ancestor the Awoken Moon sect had had in their long history during their 18th year of life. It would likely begin with the weakest and work its way upward, so the enemies he faced now were most likely the more recent ancestors of the sect. He could tell. These ancestors weren't spearmen. The trial was forcing them to use a spear when they had likely never used one in their lives. It was no wonder the first was full of holes to exploit. This unfortunate trend continued onward. Due to the fact the sect had lost their heirloom, none of the first half-dozen ancestors survived past a single strike. The elders were starting to wonder if this so-called throne trial would really continue like this, while the disciples watching outside the Castle of Ice were in absolute shock. To use a glaive with one arm in this way, is he purposely handicapping himself? Or is this a style he is attempting to refine? I feel as though he is trying to hone something, but I can't understand what it is. The elders nodded faintly at these words. It really did seem that way, but they were too shocked by watching their ancestors fall with just a single strike again and again. However, the Castle Master's gaze shifted when Ryu entered his 7th battle. This is it. This is where it truly begins. The battles before this were from the ancestors we had as a 5th Order sect. But now, they'll be 6th Order sect ancestors, women that would one day become immortal ring cultivators. Can you make it to the 9th Order? Ryu immediately felt the change and swapped his weapon, revealing a spear that matched his glaive in almost every way. Finally, someone who can use a spear. Show me your skill. Chapter 168. Spear bonus chapter for 500 power stones. He changed his weapon. The faces of the elders stiffened. Even though Ryu's use of the glaive was odd, there was no doubt he was familiar with the weapon. Was it wise to suddenly change weapons? And to the weapon that their ancestors used at that? Was it even possible for someone so young to be proficient with 2 weapons? However, the next clash washed their worry away with shock. Ryu's arm arched forward, matching the pace of the Valkyrie beat for beat. The strike was so precise that both of their weapons stalled, their tips perfectly pushing against one another. It has to be a coincidence, right? The elders muttered. But then it happened again. Ryu's spear read and reacted to the flow of the Valkyrie, causing their tips to clash perfectly for several consecutive blows. Even a bowman splitting an arrow wasn't as impressive as what they were witnessing now. How could such a level of precise control even be possible? For Ryu, who spent so much of his time practicing the Kunin and Tatsuya martial forms, this was the least he expected of himself. The Kunin martial form focused on speed and explosiveness, zeroing in all small, fast twitch muscles. The Tatsuya martial form emphasized the lower body and bones, pushing for stability and power. The combination of the two resulted in a perfectly sculpted body that was both quick and precise. Still, Ryu wasn't doing this to show off. He was devouring this ancestor's comprehension of the spear. He knew he needed to understand more, he needed to absorb more to truly refine his way of the spear. Your approach isn't bad, Ailsa commentated calmly. It seemed that sitting on Ryu's shoulder even during an intense battle didn't bother her one bit. But, the most important thing you can do for your dreams of dual wielding is expanding your mental realm. The second most important thing will be comprehending the legacy hidden within the northern heavenly wind. Ailsa had become less standoffish after the matters with the Ember clan father-son pair. It seemed she had begun to nurture him in earnest. Though, her ability to do so was limited due to her intimacy levels with Ryu still being marginal at best. A cultist fairy was able to nurture, but there was nothing in existence it had a greater ability to nurture than her life partner. A cultist would naturally comprehend the best path to improvement for their life partner. Unfortunately, the road Ailsa could see for Ryu was foggy. She couldn't see very far ahead. So the guidance she could give as of now was superficial. Still, she wasn't completely useless. Every cultist fairy innately had information about the more famous and faith-laden treasures and abilities. Ryu's pupils were too rare for her to know much, but the origin flame and northern heavenly wind had existed for so long that her species had gathered a lot of information on them. In these lanes, she would be able to guide Ryu. Ryu nodded faintly, taking Ailsa's advice. He couldn't promise her the level of intimacy she wanted, but he could ensure that no matter what, she could watch her life partner reach the very peak of all that was. In that way, her duty would be completed and at least one aspect of her dreams would be fulfilled. If this is all you have left, Ryu's spear trembled, its speed multiplying. I'll end it. The Valkyrie had no time to react before her throat was pierced. He toyed with her, the elders coughed uncomfortably. Ryu's win here meant that he had more potential than anyone in their sect aside from Eris Melody, who was their hope to climb back up to the Sixth Order once more. He's not using anything aside from the spear's basic stances. Ryu didn't seem perturbed as he turned his spear toward the 8th Valkyrie, repeating his tactics as though to give the elders and disciples a sense of déjà vu. Maybe it was only now the elders began to realize that while the Valkyrie were using the legacies of their sect, Ryu was using nothing but the very basic stances anyone could learn. In truth, this test was almost too unfair. For the youthful ancestors, that was. Women had weaker physiques than men did. To make matters worse, they were Ryu's age, so they didn't have the accumulated cultivation to counter this with chi. As the geniuses of mere 5th and 6th order sects, Ryu's chi was already purer than theirs despite only cultivating for 4 years. This wasn't all either. Ryu had 4 ancestral grade bloodlines. Though their true strengths wouldn't begin to manifest until the Divine Vessel realm, when it came to body realm cultivation, some of their prowess had already begun to be seen. When Ryu finished opening his body pulses, he was surprised to find that he had 2000 jin of strength. This was because normally, after opening 6 body pulses, one's threshold of strength would be between 500 and 1000 jin. It wasn't until recently Ryu understood the reason he differed from others. Different bloodlines had different capacities for absorbing vital chi. Ryu had 4 ancestral grade bloodlines, so his limits were far above that of others. In order to enter the next body realm, one had to saturate his blood with vital chi. Normally, this would cap out at 50,000 jin. However, Ryu had already reached 10,000 jin of strength after just 3 days of absorbing beast spiritual root blood essence, yet he couldn't see the end of his limits. Of course, this speed was in part due to his mother's phoenix heavenly body, and in other part due to the vast amounts of spiritual roots he had accumulated during his stay in Ope's kingdom. His bloodlines almost made Ryu lament that he wasn't born with a body suited for body realm cultivation. Had he had his father's bone structure, it would have been perfect. However, he was already far above the standards of most others, and definitely far above what these ancestors were capable of at his age. Ancestors began to fall like flies. After the first 6 order ancestor fell, Ryu took down the others more quickly, mostly because he didn't see anything worth comprehending in their spearmanship. There were some exceptions, but for the most part, this was the reality. Still, Ryu didn't get complacent. On the shrine plain, those his age were already prepping themselves to attack the divine vessel realm. Though the Awoken Moon sect was only a Blossom Plain sect at its peak, around Ryu's age, their geniuses would still have likely already stepped into the spiritual severing realm. Almost as if to confirm this coming reality, after losing count of the number of ancestors he had forced into submission, the very first of the Seventh Order ancestors appeared, and her cultivation, unlike Ryu's, was truly in the higher chi refinement realm. Huu, a cold breath left Ryu's lips. It was about time this throne trial pushed him to his limits. Chapter 169. Cool Chi Ryu clashed with the Seventh Order ancestor, sending several pierces. However, unlike the previous rounds, it seemed that Ryu was finally at a disadvantage. This was simply the reality of the matter. If he insisted on using his spear with a single arm, he would only barely pull out a 20th of his strength. It was impossible to use that level to defeat someone 2 cultivation stages above him. Still, even as he was slowly forced backward, Ryu's eyes continued to shine, taking in aspects of this ancestor's spearmanship for himself. The elders began to grow nervous, even Castle Master Toria fiddled with the ring on her finger. If Ryu was struggling now, how could he stand up to the 8th and 9th Order ancestors? After all, this was only the weakest of the 7th Order ancestors. Ryu, however, was calm. His phoenix martial forms gave him an unyielding level of stamina. Just the few dozen fights he had gone through until now wasn't enough to put a dent toward his fatigue. At the same time, the strong blows of this ancestor weren't making it past his ice silk protective armor. Still, this is my limit here. It seems I need to take it up a single notch. Ryu's eyes glowed a fierce silver light. Third perspective. Suddenly, the world seemed to enter the palm of Ryu's hand. The unreadable movements of the ancestor felt as though they had slowed to a snail's pace. The secrets, no, the mysteries of her spearmanship all lay bare before him. Ailsa's brow twitched at this sudden change. This is the true state of the first-ranked heavenly pupils. This cool chi, it seems life partner hasn't realized yet. Ryu's feet shifted, his soles gliding across the ice beneath his feet as he marginally dodged the tip of a coming spear. In the next instant, the tip of his spear trembled, shooting past an impossibly small window to pierce the Valkyrie's throat. His hand snapped outward, decapitating her directly. Before the Awoken Moon sect elders could even comprehend what had happened, Ryu had already moved on to the second 7th Order ancestor. Third perspective was too useful. It allowed Ryu to see the battlefield from angles his opponent could never imagine. This blew flaws that would otherwise be hidden wide open. To gain that sort of battle perspective would usually take countless years on a battlefield, but Ryu was gifted it simply by virtue of his heavenly pupils. It seemed Ryu owed Ailsa once more. If it wasn't for her, he'd never use it so freely. It was at this moment that curious observers began to approach the Awoken Moon sect. Considering how quickly they made it here, their cultivations were definitely not low. In fact, they were the elders of the Awoken Moon sect rival sects. Unfortunately for them, the sect had been shrouded by a wall of white mist that perfectly blended into the snowy landscape. Could it be they'll really gain themselves a throne? The elders muttered to themselves, deep frowns commonplace on all their faces. The pedestal plane was just preparing to undergo many changes. The addition of a third throne would shift the balance once more. The other thrones could be ignored since they had taken up positions in the core region, but for a throne to appear in their outer ring, it was troublesome. According to observers from before they put up their sect's formation, he was a male. Why would a male want to join this sect? It can't be that his talent in womanizing is greater than his cultivation talent, right? Let's hope that that's the case. If he's made such a foolish decision, there likely isn't much to worry about. A man won't be able to gain much from the Awoken Moon sect. We've likely worried for nothing. Still, we need to comprehend his limits appropriately. You all know as well as I do that the higher-ups won't be fond of the Awoken Moon sect improving their station. If they do, the ones who will be blamed is us and no one else. What are we supposed to do? An elder responded with an annoyed tone. We're not allowed to directly attack them, but we still have to hinder them. What kind of nonsense is that? The elders fell into silence, each of them having their own theories. In fact, many of them were close to the truth. If the Awoken Moon sect was once a higher order sect, even in their decline, the faith protecting them was not a joking matter. The truth was that those who sought to oppress the Awoken Moon sect weren't afraid of their faith, but rather, the faith of the Ice Phoenix clan that had once protected them. If that slumbering faith was stirred, none of them would survive. Many laymen believed that the shrine plane had been destroyed, but this wasn't the case. The shrine plane was sealed. Why? Because even the rulers of the martial plane couldn't finish the job. They had no choice but to bide their time, waiting for the accumulated faith of the shrine plane's finest to slowly dwindle. In order for this to happen, they needed to make sure that the subordinate sects and clans of those shrine plane powers no longer had a leg to stand on. To now, many of them had been forced into dormancy, disbanded or destroyed, but more stubborn ones like the Awoken Moon sect continued to hold on. In any case, he's young. A once silent elder spoke. Whether he is talented or not is irrelevant. Sometimes there are things even geniuses cannot do without enough time. And since he's a throne, we won't have to worry about faith backlash if we kill him. The role of a throne was a double-edged sword. You were free from the constraints of a sect's rules, and you could use their resources as you pleased, but for this very reason, you didn't have the protection of the sect's faith. Since you chose to walk alone, using your own talent to hold you up, you would be alone to the very end. Ryu, even as he felled ancestor after ancestor, was well aware that he had placed a target on his back. But he had done so purposefully. He wanted this pressure, a pressure so heavy that it threatened to sink him to his knees. Only this way could he grow as fast as he needed to. He didn't want to grow complacent, nor did he want to forget what he was fighting for. Pushing himself into a corner in this way would be his own martial path. Ryu took a strong step forward, his chi pouring into his spear as he faced the final 7th Order ancestor. His spear curled forward, blurring in the air into a smear of violet and black coated in a thick white. In the next moment, he retracted his attack, 3 bloody holes signaling the collapse of the Valkyrie. Chapter 170. Insult. He projected his chi. The elders felt as though they were watching the creation of a legend. Emitting chi from one's body was something that could only be done with the help of a natural order. The only way to do it without one was to have incredibly pure chi and high chi control. Usually, one wouldn't enter this threshold until they had solidified their place within the spiritual severing realm, thus the reason why flight became possible only in that realm. However, the sharp-eyed elders noticed that Ryu's reach hadn't been enough to kill the final 7th Order ancestor. In order to compensate, he extended his blade with his chi. It was only a couple inches, something that was so minor that those of lower cultivations likely completely missed it, but these elders definitely wouldn't. Many gripped their seats. This young man, he was worthy of being a throne. A hot, steamy breath left Ryu's lips. New Moon Ore had excellent chi absorption abilities, but it was gentle and slow in its task, making it comfortable to strengthen with chi. However, Silver Thirsting Ore was tyrannical. Ryu had to be careful when he poured his chi into it, otherwise, it would suck him dry. Others might see Ryu's actions as reckless, but he took this path after deciding to follow Ailsa's advice once more. Good. This is a nice and natural way to do it. The innate chi of your heavenly pupils isn't one you should ignore, it'll be a great strength to you. Ailsa felt a slight swelling of satisfaction when Ryu listened to her wishes so easily. She knew he was only doing it to get stronger, but it still made her feel warm. When Ailsa first brought up this cool chi to him, Ryu thought back to when he was running for his life. His embryonic origin flame didn't just help sharpen visual memories, but memories of all kinds. Ryu realized then that this cool chi wasn't foreign to him, it had actually already helped him many times. According to Ailsa, every pair of heavenly pupils had a special chi tied with them, a chi that one without the proper eyes could never tap into. Usually, one wouldn't have a chance to reflect on this chi until you had reached a certain stage with your pupils, but it seemed that Ryu completing his rite of origin had accelerated the process. That day, when you completed your last rite, you heard a series of popping noises from your eyes. Those noises represent seals, heavenly seals every heavenly pupil user must unlock. From an inspection of your body, it seems you've undid 1 seal per eye, while there is a total of 999 in each. This gave you access to your special chi. I cannot teach you the uses of this chi, our intimacy is not high enough so I cannot feel what you feel clearly enough. The mysteries of heaven and earth pupils are very much that, a mystery. The only way for you to comprehend this chi is by forcing it out and comprehending its uses yourself. Ryu agreed with Ailsa's assessment. As of now, he was only aware that this chi calmed his mind and strengthened his focus. In truth, if this was the end of it, Ryu would be satisfied. The ability to calmly analyze a battlefield and bring out your peak strength no matter the situation was invaluable. Third perspective. Ryu's eyes focused. His next opponent was yet another white-clad Valkyrie. However, what shocked Ryu was that he could very clearly see intelligence in her eyes while the others had none. The Valkyrie smirked. A lower chi refinement stage baby wants to challenge me. Her aura was oppressive. She was truly worthy of being a top genius of an 8th order sect. Even at such a young age, she had already completed her 13th revolution and entered the half-step spiritual severing realm. The earth itself seemed to quake in her presence. Lower chi refinement. The elders shot gazes toward Eris Melody. None of them had been able to sense Ryu's cultivation when he entered. They had assumed he had some sort of treasure that hid this from them and didn't mind it. But, if this was true, it was too shocking. With Ailsa pouring her everything into protecting the secret of his pupils from others, there really wasn't much of a point in wasting power on hiding his cultivation in this situation. So, it was no wonder why this seemingly sentient Valkyrie had seen through Ryu. It seemed her experience was much higher than those Valor guards who believed Ryu was a higher chi refinement expert. The white-clad ancestor's white bone spear shook, emitting a fierce light. Spear chi. The castle master's jaw nervously clenched. This opponent might truly be too powerful. For Ryu to face someone who had comprehended their sect's birthed phenomena, it was trouble. However, Ryu smiled. Insight. Ryu didn't waste any time using his pupil's current greatest ability. If third perspective allowed him to see the battlefield from almost any angle, insight practically allowed him to see the future. This was Ryu's first time fighting someone who had comprehended a natural order, no, 2 natural orders. As Ryu was thinking this, the temperature of the already ice-made castle began to continuously fall as the air around the Valkyrie seemed to freeze. Not only had she comprehended the spear-birthed phenomena of the awoken moon sect, she had also comprehended the ice elemental. An air of spear and ice. You are the perfect opponent. Ryu's blood began to churn. His ice phoenix bloodline completely negated the drop in cold, this inferior frigid air, it meant nothing. In that moment, a second spear appeared in his hand, causing even the arrogant Valkyrie across from him to look on in shock before bursting into a laughter that simmered into a deep rage. You dare to insult the way of the spear in this way, I'll destroy you in body and soul. Ryu was indifferent to her reaction, he didn't care how anyone reacted. This was his martial way. He would follow it until he alone decided it was either a success or a failure. A battle erupted. It was clear the 8th Order ancestor was surprised to see that Ryu's spearmanship was far better than she thought. However, whenever she saw his awkward movement, she would settle into a rage once more. Still, no matter how hard she pressed, she couldn't seem to deal Ryu a fatal blow. It was as though he was constantly several steps ahead of her. Unfortunately for him, his dual-wielding style was so unrefined that he couldn't take advantage of this truth. His power and balance were off, and his strikes often got in the way of each other. He looked like a toddler trying to get used to walking on his own. Focus. Ryu sought after that absolute realm. He entered Breath of Earth. Chapter 171. Fluidity bonus chapter for 250 golden tickets. Ryu's view of the world expanded and slowed. Breath of Earth. It was a state of meditation many individuals felt they could only luck into and not seek. Within such a state, the difficult became simple and the fast became slow. Even though there were 9 total states of meditation, entering the second as Ryu had done was seen as such a lofty goal that others never bothered to aim higher. However, after the first time he touched upon its barrier, Ryu always felt that he could enter Breath of Earth on a whim. He never really thought about why that was, nor did it particularly matter to him in his first life. Because he was unable to cultivate, sustaining Breath of Earth with his practically non-existent mental realm was nigh impossible. And, even if he could enter it, there was little point to do so considering it wasn't as though he had techniques to learn or cultivation stages to master. This life, though, things were very different. The ability Ryu had had even during his first life had become one of his sharpest tools. It intrigued him. The gaps in Ryu's defense narrowed as his spears became more fluid. Ailsa smiled lightly to herself. Of course she knew the reason Ryu could enter these impossible states. He had nothing else to thank other than his heavenly pupils. While Ryu believed he had only touched 2 abilities, third perspective and insight, the truth was that there was a third, focus. Ryu's heavenly pupils could see into the mysteries of heaven and earth and even witness the stars of fate that dictated the lives of all who existed. Grasping the quintessence of a state of meditation was a simple task when these matters are put into perspective. Even within Breath of Earth, Ryu was still lacking. He had avoided numerous cuts thanks to his ice worm silk garments, but his black robes were in tatters. And, though his defensive garments protected him, every strike that landed made him feel as though his inner organs were being knocked loose. Still, Ryu's face was serene. With a single weapon, used with a single arm, 5% of my strength is still my limit. When I continue to and enter Breath of Earth, I can bring out between 30 and 40%, but, should I be practicing dual wielding in this way? Or should I be focusing on increasing my percentage strength with just one weapon? Ryu legitimately did not know. He didn't bring out his second weapon because he had an answer, he did so because restricting himself to a 20th of his strength would be asking for death in this situation. But, at the same time, he didn't want to give up this perfect opportunity to temper his martial path. In the end, Ryu's eyes sharpened with resolve. If he didn't push himself here and now, when would he get another opportunity? Huu, breath of heaven. Ryu's eyes glowed with a fierce light, so fierce in fact that the 8th Order ancestor unconsciously retreated. She felt danger. Ryu's spears whipped out from himself, their flat blades cutting through the air with a satisfying metallic sound. His body seemed to steam, a golden fog wafting with essence collecting around his body. If the elders weren't certain before, they were certain now. Somehow, Ryu had entered a deep enough state of meditation to call upon essence. God Emperor. The birthed phenomenon of the Tatsuya clan's saintly spear went by this name. A man of honor and war, but a man of cunning and intelligence at that same time. This was the true essence of his clan's spear. Layered and calculated attacks that slowly pushed one's enemy into a corner. More calculating, the light in Ryu's eyes grew fiercer. His bone structure was known for its flexibility and balance, it was the reason his mother was one of the best dual weapon wielders to ever exist. He had to tap into that feeling, to break the restrictions on his body, to stop moving so rigidly. But therein lied Ryu's problem. He had only learned the basic stances, movements, attacks and defenses that couldn't have been simpler. They restricted him into strong constraints that weren't easy to break out of. But, at the same time, their simplicity gave him a freedom other techniques could not. That feeling he had when he used Whipping Pierce for the first time, his life had been on the line, deep within the forest of Oak's kingdom. He had run into a 4th Order beast he had no chance of defeating. As a mere pulse-opening realm baby, standing before a beast 2 orders above his own, no one would have blamed him if he simply keeled over and accepted death. However, Ryu hadn't. He slipped into Breath of Heaven and tapped into a realm of fluidity he couldn't have imagined before. He stared down his opponent and bent his spear to his whim. Back then, he felt as though his weapon was truly an extension of his arm, a limb he could do anything pleased with. Then again, when he faced Bishik, his spear had been paired, his right arm was useless, and he was facing a veteran of 10,000 battles. He felt that feeling once more, that feeling of control, of fluidity, of grasping the world in one's palm. Ryu's mental realm trembled. Others, after experiencing a virtuoso, would forget that feeling. They'd reach the pinnacle for a moment, but never be able to grasp it again. However, Ryu was different. This time, it wasn't because of his heavenly pupils, but because of his origin flame. Every moment he had ever lived through in his life could be brought before him with incredible clarity. That day that he managed to survive and run from a 4th Order beast, that split moment when his spear had become his arm, it was right before him once more. All he needed to do was reach out and, Ryu's arms seemed to blur. The elders watched in astonishment as their ancestor, a valiant white-clad Valkyrie who had just been shredding Ryu to pieces, got pushed backward. His wrists flickered and his arms twisted, applying strength in angles that would have shattered the bones of anyone else. It was the picture of absolute beauty. For a split moment, a painting of unfathomable depth was born. This is it, Ryu, this feeling of fluidity, grasp it. This is your northern heavenly wind. Ailsa's voice rang. In that instant, something stunning occurred. A gentle beauty appeared to Ryu's back, wearing a smile that could soothe the hearts of the masses. Though she was slightly illusory, she had a presence that made her existence undeniable and an aura that made the skies themselves tremble. Ryu was enveloped by a golden green wind. He felt that the heavens were bowing to him. Chapter 172. Wind of Natural Order. The elders abruptly stood from their chairs. It didn't matter what had happened until now, this moment was probably the most shocking thing they had witnessed in their long lives. Wind of natural order. Among the heavenly winds, only it is worthy of such a lofty namesake. The southern wind was known as the breath of life, the western wind was known as the wind of tribulation, and the eastern wind was known as the wind of sharpness, but only the northern wind had the right to embody wind itself, only it could encompass the natural order of wind and rule them all. However, it wasn't that the elders recognized its phenomena that they stood so abruptly. It was impossible for them with such a narrow perspective of the world to recognize the wind of natural order simply by this. Rather, it was the fact that a phenomena appeared at all that shocked them to no end. Within the natural order umbrella, there were two main divisions, natural enlightenment and mortal endowment. Within the mortal endowment umbrella, there were two more divisions, elements and birthed phenomena. Comprehension of mortal endowments were split into 7 tiers, each more imposing than the last. To be an heir and an inheritor, to impose and become a lord, to rule and be a ruler, to conquer a small realm and become a monarch, to hold a dominion and the title of sovereign, to form a divinity and become a minor god, and to become a deity and be known as a god. These 7 divisions were ingrained in the minds of all cultivators because even the first step seemed impossible to achieve. It was to the point where these elders believed that Ryu had lost the moment their 8th order ancestor displayed herself as an heir of ice in the spear. But this was on a completely different level. The earlier one could evoke a phenomena, the stronger the legacy they had comprehended. Not only was it stronger, but it was incredibly complex and difficult to reflect upon. Usually, one wouldn't expect to evoke a phenomena until one entered the rule realm and became a ruler. However, what many don't talk about is that this rule is only for birthed phenomena. Natural enlightenments and elements do not receive this kind of treatment. Theoretically, one could reach the deity realm and still never form a phenomena for their natural enlightenment or element. But it never worked this way. Humans had a lot of difficulty connecting with nature. Unless you had a special bloodline, it was almost impossible to comprehend an element to the imposed realm, let alone ever reaching the deity realm. The reason was right before them. Humans faced a barrier when evoking the phenomena of elements. As a result, they couldn't leap over the final hurdles. In the past, this was the reason humans were so weak. In order to forge a better future for themselves, human ingenuity shone through as they created birthed phenomena, allowing them to gather strength toward themselves by mastering human-created arts instead of comprehending nature. To this day, phenomena represented the greatest strength cultivators had available to them. Comprehending a natural order already made it possible to rely on the heavens and essence to strengthen yourself. But evoking a phenomena took this to an even greater height. The Ryu of now and the Ryu of before were akin to heaven and earth. You, the 8th order ancestor's words never finished. She, a mighty half-step spiritual severing realm expert, fell before she could finish her thoughts, massive, bloody holes appearing in her body. Ryu slipped out of breath of heaven, breathing deep raggedy breaths as the goddess that had appeared to his back slowly faded, a light smile still playing her features. Ailsa waved her hand, collecting the dissipating essence and pushing it toward Ryu. Suddenly, Ryu's quickly drying mental realm was revitalized, causing him to look toward Ailsa in surprise. However, the palm-length cultist sprite said nothing as she observed the appearance of the next Valkyrie. She had said that she could help Ryu's recoverability. Normally, individuals could only replenish their minds by sleeping or with incredibly rare herbs, but it seemed Ailsa had a method to circumvent this to an extent. It was no wonder. One of the most important aspects of nurturing a person's growth was ensuring that they were properly rested and healed. Cultist fairies wouldn't be very good at doing their jobs if they could only break down their life partners and not build them back up. Still, Ailsa's job was made far easier by using the rich essence Ryu had called down. Without his natural order, Ryu had no way of manipulating essence himself, so he could only helplessly watch as it dispersed. But Ailsa wasn't Ryu. She didn't need to evoke a phenomena to manipulate essence when it was in such high concentration. "Thank you," Ryu said softly before focusing on the task at hand once more. Ailsa watched as Ryu's speed reached an ungodly level. His mastery over his embryonic heavenly wind had increased explosively in a short time. Even without calling down its phenomena, it responded to him as though it was a limb now. Ryu's gliding cloud steps began to manifest as though it was an Earth-grade movement technique instead of the common grade one it was. In fact, Ryu could now fly in the skies as freely as a fish in water, changing directions with a flexibility that made the minds of his opponents numb. This wasn't the best part in Ryu's estimation either. Though he was used his heavenly wind making his body incredibly light, now that his control was greater, this even extended to his weapons. Suddenly, his spears, which had weighed almost 2,000 jin each, had become as light as a feather. Unfortunately for his opponents, they didn't get to bask in this feeling. To them, they were just as heavy. No, they were even heavier because Ryu's striking speed had accelerated to blinding heights. The glove of order on Ryu's right hand vibrated with excitement. After Ryu comprehended a new natural order, it had once more morphed, coating his hand in a black knight-like gauntlet. However, Ryu had no time to pay attention to it as he felled ancestor after ancestor. The battles weren't easy, because his mental realm wasn't sturdy enough to manifest his phenomena for extended periods of time. Ryu could only slowly whittle down his opponents as they became more and more powerful. It was then the air of his opponent changed. The atmosphere grew heavier, making it difficult to breathe, something that could only happen when facing an expert of a far higher caliber. A spiritual severing realm Valkyrie had appeared. Chapter 173, Karmic Strings. At this moment, Ryu was thankful for the ice silk that covered his body. If it wasn't for it, his heaving lungs and screaming muscles would be even worse off without their cooling effect. Unfortunately, the challenge had just taken a major leap forward. Despite defeating numerous 8th Order ancestors to this point, the first spiritual severing realm ancestor had appeared. Their bodies blurred, whether it was Ryu or the Valkyrie, their speeds reached past the realm of mortals. But, despite matching her speed, Ryu had no way to match her strength. There was no suspense. Ryu was sent flying back. Despite shifting his spear's shaft just enough to block a fatal blow, he didn't have the right to stand before the Valkyrie any longer. Ryu didn't crash as expected. The wind caressed his body, gently slowing his descent to the ground. I'm faster. My eyes can easily read her movements. But I don't have the strength. Ryu's calm exterior cracked, a slight frown coloring his features. This was only to be expected. Ryu hadn't even comprehended a black grade technique before. His entire repertoire was made up of common grade techniques. As for his attacks, they were even worse off. The basic stances weren't even categorized as common grade. They were an entry set of simple moves used to set a foundation for children who had yet to awaken. Without a high-grade technique, Ryu had no way of efficiently using his dense chi. He could only allow his chi to flow on instinct. Unfortunately, the silver-thirsting ore that made up his blade was eager to suck him completely dry. Ryu's frown disappeared like the wind, his calm countenance re-emerging. Hadn't Ailsa told him to drain himself of his normal chi so that he could begin to comprehend his cool chi? It seemed he didn't have much of a choice any longer. The Valkyrie watched with an interested expression on her face as the spears in Ryu's hand began to sing, thrumming with thick chi. You aren't a spear heir, but the sharpness of your technique says different. The Valkyrie tilted her head in confusion. Ryu's skill with the spear was too high to not be a spear heir, but he wasn't using spear chi. Instead, he was using normal chi. Why was that? It confused her. How could she know that Ryu's skill in dual-wielding wasn't as high as his single-wielding style? He still wasn't capable of evoking his spear's birthed phenomena with only a single arm. It's probably because you've picked such a silly path. The Valkyrie decided indifferently. Either way, I have no intention of losing to a lower chi refinement realm pup. The Valkyrie's spear thrummed to life, overshadowing Ryu's momentum in an essence. This was the true difference between a spear filled with normal chi and one blessed by spear chi. Their figures blurred once more. It didn't take long for the elders to realize that Ryu's use of chi was excessive. He was using brute strength to match a spiritual severing realm expert, but there was no way that chi refinement could. His chi is incredibly dense for him to last so long, but it can't continue like this. The elders frowned. They knew that the 8th Order ancestor had yet to go all out. In fact, the ancestors to now had yet to use their sect's core teachings. Of course, there was a reason for this. The core teachings of a 9th Order sect weren't something an 18-year-old could comprehend. They would be of the earth grade at the absolute worst, while the minimum requirement to use such a high-grade technique was to be of the divine vessel realm. However, that didn't mean a spiritual severing realm genius would find it impossible to replicate the techniques at least in part. Especially one who had comprehended a birthed phenomena. As though to answer the worries of the elders, the Valkyrie's spearmanship sharpened, her attacks layering. A single spear chi strand became 2, then 3. Her attacking speed spiked, so suddenly that Ryu's already sharp disadvantage became worse in an instant. He could see the attacks plainly. The Valkyrie was almost moving in slow motion before his eyes. In fact, his body was able to easily keep up as well. The wind of natural order truly lived up to its name. However, his strikes had no power behind them. They were batted away with such ease that his opponent seemed to be toying with him. Soon, the situation took a turn for the worst. Ryu's ridiculous stores of chi began to dwindle quickly. The abyssal vortexes within his meridian nodes spun quickly, gathering more chi toward itself. But, the silver-thirsting ore was insatiable, devouring more than Ryu could output. The thrumming of his spear weakened considerably. Soon, the aching in his arms began more pronounced even as his bones began to take the brunt of the pressure. If it wasn't for the fact Ryu had learned to disperse the impact using his northern heavenly wind, his bones would have fractured by now. It's time to end this. The Valkyrie's eyes sharpened. The throne of the awoken moon sect cannot be claimed by a person like you. White serpents dance, lurking shadow. In that moment, it felt as though the Valkyrie had disappeared. It was like a looming pair of scarlet-red eyes trained on Ryu, treating him like prey to be prowled. All that remained was the tip of a pure white spear, condensed with such a high concentration of energy that the air itself trembled. Ryu was spent. His chi had his rock bottom. He found it difficult to communicate with his heavenly wind with his focus chi so drained, and the weakness of his mental realm had made his dual wielding become sloppy once more. But this was exactly what he wanted. With everything else in his body flushed out, all that remained was a familiar pulsing within his pupils. So this is what you wanted to show me. The world before Ryu had completely changed. Instead of a Valkyrie and a spear, he saw bundles of black, gray and white strings. It almost felt as though he could reach forward and tug them at will. Ryu felt a voice singing deep within his mind. No, it was an instinct, telling him exactly what these lines were. Lines of fate, karmic strings. If it's like this, you're not match for me. White serpents dance, lurking shadow. Chapter 174, Young Master Tatsuya Life. It was a short 4-letter word, but it encompassed a level of depth and mystery that could hardly be fathomed. There wasn't an individual in existence that could, with any sort of certainty, claim to comprehend it in its entirety. However, if one wanted to start peeling back its layers of complexity, how would you begin? Would you start with a list of species? Maybe you would start by defining what it was you considered life to be. Was it a word that referred to those that lived and breathed? Or was it more enigmatic, taking all of existence under its wing? If the few wielders of the first-ranked heavenly pupils were to be asked such a question, they'd answer very simply. To them, there was no confusion at all. Life. It was a complex realm of cause and effect. Nothing more, nothing less. Everything related to life could be explained in this fashion. The future could be predicted by the past. The past could be deduced from the present. The present was decided by the past and the potential future. Any and everything could be described in this fashion. When you look at it this way, are there really any mysteries remaining? During the era of the Zhu ancestors, Ryu's pupils were an afterthought. They worked well to deduce the details of things, but compared to the fanciful abilities of the other heavenly pupils, they seemed lacking. At the time, the 4th-ranked heavenly pupils, which had fallen to the 7th rank during Ryu's first life, could quite literally turn people into puppets with a gaze. With such competition, it was no wonder the mysteries of heaven and earth pupils were neglected. No one knew exactly when these matters began to change. However, those of the martial world began to notice that those born with these pupils seemed to have the world in their palms. It was too difficult to explain what they saw, so Ryu's senior brothers and sisters could only convey the strength of their eyes through their actions and their feats. Ryu could finally see the world his predecessors saw, a world of cause and effect, where every action had a set probability of causing another action. If he pulled here, something would be pushed there. If he struck here, the result would be a wound there. However, that was an incredibly simple way to look at it. What Ryu saw was far beyond that. He could see the lines of fate that constructed the Valkyrie's attack. He could see the line of logic, the deduction and the comprehension that went into building it. He could see the objective of the technique's creator and the paths where the Valkyrie deviated from that objective. Even further, he saw lines of black that resulted in the bad. He saw lines of gray that were irrelevant to the current timeline of events. And he saw lines of white that guaranteed his victory. Like this, a beautiful Valkyrie, with a gorgeous figure, became nothing more than a calculation in Ryu's mind. Her body, one that made men swoon, became a woven doll of shaded string. Ryu's body shifted, it too disappearing along with the Valkyries. All that remained were his twin spears, circulating in perfect balance, two white serpents dancing in the shadows. The Valkyrie didn't have the time to be stunned. It felt as though her entire being was laid bare, as though she was stripped naked for the world to see. Seeing Ryu's strike, she understood her mistake. The piercing technique was known as lurking shadow, so why was her spear so bright? Why couldn't hers be like Ryu's? Disappearing under the light of her spear, the Valkyrie's head was blasted off of her shoulders. The attack wreaked such devastation that the foundation of the ice castle quaked. The elders fell into silence. How could a mere chi refinement expert shake the foundation of a castle built by a ninth-order sect? The glow in Ryu's eyes dimmed as his spears slammed into the ground, holding him up from falling over. His neutral chi was spent, and in that instant, so was his cool chi, no. His karmic chi, the only chi capable of bringing out the true strength of his heavenly pupils. Unfortunately, the trial of thrones was only just beginning. Only now would the true experts of this once mighty sect begin to appear, the lofty ninth-order ancestors. However, Ryu didn't seem worried. In fact, a fierce battle intent shone in his eyes. The glare was so fierce that even the elders and disciples watching from a separate realm felt their hearts boil. Not long later, the next Valkyrie shimmered into existence. It seemed to take longer and longer now. But, seeing how much emotion his recent opponents had displayed, Ryu understood why. It obviously took longer and more energy to produce more accurate and lifelike projections. The Valkyrie's eyes widened with surprise when she saw Ryu. But, the abrupt show of emotion disappeared as soon as it appeared. Young Master Tatsuya, but, the line of chi entered Ryu's ears. It was obvious what the Valkyrie wanted to say. Ryu, he should be dead. How was he here, and why was the scion of the Tatsuya clan taking their small awoken moon sect's throne trial? Even if he stripped them bare of everything they had, it wouldn't equate to even a single % of the resources the Tatsuya clan could pour into him. It didn't surprise Ryu that this Valkyrie recognized him. As the last ninth-order ancestor, she had been the final ancestor before the collapse of the sect, and had thus been around during Ryu's life. However, she was also smart. She was aware of the collapse of the Tatsuya clan, so she wouldn't foolishly call out Ryu's name in such a way. It was impossible to know who was listening and paying attention to them at this moment. Still, even though he expected this, Ryu's heart began to race. Could he finally find out what happened after he took his own life? He wanted to know. No, he needed to know. Young Master Tatsuya, although I'd like to allow you this victory, the rules of the trial bind me from doing so. My hand is being forced, please forgive my rudeness. I need to know what happened. Ryu finally spoke, making his intentions clear. Replying to young master, I can answer your questions, but you must last long enough to hear them. Ryu smiled lightly. His spears disappeared, replaced by a single halberd a head and a half taller than even himself, who stood at over 2 meters tall. If it was just about lasting, he was very confident. Chapter 175. The halberd. The Valkyrie trembled when she saw Ryu's change of weapon. Everyone of that era knew about the 3 Tatsuya saintly weapons. The spear, the glaive, and the halberd. The first was known as the God Emperor, a master spearman who had unrivaled cleverness. The second was known as the War God, a man who knew nothing but war and battle. But the third, this was a weapon that stood above both others. The Dragon God. Ryu never used his halberd. It wasn't because he preferred the spear or the glaive, it was rather because every trial he had faced until now was simply a way of testing himself. He wanted to push himself to his limits because this stage was far too small for him. Simply put, if he used his halberd, there would be no suspense. Tatsuya clansmen were the descendants of the fire dragon, a mighty mystical beast that once stood at the very top of this realm. While the spear and the glaive tapped into the human aspects of their Tatsuya clan, the halberd tapped into their bestial aura. It was the true strength of their clan. Simply holding the halberd in his hand, Ryu felt his fire dragon blood bubble to life, causing a heated steam to emit from his body. Although he could only tap into 5% of that feeling with just a single hand, it filled him with such power that he felt as though he could topple a mountain range. Come, as you wish, young master. In a flash, she stepped forward. Monolise. During Ryu's first life, she had only just taken over the position of ancestor. Her heart held a heavy burden. She felt that she let the founders of her sect down. However, this trial ironically gave her hope. She could hold her head high and say that she helped the scion of the Tatsuya clan grow. Ryu raised his arm. It was once tired and spent, but a surging hot chi erupted from his blood. It wasn't the chi of the chi realm, but rather the vital chi of his fire dragon blood. Boom! Ryu was sent flying backward. No matter how oppressive his halberd, he was still using it with just one arm. He didn't want to end this battle so soon, he needed to hear Monalize's story. At the same time, he wanted to rely on the enraged state of his blood while Ailsa helped him to replenish his neutral chi. Young master. Monalize continued to attack. The trial rules that bound her didn't allow her to use anything less than the full strength she wielded at Ryu's age, so she could only continue to oppress him. I do not know the full details of what occurred. The inner workings of the shrine plane are too grand for my small stature, but I will tell you what I know. After young master's death, there was much speculation. The Tatsuya clan remained silent about the true cause. However, many undercurrents began to surge afterward. Ryu nodded to himself emotionlessly. Revealing that the scion of the Tatsuya clan died by suicide would be an irredeemable stain, one that would no doubt harm the faith of the clan. While he was certain that his parents wouldn't care about such a thing, the various shrine elders would. In addition, his parents would have went along with it, not wanting their son's memory to be stained. Though I do not know how young master died, I do know that Master Titus was enraged. His anger boiled the skies himself and he claimed that he would drag your soul back from that realm. Ryu's eyes constricted into tiny pinholes. The fluctuations in his emotions were so fierce that he lost his grip on his vital chi. His strength erupted so abruptly that his right arm split into a shower of blood, bulging in size by onefold as his strength turned tyrannical. Even Monalize was forced to take a step back after his strike despite him still using just one arm. Ryu grit his teeth. Continue. That realm, it was a place even lofty individuals of the highest plane didn't dare to name. But Ryu wasn't such a superstitious person. The mere idea of something didn't shake him with fear, but the idea of his father entering that place, Ryu didn't need to guess how his father found a path to that realm. It was his own fault. Why did he have to find the location of the death shrine? Why couldn't he have kept it to himself instead of blabbering away? If he had, his father, even if he wanted to enter that place, would have never been able to. Our enemies took advantage of the master's disappearance. Such a small event shouldn't have shaken the faith of the Tatsuya clan, but, for reasons unknown, it was as though the heavens themselves were against us. That one event turned the tide so fiercely that we couldn't fight back. Ryu's teeth clenched. He was completely oblivious to shocked gazes of the elders who still watched. How could they not be shocked? Just minutes ago, he had used their clan's core teaching strike better than their ancestor could. And now he was lasting against their ninth-order ancestor with just one bloody arm. But Ryu didn't care, his mind was elsewhere. He thought back to a conversation he had with Elena during his last day. She had said that numerous holy winged saintesses appeared. In fact, she had said that 9 appeared. Back then, Ryu had been shocked. A single talent of that caliber was already amazing, but 9 appearing in a single generation was bordering on ridiculous. Simply put, the Holy Wing clan didn't have enough faith to sustain such great talent being birthed so frequently. Though he didn't say much, that seed of doubt continued to grow. His pupils throbbed as though they could feel the tide of fate shifting, unnaturally. The Holy Wing clan, Monalize's eyes widened. How did you know? She had wanted to be delicate about the topic, especially considering she knew the young master's fiancé was a member of the clan. But, to think he knew himself. Not just the Holy Wing clan, but it felt as though the whole shrine plane turned against the Tatsuya clan. The only individuals who remained by their side were the 2 Phoenix clans and the Kunin clan. Even the Tatsuya clan's subordinates like the Scarlet Sparrow clan defected to the enemy. It was then that the shrine war began. The tide of faith suddenly turned as though young master's death was the focal point of everything. Chapter 176, The Truth. Ryu's jaw clenched tighter and tighter the more words Monalize spoke. He didn't realize it, but even his halberd was quaking under his grip. A war erupted, if one could even call it that. The Tatsuya clan was continuously backstabbed. It seemed there would be a new traitor every other day. Monalize grit her teeth. Those martial plain bastards claimed that their approach for the human race was far better, that their path of absolute strength was the only way for us to survive, yet they shamelessly used underhanded tricks and schemes to eke out victory. Ryu's breathing turned erratic. His face, one that seemed carved of the purest ice, reddened with rage. His father's whereabouts were completely unknown. He couldn't imagine what his mother had to face without her husband by her side. The more he heard, the more and more difficult it was for him to forgive his great-grandfather. However, Ryu knew that such thoughts were useless. He had committed suicide precisely because he could feel the tides of their fates shifting. He knew that if he didn't grasp strength for himself, his Tatsuya clan was doomed. At the same time, though, he knew he also made mistakes. Was it unwise of him to not speak of these matters with his parents first? Maybe if he had told them his thought process, they would have been more prepared for the coming war. Ryu knew why he hadn't said a word. If he had, it was very likely that his parents would have tried to stop him. It may have seemed cruel that he killed himself within his and Alina's wedding chambers, but that was the only place he could guarantee that Nuri wouldn't be in position to stop him. It was the only place she didn't keep her eyes on him at all times. On the one hand, he had to keep these matters a secret so that he could actually execute them. But, on the other, his silence might have made the situation worse than it potentially could have been. With the resources of the Tatsuya clan, as long as they were preemptive, even fleeing to another realm wasn't impossible. The measures they could have taken were practically endless. I believed in our absolute strength too much. Ryu's eyes sealed shut. It was almost as though he didn't register that he was still in battle. Ryu took such actions because he believed that his Tatsuya clan would survive until the time he made his way back, even if it was barely. But he was wrong. After his death, they didn't last. Nothing could last forever, even if that thing was a clan that stood atop the shrine plain for so long. Young master, I really do not know much more. Although his subordinate clans were conscripted to battle, the underhanded schemes of the martial plain resulted in wars of our own being fought on the Blossom Plain. Let alone help the Tatsuya clan, the sect fell to the 8th order under my watch. It's likely become far worse by now. Ryu remained silent. If he told Monolise that her treasured sect was now of the mere 5th order, only worthy to share the outer ring of the pedestal plane with other middling sects, he didn't know how she would react. There are only 2 remaining things that are of great importance that I have left to tell you. Having tacitly understood Ryu's silence, Monolise continued. The first is that the shrine plane is now sealed. It wasn't by a fluke, but rather by Mistress Tatsuya unlocking the potential of the ice shrine. Much of the plane is currently frozen over completely. Her actions forced those martial plane bastards to retreat. As they were unable to break through the seal, they could only bide their time. The so-called martial plane isn't actually a new plane at all, it's only the parts of the shrine plane that haven't been sealed. Monolise shook in anger at their shamelessness. They want to portray to the world that they're mighty martial gods, so they claim to have created a new plane, but you know as well as I how impossible that is. With Shrine Mountain overseeing the balance of our realm, the creation of a new plane is impossible for such weak cowards. They wove a story about young master's Tatsuya clan sealing themselves away in fear and allowed it to permeate through our realm. They hope to slowly whittle away our faith and eventually eradicate what remains of their opposition. Monolise struck forward with her spear once more, pushing Ryu back again. The final thing of importance that I have to tell young master is related to young Mistress Elena. Ryu felt his heart seize at these words, his bloody arm bulging all the more. There was no word of Miss Elena after young master's death. I know that master and mistress wouldn't have allowed her to be taken away, so it must be another underhanded scheme of the Holy Wing clan. Young master should know that the center of all of these matters wasn't the Holy Wing clan, but instead, another race of people who call themselves martial gods despite being the cowards they are. As young master knows, Miss Elena's father has always been unknown. The thumping of Ryu's heart grew erratic. The fire dragon blood coursing through his veins grew so violent that the thrumming of his heart resonated through the castle of ice. Ryu understood. The saintess of the light shrine during Ryu's first life was actually a woman that was technically Ryu's grand aunt. The reason Ryu's grandma Kunin hated Mistress Holy Wing, Elena's grandmother, so much was because she drugged Ryu's grandpa with an aphrodisiac which led to the birth of Ryu's grand aunt. However, Mistress Holy Wing had another daughter, one she birthed from an unknown man. This daughter was Elena's mother. But what was truly baffling was that not only was the man Mistress Holy Wing bedded to birth this daughter unknown, so was the man Elena's mother bedded to birth her. This was completely different from the way the Holy Wing clan usually did things. They would usually parade around the mates they chose as a method of increasing their faith. After all, their partners were usually chosen from great clans, so forming relationships with these men would only bring benefits. But, for some reason, they remained silent about these matters not just once, but twice. Young master, I died before I could learn the truth, but I think young master should be mindful of this relationship. Just like young master is a focal point of the tides of faith, so is Mistress Elena. Ryu was no longer listening. The so-called cold of his ice silk flexible armor had given way to an oppressive heat. The crackles of abyssal flames, the caliber of which could only be bred from a dragon of fire, surged through the ice castle. Chapter 177, Third Throne. Rapidly heating and cooling air whipped around Ryu. It wasn't as though he had suddenly comprehended some flame natural order, rather, his blood was simply running that hot. His white hair steamed, flying outward through the volatile wind. His skin reddened, the pumping of his veins and the thumping of his heart grating on the psyches of all those who watched. Even Monalise, a mighty Ninth Order ancestor, felt her heart palpitate unwillingly as a deep fear took root. She wondered if she had gone too far, if maybe the young master thought that she was insinuating that his fiancé betrayed his parents and him. She wanted to quickly explain herself, to say that that wasn't what she meant, but Ryu's words cut her off. Thank you for your words, Ancestor Monalise. You've always been kind to me, but the only way I can repay you is by striking you down. Monalise's eyes widened. She hadn't thought that the young master knew her name. Despite the vast age difference between them, the scion of Shrine Plain clan, a Shrine Plain clan that stood even above others, a mighty 11th Order clan, was simply worlds above her. The fact he knew her name touched her in more ways words could express. Ryu's blood boiled. Although his ice jade crystal body perfectly balanced his bloodlines, it could never change Ryu's strongest affinity. The reality was that Ryu had a natural sense for ice and lightning. Even an elemental fairy would bow their hands down in worship toward, but Ryu's affinity for fire was on a completely different level. The ancestral beasts once ruled this realm, but none were stronger in the path of fire than the fire dragon and the fire phoenix. Yet, both of their bloodlines were within Ryu's body. For the first time during this trial, Ryu's second hand touched the shaft of his weapon. Boom! A violent aura flashed outward, rings of red gold rampaging through the air. It seemed like, if for but a moment, Ryu's hair was no longer a pure white, but instead the striking red of his father and grandfather. Ailsa's red eyes glowed. The phenomena formed from Ryu's spear and glaive could be allowed to appear if it was truly necessary. Even the phenomena of the northern wind was just fine, but the one phenomena that couldn't be allowed to appear was that of the dragon god. A mighty roar shook the castle of ice, freezing Monalise in place. She couldn't see the phenomena, but she could feel it, a majestic beast the likes of which hadn't appeared in countless epics. It bore into her soul, that bestial desire for slaughter, an emperor of all things that sat in the skies, bearing down judgment as he saw fit. A bloody aura spiraled around Ryu, his silver eyes shifting to hold a distinct gold tint. It shouldn't be forgotten, Ryu's karmic chi was spent. His neutral chi was dried up. His mental realm was sustaining great pressure after being continuously depleted and replenished by Ailsa. All of these things were true. Yet, the power of the halberd exuded such a pressure that none of that seemed to matter. Ailsa immediately took advantage of the rampaging red gold essence. She had never seen a mere air-grade natural order call down so much, but she had been prepared from the very beginning. Ryu's screaming meridians were suddenly filled with chi as Ailsa nurtured him back to full health. He even felt that his pupils were once more brimming with power. It was only now Ryu truly understood the strength of a cultist sprite. Calling down essence using his birthed phenomena was one thing, but converting that essence into his own strength beyond the strikes of his halberd was impossible. No one was capable of such a feat. Essence was the highest grade energy of the heavens and moved as it pleased. You couldn't manipulate it just because you felt like it, and definitely not with such ease. The only reason Ryu could cultivate on the immortal path was precisely because that essence was primed to reward those worthy. However, the essence called down by a birthed phenomena was meant to be used by the birthed phenomena and the birthed phenomena alone. One shouldn't be able to take essence meant to form halberd chi and suddenly turn it to another form. However, Ailsa could. Monalise was struck down. The elders thought they were hallucinating. They could have sworn they saw a smile on their ancestor's face. What they could have never guessed was that a smile truly was there. It was a smile that could only be formed by an elder passing down a torch. The battles Ryu continued to fight became a blur. None of the elders knew why, though they had their own guesses, but Ryu put away his halberd after Monalise's trial was past. He continued to push himself, using their ancestors as training dummies. The reality of the matter made the elders slightly bitter, yet happy at the same time. They really would have a throne. How exciting. The Ninth Order ancestors fell one after another. Even after a middle spiritual severing realm expert appeared, Ryu's tactics shifted. A beautiful sakura tree appeared above his head as a strong, 2-meter-tall bow appeared in his hand. It was a beautiful scene, akin to a light snowfall acting as the backdrop of a great battle, but the elders couldn't help but feel that Ryu was using their ancestor for target practice. Also, why were his arrows so powerful? And why did his speed have to be so mind-numbing? If he fought like this from the beginning, it couldn't be helped. Before, the arrows Ryu formed with the Glove of Order were already capable of killing a lower Fourth Order beast with a single strike, and that was back when his arrows were only formed by the combination of spear, glaive and halberd chi. Now, Ryu had learned a fourth chi thanks to his northern heavenly wind. The power had shot up exponentially. Still, Ryu began to slowly learn how to control the Glove of Order under Ailsa's guidance. He learned that he didn't have to go all out constantly. If he did, he would drain his spiritual chi too quickly. Instead, he learned to tap into one chi at a time, and even learned how to change the balance of chi. By the time Ryu noticed that using wind chi alone made his arrows far quicker than he could have ever imagined, the final pitiful Ninth Order ancestor, who stood as the most powerful in their sect's history, was already a pincushion. There was no doubt, the third throne of the pedestal plane had appeared. Chapter 178, Blush Ryu walked out of the portal in tatters. His black robes, as expected, were shredded to pieces. Only the semblance of sleeves remained while his lower half was a smorgasbord of tears and holes. If it wasn't for his relatively intact ice silk flexibly armor, Ryu might have been bearing too much for female eyes. Though his back was just as tall and straight as when he entered, the fatigue was clear in his eyes. The elders didn't notice because they were too enraptured by his performance, but 4 days had passed since Ryu entered the trial realm. The fact he had held himself together for so long wasn't something the elders would be impressed by until they noticed this striking detail they had missed. Suddenly, a strong weng sound rung through the awoken moon sect. No, it was safe to say that everyone within Valor City's territory heard it clearly. A golden light enveloped Ryu's body, gently healing his accumulated injuries. A throne was in existence that stood above even the castle master. The reason was simple. Even a castle master could never accumulate as much faith as Ryu could for their sect. This was the reality of the throne. They were meant to loners, shouldering the weight of their future as well as the futures of those who stood below the throne they claimed. Ryu was perfectly ready to receive nothing for his days of effort. After all, shouldn't having unlimited access to the resources of the sect be enough? And that much was true. To anyone else, there would be no further reward. Aside from his actions being tied to the faith of the sect, nothing else should have happened. That was why Ryu was so shocked when he felt his pupils begin to heat. And he was even more shocked when a familiar popping noise resonated. Ailsa. Ryu was confused. He called out to Ailsa, asking for her opinion. Ho, little Ryu is asking for my help. I must mark the date. Ailsa clapped happily. You just released the second of the 999 seals. But why? It seems that your pupils respond very well to karmic energy. Just now, your karma was tied to this sect. In all likelihood, when you completed your rite of origin, resulting in the first seal being undone, you barely fell short of the momentum needed to undo the second seal. The surge of karma just now knocked the already loosened seal completely open. Is there a difference between karmic energy and karmic chi? Ailsa would be lying if she said she wasn't surprised. Though she had felt Ryu's intentions shifting slightly after her piercing speech in the matters with the Ember Clan father-son duo, she hadn't expected him to do this complete 180. He was relying on her. Of course, Ailsa also knew that this was in large part due to the matter Ryu just learned of. He had already been pushed to knock his own pride down a notch, but after hearing what happened after his death, it seemed a single notch was no longer enough to explain it. Their intimacy didn't rise, this much was obvious. After all, it wasn't because Ryu trusted Ailsa more that he was acting like this, it was rather because his sense of urgency had raised substantially. Despite this, Ailsa couldn't turn his earnestness down. He was the one person she couldn't say no to, yes and no. Ailsa responded, in reality, there's no difference between energy and chi, they're simply two different words used to describe the same thing. However, what I was referring to changed in this context. I simply used a new term so that you wouldn't be confused, but kept the terms familiar at the same time for the same reason. This karmic energy I was referring to is an intangible thing tied to faith. While your karmic chi exists, it can be manipulated and collected. Karmic energy exists in the ethereal, only a rare few can see its movement, including you thanks to your heavenly pupils. Karmic chi is just a throwaway name I gave your cool chi for simplicity's sake. Simply put, karmic energy is what constructs those lines of fate you can see when you activate your karmic chi. I see, thank you for the explanation. Ryu was silently communicating with Ailsa, completely oblivious to the stares of the elders around him as he basked in golden light. So is this the path I have to take to release the remainder of my seals? It's a start, but it isn't the full picture. Your pupils also responded well to origin chi. It's possible that it would respond well to all high forms of energy. Other heavenly pupils are restricted in this sense. For example, the 8th ranked fire pupils can only absorb high-quality yang chi. But, the 2nd ranked world pupils don't have chi-type restrictions, it only seeks quality. Your pupils may be similar. After all, karmic energy technically makes up everything in existence, having restrictions doesn't make much sense. Ryu nodded in acknowledgement. Finally, his eyes opened, their piercing glow sinking into the castle master that sat just several meters ahead of him. Castle Master Toria smiled down at Ryu gently. Congratulations, Throne Ryu. The doors of my awoken moon sect will be open to you fully, whether it be our resources or our core teachings, we will hold nothing back. I wonder if you have any immediate requests. I would like to enter the moon world. Ryu spoke without hesitation. Toria's pupils constricted, her gaze inadvertently scanning across the elders. This young man sure seemed very familiar with something he should know nothing about. I'm sorry if I've mentioned something I shouldn't, but one of the perks of being a throne is learning much of the secrets of the sect. This is so that, Ryu began to explain. Ah, so it's like this. Toria waved Ryu off. This system was obviously put in place so that sects couldn't take advantage of thrones by hiding resources. It's not something well known even amongst our elders, but I'm sure you understand the past of our sect now. So, you should understand that the moon world isn't a mere small realm, it's a portal to a true realm, no different from the realm we're in right now in substance and reality. The only reason we've been able to protect our path to the moon realm all this time is thanks to this. Toria raised her blue marble ring. It's protected by the faith of our ancestors, so our enemies cannot take it. The issue is that though the portal remains ours, we no longer have the necessary resources to open it. Ryu could swear he saw Toria, the mighty ice ghost of the battlefield, blush in shame. Chapter 179, Her Dream. Ryu sighed. He had thought this might happen, but hearing it outright still dampened his mood. If he could enter the moon realm now, his speed of cultivation was increase explosively, especially with Ailsa by his side. The moon realm was a special realm that gave rise to the awoken moon sect's namesake. According to their history, something Ryu was very familiar with as he researched the moon realm for his mother. The founding members of the sect were the beneficiaries of a fragment of a legacy from that realm. As Toria had said, the moon realm was no different from this realm. Though, it only had one plane, and not multiple. Still, it was a holy land for yin path cultivation. Ryu knew that he had many other affinities besides ice, namely the flames he had yet to awaken, but the awoken moon sect was the only of his former subordinate clans that he could easily gain access to now. The others had either already been destroyed, were too weak to be of any help to him, or were currently still holding on too strongly for Ryu to reach them in a short time. Unfortunately, the moon realm that Ryu had banked on was blocked from him. How could it be easy to cross over into another realm? Luckily, Ryu wasn't completely unprepared. According to the information I've received, entering the moon world during a lunar eclipse will drastically cut down the resources needed, correct? I would like to enter then. The next eclipse will be in 2 years, I believe. You are correct. Toria's eyes widened with surprise once more. Could the passing the throne trial truly have given him so much information? For a single chi refinum, it might be best if you do the calculation for a spiritual severing realm expert. Ryu interjected plainly. Understanding what Ryu's words insinuated, the elders almost protested in shock. But, remembering that Ryu had just defeated several experts of that caliber before their eyes, they could only remain silent in defeat. Just who was this boy? Where did he come from, really? In that case, Toria continued with a gentle smile. It will take 10 medial immortal chi stones. If you suppress your cultivation instead, it will be 100 inferior immortal chi stones. Choose wisely. The sect might be able to help you gather inferior immortal chi stones, but medial ones are impossible for us. I understand. Ryu nodded. But he had no intention of slowing his cultivation. If he couldn't reach the spiritual severing realm in that time, it would be fine. But he wouldn't hold himself back either. Currently, Ryu had 3 inferior immortal chi stones he took from Leopold. As for medial immortal chi stones, they were worth 1,000 inferior ones. It was a tall task for someone of Ryu's cultivation to collect such a sum. But this perfectly highlighted his stubbornness. This will be your home as long as you remain within our walls. Eris Melody explained with a calm voice. There technically isn't a place where you're barred from entering, but I hope that you'll respect the privacy of our disciples. After all, they're not used to having men around. Ryu silently gazed at the side of Melody's face. It was hard to internalize that she was in fact Granny Miriam's twin sister considering how young she looked, but this was the reality of cultivation. It was also a reality that Ryu had never been faced with. He didn't know what it must feel like to watch everyone you loved age and die around you as you remained forever young. The place the two of them stood was quite beautiful, albeit extremely cold for normal cultivators. According to Melody, it was a place reserved for inheritors of the sect. Usually, there would be multiple inheritors per generation, and in the end, one would be chosen as sect master. But as the sect declined, it had become more and more difficult to find qualified candidates. Though, according to some rumors, the young, foul-mouthed Amy might one day grow worthy. The sect was arranged within a snowy mountain landscape with the gates being located at the base of these numerous mountains. An inheritor was allowed to choose a mountain of their own, so obviously, Ryu also received this same privilege. The air was filled with dense yin qi that made such cultivation incredibly fast as well. But Ryu's actual home to be was carved into the mountain itself. Due to what must have been the actions of a previous inheritor, it was designed with the air of a luxurious mansion, though Ryu didn't care much for appearances. Ryu began, but Melody's words cut him off. There's no need to explain. My elder sister's memories are my own now, it's both the blessing and curse of our bone structure. Melody stared off blankly into the quiet cave mansion. Sometimes I think the heavens played a game with my sister and I. Ryu remained silent, he couldn't begin to comprehend how Melody was feeling. The causal gate bone structure, it really did seem like it only existed for fate to play games with people's lives. Tying the fate of two people, making a pair of sisters' talents contingent on the failure of the other. How cruel was that? All my life I've wanted to escape, to become a mighty cultivator. I didn't particularly have a reason, our family was quite well off on the middle mortal plane, we lived well. With my and my sister's talent, it was even enough for us to be unmatched. We could have lived a life of leisure, but I insisted. The frustration in Melody's voice was clear. When a being learns about themselves, about what they like and what they don't like, about what their disposition is, it's usually seen as a beautiful thing. Self-care, self-reflection, self-understanding, they're the staples of maturity, of a person who has a grip on their own lives, isn't that right? So why was it that Melody hated herself for simply following that path toward maturity? She knew what she wanted, and she sought after it, she chased it. Shouldn't that make her hold her head high? But what if getting closer to your dreams, becoming powerful, accumulating more talent, was all at the expense of the person you loved most in this world? As Miriam grew weaker, Melody grew incomprehensibly stronger. And when Miriam died, Melody gained not only another major leap in strength, but also all the thoughts and emotions her elder sister had held tight for so long. Just why? Why did she want to become a strong cultivator? She didn't have a tragic story, or a particular purpose. She just wanted it. Did fate choose that for her too? Was life just the illusion of choice? Was it fate that decided her sister would die just so that she could live her dream? Chapter 180. Big Sis Ryu didn't have any words of comfort for Melody, he could only listen to her words and watch her silently leave. He himself didn't truly understand fate, so what was the point in responding with empty platitudes? There was none. Over the next few days, under Ailsa's orders, Ryu did nothing but rest. In truth, he was shocked by his own level of fatigue. He slept for almost 3 days the first time he closed his eyes and awoke to find Ailsa in her full, more than 6-foot-tall form massaging him. Ryu had never felt more comfortable in his life, and that was including his life on the Shrine Plain. It was as though years of hidden hardships were being pulled from his body as her soft hands glided across his toned back. This is my cultist clan's core martial art. Ailsa suddenly spoke into Ryu's mind, noticing that he had awoken. Though our healing abilities are severely lacking in comparison to Fish's sprites in battle or other practical situations, we aren't much inferior to them in calm situations such as this one. Ryu could sense that there was still a barrier between Ailsa's words and her thoughts, but there was nothing he could do about his own inner feelings. He couldn't accept Ailsa like he accepted Elena just because she wanted him to. I can't stay in my true form for very long, at most about 10 minutes a day. I also don't have enough strength to complete the full martial art, but it should be enough for your current cultivation. A martial art was a technique that relied on nothing else but the natural abilities of the body. Theoretically, even a mortal who had never cultivated a day in their life could execute a martial art. But, obviously, it wasn't that simple, or else Ailsa's strength wouldn't limit her ability to complete one. Ryu's martial forms fell under this category. Obviously, only those with the appropriate blood could perform Ryu's inherited martial forms. In the same way, the martial art of the cultist fairies could only be performed by cultist fairies. You're quite lucky, Ailsa said softly. I couldn't find you in your past life, so I suddenly gained 9 cycles of 100 million years of extra experience I wouldn't have had. My cultist martial art is far more refined than it had been in the past. I don't believe any Fisha fairy can outdo me in healing you now. The more Ailsa spoke, the more uncomfortable Ryu became. It was as though she was marketing herself. Ryu closed his eyes, a deep sigh reverberating from the depths of his soul. As long as you let me massage you like this every day, no matter how hard your training is, you'll wake up feeling fresh for the next hour. Suddenly, Ryu abruptly pushed himself up, startling Ailsa. The towel that had covered his decency fell, but Ryu hardly cared. He assumed that Ailsa had already seen it all anyway, since she was the only one who could have undressed him. Ailsa shrunk back a step, but Ryu's hands had already grabbed her shoulders. He scanned her ruby-red eyes. Even in her slight surprise and panic, Ailsa was truly one of the most beautiful women Ryu had ever seen. Everything from the small slope of her nose to her full pink lips could make a man's heart palpitate, but this wasn't what Ryu was paying attention to now. He wanted to understand. He wanted to know what had changed since the last time they spoke. What happened to the unflappable Ailsa? Why was she acting like this? Ailsa bit her bottom lip. They were so soft that even the faintest pressure left a line of red. I feel that I've been too harsh on you, Ailsa replied without Ryu having to speak. It's too much for me to expect someone who has only known one world to comprehend the worlds of everyone else. This is why cultist fairies and their life partners are paired from birth, so that they can grow together. But I expected a level of maturity from you that you have every right to not have yet. This is my mistake. Ryu's grip on Ailsa's shoulders tightened. It wasn't to an unbearable degree, but it was definitely enough to make her feel slightly uncomfortable. Her body was too weak outside the fairy world. No, Ryu spoke. I want you to continue pushing me in that way. You have nothing to apologize for. Ryu's grip loosened slightly. You've never spoken a word of falsehood. Everything you said is correct. Even if I couldn't accept them immediately, it doesn't mean I can't see this. I don't have the time to slowly mature. To become the man I want to be, I need you, Ailsa. Ailsa trembled slightly. Ryu smiled. It wasn't his normal smile that sent shivers down the spines of those who met it, but a genuine smile. He found that there was a deep revulsion within the depths of his heart whenever he tried to push Ailsa away. He knew that he was too inflexible. Who said that Ailsa needed to be his woman for them to have a close relationship? You know, Ryu said lightly, I once had a big sister who was a half-fairy. I'm not sure whether she's alive anymore or not, and I'm not saying I want you to replace her, but, Ailsa grinned wildly, the lost spark in her ruby eyes suddenly blazing to life once more. Her smile was so dazzling that Ryu felt his heart skip a beat. You better call me Big Sis from now on. I won't respond to any other form of address. Ryu's soul stirred. He suddenly felt that his connection with Ailsa had deepened considerably. Good. Ailsa's small hands clasped Ryu's cheeks. I can see a path forward now. Listen to Big Sis well, she'll guide you to the promised land. Ryu shook his head as Ailsa seemed to lose herself in her own little world. First, we'll have to prepare your body. That is the easiest and most straightforward thing to do. The mental and chi realms require finesse, but for the body realm, as long as you're willing to endure pain, you can always move forward. But, we've been doing it inappropriately until now. You have to remember that just like different chi can have affinities, blood can as well. You should be taking spiritual roots from beasts that share affinities with your blood, or else you're just wasting too many resources in the conversion. We need to start hunting ice, fire and lightning beasts. Second, is your mental realm. This is the weakest of your 3 realms, but it's incredibly important for the path you want to take. Don't worry, Big Sis will definitely bully those Zoo ancestors into submission. Chapter 181, One-Man Army. The next day, Ryu woke up early, allowing the rising sun to guide his martial forms. You've heard this many times before, but balance is important. It allows you to not just have strength, but to use it effectively. It's for this reason those who have stabilized their cultivation realms are stronger than those who have just recently broken through. I believe what you should be aiming for in your martial forms is this balance. One day, you should aim to combine them all into a singular form, only then will truly unlock the potential hidden within your body. Ailsa slowly spoke her thoughts as Ryu focused on his most-minute movements. He felt that she was correct once more. A martial form was meant to solidify the foundation of an individual from a certain clan, changing depending on one's lineage and bloodline. Since Ryu was the result of 4 ancestral bloodlines, his path forward to unleashing his full potential was steeper than others despite his talent. I think we can hold off on training your body until we accumulate more spiritual roots. For now, I want to speak with you about something important. Sweat dripped from Ryu's perfectly sculpted body. Ailsa's words registered just as he completed his final stance. Do you think you can do all of this alone? Seeing that she now had Ryu's full attention, Ailsa asked a thought-provoking question. Ryu took a deep breath, stabilizing himself. What do you mean? What I mean is that your current enemies not only have a near-billion-year head start on you, but they're a network of clans and sects that took down your Tatsuya clan. While it is true that absolute strength trumps everything, you have to remember that this absolute strength doesn't have to come from a single individual, it can represent the combined strength of countless individuals as well. Ryu frowned. He knew that Ailsa was correct, but he truly hadn't focused on such things. He had his hands full already strengthening himself, that alone felt like an uphill battle. Of course, that wasn't because he had come across any staunch roadblocks, but rather because he felt that no matter how quickly he went, it wasn't fast enough. Ailsa sighed. I know what you're thinking. Growing your own power is challenging enough. But the only way you could even dream of accomplishing this alone is if you become a sky god. And, not only might that not be enough, it would take an obscene amount of time. What I will tell you is that those with your mysteries of heaven and earth pupils have a massive advantage. Later stages of cultivation heavily emphasize comprehension, so those hurdles will be lower for you, especially with the help of the embryonic origin flame. But, even with the most giving estimates, you can't hope to reach that realm without several million years of cultivation. Ryu sucked in a cold breath. He knew that Ailsa was being extremely giving even with that time frame. According to what Ryu knew, absolute geniuses, at 1 million years old, would only reach the Tao pedestal realm, a realm still 3 levels from the sky god realm. This was why Ryu's wife, Elena, was seen as such a genius. She had reached that realm even before her 1,000th birthday. Unfortunately, even she was nowhere near the sky god realm. From here to then, you have to cross the spiritual severing realm, the divine vessel realm, the connection heaven realm, the immortal ring realm, the path extinction realm, the Tao pedestal realm, the cosmic seed realm, and the world sea realm. Of those, many can be forcibly passed through with resources and tenacity, but the Tao pedestal, cosmic seed and world sea realms are all contemplation realms. You don't simply cross them by accumulating resources and chi. Though there are some incredibly rare herbs that can accomplish this, banking on finding them would be the epitome of foolishness. To top this off, I've glossed over the dangers. The spiritual severing and path extinction realms are especially dangerous. If you act rashly, you will harm, kill, or even the worst fate for you, cripple yourself. There were many other things Ailsa maintained her silence about even though she said all of these things. For example, if Ryu focused too much on speed, his foundation would suffer. What was the point if he simply ended up with an empty cultivation realm? You want me to build up forces? Ryu finally said after a moment of silence. This is the necessary thing to do. If I was a Quibus fairy who could lead you down the path of necromancy, maybe you really could do this alone. But, unfortunately, I have no such ability. And, even if I did, your mental realm is your weakest aspect. It's impossible for you to become a great necromancer with such limited capacities. Ryu nodded, falling into deep thought once more. Ailsa was correct. Controlling vast amounts of undead required refined spiritual chi control. Ryu had stumbled upon some short snippets of this truth while researching the Death Shrine. Is there no other way? Another way for what? To become a one-man army. Ryu looked up into Ailsa's ruby eyes. It isn't that I'm so prideful that I must do it alone, the issue is both one of time and trust. Firstly, strengthening those beneath me will be an issue, and reeling in those above me will be even more difficult. Though, we could eliminate the latter issue thanks to your eyes, the former still remains. Ryu was right. As a cultist fairy, Ailsa could see through the talents of individuals with a single glance. Ryu didn't need to look blindly for talents to take under his wings. The issue was, no matter how great the talent, could they ever be as talented as Ryu? No, and that answer led back to the question of time. Secondly, there's the matter of trust. One only needs to look at my Tatsuya clan being backstabbed repeatedly to understand that humans are vile creatures. Considering my goal, to topple the foremost power of this realm, it lends to even more uncertainty. In addition, I'm not a very good leader. Ailsa smiled slightly at Ryu being so forthcoming about his faults. To become a one-man army, Ailsa fell into her own thoughts. There are a few options if this is truly the path you want to take. In truth, your words aren't without logic. The issue is that the paths that give way to such a thing all focus around one thing, one's mental realm. The heavens are fair, those who focus on their minds are frail and thus need this sort of support, but, here are a few possibilities. Chapter 182, Options. The first path is the easiest for you. Some of the best beast tamers in history have been those with your ice jade crystal body for obvious reasons. Little brother just smells too good. Ailsa giggled. This will be easier on your mental realm as well. Beasts are obviously more autonomous than undead creatures, so the pressure on your mental realm is only limited to the initial contract signed. In addition, beasts can improve very quickly. Their comprehension is mostly based on their innate talent, so they really only need resources to cross realms. Still, there are cons as well. Firstly, beasts aren't as unintelligent as humans paint them out to be. As of the fifth order and above, their thoughts are no less complex than yours. As such, they have their own societies and hierarchies as well. If a human suddenly starts accumulating vast amounts of their kind, it won't go unnoticed. In addition, the selection of beasts in this realm is lacking. There's a reason the dominant race here is that of humans. The ancient beasts were killed off long ago, leaving only fledgling beasts. The greatest beast of this realm is likely only of the 10th order, far more powerful than you now, but not nearly enough to help you accomplish your goals. This means that if you want to take this route, little brother will have to do one of two things. You'll have to either set aside even more resources so that I can help the beasts of this realm break their bloodline shackles, or, we'll have to travel to other realms. Of course, the latter of these options makes the first drawback I mentioned many times more dangerous. Ryu listened carefully as he slipped into a tub of seeking wood filled with vital tree essence for recovery. Though there were drawbacks, it wasn't impossible. After all, Ryu had the incubator and Ailsa, both of whom were capable of helping him nurture large swaths of spiritual herbs. He was in a unique position to raise many beasts. The most glaring issue was one Ailsa hadn't mentioned, and that was one of space. Even if Ryu had the resources to raise so many beasts, where would he do so? The incubator's space was decently large, at least the size of a large clan's territory even on the Shrine Plain, but one had to remember that it required Ryu's strength to transport things in and out of it. That was a limiting factor for sure. The second option is necromancy. Hearing this, Ryu looked up toward Ailsa in confusion. Hadn't she just said that wasn't a possibility? Ailsa smiled coyly. Though I'm not a Quibus fairy, who said one must have a Quibus fairy to become a necromancer? In all of this, you shouldn't forget that you were chosen by the Phoenix Sky God. Ryu's eyes widened with surprise. You mean, your trial encompassed life, reincarnation, and death for a reason. The white flames of your spiritual foundation are also linked to that reason. The life flame, known as the ice flame of your Ice Phoenix clan, is blue. The death flame of the Dark Phoenix clan is black. The reincarnation flame, known as the rebirth flame of your Fire Phoenix clan, is red. The culmination of them all are your white flames. The Phoenix Sky God embodies them all. This is why his legend is so muddied, and it took so much effort for you to grasp the faintest image of his life. If you tap into his legacy, not only life and reincarnation, but the subtleties of death will lay bare before you. Even if your mental realm will restrict you, comprehending death will greatly lessen the burden. Unfortunately, this path has even more roadblocks. Namely, though the Phoenix Sky God followed the path of death in part, he wasn't a necromancer. Meaning, even if you reflected upon his legacy, you would receive no help from him in that regard. In addition, you have two opposing Phoenix bloodlines within your body that will make it difficult for you to grasp concepts of death. To make matters worse, you also have the Lightning Qilin bloodline within you. Lightning is exceptionally good at wiping out yin, which would make your path even more difficult. Ryu smiled wryly. It seemed there were even more challenges to this one than the last one. Maybe the only good news was that in Ryu's time, there was no taboo on death comprehension like there was for those who cultivated the mental realm. The third possibility is something you likely don't know about, as it's a path available only to those with a noble fairy as their life partner. Ailsa stuck her ample chest out proudly, something that looked quite adorable in her half-a-foot-tall form. It's possible for me to open a path to the fairy realm and allow you to contract other fairies. Though it would be almost impossible to quell fairies that are above my level, it would be possible to take control of lesser fairies. The more fairies you have supporting you and even fighting on your behalf, the easier fighting, alone, becomes. Though, much like the other paths, this path has its issues as well. First, taking fairies under your wing can only be done if both parties are willing. It cannot be done by force. As you know, intimacy is incredibly important, and, the stronger the fairy is, the less useful I am in helping that process. Secondly, fairies can only exist outside the fairy realm with the help of an anchor. Because I'm such a high-grade fairy, much of your capacity as an anchor has already been taken up. And, the only way to increase that capacity is by cultivating your mental realm, Ryu sighed. He had always thought his talent was infallible, come to find out his talent was suddenly his most limiting factor. The fourth possibility simply requires the knowledge and vast resources, and that's to use puppets. High-grade puppets are quite good in battle, though they'd never be as good as humans. They simply don't have the flexibility. Quite frankly, though this option puts the least stress on your mental realm, it's also the worst option. At least, I've never heard of a puppet as strong as a World Sea cultivator. And the fifth option, Ailsa smiled. Knowing you, it is the option you'd like the best, and that's simply to become so powerful that no outside aid matters. Focus your growth on movement speed and recoverability. With the Northern Heavenly Wind, you have the potential for your speed to become unmatched, but that alone isn't enough. We need to raise the Northern Heavenly Wind from its embryonic stage by feeding it more winds. In addition, finding the Southern Wind, the breath of life, would give you endless stamina and recoverability. Emphasize your Phoenix bloodlines. Rebirth from near death and the natural order of life are both hidden within you. So, what do you think? Did Big Sis give you enough options? Which will you choose? Ryu fell into his thoughts. Though he now had many options, each was vastly more difficult than the next. He began to wonder if using such a path was even worth it. Maybe he should begin to cultivate his own forces as Ailsa suggested from the very beginning. Chapter 183, Tribulation 9 Clouds. Ailsa didn't rush Ryu. This sort of decision was too important. In addition, she herself knew how tall the mountain Ryu had to climb would be regardless of his choice. Clans and alliances didn't just pop up out of thin air. It required countless epochs of effort for a clan to rise up, and even then, the vast majority would never be as powerful as Ryu's Tatsuya clan. Because of this, Ailsa almost felt that Ryu was in the right wanting to go at it alone. How do you feel about puppeteering? Ryu suddenly asked. Ailsa blinked. Puppeteering. Ah, I understand. You want to compensate for your lack of talent along the mental realm path with your chi realm talent. Puppet masters. They were an incredibly ancient cult of individuals who used their deft control of chi to bolster their strength. Instead of controlling corpses with their mental realm like necromancers did, they used their chi like the strings of a puppeteer. There were many pros to this path. Corpses responded faster and with more agility to commands. However, there were many cons as well. Typically, necromancers could control more corpses. In addition, puppets tended to be less durable, namely because stronger puppets required thicker chi strings. The trade-off was too steep. And, though it's possible, you shouldn't believe that you'll completely escape the limitations of your mental realm by taking the puppeteering path. Do you remember what is limiting your dual polearm wielding path? Hearing this, Ryu already knew what was coming and smiled bitterly. Puppeteering requires controlling multiple variables at once. Strictly speaking, It's far more complex and layered than simply controlling two weapons. Anything that places such a heavy burden on your mind requires your mental realm, it's unavoidable. Ryu closed his eyes, nodding solemnly. But his depressed state didn't last for long. He couldn't afford to be too depressed, he didn't have the time for it. Not long later, his eyes opened with a keen resolution. You've made a decision. Yes. Ryu nodded heavily. All of these matters point toward one obvious choice. There's no room to be accepting of my weakness. Instead of spending so much time trying to accommodate my inadequacies, I want to fix them. Ryu turned his gaze toward Ailsa. How do I rid myself of this weakness? I see, so that's your choice. Ailsa smiled. I should have known. It's quite typical of you. Good, Big Sis will help you then. But you should know that fighting against one's lack of talent isn't something that ever ends, it's a battle of a lifetime. I think this will be a good experience for you, not just for your strength, but for your mind. Ryu understood the hidden meaning of Ailsa's words and said no more. He had too many advantages to lament his bad luck. If he couldn't make use of the cards he was dealt, in spite of how good they truly were, then didn't that mean no one could defeat fate? At the very least, he wanted to understand just what truly battling against fate meant. So, he waited silently as Ailsa fell into her thoughts. He knew that she was tossing away all of her previous plans for his sake, and he couldn't have been more thankful. As you know, Ailsa finally spoke, there are limiters too. What one can do with their minds without chi realm cultivation. It is unadvisable to enter the soul birth realm until after one completes their immortal ring, for example. Currently, little brother is in the lowest mental realm, the spiritual entrance realm. Much like your body, where you are currently accumulating as much vital chi as you can to prepare for the next realm, you are also meant to be accumulating as much spiritual chi as you can for your mental realm. Unfortunately, this is where your limiter lies. Just like your ancestral bloodline can hold more vital chi than others who have lesser bloodlines, your mental realm is limited by your talent in that you can't accumulate as much spiritual chi as a genius of the Zhu clan would be able to. Still, little brother does have some advantages in the mental realm. Firstly, the origin flame. It allows little brother to have perfect recall. In fact, to call it perfect recall is almost doing this treasure a disservice. Simply put, even with your lack of mental realm talent, you won't ever stumble in your visualizations. Second is little brother's heavenly pupils. Not only do you have perfect recall, but you can grasp the essence of visualizations far quicker than others. The issue is that these two advantages are useless. Do you know why? Ryu nodded. Because neither increases my limits. If anything, all they do help me reach my low ceiling faster than anyone else could, but doesn't fix the root of the problem. Exactly right. What little brother needs is a method to increase your limits. I have these methods, but they come in two forms. One is luck, the other is pain. Ailsa smiled an ambiguous smile. The luck aspect is already accomplished. The spirit-seeking lilies are treasures one can only hope for and never ask for. Taking even one petal can instantly double your mental realm's size. However, little brother's mental realm talent is at the point where that won't be helpful. This is why little brother must combine this luck with pain. Ailsa took a deep breath. Do you remember Tribulation 9 Clouds? Ryu flinched involuntarily. So that really is the only choice, Ailsa giggled, giving Ryu a knowing look. It seemed Ryu had already thought of this possibility and had just been avoiding it. Tribulation 9 Clouds. It was a technique that used tribulation lightning to forcibly increase one's potential. Ryu had seen it while he was trying to pick his chi techniques. Though Ryu had found it in a section of chi techniques, the foundation of the technique was turning tribulation lightning into chi. There was no limitation on the kind of chi it could be. Meaning, spiritual chi was also a possibility, even vital chi. Ryu, this is your only path. Some people aren't even lucky enough to know such a technique exists, they don't even have the choice of risking themselves to improve. I wasn't joking when I said fighting against one's lack of talent was a lifelong endeavor. Even after you break your limiters in your current cultivation realm, you'll find out that after you break into the next realm, they have limiters of their own, and so will the next, and the next. This is why simply taking the spirit-seeking lily is useless. You need to be ready to fight against the cards you were dealt every step of the way. I understand. A flicker of resolution colored Ryu's silver eyes. Chapter 184. Thunder Bull days had passed since Ailsa and Ryu decided upon a path. Ryu was currently heading deep into unmarked pedestal plane territory with a new badge hanging from the hip of his black robes. Moments ago, Ryu had registered for the Mercenary Guild of Valor City. Thanks to his honor card, he received a great many privileges, namely, he could take missions regardless of their order. Though Ryu was committed to his mental realm's improvement, he hadn't forgotten about his deadline of 2 years. He had to somehow accumulate enough chi stones to open the barrier to the moon world, and the Mercenary Guild was just one method of doing so. In truth, Ryu's best bet was his herbology. However, he decided against it after a stern warning from Ailsa. She reminded Ryu that there were definitely people looking for him now because of her and that it would be easy to dodge those individuals as long as he kept those who were aware of his status to a minimum. The reality was that those of the inner and core rings, and those of the Blossom Plane, cared little for a so-called honor card. But, a black-grade herbologist of younger than 20 years was a shocking thing recognized by all. Ryu solemnly took Ailsa's advice, realizing he had been too rash. If he wanted to take advantage of his herbology to make money, he had to do so covertly. "Don't worry too much about making money," Ailsa said confidently, enjoying the rushing wind caused by Ryu's agility. "You have this noble big sis by your side. The places we'll be frequenting very soon will be some of the most dangerous areas this plane has to offer. With danger comes profit. If worse comes to worst, you can always sell some of your breaking ore and spirit-seeking lilies, they're worth far more. Speaking of which, you still haven't told me," Ryu responded, leaping from tree to tree. "Just what are the abilities of the black vein lilies?" Ailsa was a cultist fairy and there was a reason her trial to find her life partner was an herbology exam. They had a very special connection to life. Ailsa could see through the potential of not only beasts, but spiritual herbs as well. Even if the knowledge wasn't in her mind immediately, she would only need to meditate on it for a moment. Of course, this was restricted to some extent by Ryu as usual. "I can sense that the black vein lilies are helpful for your pupils, but exactly how is vague to me." Ryu nodded, he felt so as well. When he first laid eyes on them, he felt his pupils throb. But that could be for any number of reasons. His pupils also throbbed when danger was nearby, so it was possible that the black vein lilies were poisonous. Hearing Ailsa assure him that they weren't was a relief. The question is whether the black vein lilies are specifically helpful for your pupils, or if they're helpful for all heavenly pupils. "I believe it's the latter, and if that's the case, the answer is even more vague." "Alright, focus. By my calculations, the closest lightning-dense region is in this direction. We can kill 2 birds with 1 stone. You can complete a 4th-order mission as a chi refinement expert to help the Awoken Moon Sect's faith, and you can begin to cultivate Tribulation 9 clouds. Plus, there should be some lightning affinity beasts nearby that will have very helpful spiritual roots." Tribulation 9 clouds was most effective with true tribulation lightning, however, such places were obviously incredibly rare. Even with Ailsa's abilities, they would take a lot of time or luck to find. Luckily, with Ailsa's guidance and Ryu's level of comprehension, normal lightning could be used as well. In fact, it was probably better if Ryu took this path for now. With his current mental strength, a single wisp of true tribulation lightning could eradicate him in body and soul. The 4th-order mission Ryu had taken was a request from the Alchemy Association. They needed an earth-grade herb known as striking weed. It grew in lightning-dense areas as was colloquially known as the lightning rod herb. Though the mission was actually quite dangerous, the pay was decent at 10 lower mortal chi stones. Considering a single stone of that quality was worth 1,000,000 gold coins, 10 was worth Valor City's revenue in a whole quarter. Of course, these revenue totals only tallied normal gold transactions and not chi stone ones. With Ryu's speed now bordering on the divine vessel realm even without evoking his northern winds phenomena, it only took him a few hours to reach his destination. The outer ring of the pedestal plane was controlled by 9 major cities and 27 fifth-order sects. However, there were major gaps within their territory that acted as havens for beasts. Though Ailsa was correct in saying that the beasts of this realm were relatively weak, that was only in relation to the top experts on the Shrine Plane, now known as the Martial Plane. There were plenty of beast territories on the Pedestal and Blossom Planes that human experts were hesitant to enter. One example of them was the very lightning-dense area Ryu was now entering, Flash Mountain. The mountain range had an ominous looming aura to it. It didn't look as though it was formed of normal rock. Instead, it seemed like the perpetual lightning strikes it suffered had turned the mountain's surface into a reflective obsidian. It was very easy for one to lose their grip or slip on such a surface. Dark and large cumulonimbus clouds hung in the air. Though it should have been midday, it felt as though it was midnight. Strikes of pale lightning coursed through the black clouds ominously, as though daring a target to come forward. All right, little Ryu, be careful from here on out, especially when you near the striking weed. I'll point out the direction so that you don't need to wander blindly. Ryu took a step forward, feeling the crunch of fine ash beneath his feet. Looks like they've already come out to greet me. A glaive appeared in Ryu's hand as Beast stepped from the forest that surrounded the base of the obsidian mountain. It took the shape of a raging bull, but the eerie calm in its eye could shake the soul of even calmest man. Its horns had a menacing curve to them, and there was a subtle spark of lightning that arched between them, sizzling the air with an out-of-place heat. A slick coat of black covered its large 3-meter-tall body. Objectively, it was quite a beautiful creature, if you overlook the bulging muscles beneath its shining coat of fur, that is. In truth, Ryu didn't know what this beast was either. Luckily, this creature is known as the Thunder Bull. You can tell by the subtle hints of golden fur just above its hooves that it recently entered the Fourth Order. It has high short burst speed, but low agility. Chapter 185, Pulling Strings. You're saying the new throne of the Awoken Moon sect strolled in and took so many Fourth Order missions at once. A tall, fiery red-haired man slammed his palm against counter. There was no surprise that such a large commotion had erupted within the mercenary guilds. Missions could only be claimed once. Until the certain deadline passed, or the claimer admitted their failure and paid a penalty, no one else could accept such missions. Not only had Ryu taken a Fourth Order mission, he took all 6 that had become available, leaving none for the highest grade mercenary squads. This meant that if these teams wanted another mission, they'd have to travel all the way to another major city in hopes of claiming one of their own. In truth, this was simply a matter of bad timing. Fourth Order missions weren't frequently accepted. This was why Ryu felt so comfortable taking them all for himself. Completing a single one left high-level mercenary squads full for years. The issue was that it just so happened that one of the only 2 Fourth Order mercenary squads of Valor City had come to claim a mission, only to find that they were all gone. This wasn't the worst part of it all. Rather, that honor was reserved for the blow to their pride. Being titled a Fourth Order mercenary didn't mean you could take on a Fourth Order mission alone. At most, a Fourth Order mercenary could solo a Third Order mission, but would need a team of able-bodied individuals to tackle a Fourth Order one. Hearing that a kid of not even 20 years old was taking on so many alone was a great blow to them. Please calm yourself, the receptionist replied far more calmly than one would expect when faced with such a powerful man. Our rules are our rules. He has a time limit of 1 month. The time limits do not stack. You may come back and claim your missions in 1 month should he fail. If not, I hope that you'll accept the result. Interestingly enough, the red-haired man steadied his breathing and pulled back at these words. The reason was something only the veterans of the guild would be aware of. Though they went by a generic name like Mercenary Guild, this was just a singular branch of an establishment that had its roots on the Blossom Plain. The success or failure of mere Fourth Order mission meant little to them. Leader, what happened? A group of 7 men and women looked toward the red-haired man. He had gone to claim a mission, but actually came back empty-handed. After hearing the explanation, it was no surprise that they were all enraged, but there was nothing they could do. They could only come back 1 month later. At the base of Mount Flash Mountain, Ryu's body flickered like a specter. Though his strength output could only be said to match a normal higher chi refinement expert at most when using only a single arm, his speed was such that even spiritual severing realm experts had trouble keeping up with him. The Thunder Bull was learning of these matters firsthand. At first, it disdained Ryu's attempts and simply saw him as a snack. However, Ryu's shallow, negligible slashes began to stack upon one another, growing more layered. Suddenly, before the Thunder Bull even realized it, its body had become a canvas marred by thick red paint. It soon fell tragically, a product of its excessive blood loss and fatigue. Store the Thunder Bull's horns carefully. They carry a dense lightning chi. We'll use the incubator and the horns in tandem to prime your mental realm. If we use this method, we can make the volatile lightning chi docile. This will make absorbing our target lightning for this trip less dangerous. Ryu's brows lifted in surprise as he dissected the Thunder Bull's corpse. We can use the incubator in that way. Then doesn't that mean I could use it to absorb spiritual roots as well? That would make my body realm cultivation much faster. That is true, but you should be wary of using the incubator so liberally. There will be certain times in the future where the incubator won't be able to transform challenges into a gentle flow for you. Making cultivation too easy isn't necessarily a good thing. For example, this flash mountain. The lightning we'll be using to expand your mental realm's potential comes from the skies themselves. Obviously, the incubator can't make this energy more docile for you. There will be moments like this for the body realm as well. Of course, the fourth realm of the body is known as the 9 life revolutions realm. Each step is separated into what are known as destructions. In order to move forward, a body realm cultivator needs to destroy their body to its most basic building blocks before building it back up. This needs to be repeated 9 times. If, up until that point, you've only experienced incredibly relaxed cultivation, you will die just attempting this. Ryu nodded solemnly, taking Ailsa's advice to heart. Don't worry though, I'm not saying we'll never use the incubator. It will be especially useful for your chi realm. It's not that there are no situations where easy chi cultivation will be a detriment to you, it's just that your chi cultivation talent is so high I don't believe it will make much of a difference. There is a problem though, Ryu said, looking at the horns he just separated from the Thunder Bull's skull. I don't think I can control enough spatial chi to bring these horns into the incubator. The limitation of the incubator had reared its ugly head once more. But, Ailsa only smiled. Did you forget, not only are our souls tied together, but don't you remember the special ability as fairies have? We are very good at existing between reality and imaginary. Because our souls are tied together, I can use your treasures as easily as you can. And, because I can exist between realities, I can mitigate the stress high-level treasures place on you, making it easier to bring them in. Ailsa seemed to continuously give Ryu pleasant surprises. He had to admit, having someone to rely on and share his burden with lifted much of the weight on his heart. Whether he liked it or not, he grew closer to Ailsa every day. Still, while Ryu's mind was focused on his self-improvement and began his climb up Flash Mountain, the commotion he had caused in the outer ring was spreading. It wasn't just the mercenary guilds, but the geniuses of the 27 sects were greatly shaken. Though one could argue that this would happen naturally regardless, in this case, the reaction was very unnatural, as though someone or multiple someones were pulling strings in the background, ensuring that the commotion was as exaggerated as possible. With the inner ring selection quickly approaching, the shared realm of the outer ring would open far ahead of schedule with everyone only having a single target in mind, Throne Ryu. Chapter 186, Reflective Rainbow. Ryu glided up the side of the Obsidian Mountain. After becoming a wind heir, he actually found that it was possible for him to fly. In fact, he was nimbler and faster than spiritual severing realm experts in this regard. Though spiritual severing realm experts could fly, they usually only did so for short distances. The stress it placed on one's chi reserves was too great, but Ryu wasn't limited in this way. Though his chi had yet to match those experts in thickness, the effort he needed to fly was far less than theirs. Unfortunately, what should have been a smooth journey thanks to his northern wind was constantly impeded by beasts. Though Ryu managed to dodge the 5th and 6th order powerhouses that might be hiding within Flash Mountain, his attempts forced him into the territory of lesser beasts who also wanted to avoid angering these kings. For such a harsh environment, Ryu was surprised by the sheer number of beasts. He was only a third of the way up the mountain, but he had already had half a dozen encounters. It only makes sense. For lower-level beasts, their only instinct is to grow strong, it doesn't matter what they have to suffer through to reach those ends. This mountain is a holy land for lightning-based cultivation. Make sure to collect their spiritual roots well. It's a bit too much to expect you to absorb 4th-order spiritual roots with your current body strength, but I believe the stress will be a good experience for you. Plus, your ancestral-grade lightning Qilin blood should be able to handle it. Ryu passively listened to Ailsa as he collected his 7th beast spiritual root. By his calculations, this should enough to force his lightning Qilin blood toward its peak potential within the pulse tempering realm. With a bit more effort, he could prepare to enter the vessel tempering realm. Ryu was quite excited by this prospect. The vessel tempering realm was linked with the divine vessel realm. If Ryu entered it, he would gain a massive boost in strength. Of course, reaching the peak potential of the pulse tempering realm and actually opening the vessels of the vessel tempering realm were two massively different feats. Ryu would need many more resources to open his body vessels. Still, this wasn't something to get down about. Thanks to the advantage his speed and heavenly pupils gave him, Ryu had much higher battle prowess than even he had expected. As long as the beast he met was below the higher fourth order, he was confident in winning easily. This allowed him to accumulate resources far easier than someone else of his cultivation realm would. Once Ryu reached the upper limit of the pulse-tempering realm, he believed he would be unmatched below the divine vessel realm. By then, it would become even easier to collect the resources he needed. Ailsa, who had been silently sitting on Ryu's shoulder, suddenly perked up, her head turning toward a particular direction. "What is it?" Ryu asked as he collected the final valuable portions of a fourth-order bird beast. "I just sensed something that might be worth taking a look at." A pensive expression spread across Ailsa's lovely features. "Worth looking at? Cultist sprites are very sensitive to existences with potential. It's like a pull that pushes us toward those worthy of being nurtured. The reason why I was able to point out that Ember Clan father-son pair was because I sensed that they were worth nurturing, especially the son and his blacksmithing talent." Ryu's brow shot up. "You sensed a beast worth nurturing? It should be a thunder rock," Ailsa said after a moment. "What did you just say?" Ryu froze. The rock. It was an ancient beast on the same level as Ryu's 4 ancestral grade bloodlines. In fact, it was one of the few ancient beasts that managed to protect its bloodline from being taken by human clans. However, this wasn't the most pressing part. If there really was a thunder rock in this Flash Mountain, Ryu's only path was death. Ancient beasts were incredibly sensitive to other ancestral grade bloodlines that came from beasts of their level. A true thunder rock would have sensed Ryu the moment he entered this mountain range. "Don't worry, a true thunder rock wouldn't be here. This lightning chi isn't anywhere near dense enough. Also, even the weakest thunder rock would be of at least the 7th or 8th order. You'd already be dead if one was here. I simply sensed a beast with a small strand of thunder rock in its blood." Ryu sighed a breath of relief. "So if we invest enough into this beast, there may be a day where it could become a true thunder rock." "You could say so, though nothing is certain. Still, since you've yet to pick the path you want and would like to focus on raising the potential of your mental realm, there's no reason to ignore this beast's potential. Though, you should note that even a small strand of such blood is no joke." Ryu's eyes turned cold. Which way? Facing a beast with a small strand of an ancestral bloodline was no easy task. When Ryu measured his combat prowess, he always measured himself up to normal beasts and cultivators. However, if Ryu could jump several levels to fight those beyond him in strength, why couldn't others do so? Ailsa silently pointed toward a particular direction. It was no surprise that it was into the dark depths of Flash Mountain. The rumbling of an eerie thunder boomed overhead, causing the already slippery surface Ryu stood on to tremble. As if these matters weren't an ominous sign enough, the pitter-patter of rain soon followed. Still, there was no hesitation in Ryu's steps. 9 cycles of 100 million years was enough. His family had waited long enough. His body became a blur, completely ignoring the beasts that tried to engage with him. None of them dared to follow his path after a certain point either way. It wasn't long before Ryu laid eyes on the beast, mostly because it stood proudly on a mountain peak, not trying to hide its presence in the slightest. The rock could only be described as beautiful. It had the long proud neck of a peacock and the sharp gaze of an eagle. Its 3 tails fluttered about like silver-laced silk, but its feathers were what truly made one's heart palpitate. Like plates of platinum, they shone a reflective rainbow even under the dark sky. Chapter 187, Commander Fidroha. Ryu's cold eyes met the rock's. It was as though 2 lines of silver crossed time and space. The rock seemed curious about Ryu's sudden appearance, amused, even. Normally beasts completely avoided its territory. Whenever it wanted to eat, it would have to leave and chase after those cowards. He had to say that this was the first time someone had willingly come to him. As for Ryu, he was surprised for an entirely different reason. He felt a pressure he had only experienced once before. The issue was that the originator of that pressure had been a connecting heaven realm expert, but Ryu was certain that this rock was just a peak 3rd order beast. How was that even possible? A strand can't be so powerful, can it? Ryu's brow furrowed as he asked Ailsa this question. He had 4 full ancestral bloodlines running through his veins, so why wasn't the pressure he gave off a match for this beast who supposedly only had a strand? "It can't be helped," Ailsa replied. "Humans don't have the bodily strength needed to hold ancient beast bloodlines from birth, so they can only slowly grow into theirs. However, beasts are more appropriately adjusted. Though he only has a strand while you have the full bloodlines, at this point in your lives, he's still superior in that respect. You'll begin to see the true strength of your blood only after entering the divine vessel and vessel tempering realms. Ryu's eyes sharpened. I'll give you an opportunity. Even Ailsa was shocked by Ryu's sudden actions. He was talking to the rock. If you follow me, I'll give you the chance to break through your limits. Would you like to take this chance? Or would you rather spend the rest of your life lording over this small mountain range? Ryu could see it. His eyes could see the intelligence in the rock, he could see the pride in its eyes, its unwillingness to be normal. Ryu felt that after breaking 2 seals, many things were clearer to him. The rock's long neck bristled, the beautiful silver plumes that spread from its neck to the top of its tall head flickered under the heavy rain. In that moment, it suddenly spread its proud wings. Like a blinding silver moon under the dark sky above, it spread itself outward over 6 meters. It didn't answer Ryu's question, instead, it attacked, as though saying it cared little for empty words. Even with Ryu's pupils and his preparedness, he had never seen anything so fast. In fact, he was certain. This beast was faster than him, and this wasn't even its peak speed. A flash of silver swept down from the mountain, charging toward Ryu. Ryu no longer played around. His greatest advantage, his speed, had suddenly been taken away. Without the slightest hesitation, he brought out his spears, clutching one in both hands as he met the vicious claws of the soaring rock. Even as Ryu was sent flying, he felt an excitement bubbling within his veins. This was what he wanted. He wanted to be pushed to his absolute limits. Recently, he felt that his battles had become too easy. His speed was simply too overwhelming. In combination with his heavenly pupils, many of the opponents he faced didn't stand a chance, but he had finally found a beast who could take his greatest strength away. This was yet another opportunity to break past his limits and reach a greater height. His Tatsuya saintly weapons had stalled for too long. Oddities, a collection of individuals had gathered in a room Ryu would find very familiar. It was none other than the association head's spacious office. Though, one would be surprised to find that it was far more tidy than it had been in the past. It seemed these guests were quite important. The details are above your pay grade. You only need to answer the questions if asked. A large, black-cloaked man responded to the association head's question stiffly, obviously giving the old man no semblance of face. The association head's brows furrowed as he looked toward his granddaughter, Molly. We haven't had anyone take the black-grade herbology exam, no. The cloaked man followed the association head's gaze, but said nothing else. I'm sure you understand the consequences for lying to us. Are you not aware of the records? All alchemy associations are linked, you didn't need to come here to ask me these questions. The association head's temper flared. What I am and am not aware of aren't matters you need to concern yourself with, or else it would be a shame if another daughter of your family disappeared. The association head stood abruptly, his palm slamming downward so fiercely that his large desk splintered into bits of wood and metal. Don't you dare push me. The old man growled. Every man has his limits. If you think you can take everything away from me and I'll only silently accept it, you'd be wrong. I don't mind killing a few of you before heading off to an early grave. That's enough, Edwin. These aren't the matters we came here for. The atmosphere chilled when this second cloaked figure spoke. By its slender figure, gentle voice, and the way its cloak tugged along its curves, there was no doubt that this was a woman. Yet, she forced the large cloaked man to back down with ease. I apologize for my subordinate's rude words. We'll take our leave, but I hope you understand that we do not move without just cause. Something precious was taken and it's our duty to bring it back. With those words, the cloaked figures left, leaving behind a silent grandfather-granddaughter pair. Commander Fidroha, why did we come here? The large man finally couldn't withhold his questions. It's been a few weeks since those matters ended, but the target still hasn't been found. So, obviously, the search radius needs to be expanded before the trail runs cold. Though her face was covered by a dark cloak, it felt as though her sinister smirk left the world feeling cold. Chapter 188. The Apostles. Molly looked toward her grandfather. Over the past few years, the gaze she gave this old man could only be described as cold, but in these moments, an air of complexity took over as she looked on toward her grandfather's figure. He never seemed so vulnerable before. Bits of wood and metal dropped to the ground, but errant pieces of paper filled with illegible chicken scratch fell almost too slowly, swaying under the still turbulent air. So, Grandpa, Molly bit her lip. What was she talking about? A sadness pervaded the association head's sunken eyes. But, When he heard his granddaughter call him grandpa for the first time in years, there was a bit of hope that lit his eyes. Never mind those matters, little Molly. The association head waved his hand. But, stop. The association head shook his head. There's a reason I've never told you about these things. Please, if you care for this old man of yours even the slightest bit anymore, don't ask. Blood began to seep from Molly's lips. She didn't even realize that her teeth had dug so far into her soft pink lips. The association head watched as his granddaughter's petite figure left slowly. As much as Molly felt her heart ache in the face of her weakened grandfather, the association head's pain was 10 times more watching his little girl carry a burden he couldn't lift for her. He looked up blankly at the bland ceiling above his head. Though his eyes were a deep, emotionless pit, the shaking of his body and the gripping of his fists made his rage clear. This was his true face. The face of a man who was a step away from having nothing to lose. If it wasn't for the fact he still had his granddaughter, he would have already forsaken everything and laid his life down for revenge. The old man brought his hand over the left of his chest. Through his thin robes, he could feel a deep scarring that had long since healed. His fingers followed its pattern, crossing from left to right, then back again. Even now, this scar throbbed with the very same pain he had the day he etched it in himself. The apostles, the blood vessels in the old man's eyes tore. Tears of blood fell from his emotionless face. If one had been anywhere near Flash Mountain over the past few days, it wouldn't have been impossible to see a man and a majestic bird fighting a battle of honor. In truth, it didn't seem as though either one was intent to take the life of the other, but neither seemed to want to lose either. Each stood bloodied and tired. The man's black robes were ripped asunder, revealing a shining flexible armor that radiated a blinding white light and a pale light blue hue. Though, the only reason you could see those colors so clearly, instead of the waterfall of blood that should have been, was precisely because of the heavily falling rain. As for the majestic bird, its feathers, once shimmering with the light one might expect from a silver dragon, were bent and misshapen in many areas. In fact, it wasn't impossible to find precious pieces of its lustrous coat of feathers strewn about the mountain range. None bothered this man-bird pair. It was impossible to say that the two of them were the most powerful on this mountain range, so there had to be another reason they were left alone. Maybe those more creatures couldn't be bothered, or maybe they respected the battle of two men. Finally, the bird's long proud neck drooped. Its eyes still had an endless fire hidden behind them, but its body simply couldn't keep up. In the end, the man stood tall, his lungs screaming for air. There was no doubt, this man was Ryu Tatsuya, and the bird was a descendant of the Thunder Rock. Ryu gripped his spears, using them to hold himself up. During this battle, he had refused Ailsa's help, believing that it would be too shameful to treat the rock's battle intent that way. You have to be careful, Ryu. Beasts only have one drive, to evolve. Eating the spiritual root of a Thunder Rock descendant is probably the only chance those 5th and 6th order king beasts have at taking another step forward. Ryu's eyes narrowed. He knew he was too optimistic in thinking that he and the rock weren't bothered because of some sort of chivalry. Those others were definitely waiting for the rock to fall. This situation was far too different from the norm. The rock had met Ryu's challenge head-on, but the reality was that if he wanted to run away, Ryu would have had no chance at catching him. This was likely what the other beasts had experienced as well. The rock was a juicy piece of meat that they could never lay their hands on because its speed was too quick. Now that the rock had tired itself out on its own, for reasons unknown to them, this was a perfect opportunity that they couldn't pass up, no matter what. Can you bring him into the incubator? Ryu asked. He simply didn't have enough spatial chi control to bring in such a large beast. No problem, but you need to form a connection with him first, or else I'll be unable to. Ryu nodded. Stumbling his way forward, he finally made it to the rock's side. He could see the fiery intent within its almost childish-like expressions, but he didn't feel any malice as he placed his palm on the rock's large, silvery head. From today on, you're with me. It won't be easy though, so if you're a coward, you can leave now. The rock made a sound that Ryu interpreted as a scoff. It was as though the rock was saying, "You dare to call me a coward, even after all of this? Don't make me eat you." Ryu smiled lightly, feeling a natural connection with the rock. He felt that they were one in the same, proud, unyielding men. The rock didn't see this as a master-slave contract, he only saw it as a relationship. If he one day felt it was no longer worth being by Ryu's side, he would leave. The rock turned illusory under Ailsa's guidance and soon disappeared into the incubator to recover. As for Ryu, he swung on a familiar black cloak and practically vanished from thin air. Chapter 189, 20 kilometers. The lurking king beasts of Flash Mountain could only look around in confusion. They had simultaneously surged forward once the sounds of battle ended, but they found nothing in return. Unfortunately for them, with Ailsa by his side, and thanks to the immortal chi provided by the first immortal plane, Ryu's cloak was far more effective than it had been on the higher mortal plane. Despite his injuries, Ryu continued to battle lesser fourth-order beasts, pushing his phoenix martial forms to their utmost limit. To him, if training wasn't painful, there was no point to it. Days later, Ryu stumbled into a cave located near the peak of Flash Mountain. It seemed he had completely forgotten about the month-long time frame given to him by the Mercenary Guild, or maybe he simply didn't care. Ailsa shook her head, entering her true form to slowly massage Ryu's body. She didn't have much to work with in such a cold, wet and harsh environment, but she did her best. Taking control of the incubator, she nourished Ryu's body with vital tree essence as she pressed her slender fingers into his hardening muscles. The lanky Ryu of the past was nowhere to be seen any longer, and he had already recovered from the atrophy he experienced after slipping into a half-a-year-long coma. He finally filled out his frame, standing with the stature only a Tatsuya could have. Ailsa sighed. If it wasn't for the borderline godly regenerative abilities of Ryu's Ice and Fire Phoenix bloodlines, not to mention the tenacious vitality of his Lightning Qilin and Fire Dragon ones as well, his body would likely already be riddled with scars. I don't understand how someone with such strong willpower can have such a weak mental realm. There must be a reason behind this. Ailsa never spoke to Ryu about her thoughts, and since Ryu usually refrained from reading her mind, likely to push down the guilt he felt using her like this, he didn't know about this. The truth was that strong willpower didn't always correlate to being talented within the mental realm. However, a strong mental realm guaranteed strong willpower. Simply put, being strong-willed didn't mean you were talented, but it did mean your mental realm was strong. Yet, despite being so strong-willed, even to the point of pushing himself to the brink of death, Ryu's mental realm was far below average. This wasn't the only oddity either. Despite being baptized by the Origin Rite, and receiving help from the essence of the immortal path, Ryu was still subpar. To put things into context, an absolute genius of Ryu's mental realm would have a spiritual sense range and mental realm size of 1 kilometer upon entering the spiritual entrance realm. An average individual would have a range of about 100 meters upon entering. But Ryu had a range of less than 30 meters upon fully entering the spiritual entrance realm, and even after receiving 2 heaven-sourced helpers, he barely reached 60 meters. This wasn't just bad, it was horrible. To the point where it didn't make any sense. Ailsa couldn't help but think of Ryu's false spiritual foundation as she continued to massage his body. She had never heard of someone so talented being born with a false spiritual foundation. HMPH. Ailsa snorted. If someone dared to play tricks with my little Ryu, I'll make them pay. Ryu startled awake hours later, pushing himself up from the hard obsidian floors of the mountain. You should sleep some more. You still haven't fully recovered. Ryu shook his head. We should go. The striking weed should be nearby, right? Ailsa fell into silence, watching Ryu steadily rise to his feet. Have we collected enough lightning-type spiritual roots? Ryu asked offhandedly. We can't be sure until you absorb them. But it's likely not so easy to satiate an ancestral-grade bloodline. Ryu nodded. That made sense. Even if he was using the spiritual roots of beasts that had far higher cultivations than him, the grade of their bloodlines was too low in comparison to Ryu's. The rock was the perfect example. He was only a peak third-order beast, yet because of his bloodline, he was the strongest beast Ryu had faced in this mountain range. You said you had a method to deal with the Zoo ancestors. Ryu leapt from the edge of the cave, gripping the slippery rock face above his head to propel himself forward. Ailsa's massage was truly too miraculous. He should have felt pain, but all he experienced was a good stretch. Yes, but it isn't quite necessary to do so just yet. They're located within the core text's floor, and we should be focused on improving your mental realm to its utmost limits within the spiritual entrance realm first before we consider learning mental realm techniques. Unless you want to find out if the Zoo clan has any necromancy ancestors in their past. Ryu shook his head. I spent decades trying to find the Death Shrine. There's no one more familiar than me with Death Path-related ruins. Thanks to the Origin Flame, I can clearly remember hundreds, if not thousands of locations where famous necromancers of the past might have buried their legacies. I'm not too worried about finding them. Ailsa smiled. I almost forgot my little Ryu is a mighty origin grade Ruin Master. The title of Ruin Master was even above Herbologist in prestige. It was of such a high level that a small place like this outer ring wasn't worthy of having a Ruin Master branch for itself. It was no wonder Ailsa felt pride at Ryu's achievement. Ryu's lips slanted slightly, soon reaching the very top of Flash Mountain. Well, more accurately, he had reached a place where the peak was in view. The peak itself was shrouded by a perpetual rain of lightning. The rumbling of thunder and the sound of rock shattering under the striking lightning could make even the bravest man's heart palpitate. Ryu's pupils could clearly see it. Striking weed spread out as far as the eye could see. Ryu took a deep breath. How large must my mental realm be to be considered an absolute genius? Ailsa bit her lip. 1 kilometer at opening, but it must be 10 kilometers before entering the spiritual endowment realm. A tenacious light flashed in Ryu's eyes. 20 kilometers it is. Chapter 190. Anchor, Thunder Bull Horns, Thunder Hawk Claws, Lightning Serpent Gallbladder. Ailsa guided Ryu in slowly absorbing the lightning chi of these materials through the incubator. As expected of an origin-grade treasure, the process was incomparably smooth. What should have racked Ryu's body with pain actually felt like a refreshing time within a hot spring. Tribulation 9 Clouds was split into 10 stages, the first of which was further split into 3 portions of its own. The first, in Ryu's current stage, was entirely focused on non-tribulation lightning and the priming of the body for absorption of true tribulation lightning. Essentially, the pure lightning chi of these materials, as well as the lightning-dense peak of Flash Mountain, all fell within this first of 10 stages. Of course, there was a heavy component of comprehension that went with Tribulation 9 Clouds. But, for Ryu, the wielder of the first-ranked heavenly pupils, the first stage posed no issue for him. He saw through its complexities with a single glance. The goal of the cultivator of this technique was to form his or her own tribulation clouds. This required the use of lightning chi to create lightning-dense formations within the body. If one wanted to use it for the body realm, you would have to form the first stage's formation at the base of your brain stem. If one wanted to use it for the chi realm, you would have to form the lightning formations upon your spiritual foundation. And, if one wanted to use it for their mental realm like Ryu, it would have to be formed within your spiritual sea. Of course, one's spiritual sea wouldn't be truly open until one entered the soul birth realm, so this process actually took place in the thin fog of spiritual chi that would one day become Ryu's spiritual sea. Guide the lightning chi into your mental realm, don't lose your focus just because it's easy. It will soon be impossible to improve in this technique without taking in natural, unpurified lightning chi. You need to take this opportunity to learn the process inside and out so that you can do while screaming in pain. Remember, this technique had degrees of completion attached to it. The more perfectly fused with your body the thunder formations are, the easier the next stages will become. These materials will be enough for you to form the first thunder formation of the first stage, but to form the latter two, we'll have to enter the lightning storm. At this point, Ailsa was only speaking as a method of ignoring her own nervousness. She knew that not only could Ryu's heavenly pupils see through the depths of mystery hidden within the thunder formations, but their cool chi also helped him focus. It was just that she was worried about the future. The pure lightning gently wisped into Ryu's mental realm. Ryu took control of it with ease. On the one hand, the chi was gentle to begin with thanks to the incubator, and on the other, his lightning affinity was frighteningly high thanks to his mother and grandpa Kunin. He quickly formed the formation, a complex, crackling magic circle, imbued with countless complex symbols. It was hard to believe that this was just the first of 3 formations tied to the simplest of 10 stages. However, he wasn't quick to lay it down. As Ailsa had said, while normal cultivation techniques were marked by improvement in power or advancement in comprehension, the Tribulation 9 Clouds was focused on 2 things. The first was the degree of completion, how perfect was the drawn formation. And the second was the degree of fusion, how perfect was the fusion of said formation to the cultivator's body. For degree of completion, Ryu definitely received full marks. The formation he formed was without flaw and perfectly emulated the will of the technique's creator. However, degree of fusion was a bit more complex. If Ryu was using this technique for his chi realm or his body realm, it would likely require forcefully etching the formation into the bones that protected his brain stem or into his spiritual foundation. However, Ryu was working with his mental realm, and currently, it was nothing but a fog of spiritual chi. There wasn't exactly anything to anchor onto or etch into. Perfect fusion, huh? Ryu's eyes, hidden behind their lids, blazed with a thought. Ailsa, who was paying great attention to Ryu's thoughts, bit her lip. That would indeed result in a perfect fusion, but keep in mind how difficult doing such a thing will be while in pain. Ryu smiled lightly. If I don't go all out, there's no point. Ryu could already feel his mental realm expanding just the presence of the thunder formation. He hadn't even laid it down yet, but he had already gained almost 5 meters. After seeing how effective the technique was in aiding him, there was no need to hold back anymore. If one peered into Ryu's mental realm, they would see a beautiful sight. A fog of white gold slowly churned below a bright yellow formation of only a meter across. The yellow formation crackled with lightning, striking down occasionally upon the fog, but if one looked closely, it almost seemed as though the fog was happy to be treated this way as it expanded further and further outward. Suddenly, the fog surged upward and into the small yellow formation. In response, the formation greedily swallowed the fog, expanding outward from its 1 meter width faster and faster. Just now, Ryu had a thought. The essence of Tribulation 9 clouds was to use lightning chi to create other chis. Due to the use of the technique, then, there was an inherent connection between Ryu's spiritual chi and the lightning chi that formed his first thunder formation. So, what if he completely did away with his spiritual chi fog and used the thunder formation itself as the foundation of his mental realm? The thunder formation crackled wildly as it expanded, striking outward with furious strokes of lightning against the outer edges of Ryu's mental realm. Barriers shattered and collapsed as Ryu continuously absorbed more lightning chi, unsatisfied with his already blinding speed. It was then that Ailsa spoke. Ryu, you need an anchor. Quickly, visualize immortal Sakura. Ryu didn't doubt Ailsa's guidance. He acted immediately, visualizing a beautiful immortal Sakura. Unlike what he projected outward, the immortal Sakura that appeared within Ryu's mental realm was solid and lifelike. It filled one with a sense of security, as though it would remain standing even to the end of time itself. Its short trunk anchored to the thunder formation, protecting it under its large canopy. It was then that a magnificent change took place. Lightning surged upward, coursing through the immortal Sakura and up through its large looming branches. The crackling of a beautiful yellow complemented the transparent petals, evolving together. Even without fully saturating the first formation, Ryu's mental realm reached 200 meters. Chapter 191, Ancestral Grade. Ryu observed the changes to his immortal Sakura. According to Eska, the true strength behind her technique was in its flexibility. The immortal Sakura could act as a sturdy foundation to be built upon, allowing those who used it to maneuver outward along countless paths. Thanks to Ailsa's guidance, Ryu had inadvertently stumbled along one of these paths, resulting in his immortal Sakura becoming acquainted with the lightning element. As things stood now, as long as Ryu meditated upon it, he could most certainly comprehend a lightning inheritance. However, he was hesitant to do so and ended up putting it off. One had to remember that not every inheritance was the same. What Ryu gained from the Tatsuya saintly weapons couldn't be matched by any normal glaive, spear or halberd wielding clan. In this same way, not every lightning inheritance was the same. For example, Ryu didn't comprehend any old wind inheritance, he specifically waited until he could understand his northern heavenly wind. In truth, the matters of becoming a wind heir weren't completely analogous. Back then, Ryu didn't want to rely on his own comprehension to create his own wind inheritance, but right now, Ryu had two seemingly outstanding paths before him. One was the inheritance of the Tribulation 9 clouds and the other was within his own lightning Qilin bloodline. Once one sets off on a path, it isn't so easy to deviate from it, which is why Ryu had been careful to be selective. If he wanted to fuse two paths, it wasn't impossible, but he needed a greater understanding of both beforehand. One only needed to see how slowly his dual-wielding path was progressing to see this. Under Ailsa's watchful eye, Ryu greedily absorbed the rest of the lightning treasures. To the outer ring, it's no doubt that each would be worth several million gold coins, but Ryu tore through them all as though they were nothing but cheap snacks. By the end of it all, Ryu's thunder formation had grown to 700 meters and his immortal Sakura had curiously grown along with it. Well, its roots had. Ryu's mental realm had truly become a paradise. A sturdy crackling yellow formation stood as its base, with an ancient tree's roots holding it in place. Even the immortal Sakura's transparent petals flashed with streaks of lightning occasionally. Is it meant to be like this, Ailsa? Ryu asked curiously after absorbing the last of the lightning chi. My immortal Sakura, I mean. Is it supposed to perpetually stand within my mental realm? Ailsa nodded. This is actually a fairly new discipline, which is likely why Eska didn't know anything about it. Though the masters of the mind were taboo in this realm, that doesn't mean they were taboo in others. Cultivation is constantly evolving and improving. Though many good things of the past have been forgotten, there are many new paths that have been forged as well. If you continually visualize in this way, keeping the image within your mind, projecting the image will become easier and your mind will take on the characteristics of your visualization much quicker as well. But, this is obviously something incredibly difficult to do. Luckily, you have the origin flame. As Ailsa guided Ryu, she didn't forget to prep him appropriately. Though priming his mental realm was important, awakening a larger portion of his lightning Qilin bloodline from slumber would greatly aid in the next steps as well. So, not long after Ryu completely absorbed the lightning treasures, he found himself undergoing the not-so-painless process of absorbing spiritual roots. It seemed Ailsa was serious about not allowing him to rely on the incubator for body realm cultivation. Ryu quickly circulated his Phoenix Heavenly Body technique. Thanks to this technique, his absorption was far more efficient than it would be for others despite the burning of his blood vessels. And, despite its name, Ryu could easily use it for his non-Phoenix bloodlines as well. Ailsa turned out to be correct once again. Absorbing blood that matched the affinities of his bloodline made the process even more smooth, bringing out yet another reason for the speed of Ryu's cultivation. Still, this wasn't even the most poignant point. How many in the very first body realm could even dream of using fourth-order beasts to cultivate? Even if they came from prestigious families and had people who could hunt for them, could their bloodlines withstand such pressure? What Ryu was doing was the equivalent of an awakening realm expert. Absorbing chi from a spiritual severing realm expert. Of course, with his advantages came disadvantages, namely that his blood took far more than others to satiate, but, was that really a disadvantage? All this meant was that Ryu could grow far more powerful before worrying about gathering treasures to open his body vessels. Ryu's bodily strength once more shot forward. For someone within the pulse-tempering realm like Ryu, they'd usually begin around 500 jin of strength, and peak out at around 50,000 jin once their blood was completely satiated. Once one reached 50,000 jin, you could be considering a match for lower spiritual severing realm experts, but only after beginning to open your body vessels could you start matching higher experts. After opening them all, battling a divine vessel realm expert was possible. However, Ryu already had over 2,000 jin of strength after opening his pulses, and before he started cultivating upon Flash Mountain, he had reached 10,000 jin. Ryu had assumed that this meant that since he had 4 bloodlines, he received 4 times the strength of others, but he was greatly mistaken. He had simply underestimated his bloodlines too much. The value of 500 jin was for those with common grade blood. It was 600 for those with black grade, 700 for those with earth grade, 800 for those with heaven grade, 900 for those of the sovereign grade, and finally, 1,000 for those of the ancestral grade. The most poignant point was that these were just averages. There were always bloodlines that were more suited toward body cultivation than others. For example, Ryu's Phoenix bloodlines sat right at this 1,000 jin mark upon awakening, but his Dragon and Qilin bloodline were double that. So why was Ryu at 2,000 jin upon awakening? It was purely because he was an anomaly. Despite his bloodlines having such great individual strengths, because they were in a single body, they couldn't react in the way they wanted, making Ryu's awakening strength lower than it should have been. Unfortunately, what Ailsa realized and what she informed Ryu of was that this didn't mean that Ryu's base strength should have been 6,000 jin, a full 12 times more than someone with common grade blood. After all, Ryu only had one body and there was only so much blood he could have. In order to share his body, his bloodlines had to give up a little of their domineeringness. However, the number was still shocking. Ryu's base strength was 5,000 jin. The reason he couldn't see the end of his strength was because he would need to reach 500,000 jin to get there. This number was too astounding. Someone of common grade blood would only reach this after opening all 6 body vessels, though, Ryu still had a way to go. He had only just reached 60,000 jin. Chapter 192. Next stage. Ryu stood, facing the sea of lightning. He felt his body brimming with power, but he found it quite incredulous at the same time. His senses told him that his lightning Qilin blood was only about 30% satiated at this point, but he had already surpassed the 50,000 Jin mark by 10,000. What would happen when he honed in on his other 3 bloodlines? Ryu sighed, beginning to understand more and more about just what Ailsa meant when she painted him as a lucky son of heaven. What right did he had to complain about his lackluster mental realm when everything else about him seemed so heaven-defying? It's time. Ryu didn't allow himself even an inch of hesitation. The moment he stood from his seeking wood tub of blood and spiritual roots, placing them within his spatial ring, he surged forward. If one could see the peak of Flash Mountain, a place even its king beasts avoided, you would see the nonsensical scene of a young man streaking naked into a rain of lightning, covered from his chest to feet in thick multicolored blood. Ailsa, who had wanted to stop Ryu, could only watch on with a helpless expression. She knew best that Ryu didn't allow her to speak for fear he would give in to her and turn back. And soon, it became clear why he would want to do exactly that. Ryu had only taken a single step into the rain of lightning when his body was suddenly struck by a 2-finger-thick crackling line of yellow lightning. His body was blasted into the ground. All the strength he had accumulated seemed completely useless in the face of this strike. It bore into his body, turning his porcelain skin into a bed of cracked burnt black. Ryu felt his face tear, not because of the lightning, but because his cheek slammed into the tough obsidian rock face of Flash Mountain. Memories suddenly flashed with Ryu's mind. His grandpa Kunin's boisterous laughter filled his ears as he struggled to crawl forward. It was as though his old man, with fluttering dark blue hair and an outrageous beard, was standing right before him. The Tribulation Shrine. It had once been controlled by the Kunin clan, Ryu's maternal clan. However, in Ryu's grandpa Kunin's lifetime, it fell out of their control. Aside from the matters surrounding Mistress Holy Wing and his bastard daughter, this was Saint Kunin's greatest humiliation. In truth, Ryu's grandfather tried more than once to gain the shrine's acknowledgement. Ryu's body was never powerful enough to witness it personally. If he went anywhere near an unrestrained shrine, his only path would have been death. But, despite his first life having only lasted 1,000 years, a mere blink of an eye to experts on his parents' and grandparents' level, Ryu had witnessed the aftermath of his grandfather's attempts more than a half-dozen times. This number seemed small. 7 or 8 tries over the span of 1,000 years from a certain point of view could seem like far too few. However, there was a reason many saw Ryu's grandfather as a madman. To take on the trials of the Tribulation Shrine so often, it was practically seeking death. Tribulation lightning. It wasn't something cultivators had to face. Ryu only heard faint rumors and read obscure texts about sky gods having to face one in order to reach their level, but other than that, cultivators had little contact with this phenomenon. Yet, Ryu's grandfather weathered its rage, regardless of his accumulated injuries, time and time again, as though he was attempting to wash away some hidden humiliation. Another strike of lightning collided with Ryu's back, splitting his back into a shower of blood that quickly cauterized by the savage lightning. In truth, Ryu knew the reason his grandfather continually failed. Everyone assumed that the Tribulation Shrine was only about ferocious strikes of lightning, but if that was the case, it would be redundant. What reason would the Lightning Shrine have to exist if a greater Lightning Tribulation Shrine existed? No, it was more than that. Though Tribulation Lightning was a part of it, it was only a part. The true reason Ryu's grandfather never cleared this shrine's trial was due to his second humiliation. He constantly faced his inner heart demon, related to the daughter Mistress Holy Wing snatched from him. Ryu had such a deep respect for his grandfather for precisely this reason. He was willing to face such vicious attacks of the heart so often. Even after billions of years, he was unwilling to give up. He was a true man, a man willing to face anything. Whenever Ryu thought about how his grandfather's laughter would be just as bright whenever he returned from another failure, his eyes brimmed with a reddened rage. Holy Wing Clan. Ryu's roar was drowned out by continuous rumbling thunder, but the maddened glint in his eyes had returned. He forgot about his task. It was as though there was nothing more important than reaching Flash Mountain's true peak. Ailsa watched on with a worried expression. Because she could exist between reality and imaginary, the lightning couldn't touch her, but every strike of lightning that hit Ryu felt like it was hitting her. Still, watching Ryu's mental realm rapidly react, she knew that he wouldn't be willing to take a step back. This sort of cultivation speed, it could only be matched by someone prepared to take it to such drastic measures. With Ryu's mental realm talent, it would have taken decades to reach this level of growth. In the end, it would have resulted in him stalling at the immortal ring realm. But now, Ryu furiously formed his second thunder formation. Even under inhuman amounts of pain, the origin flame stayed true to its abilities. A perfect picture, without flaw, was projected from within it, giving the violent lightning no recourse but to listen to Ryu's demands. At the same time, Ryu's lightning Qilin blood boiled violently, as though enraged that such pitifully weak lightning was actually influencing it so much. As a result, though the lightning violently rampaged along Ryu's skin and shallow muscles, it became a docile child within his body. Thanks to his Kunin blood, Ryu's wounds, though painful, remained relatively superficial as he crawled toward the denser streaks of lightning. He had entered such a devilish state of cultivation that he hardly realized when the third thunder formation of the first of 10 stages formed. The 3 formations arranged themselves from smallest to largest, forming an inverted cone as they allowed the roots of the immortal Sakura to stabilize them. It was then that an abrupt change occurred. Ryu's immortal Sakura shone brightly, finally accumulating enough strength to evolve to its next stage. Chapter 193, Shrunk. Ryu's immortal Sakura vibrated. In the next moment, the transparent petals fell. The scene was just as beautiful as usual, but there was something different this time. The branches of the immortal Sakura shook with more vigor. Soon, the change became apparent. Slowly, the transparent petals were replaced one after another. The blossoms they came from soon became pure white flowers, exuding a purity and untouchable beauty. If before, the falling petals seemed like falling snowflakes, now they embodied that image perfectly. The new white petals crackled with lightning just like their predecessors, but they were far sturdier. Ryu, even in his sorry state, could tell that it wasn't impossible for these petals to withstand the strike of a chi refinement expert now. With a bit more maturity, blocking the attack of a spiritual severing realm expert wouldn't be impossible. According to Eska, immortal Sakura had 7 stages. The first stage was a sort of primer stage, while the remaining 6 were connected to the 6 mental realms. The primer stage was the translucent stage, representing the transparent petals that just fell from Ryu's immortal Sakura. This stage was the white stage, the stage that was officially tied to the spiritual entrance realm. The following stages were the cherry stage, the red stage, the violet stage, the purple-gold stage, and the gold stage. In truth, the white stage was meant to only be capable of blocking the attacks of pulse opening and chi refinement realm experts. However, that only referred to the base abilities of the immortal Sakura. There were 2 main reasons Ryu's had such great potential even though he only recently entered this stage. Firstly, his mental realm, which had been his weakest point, had suddenly grown past the level of even geniuses. Secondly, he had mutated the immortal Sakura by infusing lightning chi into its being. Though Eska had said this was possible, she also mentioned that this was a very advanced technique that even she took a long time to master. For her, it wasn't until she reached the red stage that she perfectly fused a new element into her immortal Sakura, making it stronger. Obviously, this didn't mean Ryu had suddenly become more talented than Eska in mental realm cultivation. He had both the Tribulation 9 clouds and his origin flame to thank for luck. The reason infusing a new element was so difficult was because one needed to stabilize the visualization at the same time, but Ryu found this very easy thanks to his origin flame. On top of this, the Tribulation 9 clouds provided a unique opportunity to infuse his mental realm with lightning chi. The most poignant point here was that Ryu used a continuous visualization within his mental realm, something which Eska, who was from ancient times, wasn't familiar with. Ryu snapped awake to find himself once more within a damp and hard-floored cave. He could vaguely remember dragging himself back out from under the barrage of lightning to come back here before completely collapsing. He had gone further than he thought. Reaching the true peak of Flash Mountain was a foolish dream for him who was so weak right now. That was a place even 6th-order king beasts didn't dare to venture. How could he make it there? But he had been able to form all 3 first-stage thunder formations. From Ryu's understanding, the forming of the formations was the actual difficult part. Once the formation was created, any form of lightning chi could be taken up. For example, it was impossible to create the next thunder formation with true tribulation lightning. However, once the formation was formed, Ryu could absorb regular lightning chi to grow it to its limits. Though, obviously, trying to satiate tribulation lightning with regular lightning was a tall task. When Ryu sent his thoughts toward his mental realm, he was ecstatic due to what he saw. His mental realm had actually expanded to 30 kilometers, and he had yet to fully satiate the third thunder formation. Of course, Ryu knew that it was only so easy to break his limits now because the realm was so low. Once he began tackling greater realms, breaking the shackles that bound him would become even more difficult. But he couldn't help but be happy that there was a path forward. "So you're finally awake. You're going to work big sis to death," Ailsa grumbled, but the expression on her face was actually quite happy. Ryu hadn't awoken for 3 days, and she practically exhausted herself trying to heal him appropriately. Ryu came to himself, hearing Ailsa's voice. "How much time do we have left?" "For the 1-month time limit. There's still a little less than 3 weeks left." "Good. I only need a day to finish them anyway. Let's continue." "You can't mean..." Ailsa couldn't even finish her grumbling before Ryu shot forward once more and into the sea of lightning. In the end, Ailsa couldn't bring herself to stop him. She knew the journey ahead was too grueling and too cruel. Ryu would soon learn why it was that fighting against one's own lack of talent was so difficult. Those true geniuses of the mental realm path Ryu was chasing after. Once they entered the spiritual endowment realm from the spiritual entrance realm, their mental realms would explode outward by 10 times, making their 10-kilometer limit stretch to 100 kilometers. However, once Ryu broke through, he wouldn't receive such good treatment. Since he artificially increased his limits, aside from an increase in spiritual chi quality and an improvement in his spiritual senses' ability to pick up fine details, his mental realm might even shrink instead of expand. Once the spiritual chi increases in quality, it will actually collapse in on itself, becoming thicker. This is the final step before the spiritual chi becomes your spiritual sea. Essentially, the fog that had once been in Ryu's mental realm would begin to thicken to nearly the point of becoming liquid. Others could offset this reduction by their mental realm's expansion, but Ryu wouldn't receive this. His mental realm might actually shrink by as much as half, if not more, by Ailsa's calculations. He had to work this hard. Ryu continuously charged further and further into the sea of lightning. Without a mind for himself, his only focus was on satiating his third thunder formation. 40 kilometers, 50, 60, 70. Ryu reached 100 kilometers by the end of the 3rd week. It was then he saw an opportunity, one to break into the spiritual endowment realm. He had so much more spiritual chi than one should have in this realm, so he followed his instincts and shattered open his spiritual vessel, only to witness the cruelty of reality. He could only watch as his mental realm rapidly shrunk before his eyes. Chapter 194, Hand in Ryu's Side. He wasn't too surprised by this sequence of events. Ailsa had made it clear that fighting against one's own lack of talent required a lifetime of effort. If he only had to go through this much to see lasting effects, even if not everyone would be willing, a large majority would. By then, almost everyone in existence would be a top-flight expert. Ailsa smiled encouragingly. "It's better than I thought it would be. The Tribulation 9 Clouds definitely has some miraculous abilities. Even with the shrinkage, your mental realm's size is still double that of an average talent." Ryu's mental realm had suddenly compressed back down from 100 kilometers to just 20, even worse than Ailsa expected. Since the average increase after entering the spiritual endowment realm was about 10 times, and an average starting began the spiritual entrance realm at around 100 meters and reached their limits at around a kilometer, Ailsa's calculations were fairly accurate. Still, it was painful to see all of his hard work flooded down the drain like this. What was more depressing was that Ryu had exhausted the first 3 thunder formations to their limits. This meant that if he wanted to push past his limits in this new realm, he would need to find a source of tribulation lightning because the next 9 thunder formations couldn't be formed with normal lightning chi. Ryu stood amid the rain of lightning, looking toward the peak of Flash Mountain. Currently, this level of lightning could barely tickle him, but that was only because he stood at the outer edge. By Ryu's calculations, he had only ventured about 10% of the way to the eye of the lightning storm. "Do you think there might be tribulation lightning further in?" "It's possible, but I would have to do some calculations to find out for sure. Either way, even if there is, your current self can't possibly make it there. It's better if I don't give you the temptation." Ryu smiled bitterly, certain that Ailsa saw him as a full masochist by now. He knew that Ailsa didn't have to go through so much trouble to find out the answer to his question, but she was feigning ignorance. Ailsa's feng shui comprehension should be greater than his own. While he would truly need tools and time to calculate, Ailsa should instinctually know. "I guess I'll have to cultivate normally for now until my body is strong enough. I can also consider letting you go after your immortal Sakura reached the cherry stage." "But, maintaining two visualizations, one for your mental realm and another for reality, will be difficult. So I'd prefer your body to be ready instead. So you're saying there is tribulation lightning? Ailsa turned her head away. I'm saying nothing of the sort. Hurry along now. I need to heal you and you have less than a week to complete the missions. Yes, Ryu mumbled. What was that? Yes, big sis. Ryu's face distorted, regretted his actions immensely. But, at least Ailsa's silver bell-like giggling was pleasing to listen to. To others, Ryu likely spent the past month pulling his hair out, trying to complete a bite that was far too large for him alone. But, for Ryu, he spent the past month in pretty much a single location, then truly began to complete his missions with just 5 days remaining. Ryu's speed reached yet another level. With his strength having been brought to 60,000 jin, his body had obviously become far better at resisting wind pressure. However, Ryu didn't need to personally run anywhere, but he now had his own beast companion. Ailsa lovingly called the Thunder Rock descendant Little Rock. It turned out that the little guy wasn't even 3 years old yet, but he already possessed such immense strength. According to Ailsa, it was inappropriate to call the little guy a Thunder Rock, his bloodline was far too thin. His parents were actually normal Thunder Hawks and a lucky series of events resulted in a repressed Thunder Rock gene presenting itself in Little Rock. Objectively speaking, he was a mutated Thunder Hawk. Maybe one day he would truly earn the right to be called a Thunder Rock. This aside, Little Rock's speed was just as fast as Ryu with the benefit of being able to fly. Though Ryu could also fly, he required far more energy to do so than Little Rock did since he didn't have wings. One could only imagine how fast Little Rock would be after breaking into the Fourth Order. Ryu covered the whole of Valor City territory in just 3 days, completing all sorts of tasks. Some required finding rare herbs, while others even required killing outlaws. No matter what it was, Ryu completed it with ease. The only tasks that provided some resistance were those requiring the finding of a person. After all, you couldn't kill an outlaw unless you found them first. But, Ryu's newly minted spiritual sense, not to mention his third perspective, made these matters far easier. It wasn't long before Ryu's journey led him back to the mercenary guild. Because he took 2 days off to heal, thanks to Ailsa's nagging, he only managed to return on the final day, only to find the mercenary guild bustling with enraged voices. Steward, this is ridiculous. The boy isn't coming, am I meant to watch my people starve? A familiar red-haired man was losing his patience more and more. Fourth Order mercenary squads, due to the dangerous nature of their missions, would only take them on when they absolutely had to. The fact they had been delayed by a whole month obviously put many of them in the negative. It wasn't just him either. Over the last month, the only other Fourth Order mercenary squad had come as well, only to be met by the same wall their colleagues had been. 2 men, one red-haired and the other black, both burly and tall, stood infuriated. But, though they vented their anger with their words, they didn't dare to step toward the receptionist, also known simply as the steward of the mercenary guild. Suddenly, the 2 men felt a streak of white brush by them. For a moment, they thought they smelled something intoxicating, a smell that made them feel endless comfort in their hearts. I would like to hand in these missions. A plain voice sounded. Those within the bustling guild hall could only watch in shock as the deep black mission papers reserved for Fourth Order missions were brought out one after another. Chapter 195, Extra Opportunities. Ryu was cut a sorry figure. He had already blown through all 10 robes he bought from Valor City, he hadn't seen any sort of luxury in a month, and the only thing protecting his decency was an already close to worn-out ice silk flexible armor. In truth, Ryu was a bit depressed about this. He spent over 30 million gold coins on this flexible armor alone, so seeing it not even last him 2 months got to even him, the scion who had never wanted for anything in his lifetime. You would think a middle black-grade treasure would be more durable than this. Yet, despite this, Ryu's white hair remained speckless, and his aura was far more piercing. The steward's eyes glowed with an odd light. Can I see your proof of completion, please? Ryu responded by bringing out 2 bushels of spiritual herbs, 2 severed heads, and 2 signed documents from satisfied clients. With each sweep of his spatial ring, it seemed the light in the steward's eyes only seemed to grow. The bustling mercenary guild fell into a silence. The steward's reception desk was accessible to all. The mercenary guild's entrance led right to his semicircular desk. To its back was a massive lobby area and a bar which scantily clad bartenders frequented. Funny enough, the bartenders, despite this description, were of both genders. Handsome men and beautiful women alike. The mercenaries weren't as dominated by men as convention might make it seem. Still, this sort of open floor plan made nearly everything that could be found on the guild's first floor easily seen by the eyes of anyone who paid attention. So, when Ryu suddenly brought out proof of his completed Fourth Order missions, it was no wonder a silence fell over the guild. The steward went through the proofs one by one. 10 lower chi stones, 15 lower chi stones, 3 lower chi stones, 5 lower chi stones, 8 lower chi stones, 12 lower chi stones. Your total is 53 lower chi stones. Hearing such a total, one could imagine the greed in the eyes of those in the surroundings. 53 lower chi stones. There was 53 million gold coins. Even if they had to split that among their mercenary squads, it would be enough to live like kings and queens for decades. Usually, it would take their squads weeks to complete a single Fourth Order mission. Then, whatever payment they received would have to be split amongst a team that sometimes had upwards of 10 people. On top of that, they would have to allocate a set number of funds to handle the inevitable gruesome injuries they would receive and maintain the weapons that kept them employed. By the end of it all, they'd be lucky to walk away with 50 to 100,000 gold coins, and that was if they were squad leaders. Team members received even less. To a commoner, this number was grand number. But to them, in order to maintain their lavish lifestyles, support a few mistresses, and live a life of overall luxury, this number was too small. To see a single person take home hundreds of times their earnings in a single sitting, it filled them with an irrational, honestly comical, rage. Could they had finished so many missions alone? No. If Ryu hadn't touched these missions, were they guaranteed to succeed? No. Had Ryu done this all on his own? Yes. But in their minds, the Mercenary Guild missions were their own. There were only 2 Fourth Order squads. When had they ever faced this sort of situation? Since they formed, they had had practically free reign over the missions. It wasn't that there weren't those more powerful than them. If this was the best the Outer Ring had to offer, wouldn't it be too pitiful? It was rather that those with power on the level of Ryu wouldn't ever use the Mercenary Guild. To many, the mercenary profession was looked down upon. They didn't have loyalties, so they couldn't accumulate faith unless they themselves became an undefeatable expert. But, even then, individual faith rarely, if ever, matched clan and sect faith. As a result, the geniuses and true experts of the Outer Ring didn't use this establishment. As for how a guild seen in this way had a steward with so much prestige, maybe that was a secret for another time. Kid, if you know what's good for you. A flash suddenly passed by the red-haired man's shoulder. In the next instant, a cry of pain erupted from his lips. Pools of blood flooded the guild's floors. A man who was once tall and burly lay on the ground, clutching a shoulder stump that should have had an arm attached. Ryu wasn't a giving person. In the past, he tormented people with his words whenever they pissed him off, but in this lifetime, he had no need to do such things. He was willing to lay down his pride for the sake of his family, but when it came to no-name individuals, especially mere lower spiritual severing realm experts who deemed to speak to him in such a way, he had no patience for it. No matter what, Ryu was a scion of the Tatsuya clan. His pride bore deep into his bones. Plus, he hadn't exactly had the coziest of last months. He spent almost 4 weeks being beaten down by lightning he couldn't retaliate against. It wasn't in him to let the slightest slight go right now. Youths are truly energetic. The steward clicked his tongue, but didn't seem to care about the red-haired man. You know, someone needs to clean that. Ryu slid back one of the lower chi stones the steward had just given to him, taking the remaining 52 with him. He hadn't done this for the money to begin with. Leopold's wealth was thousands of times this and it was all Ryu's now. He only had 2 real reasons for coming here. The first was faith for the Awoken Moon sect. Thanks to his pupils, he could feel the subtle changes in the badge that hung from his hip. The second was convenience. Since he needed to train anyway, these tasks were the perfect method. But, he had been disappointed by how easy they were. The steward chuckled at Ryu's actions, but still kept the chi stone. It's rare to have youngsters of your talent willing to cooperate with our mercenary guild, and a mighty throne at that, who would have thought? I can provide you some extra opportunities, what do you think? As the guild was frozen by Ryu's actions and the steward's words, maybe only the 2 men in question noticed the entrance of a group of cloaked figures. Chapter 196, Did I say? An opportunity? Ryu's gaze met the steward's, whose eyes shifted slightly to watch the new guests enter. Yes, an opportunity. The steward turned back to Ryu. You may have already picked up on some peculiarities of our mercenary guild. As a throne, you're in a unique position other geniuses are not. Ryu immediately understood what the steward meant. Mercenaries were looked down upon because it wasn't a conventional occupation of the martial world. Without loyalties or ties, they couldn't accumulate faith by normal means, and as such, were usually avoided by geniuses of Ryu's caliber, or even lesser geniuses as well. However, weren't thrones in the same boat? By being a throne, Ryu was in a unique position. He had already chosen the path of accumulating faith based on his own abilities rather than relying on a clan or sect. As such, he was a prime candidate for the mercenary guild. And even more poignant than that, the steward's words seemed to imply he wouldn't be the first throne to take this path and join their guild. Do you know anything about this mercenary guild, Ailsa? Ryu couldn't help but admit he was intrigued. Ailsa shook her head. Matters related to current events are quite muddied for me. This answer surprised Ryu as well. Hadn't Ailsa been looking for him for 900 million years? You would think that someone with such a task would be completely clued into the happenings of the realm they were searching in. But maybe the fairies had their own unique methods. Then again, fairies couldn't exist in realms like this one without their life partner acting as an anchor, so maybe it made perfect sense that Ailsa would know little about such things. Ryu nodded. I would be lying if I said I wasn't interested. The steward smiled. Looking now, Ryu realized that the steward was actually quite the handsome man. It was just that his presence seemed to so easily blend into the surroundings that it was too easy to overlook this. To make matters more curious, Ryu actually couldn't pinpoint his cultivation. Of course, this was only because Ryu wasn't actively using third perspective, which could function regardless of cultivation. But this fact alone either meant that this man had a technique capable of hiding his cultivation, or he was so strong that Ryu's passive pupil abilities couldn't see through him. In the case the latter was true, he was a divine vessel realm expert at the bare minimum, and more likely stronger than even that. This outer ring is so odd. First Blacksmith Ember is a hidden divine vessel expert, and now this steward. In a place where such powers should be rare, why do they seemingly pop up everywhere? In order for you to take hold of this opportunity, I would usually need to test you. But thrones are an exception to this rule. Though, the steward's voice trailed off. Ryu could tell what he wanted to say. Technically speaking, Ryu was the likely weakest of the thrones they had ever recruited. This wasn't because of his cultivation or age, it was rather because he was the throne of a mere fifth-order sect. Even the only two other thrones of this plane were the throne of core region sects and clans, which would make anyone assume Ryu was the weakest. How could the steward know that the truth was actually the opposite? Not only was Ryu a throne, he was technically one of a ninth-order sect, making him among the most powerful, in terms of combat prowess, thrones they had ever recruited. In truth, there were plenty of individuals hidden in the dark that knew the past of the Awoken Moon sect and as such, took Ryu far more seriously. But maybe this steward's position within the mercenary guild was too low to know this, or why else would he be a manager in this mere outer ring? The steward read Ryu's expression. He could see the lofty arrogance in the young man's silver eyes, seemingly uncaring of the steward's blatant slight. This made the steward even more interested in this Ryu character. There was no shortage of arrogant geniuses, but one so arrogant that they cared nothing for the opinions of others was incredibly rare. It was at this moment that the cloaked figures reached the curved reception desk. They were unfeeling. Walking by the bloodied pool, the red-haired man still screamed in without a care in the world. Throne Ryu, I presume. The voice that spoke came from a woman. It sounded like a gentle spring or the soft pitter-patter of light rain. However, Ryu didn't miss the commanding undertone. This woman was very much used controlling matters in the palm of what must be her lovely hand. Interestingly enough, these cloaked figures didn't come for the steward. In fact, even the usually calm and aloof mercenary guild receptionist had a hint of caution in his deep black eyes. Ryu sent a glance toward the woman. He didn't like her tone, not even in the slightest, but he retracted his innate urge to lash out, tempering it down and cooling his reflexes. You are, the woman giggled. It sounded so ominous that even the red-haired fourth-order mercenary squad leader didn't dare to continue to scream. Under the helping hand of his teammates, and holding his severed arm in another hand, he limped away. Asking a cloaked woman her name, isn't that a bit too silly? Ryu stared coldly at the shadows that covered her face for a long while. He was irritated beyond belief. This woman dared to ask him for his identity while blatantly disdaining to tell him hers. Without another word, Ryu turned to leave. He was aware that it was foolish to provoke someone who was very obviously so powerful. Seeing her entry, Ryu no longer hesitated to use his third perspective. From his understanding, this woman was in the immortal ring realm. Not just that, even the weakest of her subordinates were within the divine vessel realm, with a few even being in the connecting heaven realm. If Leopold, who drove Ryu to near death, met this group, his only option would be death. Did I say that you could leave? The woman giggled once more, but Ryu seemed to have not heard her, causing her eyes to flicker with disdain. Edwin, she said plainly. In that instant, just as Ryu made it to the door, the large man took action. A pressure the likes of which could collapse a mountain bearing down on his back. There was no suspense. The fist collided with Ryu, sending him flying out of the guild, crashing through numerous buildings, and landing in a bloody heap. Chapter 197. Rage shock didn't just pervade the mercenary guild, it felt as though the whole of the circle of elites fell into an eerie silence. Though many didn't know exactly what happened, anyone bold enough to start a fight in the middle of Valor City wasn't to be trifled with. To make matters worse, their valiant city lord, who would have normally acted immediately, showed no signs of moving. City Lord Valor was a man who took no nonsense. Seeing the City Lord Manor remain as silent as the partially crowded streets, many more intelligent people slowly backed away, completely unwilling to get involved. This wasn't a place where normal civilians gathered, it was the circle of elites for a reason. It was obvious why they didn't immediately react with stereotypical screaming and crying such destruction usually brought about. The front wall of the mercenary guild was completely destroyed. It looked as though someone had completed the building but forgot to mount up the fourth wall. At the same time, several buildings from the guild were in shambles, several directly collapsed, likely resulting in some severe injuries and maybe even some deaths. Though most of those within the circle of elites were cultivators, not all of them would be invulnerable to such destruction. The gazes of the crowd shifted to the man who still had his hand in the air. A murky red, almost maroon aura coated his fists before it slowly faded away. He looked down on his hand as though he was dissatisfied with something. The steward's frown set in deeply. His words toward recruiting Ryu weren't hidden in the slightest. Wasn't it a slap to his face that these individuals killed him right in front of him? To make matters worse, Ryu's only crime was walking away. It was worth attacking a chi refinement expert with the strength of a connecting heaven realm expert for something so insignificant. Did I ask you to kill him? The cloaked woman's voice was just as nonchalant and gentle as usual, but Erwin's large frame shook violently. CC calm, he tried to get his words out, but it seemed he had forgotten how to speak. The sound of gritting teeth sounded. In the next instant, something astonishing happened. The large cloaked man coated his palm in the odd red aura once more, chopping down on his own arm. A sick cracking sound reverberated through the silence, sending a shiver down the spine of those who watched. It felt as though the whole of Valor City didn't dare to breathe. Go and dig out his body before his soul completely dissipates. The cloaked woman said plainly. We need to see if he was the one we were looking for through his mental realm. And don't think that this will be the end of this, you'll have to answer to the others for this mistake. If thousands of years' worth of efforts go down the drain because of you, the consequences will be your own. The woman was absolutely certain that Ryu was dead. As an immortal ring expert, she had already opened her spiritual pulse and vessel before proceeding to the soul birth realm. She didn't sense Ryu's life force in the direction he should be in. Therefore, he could only be dead, a reality that made countless people sigh. A throne, gone, just like this. However, as the one-armed Edwin dug through the piles of debris, his strength easily allowing him to sift through several tons worth of brick, wood and metal, it became increasingly peculiar the longer he spent. Several bodies were pulled out, some heavily injured, and some already dead, but none of them were Ryu. After several minutes passed, the nonchalant cloaked female finally moved. Her aura blazed, sending a cycle of debris and bodies flying into the air. The destruction she caused in an instant was easily multiple times worse than anything Edwin had done. But, to her surprise, even as her eyes darted around through the raining corpses, not a single was Ryu. In that moment, the female felt as though a spear of ice stabbed into her spine. The cold shiver was so severe that she froze, almost resulting in the root of a building crashing directly into her. Her head snapped toward a particular direction, a building far in the distance, but to her surprise, there was nothing there. However, the fear still lingered, an uncomfortable cold blanketed her soul. Never in her life had she ever this way. It will be okay, Ryu. Ailsa shook with rage worse than the victim himself. One day we'll kill her. Ryu didn't look away from the cloaked woman's gaze. Blood dripped from his back down his leg as his gaze filled with endless will for slaughter pierced through her. He wanted to rip her pieces, even if it meant doing it with his bare hands, but he was well aware that he didn't have the strength to do so. If one saw the state of Ryu's back, they would be in complete shock that he was even breathing, let alone standing with the will to fight. The moment he met those cloaked figures, he knew that leaving would be a problem. So, he purposely set up a situation where they would attack him. In that instant, he circulated his northern heavenly wind to his peak abilities, rushing forward with his greatest speed just as Edwin's fist collided with him. The result was the great mitigation of Edwin's blow, but even still, Ryu almost died. Taking advantage of the chaos, Ryu then wore his cloak and swallowed 2 silver vein petals to enter the breath of world meditation state, which was a step above breath of heaven. Thanks to the silver vein spirit-seeking lilies, he could stay in breath of world now for just as long as he could usually stay in breath of earth, which was already several hours. In this state, even an immortal ring expert couldn't sense him. Ryu glared at the cloaked woman until she left, his rage still brewing. But in the end, he controlled himself. Using breath of world, he sensed the changes in his body and attempted to tap into his ice jade crystal body's healing factor. However, even with Ailsa's help, it wasn't easy to deal with injuries caused by a connecting heaven realm expert. Ryu only managed to barely keep himself together. He wouldn't be able to recover without several months of effort if things remained like this. Still, under the stunned eyes of the citizens of Valor City, Ryu did something that shocked them all. He simply couldn't swallow his rage, no matter how hard he tried. This was the only method he could think of to slap that woman's face while he didn't have the strength to do so just yet. In broad daylight, not even an hour after those events, Ryu walked back into the mercenary guild as though nothing had happened. "I'd like to take you up on your offer," he said to the steward. Chapter 198. Allotted time. Ryu's reappearance was shocking, to say the least. Valor City's circle of elites was in shambles, but aside from the trouble to their fourth wall, the mercenary guild was relatively intact. In fact, many mercenaries were still gathered, excitedly speaking of the events that occurred barely a couple dozen minutes ago. It was under these circumstances Ryu reappeared. Not only was he obviously not dead, as many had expected after his body was nowhere to found, his condition actually seemed far better than when he first entered the guild earlier that day. Before, his clothes were ripped in several places, his hair, though still speckless, was unkempt, and even his flexible armor showed signs of withering away. However, the Ryu who appeared now took no attempt to hide his aura. His body seemed several times its actual size. Those here could see the rage boiling within his eyes. His back was so straight that it almost felt as though his feet were connected to the skies. His clothes were crisp and clean, drenched in a dark endless black. His silver eyes pierced through the veil of space, forcing those who saw him to look away. Even the steward, who was currently facing the brunt of Ryu's rage, felt his heart palpitate uncontrollably. He seemed to remember his earlier doubts. Not only had he had them, he even subtly laid them out before this young man. What was he thinking? Ryu's eyebrow raised. Can it be that your mercenary guild doesn't dare? The steward, had it not been for his years of experience, would have blushed in shame. He was just speaking to Ryu about how many thrones they had taken under their wings. If he now backed away because of the actions of a mere immortal ring expert, wouldn't he be slapping himself in the face? He could see the clear disdain Ryu had for the cloaked woman. Could it be this young man really didn't put such an expert in his eyes? To those of the pedestal plane, and even to a large segment of the blossom plane, the immortal ring realm was a lofty god-like level they would never touch. But to Ryu, an immortal ring realm cultivator hadn't even been worthy to be his maid, let alone dare to raise a hand against him. There would come a day where he'd slaughter her. Even if he could kill her by underhanded means, he wouldn't do so. He wanted her to see the day she was helpless before him. To some, Ryu's rage was likely overboard. Even the half-step connecting heaven realm steward trembled under his unbridled aggression. But this was the person Ryu had always been, and was also the reason Ailsa felt he was still immature. Still, at the moment, Ailsa was even angrier than he was. Our mercenary guild fears no one. After a moment, the steward recollected himself. His words weren't exactly true. However, the method the cloaked woman used to come here gave him plenty of leeway. Though he had a pretty good guess of who she was and where she came from, he could deny his knowledge due to her own attempts at secrecy. Objectively speaking, his organization truly wouldn't fear a single immortal ring expert. In addition, even if she was from where he assumed, they wouldn't be able to completely ignore their guild's face either. Like this, both organizations would be able to work under a veneer of cordiality, allowing their normal operations to continue unhindered. The steward led Ryu up the stairs of the guild toward a back room. Thanks to its location, all of walls were completely intact. Or, maybe it was designed such that even such a large blast couldn't harm it. Those of Valor City will likely be unwilling to serve you any longer. The other major cities might soon receive news of this event and likewise be unwilling. Maybe the enemies you should be most worried of aren't those cloaked individuals, but rather all of those ambitious individuals with nothing better to do with their time than to make things difficult for others. Seeing that Ryu didn't seem to care for his advice, the steward wrapped it up quickly and said nothing more. Though he was curious about how Ryu escaped such an ordeal, he didn't ask about this either. Their guild was built of loners. Though there were some squads, they were mostly concentrated in the lower echelons. Higher echelon squads also existed, but they were made up of 3 or 4 individuals max, usually only 2, actually. Simply put, he was used to dealing with people who liked to keep their own secrets. Our organization is split into 2 levels. What you see on the surface are split into orders. However, these individuals only have the right to receive layman missions. The true power of our guild lies in our stars. You have reached the minimum power requirement for a 1-star mercenary. 1-star mercenaries have the strength of spiritual severing realm experts, while our highest designation, the legendary 9-star mercenary, is reserved for those with the strength of sky gods. The steward scanned Ryu's reaction to this information, a hint of pride in his eyes, but he couldn't help but be shocked when he was met with the same deadpan gaze. Why do you feel the need to have these 2 levels? Ryu asked plainly. The issue here was obvious. It seemed like a hassle to have 2 different grading systems. What exactly was the point of having 2 spiritual severing realm tiers? 4th order mercenaries and 1-star mercenaries. It seemed like complexity for the sake of complexity. According to the steward's words, there were tougher missions for stars. But, instead of having order missions and star missions, why not just grade star missions higher within the order missions ranking system and give them to higher ranked order mercenaries? The steward nodded. This makes sense on the surface, but there are many purposes this system has. I'll give you an example. What if our guild receives a mission to a small realm where entry is restricted by Cultivation realm? In that case, we'd need individuals with the highest battle prowess possible. Ryu suddenly understood. If this logic was taken, there were definitely many applications where this system would be useful. But, he somehow felt that this was only a surface explanation. His instincts were telling him that there was an even deeper reason that even the steward wasn't aware of. As a steward, I have the right to award you a 1-star ranking, but if you want to progress, you will have to leave this outer ring. The steward opened a small black box hidden in a compartment of his dark office. Taking out a black ring, he solemnly handed it to Ryu, a small bit of concealed envy within his eyes. But, he quickly regained his cool when he remembered that he would be rewarded for finding Ryu. Take your time and refine this treasure. Only if you are worthy, as I think you are, will you succeed. If you fail to succeed within the allotted time, the ring will grind itself to dust. Chapter 199. Whole new world. It felt as though the whole of Valor City watched Ryu casually stroll out of the mercenary guild. His cold gaze swept over the destroyed guild front, a sneer coating his features. Considering the throbbing of his pupils, there were definitely several big-name characters eyeing him currently with not a single clue that his third perspective had already sniffed them all out. Ryu directly walked the streets of the circle of elites, leaving along the main road and through the large gates. His back disappeared into the distant dense forest and all traces of him completely vanished. Within the central mansion of Valor City, known as Valor Manor, a bronzed-skinned man sat in a well-decorated maroon office, facing a large glass expanse that looked out over the city. This man was none other than City Lord Valor, and considering the oppressive aura that seemed to multiply gravity several times over, he wasn't in the best of moods. He had half a mind to swoop down from his perch and bend Ryu over his knee. Did this child never receive a spanking in his youth? How could he be so brazen? This obviously wasn't what pissed the City Lord off. In fact, he quite liked Ryu's actions. They reminded him of a younger him who was far less of a coward. If the youthful Saladin Valor saw his older self now, he'd probably spit on the ground and curse him to the high heavens. But the older Saladin Valor had too much to lose. Maybe this was a rite of passage that happened to everyone, or maybe that was just an excuse he told to make himself feel better. By Valor City law, those cloaked figures should be executed. Their actions led to the deaths of dozens of innocent individuals. Yet, this pathetic older self of his actually had the fleeting thought of capturing Ryu instead. He was so disgusted by his own thoughts that he nearly vomited. He knew he would be blamed for what happened today. Ryu's actions blatantly slapped the faces of those cloaked figures. His inaction would be seen as taking a side by those shameless bastards despite the fact he had allowed them to do as they pleased as well. Saladin closed his eyes, his rich brown beard suddenly graying in an instant. In a war between kings, it was the commoners that suffered the most. When Ryu returned to his ice cave within Awoken Moon Sect territory, he collapsed into a bloody heap. All of the pent-up rage and adrenaline that had kept him standing seemed to dissipate, causing Ailsa to rush into her full form to tend to him, unshed tears in her eyes. Since the enemies of the Awoken Moon Sect hadn't dared to finish them off in all this time and constantly chose to use roundabout methods, Ryu felt that this was actually the safest place despite everyone being aware that he was their throne. And, maybe, considering he stealthily entered the sect, no one would think that he'd come here to begin with. Ailsa worked tirelessly. Now that her intimacy with Ryu had deepened by a stage, she could remain in her true form for half an hour a day and use her cultist martial art more effectively. Natural energy formed an organic formation. Ailsa's healing abilities worked differently than those of Fisha fairies. The reason she couldn't heal Ryu in battle was because she needed preparation time and a stable environment. Cultist fairies were more in tune with the natural order than even other fairies. It allowed them a great understand of the natural flow of energy, which was where their knowledge of nurturing stemmed from. The cultist martial arts took control of the natural flow of energy, using them to promote a myriad of results. Currently, Ailsa could only use it to provide a great boost to healing and recovery, but there were many other applications she would have to wait for Ryu to grow stronger to execute. Still, right now, she wanted nothing more than to heal Ryu. Weeks ticked by before Ryu was finally able to stay awake under his own power. Ryu had experienced what it felt like to sustain injuries from those a higher grade of strength than before. Objectively speaking, this injury was even worse than the ones he sustained being chased by Leopold. It was clear from this that Ailsa's healing abilities were truly top-notch. In fact, from his understanding, Ailsa was actually heavily handicapped. Not just by his own strength, but also because of their current environment. The cultist martial art required a balance of energy. This required both the yin and yang of every major element to reach a delicate equilibrium. Because the Awoken Moon Sect was so heavily yin and water, it was difficult for Ailsa to form the necessary balance here. A less extreme area would have definitely been more effective. But there was nothing they could do about this being the safest place. Seeing the small Ailsa slumbering on his chest, Ryu felt an inexplicable warmth despite the cold environment. He would be lying if he said that he didn't find it silly that Ailsa was doing so much for him simply because fate chose him as her life partner, but that didn't mean she wasn't growing on him. It was impossible to push away someone whose actions were so sincere. A slight pain took hold of Ryu's back as he slowly pushed himself up, cupping Ailsa's small body in his hand so as not to wake her up. It seemed he wasn't fully healed yet, but that couldn't be helped. He laid the sleeping Ailsa on his thigh as he entered a state of meditation. After adjusting himself, his gaze landed on the black ring on his finger. "I just have to refine this treasure," Ryu remembered the steward's words. The test to become a star mercenary was refining this ring. If he couldn't do so quickly enough, the ring would self-destruct. The difficulty was directly decided by the cultivation of the one attempting, with the lowest threshold being for spiritual severing realm experts. Meaning, despite the fact Ryu was a realm lower, the difficulty wouldn't decrease any further. But Ryu wasn't worried. Refining a treasure could be done in two ways. One was with chi and the other with spiritual chi. When Ryu took the spatial rings of the elders of the Natural Order sect, they had been protected with spiritual chi, same with the Glove of Order. This was because refining a treasure with one's chi realm made it more difficult to establish a connection than if done with one's mental realm. Still, in maybe an interesting bit of irony, Ryu didn't choose to use his far more talented chi realm. He would be given the 1-star test, but his mental realm was on the level of a 2-star. Without hesitating, Ryu's spiritual chi poured out like a sea of lightning. In the next instant, a whole new world was opened within his mind. Chapter 200. Primus Ryu was stunned by what he saw around him. He had just been within a minimalistically decorated ice cave, but now he had so suddenly been warped into a world of gentle white fog. Oddly enough, it didn't feel frustrating that he couldn't see more than a single meter in front of himself, but rather felt comfortable. The feeling was so out of bounds from what Ryu thought he should be experiencing that it ironically made him more on edge. It felt as though someone was manipulating him. It was only after Ryu calmed himself that he realized that it wasn't his body that was sent into this space, but his mind. This ring, it had an eerily similar function to the Zhu clan's crystalline jade. Congratulations on achieving 1-star status and welcome to the dream world, Osiris. Your invitation will be credited to 5th Order Steward, Oramus. Vision. The gentle voice of what sounded like an amiable old man rang in Ryu's ears. He could immediately tell that this was a message written into a complex formation matrix. There wasn't actually another human here. Rather, the formation would simulate the consciousness of a human and the voice of one using information fed to it by its creator as a foundation. Ryu's frown deepened. He didn't like this situation one bit. Osiris is the hidden meeting place of star mercenaries. Some people call this place a dream world, others a matrix world, and still others call it a mind hive. In this place, you can receive and be accredited for missions, you can be alerted when missions appear in your general area, and you can connect with fellow star mercenaries of your and other realms. To a normal individual, this sounds great. Convenient, even, but to Ryu, the more he heard, the worse his mood became. The Zhu clan crystalline jade was a closed space. Only Ryu could enter and exit it, even the ancestors within could only stay put. But, this place was very clearly an open world. What did this mean? It meant that Ryu's mind, under the behest of someone else's machinations, was being projected into this dream world. This process necessitated a perfect understanding of Ryu's body and, more importantly, his secrets. When this was understood, it became perfectly clear why Ryu began to feel more and more uncomfortable within this gentle atmosphere. He felt that he should turn tail and run at his fastest speed in the opposite direction. The skill required to build such a world was beyond his imagining. When he thought of Steward Oramus' gloating expression when he mentioned 9-star sky gods, his heart sank even further. To make matters worse, the automated voice mentioned multiple realms, meaning this organization was bigger than even Ryu anticipated. The truth was that Ryu was aware of there being multiple realms long ago. Realms were so numerous that they could be considered to be near infinite. Generally, realms were split into numerous tiers and grading systems. A realm like Ryu's, who had birthed many sky gods in its history and had 3 immortal rank planes, was already near the top, which was why Ryu didn't particularly give much thought to other planes. There was no need for him to do so. There wasn't much of a difference between his world and the topmost anyway. But, although they were ranked near the top, that didn't mean they were the top. And, it also didn't mean that there weren't numerous realms that matched them in power. For the current Ryu, traveling across realms was difficult. But, for characters on this level, would they be lacking in funds like Ryu would be? Forced to wait 2 years for an optimal time. In addition, didn't that voice say that he would automatically receive notifications for missions near his region? So didn't that mean this ring doubled as a tracker? Everything seemed to be going from bad to worse. Without hesitation, Ryu projected his mind back to his body, wanting to leave. He would revisit the possibility of this path once he was more powerful, but for now, it was foolish. One only needed to remember how the Zhu ancestors knew every one of Ryu's secrets, even down to his heavenly pupils, after he opened his mind up to their crystalline jade, to know how dangerous this place was. But, maybe Ryu should have anticipated that his attempt wouldn't be so easily realized. Please do not attempt to leave. This process is highly dangerous. It is very possible for your mind to be permanently disconnected from your body. Ryu nearly spit on the ground, grinding his teeth toward the shamelessness of this world's creator. He or she spun this matter as though they were worrying for his own safety, when it was obvious to anyone with half a brain that even they knew no one would willingly submit themselves to such scrutiny. Osiris is 100% committed to protecting the privacy of our mercenaries. It was created by a union of sky gods, and none of them can access the information stored within my system without the consent of an 80% majority. Ryu snorted in his mind. The fact it could happen at all was enough for him to avoid the possibility in its entirety. In addition, the martial world was a place where the strong ruled and regulations were for the weak. It would be too naive of Ryu to believe the system's words. Osiris will now begin a screening. Ryu's expression turned grave, immediately thinking of numerous countermeasures. Cultivation detected, points given for battle prowess. Skeletal grade detected, points given for talent. Ancestral bloodline detected. Ancestral bloodline detected. Ancestral bloodline detected. Ancestral bloodline detected, points given for talent. Ancestral meridians detected, points given for talent. False spiritual foundation detected, points deducted for talent. Mental realm analysis complete, points deducted for talent. Ryu's eyes widened. Suddenly, a faint excitement overcame him. Sky gods weren't able to detect his spiritual foundation because it was protected by the Phoenix Sky God. If this was true, and the system was automated, this meant that his talent, as seen by the sum of its parts, would be calculated as trash by the system. And it didn't seem to notice his heavenly pupils. Was that because of Ailsa? Or, either way, it was fantastic. Calculations complete. Talent designation, subcommon. Battle prowess designation, black. Please choose which Sky God's faction you would like to enter. If you are rejected, you will enter as a factionless and have an opportunity to join one of the lesser factions later on. Ryu suddenly understood what the point of all of this was. Osiris was split into numerous factions headed by Sky Gods. These were obviously busy individuals. They didn't have the time to approve every single talent they took under their wings, so they allowed the system to do it for them. Within a certain threshold, they would accept. If you were below this threshold, you would be rejected. With Ryu's evaluation, there was no way any Sky God would accept him. So, he planned on not choosing at all and simply entering as a factionless as the system called it. But, he was immediately stunned by the list of names that appeared before him. It wasn't because of who they were, but the sheer number of them. If he counted correctly, there were 13. 13 Sky Gods, all part of this one organization. Ryu was absolutely stunned. He forced himself to calm down. This was only more reason to turn tail and run. After he left, he would place the ring into his pupil's inner world where no one could detect it. It was then that Ryu suddenly froze. Even with his level of control, he almost irresistibly felt his eyes water. The name he saw shook him so fiercely that his hand uncontrollably had already swept forward before his mind could say no, right toward the only name with a 0 by its side. Faction chosen, evaluation pending. Congratulations, you have been accepted into the faction of the saintly weapon Sky God, Primus Tatsuya. Chapter 201. Indifference. Ryu stared into the deep white fog for a long time, unable to calm his emotions. He had never met his great-grandfather before, but just seeing the Tatsuya name caused feelings he had been pressing down for too long to come bubbling up. The result was him doing something impulsive. But, even if you asked him after he calmed him, he didn't regret it for even a moment. Primus Tatsuya, his father, Titus Tatsuya's grandfather. His grandfather, Saint Tatsuya's father. Founder of the Tatsuya clan, conqueror of the fire dragon, legend of the Shrine Plain. What Ryu couldn't understand is why his great-grandpa would be here. From his cursory understanding, this so-called mercenary guild was likely created by great talents who hadn't bothered to build their own clans. As such, they needed a different method of gathering faith for themselves, an especially important commodity for those of their level. The issue was that Ryu's great-grandpa had the Tatsuya clan. Could this place really provide him something they couldn't have? And, even if it could, why would his name have a 0 beside it? Even the second lowest number had several hundred under its charge. How could he possibly gather of faith if he had 0 members of his faction until Ryu came along? Ryu knew that under normal circumstances, he wouldn't be able to join a Sky God's faction. In fact, he half expected to be rejected from his own ancestors' faction as well. But, it was likely that Osiris made special provisions for descendants of the 13 Sky Gods. Almost as though to confirm this, direct descendant status confirmed, The world all around could only be described as a land of fire. Arcs of molten lava shot into the air like rings of smoldering red gold. A man sat at the center of this carnage, seemingly completely oblivious to the danger. In fact, his red-black robes were somehow completely untouched. In mortal terms, the man seemed to be between 30 and 40 years old. His stature was large. Even seated, he seemed to tower above those of average height. His fiery red hair danced like flames instead of strands, accentuating his sharp, handsome jawline. The man had just sensed something he shouldn't have. Someone joined his faction, but with the impossible standards he set, that much was impossible. If he recalled correctly, the only person in history to ever meet those standards was his grandson's kid. But he was unfortunately born with a false spiritual foundation. If Ryu could hear the man's thoughts, he would be shocked. From his understanding, Primus Tatsuya hadn't even paid their clan a visit in millions of years. How could he possibly know anything about a great-grandson that only lived for 1,000 years? Though, as he thought these thoughts, Primus' emotional state hardly shifted. In fact, it could be said he was indifferent, as though Ryu's unfortunate plight had nothing to do with him. Primus sent his mind into a conspicuous golden ring on his finger, looking up the information of his faction in an instant. Saintly Weapon Sky God Faction, 1. Ryu Tatsuya. Talent Designation, Subcommon. Battle Prowess Designation, Black. Status, Direct Descendant. Primus froze. Even if he only saw the name, he would have known immediately that it was his great-grandson. He didn't need to see his status. In all of existence, no one would dare to take the Tatsuya name without his acknowledgement. It was then that Primus' indifferent attitude cracked slightly. It was incredibly subtle, nothing more than a calm glint in his once indifferent eyes, but it appeared, nonetheless. It could be described as curiosity. Subcommon. Black. Primus thought to himself, I'll become a laughingstock having a descendant like this. It would have been fine if Ryu had the lesser, descendant, status. In fact, there were other sky gods with descendants who were lacking similarly. But, direct descendant, meant something completely different. It was impossible for Primus to divorce himself from Ryu. Still, Primus was curious. How was it that Ryu had made it this far? How could someone without cultivation pass the test? And how could a mortal survive for 900 million years? Primus opened Ryu's evaluation. What he saw confirmed without a shadow of a doubt that Ryu was the very great-grandson he was thinking of. Though, he found it odd that he didn't see Ryu's heavenly pupils noted. Did the lad figure a way to hide it? If Ryu saw this, he'd be shaking his head at the unfairness of it all. 80% of the sky gods must vote yes before they could see his information, huh? Well, luckily, Primus was only able to do this because Ryu joined his faction. Primus could easily block other sky gods from looking. In the end, Primus saw the dreaded false spiritual foundation once more. But, when he looked toward Ryu's cultivation, he received another shock. Lower chi refinement realm, something's wrong. Even if he survived 900 million years, his cultivation shouldn't be so pitiful, right? The issue was that Primus could also see Ryu's basic information, including his age. This great-grandson of his that was born nearly 1 billion years ago was somehow only 18. What was going on? Still, only chi refinement at 18. That was slow too. It was impossible for Primus to think of a sky god's inheritance. There were simply no legacies that worked like the Phoenix sky gods, and as far as he was aware, there was no sky god legacy possible to inherit without passing a trial requiring a certain level of cultivation to complete. In the end, Primus silently sent his mind back to his body. After his initial curiosity, he once more became indifferent. Family, love, compassion. When one had seen trillions of years, how much had they gone through? How many of their so-called family had long since died? How much love had they given out only for it to be severed? It was impossible to expect a sky god to still be tied down by worldly affairs. Chapter 202. Techniques. Ryu's mind left the dream world. After a few moments, he managed to calm himself, regaining his usual demeanor. He understood that there was nothing to be happy about. Experts who treated their descendants with love like his parents and grandparents did were incredibly rare. Usually, mostly out of necessity, grand cultivators, especially at the sky god level, grew detached as a method to protect their state of mind. What would happen if you gained the ability to live trillions of years, but those you loved could never do the same? Why would anyone want to subject themselves to the pain of suffering such losses again and again? If it grew severe enough, such experiences could lead to an irreparable heart demon that would ensure that the expert never progressed in their cultivation again. Though they never talking about, Ryu knew that his grandparents had had more than just one child in their lifetimes of several billion years. It was just that his parents happened to be the only two that survived as the most talented. As for his great-grandfather, the losses he had faced were likely several times more. This was something all those who stood at the top of the world faced. Ryu didn't expect his great-grandfather to suddenly swoop down and take him under his wing, treating him with love and affection. It was very possible that his great-grandfather didn't act as the Tatsuya clan was being destroyed precisely because he had no intention of entangling himself in such worldly affairs. If that was the case, he wasn't Ryu's ally, he was an enemy. Ryu's gaze grew colder. Ryu didn't need any more evidence. The fact that his great-grandfather hadn't contacted him immediately despite the fact Ryu was certain he was already aware of his existence was telling. With their connection through Osiris, it would have been as easy as breathing for him to do so. Primus Tatsuya wasn't someone Ryu could rely upon. But, Ryu had every intention of milking his Sky God title for all that it was worth. His usual disposition would have him rather die than accept the help of someone who cared so little for him, but Ryu wasn't in a position to act as he pleased. His great-grandfather had better hope that his loved ones survived, or else there'd come a day where he would grow powerful enough to force him to kneel before their graves for the rest of his life. Ryu slowly closed his eyes, only opening them back up once he had regained his calm. His injuries were still too severe to allow his emotions to grow so agitated. Ryu immediately threw himself into his training. Since his body was in no condition for battle, he would focus on comprehending new techniques. As of now, his repertoire of techniques was too shallow. In addition, with the vast improvement in his mental realm, Ryu believed that a leap in his Tatsuya saintly weapons was only a matter of time. Of course, all of the techniques he chose were from the Awoken Moon sect. Until Ailsa explained to him how she planned on subduing the Zu ancestors, this was the best option he had available to him. If Ryu wanted spear, glaive or halberd techniques, the Awoken Moon sect was likely one of his more terrible options among the Outer Ring's 27 Fifth Order sects. However, Ryu didn't join them for their techniques, he joined them for the sake of the Moon Realm. It was just unfortunate that going there would be so troublesome. As for how Ryu would train these techniques with an injured body, he had Zu Palace to thank for that. Since he could project his mind into it, he essentially had a private space where he could train at his leisure. The best part was that since thinking speed was much faster than the body could react, the crystalline jade almost acted as a pseudo-time warp treasure, allowing Ryu to train faster than he otherwise would. This advantage didn't seem to extend to the dream world, Osiris. This was because the world had to sync the minds of countless individuals in order to function. For everyone's mind to be sent into the same artificial space, there had to be a so-called basic unit of conversion. Everyone was measured against this basic unit and scaled up depending on the strength of their true bodies. This was another reason why the evaluation was necessary. Still, as a Fifth Order sect, the Awoken Moon sect did have a decent selection regardless. At least of black-grade techniques, that is. This aside, Ryu was still content with his choices. Breaking charge. This was a defensive-type technique that worked regardless of what weapon you used, or even if you were a weaponless specialist. It focused on stopping the momentum of your opponent's attack by targeting strategic weak points. It was usually avoided because a portion of the technique required tempering the eyes with special herbs in order to sharpen vision, but for obvious reasons, Ryu could skip this step. Though Ryu could often see the weaknesses of his opponents, he didn't always have the perfect method of abusing those weaknesses. Though breaking charge was a mere higher black-grade technique, it taught a set of foot and body techniques that greatly improved one's ability to receive and mitigate attack strength. Lined assault. This was a movement-type technique. Ironically enough, Ryu still felt that his common-grade gliding cloud steps didn't need to be changed as of yet. This technique simply supplemented it well in Ryu's opinion. It focused of explosive straight-line speed, something gliding cloud steps, which focused on evasion and agility, was lacking in. This was a peak black-grade technique that focused on using the body like a bow. As such, training it required great flexibility and tendon strength. At just its first of 4 completion stages, it could increase peak speed by 50% in a line. At Great Circle of Perfection, there was a 4-fold increase. Curving arrow. A lower black-grade archery technique that allowed one to shoot a homing arrow within certain parameters. It could also be used to make one's arrow path more unpredictable. Monumental Pierce. A higher black-grade spear layering technique used a combination of striking speed and feints to gather momentum and confuse the opponents. It gave the illusion of a layered strike rather than truly being one. Ronin's Final Stand. A lower earth-grade sword technique that Ryu planned to adapt for his glaive and halberd. It used a sturdy base and indomitable will to fuse chi into a wind blade-like strike. Twin Titan Dance. A lower earth-grade dual battle axe wielding technique. Ryu believed that if he ever mastered this technique with his halberd, even divine vessel experts would have to fear him. The final technique was a higher earth-grade technique. It was interestingly a puppeteering technique called demonic strings. It was broken into two important parts. One that increased one's resonance with their weapons, and another that allowed control of one's weapons without touch. Chapter 203, Next Step. Ryu stood on the 4th floor of the Zoo Palace. Having completed the palace in its entirety, all 4 floors were laid bare before Ryu. The first cultivation floor, the second core text floor, the third natural order floor, and finally, the 4th battle spirit floor. Ryu had already been to the first and second floor. The first floor was a sea of cultivation techniques, filled with visualization projections as well as a shelf filled with top-class cultivation techniques no weaker than 5 stars. The second floor was a massive library. According to Ryu's understanding, it housed the various battle, movement, defensive and mental techniques the Zoo clan had accumulated over the years. Unfortunately, since Ryu was in no position to pit his mental realm against that of the 4 Zoo ancestors, he no longer dared to enter that library, not until Ailsa was prepared, anyway. The third floor, though Ryu had never been, was a haven for comprehending natural orders. Its air had a similar, but lesser effect as compared to Ryu's silver vein lilies, and it stored the comprehensions of various Zoo clan geniuses of the past. Ryu knew that this floor would be important to him, especially when it was time for him to plant his cosmic seeds. Considering the size of his spiritual foundation, he had to take advantage of it by comprehending as many natural orders as possible. But, for now, Ryu wanted to focus on fine-tuning the techniques he had already chosen for himself while Ailsa slept. Even if he knew he could plant many cosmic seeds, if they didn't flow together, and instead weakened each other, there was no point. So, Ryu settled upon the 4th floor. As its name entailed, this floor allowed you to battle against various battle spirits to hone your skills. Ryu stood before a dark black gate. Unlike the other floors, this place looked nothing like a paradise, nor did it have the grandeur one had come to expect. It was filled with a dark black fog and seemed more like an endless sea of black. Even the gate was almost invisible in such an environment. If it wasn't for its slight red tint, even with Ryu's eyes, he would have missed it. Without much hesitation, Ryu entered. His mind spun, his vision swimming. But soon it opened to a bland cube-shaped room spanning about 10 meters in every direction. It seemed they were intent on ensuring Ryu couldn't simply run to gain victory. Even at his relatively low cultivation, 10 meters didn't mean much more than half a breath to him. An old man in gray robes appeared. He looked small and frail, but Ryu's pupils were much too sharp to miss. His hidden aura, Ryu couldn't sense a cultivation, though, oddly enough. The old man scanned Ryu, seemingly a bit confused, but then went about his job without much thought. This is the battle spirit floor of the Zoo clan legacy. Creation of the genius undefeated Zoo king. Ryu inwardly raised an eyebrow. Cultivation truly begins at the spiritual severing realm. The rites of the awakening realm are just a primer to the hardships you will suffer. As such, the lowest realm of the battle spirit floor is the spiritual severing realm. If you are not prepared, please turn back now. Seeing that Ryu said nothing, the old man continued. Each realm consisted of 10 challenges. For the first 9 you will battle spirits like me. For the final 10th you will battle yourself. This is your final warning. Though it is possible to give up at any point you choose and return to your body, if you are too persistent, it isn't impossible for your mind to be destroyed. Of course, if you die here, you will not truly die. However, it is very possible for someone who has not cultivated for very long to lack the willpower necessary to reform their consciousness after experiencing this pseudo-death once. I suggest that you not battle to death until you've at least completed your first immortal ring. Ryu pushed his fist to the palm of his hand, signifying that he was really. The old man inwardly shook his head. What a rude young man. Does he not think I'm worthy of a true bow? The Zoo clan is hopeless if this is all that remains of us. His impression of Ryu only became worse once he saw 2 glaives appear in his hand. It was to the point where he could no longer hide the disappointment on his face. Ryu, however, couldn't be bothered to care. Much like his great-grandfather, he had no feelings of goodwill toward the Zoo clan. In fact, he had far worse feelings for the Zoo clan in general, especially after they tried to kill him. He wanted to use them and their resources. Nothing more, nothing less. What this elder of theirs thought of him wasn't even on his list of priorities. Let's begin. In what should have been a luxurious suite, filled with velvet red and violet cloths and satin sheets, was instead filled with the horrible cries of pain and the pleas of mercy of a man who no longer had a will of his own. The velvet red and violet, overwhelmed by a bloody liquid scarlet. The satin sheets, marred by chunks of grotesque flesh. The luxurious suite had become a torture chamber under the whim of a beauty. A whip cracked violently, followed by the undying screams of Edwin. The woman behind the whip had an expression so eerily calm that one might think they were crazy. How could she be the reason behind this bloody scene? It was impossible. She was too calm, too beautiful. She had a flawless caramel complexion, matched by rosy soft lips. Her figure was fiery, wrapped tightly by leather guards and belts. The only inkling of her enraged temper was the slight glint in her eyes. It had already been days since Commander Fidroha learned of Ryu's slap to her face. Since then, she hadn't tired in using her whip. Warriors on Edwin's level could take far more punishment. She didn't even feel the slightest bit guilty. She wanted to wring Ryu's neck, but she couldn't find him. So this was her best option to vent. "Commander, should we think of our next step?" Another of the cloaked figures stepped forward, finally deciding that it was time they did something other than torture Edwin. Chapter 204, Death's Commander Fidroha's wrist paused. The trembling Edwin collapsed to the ground, his raspy breaths the only legitimate sign that he was still alive. Though an expert on his level should be able to take this kind of punishment, it shouldn't be forgotten that his Punisher was an entire realm above him. If the silent beauty hadn't chosen to hold back, Edwin would have long since been dead. And what should that next step be? Fidroha said casually. The cloaked figures sighed an inward breath of relief. At least their leader was willing to listen. The man who had spoken had chosen a good time. If he had dared to say some yesterday, he likely would have taken Edwin's place. It is still unknown whether this throne Ryu was in fact chosen by the fairy. But, what we do know is that he took the common grade exam, not the black grade. In addition, considering his age, it would be impossible for him to reach the black grade. Even our shrine plain geniuses aren't worthy of such prestige at such a young age. Are you suggesting that I let him go? Though her voice was calm, the cloaked man couldn't help but flinch. And no, Commander. I only mean that he was an unlikely target to begin with. You know that Valor City lowers its standards based on the age of its honor card candidates. Normally, it's lowered to black grade. But, because of the unique difficulty of the herbology exam, it's further lowered to the common grade. This was such an obscure rule that even Molly didn't mention it to Ryu. She also assumed that he would have to reach the black grade, which was why she informed Ryu as such. As for the association head, the only information Molly gave him was that Ryu wanted to attempt the exam, not the purpose for why he wanted to. As such, he never informed Ryu about it either. This beautiful coincidence resulted in a layer of protection even Ryu didn't know he had. Get to the point. This is all to say that the honor card isn't enough to suspect him. The fact he has high enough battle prowess to become a throne, even if it is of a middling Fifth Order sect, makes it even more unlikely. Also, the history of the Awoken Moon sect is quite complex. There's a reason it hasn't been destroyed despite being affiliated with. I don't say this so that Commander will give up on him, but rather so that Commander knows that it isn't 100% necessary to make him an enemy. Fidroha narrowed her eyes. See Commander, Throne Ryu was definitely chosen by the Mercenary Guild. You know as well as I what this means. If he is so lucky as to be accepted into a Sky God's faction, we can't touch him. It finally became clear why the cloaked man said so many seemingly unnecessary words. It was to essentially talk Fidroha down from a ledge. The likelihood of Ryu entering the faction of a Sky God was incredibly small. However, even if he was just a factionless star mercenary, that alone would make matters far more complicated. For someone as powerful as Fidroha to be working with her face hidden, and even having her subordinates address her by Commander instead of her true title, it was obvious that they weren't in a position to reveal their actions so openly. As for why that was, maybe only a select few knew. But, it didn't matter. The point was that provoking a large organization like the Mercenary Guild wasn't exactly in their best interest. Both organizations had similar goals yet had yet to take action to eradicate the other. It was clear that this was because they had apprehensions about each other. No matter how powerful Fidroha was on the pedestal plane, it was nowhere near her turn yet to rush the actions of Sky Gods. Still, Commander, even if we cannot kill him directly, and even if he isn't a fairy's life partner, he has slighted Commander and that is more than enough reason for him to die. Because we've hidden our identities, we are well within our rights to deny any involvement even if they are certain that we are involved. Even if he was chosen by a sky god, as long as we're careful to not leave any obvious strings attached, no sky god will go out of their way for the sake of a mere chi refinement expert. Fidroha lowered her whip. What are you suggesting? You know that our original mission was to prepare for the Ice Devil Legacy World Selection. We were only diverted to this place after the matters surrounding the fairy's small world. But, with this, we can kill two birds with one stone. Commander's clan has the right to appoint 3 seated geniuses, correct? However, there are only 2 direct line geniuses of appropriate age. Commander's little brother and Commander's little nephew. Originally, Commander's clan planned on using a filler for this 3rd position, why not use it for revenge instead? This could also be the perfect way to lure the fairy's owner out of hiding as well. Fidroha stayed silent for a long time before responding. I'm listening. The old gray-robed man of the 4th floor felt his eyes tremble for the dozenth time as Ryu's incorporeal projection reformed, slowly becoming more lifelike. It should have been impossible. First Ryu defeated the first 2 of his forms. The thought of a chi refinement expert defeating him as a spiritual severing realm expert was enough to make him lose all face, but that wasn't what shocked him. After defeating him twice with his odd dual polearm wielding style, it became clear to the old man that Ryu was simply testing out these techniques. If that was all, maybe it would be fine. But, he went so far in his testing that he allowed to happen exactly what the man had warned him against. To now, on this 3rd of 9 forms, Ryu had died over 10 times. Any other chi refinement expert would have collapsed after experiencing death, yet Ryu seemed completely unfazed, continuing to recollect his consciousness time and time again. Chapter 205. Masochist Ryu found this 4th floor to be more amazing than he could have ever imagined. Here, not only did his body not feel any fatigue, he didn't become injured either, not in any true sense. The only real exchange he had to make was with his focus chi. The longer he fought, the more his mind seemed drained. But, the 4th floor also seemed to have the ability to more quickly replenish focus chi as well. As far as Ryu could tell, sleeping here for an half-hour was the equivalent of 8 in the real world. Ryu wasn't at the point yet where he could go without sleep entirely, but as a chi refinement expert, staying up for several days wasn't much of a problem. And, when he did need to sleep, about 4 to 5 hours was more than enough. Of course, because the training was so intensive, Ryu's focus chi drained much quicker. As such, he felt tired after just a few hours. This problem was magnified many times after a death, because reforming his consciousness seemed to take everything out of him. Still, with just a quarter hour of sleep, he was back and ready to battle. Even with all of this said, Ryu didn't believe this was the best aspect of the 4th floor. Nothing was better than the reward for defeating a stage. After Ryu's 2 previous victories, he felt a flood of information enter his mind. This wasn't novel information, per se. Rather, it was a collection of data about himself. Everything from the techniques he used to his tendencies in battle all entered his mind as though he was being instructed by a master. Essentially, the reward for victory was a perfect understanding of yourself and a path toward improvement. As a cultist fairy, there was no one better than Ailsa at setting a path for Ryu's future. However, that was only in terms of raw strength and cultivation. When it came to comprehending his own battle prowess, especially techniques, it was mostly up to Ryu himself. Ryu had entered the 4th floor having reached small success in all of his chosen black grade techniques and an entry-level mastery of his chosen earth grade techniques. Aside from this, he also had a small success understanding of the Awoken Moon Sect's legacy technique, White Serpent's Dance. After winning the first battle, Monumental Pierce and Breaking Charge reached the great success level instantly. Lined Assault also reached the large success level. As for Curving Arrow, because Ryu hadn't used it during the first battle, it remained at the small success level. During the second battle, Monumental Pierce and Breaking Charge both entered the circle of perfection. It was then Ryu realized that the benefits from the rewards were meant to be digested over a long period of time. However, because he entered the second battle so quickly, its full benefits hadn't been seen. This only became more obvious after Lined Assault reached the great success level as well. However, judging by the surprise of the gray-robed man, Ryu realized that the fruits of his rewards were seen far too quickly. He immediately understood that he had the Origin Flame to thank for this. The stream of information that entered his mind was like a massive hub of data. The mind of a chi refinement expert and even a spiritual severing expert wasn't meant to compute so many things at once. But, thanks to the Origin Flame's perfect recall, Ryu didn't need to sift through and comprehend everything individually. The moment it entered his mind, it was destined to never leave. As a result, his benefits were near immediate. It had to be said that the Zhu clan's crystalline jade was truly a treasure. Even for a chi refinement expert, it wasn't an easy task to reach the circle of perfection in a peak common grade technique. Yet, Ryu had done so with just a few days of work with 2 higher black grade techniques. Seeing the benefits of the 4th floor, Ryu immediately threw his black grade techniques to the side and attempted to win the second battle with his earth grade techniques. It was then he realized something magical. The trials of the 4th floor, they weren't meant to only be taken once. If Ryu wanted, he could go back and retake the very first one and receive the very same rewards for winning. If this was true, then, what was the point in continuing at all? The secret to this answer lied in how perfect and how helpful the information you received at the end of a trial was. When Ryu won his second battle, he realized that he gained greatly, but not as much as he did for the first trial. This wasn't because the second trial rewards were worse, but was rather because Ryu was using earth-grade techniques. How could a trial meant for spiritual severing realm experts be helpful in comprehending earth-grade techniques? It had to be remembered that only Divine Vessel and Connecting Heaven realm experts could bring out the true strength of such a high-grade technique. It was then Ryu completely understood. The first trial was most effective for black-grade techniques. In fact, it was meant to aid Zhu clan descendants in quickly comprehending lower black-grade techniques. It was a combination of Ryu's own high comprehension and the Origin Flame that made it so effective for the higher and peak black-grade techniques he used them for. The fact that Ryu got even an inkling of improvement in his earth-grade techniques was a testament to how high his comprehension skills were. By Ryu's calculations, if he wanted to quickly improve in his earth-grade techniques, after taking into account the Origin Flame and his own innate talent, he would need to defeat the 5th trial. However, after this list of benefits, fate wouldn't feel right with itself if it didn't snub Ryu in some fashion. Despite his comprehension skills being exceedingly beyond normal standards, Ryu simply didn't have the battle prowess necessary to cross even the 3rd trial, let alone to make it to the 5th. The standards of the Zhu clan in their era was obviously far higher than the mere 9th Order Sect Throne trial Ryu took. The fact he even passed the first trial was a testament to his own improvement after returning from Flash Mountain. To make matters worse, Ryu had to use the techniques he wanted to improve and to win. Meaning, simply relying on his speed or finding another roundabout method of victory would only be hurting himself. It was impossible for the 4th floor to collect the necessary data on him if he didn't show his use of the technique, right? So here Ryu was, dying again and again to the very same old man. Though all of his black-grade techniques reached the circle of perfection, he simply didn't seem satisfied. Maybe if he used focus. The old man felt that this was too ridiculous. When did their Zhu clan gain such a masochist? It was then Ryu's image fizzled out of the jade. He hadn't given up. Rather, someone had called him. Chapter 206. Ice Devil Ryu's mind re-entered his body. To the outside world, he seemed to be silently meditating, and since the crystalline jade was within his pupil's inner world, he didn't have to bring it out to enter either. No one would ever guess the kind of benefits he had just gained. I need a bit to fuse what my mind understands with my body, but it shouldn't take more than a few moments. Ryu's gaze turned to the once sleeping xianxia. It seemed she had woken him up. When his senses turned toward the entrance of his ice cave, he realized that it was because Granny Miriam's younger sister Melody had come. Reaching the entrance and activating the formation mechanism to slide the ice stone slab open, Ryu greeted Melody and allowed her to enter. Seeing the panicked look in her eye, he understood that she must have heard what happened. "Are you all right?" "I'm just fine. After a few more days, it'll be like nothing happened at all." "Don't worry about it," Melody frowned. "I warned you about this. Being associated with our awoken moon sect will only bring trouble to you. Although they don't dare to act against us directly for fear of the faith we once held, you are a throne and as such aren't protected by that faith. You have to be more careful." Ryu's brows raised. It seemed Melody thought the attack the cloaked figure levied upon him were related to the enemies of his Tatsuya clan and their subordinate clans. He smiled inwardly. He wondered what Melody would think if she knew this would be his fight regardless of whether he joined the Awoken Moon sect or not. Still, Ryu was fairly certain the cloaked figures weren't actually of that purpose. Or, maybe they were, but at the very least, it wasn't their only purpose. This event was more likely related to the matters surrounding Ailsa and her existence. Take this seriously. Melody's frown deepened, seeing Ryu's expression completely unchanged. I can't be absolutely certain, but they match the description of an incredibly prosperous organization. I have no idea why they're hiding their identities, but that only makes it more certain they're up to no good. Likely because they don't want information about the very small world to leak. Ryu thought to himself. He realized a few days ago that maybe the martial gods weren't the only ones who wanted a piece of his shrine realm. In that case, even the so-called martial gods had to watch their step lest they repeat the mistakes of the Tatsuya clan. This thought only clicked more firmly after the steward's explanation. What if our guild receives a mission to a small realm where entry is restricted by Cultivation realm? Those had been his exact words. It couldn't have been more obvious even if they hit him over the head with it. I understand, thank you for the warning. I won't let them get the best of me. Melody's shoulders fell in defeat. She was known as a cold, unapproachable beauty to many. But, before Ryu, she felt as hot as a summer's day. Did he have any emotions besides indifference? No, I saw a different emotion on him before. Was it anger? Melody thought back to Ryu's throne trial, wondering just what he could have been so angry about then. Shaking her head, Melody got to the point. I didn't come to only check on you. There are now matters coming in the future that are likely directly tied to this. Is that so? Yes. Melody nodded. It was just announced today. The selections of the Ice Devil Legacy World will now provide a seated reward. Seated? Yes. Before, our pedestal plane wasn't worthy of such a thing. We were essentially going to be used as the cannon fodder and meat shields for Blossom Plane geniuses. In fact, the truth of the matter is that although the Legacy World is located on the Blossom Plane, even Martial Plane youths are interested in it. Those Martial Plane youths make up the bulk of the seated geniuses. A select few of the Blossom Plane are within these ranks as well. And finally, our pedestal plane will be allocated just one. Ryu sneered inwardly, immediately understanding. They want to lure me out. What an obvious ploy. What's the benefit of being a seated genius? Are we not all entering the same legacy world? Such matters had always been every man and woman for themselves. And also, why would Martial Plane geniuses be interested in a Blossom Plane legacy? Melody blinked. Could Ryu have experiencing entering legacy worlds? Legacy worlds were incredibly rare things. To begin, one had to be a certain level of expert to even think of forming one after your death. Such experts were incredibly rare and didn't often die, meaning, there might only be a handful of legacy worlds to open per generation. Legacy worlds that were overlooked and only found a long time later were rare exceptions. This would only happen if an expert sent their legacy world to lower realm for whatever reason they might have to do so. Ah, Melody shook herself from her thoughts. Being a seated genius has its advantages. For one, earlier entrance once the legacy world enters. For such things, the order of entering is incredibly important. In addition, during a time one might vie for treasures, being seated also gives priority. Seated geniuses gain a percentage of the treasures found by individuals under their charge. Seated geniuses also don't have to fight in the final tournament used to decide who gains entry. There are many other things that I'm not privy to knowing as well. Ryu's internal sneer only deepened. Who had ever heard of something ridiculous? No one owned a legacy world, so what gave them the right to take shares found by others? At the very least, if you were going to do so, don't shamelessly try to play it off as though you were working within proper protocol. Snatch it boldly and face the consequences. Martial gods, indeed. These bastards were nothing but spineless cowards. Ryu felt his blood boil. These were the people his Tatsuya clan lost to. He would wipe this humiliation clean. As for your second question, why Martial Plane geniuses would be interested, that's related to an open secret of the Ice Devil Legacy World. No one has ever heard of this, Ice Devil, before. But, an expert capable of forming such a powerful legacy world couldn't possibly be unknown. Therefore, many believe this legacy world is either from an unknown realm or that it's among the rare few never discovered. Chapter 207. Defeat the rare few never discovered. Ryu muttered to himself. In truth, Ryu knew that one of the most important things to him in the coming future would be the legacies he had under his control. The good news was that there were many hidden legacies within his bloodline that he could slowly come to understand. However, the bad news was twofold. Firstly, as a human attempting to comprehend a beast bloodline, the threshold he needed to cross was much higher. It was for this same reason the little rock, despite only have a wisp of ancestral rock blood, still exuded a fiercer aura than Ryu, who had 4 complete ancestral bloodlines. Secondly, even if he managed to communicate with these legacies, comprehending them was another matter entirely. If he had the comprehensions of his ancestors, it would be one thing. But, currently, Ryu was alone, which meant he would have to relearn everything by himself. Of course, Ryu felt there was a small bit of hope in this matter for 2 reasons. According to Monalize's understanding of the Shrine Realm's current events, the Martial Plane was actually the original Shrine Plane, just renamed. Apparently, a large portion of the plane had been sealed off by Ryu's mother, Himari. And the second light of hope was that Ryu had reincarnated with everything in his pupil's inner world, meaning he had his clans, 4 emblems, used to access their holy lands, with him. Maybe, when Ryu grew in strength enough, he could bypass his mother's seal and benefit from the holy lands of the Phoenix, Tatsuya and Kunin clans. This was all to say that the current Ryu, even if he didn't trust how useful this Ice Devil might be to him, couldn't ignore the opportunity it presented. A cultivator's 2 foremost greatest strengths were their comprehension of the natural order and their actual cultivation. However, in close proximity at 3rd place was the techniques and legacies they had available to them. To the current Ryu, an ice legacy would be greatly beneficial, as the Awoken Moon sect was too weak and couldn't provide to him anything better than an earth-grade technique. So what do I have to do? Ryu asked, looking up from his thoughts. What do you have to do? Nothing, Melody said in exasperation. I didn't come here to tell you about this so that you would participate. I came here because I knew I couldn't hide this news from you anyway. I wanted to be the first to tell you so that I could also tell you to not go. Oh, Melody had never been so frustrated in her life. Was this the response of someone to another who clearly cared about their safety? Impossible, Ryu replied plainly. I will participate. Melody nearly pulled her hair out. She had displayed more emotion in the past few weeks of knowing Ryu than maybe she had in her whole life. You don't understand. This isn't a selection for those of your cultivation. Those your age aren't even qualified to pass a preliminary round, as many of them are still pulse opening experts. The minimum cultivation you need is of at least the higher spiritual severing realm, and even that won't be good enough in the long run, especially when those of the inner ring and core region begin to participate. You're very talented, but it's too early for you. It's not a problem, I'll just break through to the middle chi refinement realm. Melody's brow twitched. What did you just say? She lost her temper, involuntarily leaking some of her aura. The space around her quaked, not because her strength was so great, but because it seemed to have a great affinity for her. No, that's not space chi, it's something different, but what is it? Ryu was more familiar with space chi than practically anyone. His adoptive big sister and death guard, Nuri, was half-elemental sprite. Usually, elemental sprites were ranked below the top-tier fairies, but there were always exceptions to rules. In this case, Nuri was the exception. One of her parents had been from the exceptionally rare Ananas fairies. This race had deft control of space and the capability to manipulate it to their wills. If Ryu remembered correctly, Nuri once told him she had incredible difficulty cultivating when she was younger because of this. It seemed Ananas fairies cultivated differently from others, or maybe all fairies did. This was because, unlike humans, their chi affinity was the only chi they could cultivate. Either way, Ryu knew that this fluctuation in chi definitely wasn't evidence of a rare space affinity. I said I would just break through. Ryu replied as though he couldn't tell Melody had asked a rhetorical question only to point out the ridiculous nature of his words. Do you think cultivation breakthroughs just fall out of the sky? If you rush it, you could cause irreparable harm to yourself. Ryu was slowly beginning to understand why it was Melody was acting like this. She had so suddenly gained all of Granny Miriam's care for him due to their shared bone structure, but her personality wasn't as gentle as her elder sister's. In the end, the clash resulted in this. Still, Ryu wasn't joking. If he did nothing but cultivate, he estimated he could clear a cultivation stage every 2 to 3 weeks, at least within the chi refinement realm, anyway. The only reason he hadn't was because he knew there was more to cultivation than just a higher realm. Plus, he needed to focus on his weaknesses first. But, now seemed as good a time as any. It would probably only take him a few days to break through now, since he had already accumulated so much momentum within the lower chi refinement realm. You'll be going with me, right? You seem to have entered the peak spiritual severing realm recently and you're not too old. Too many emotions bombarded Melody at once. First, she was shocked that Ryu could see through her cultivation when even some of their elders couldn't. Second, she was enraged by the fact he simply ignored her words and acted as if he had already decided for her. And finally, she nearly passed out after he mentioned her age. Didn't he have a mother? What did she teach him? Wherever she was, Amari was probably sighing in defeat while Elena was likely laughing out loud, happy to see someone suffer through a small percent of what she had to while courting Ryu. Gritting her teeth, Melody felt resigned to her defeat. Chapter 208. Journey. Ryu saw Melody out after receiving the details of what would occur in the coming days. The selections would be held in a small realm owned by a Blossom Plain clan known as the Booty Clan. It hardly needed to be said that they were quite powerful, controlling a territory of their own within this higher plains core region. However, as one might expect, such an esteemed Ninth Order clan wouldn't simply allow just anyone to enter their small realm. This left the pedestal plane with no choice but to hold selections of their own. According to reports, the martial gods had sent delegates to the pedestal plane to oversee this selection under the guise of preventing any nepotism that might occur. This truth filled many of the youths located on this lowest immortal plane with excitement. Who didn't know the heralds of the martial gods? The mighty apostles. If one wanted to be known as a foolish dreamer, there was no quicker way than admitting a hope of one day too becoming an apostle. Their statuses were so lofty that even the geniuses of the Blossom Plain would get laughed out of any gathering should they dare to admit to having such a dream, let alone those of the pedestal plane. Of course, Ryu hardly cared about such things. He looked upon the martial gods with disdain for their shameless actions, and rage for their audacity in laying a hand on his family. Why would he care about their mere messengers? Still, Ryu found all of these events much too odd. The so-called martial gods were putting in so much effort to ingratiate geniuses of lower planes. Could this all really just be to act as cannon fodder? Was this Ice Devil Legacy world really worth so much? The series of events seemed jumbled and fragmented, even Ryu couldn't connect them in any coherent sense. And also, just who were the martial gods? Ryu was very familiar with the topmost realms throughout the cosmos. But he had never heard the title martial god before. Ryu shook his head. Wasting thoughts on matters he didn't have enough information to deduce wasn't his style. He immediately turned his attention back to his cultivation, tightly spinning the vortexes of abyssal vortex chi, expanding the miniature dantians of sixth realm opening and compressing his chi further with revolution's amplifier. His skin glowed, breathing along with his expanding lungs, allowing his meridians to greedily expand. While others could only complete 13 total revolutions before entering the half-step spiritual severing realm, Ryu could complete 20. He had to complete 2 great circle revolutions, which left 18 others within the chi refinement realm. He had already completed 4, 3 in order to satiate his first pulse, and 1 more to officially enter the chi refinement realm. Before Ryu had even completed his first revolution, he had the chi density of someone who had completed 2. After completing 4, he was mistaken for a higher chi refinement expert by those of lesser experience. But now, charging toward the middle chi refinement realm and completing his 5th, 6th, and 7th revolutions, it would be difficult to not mistake him for a half-step spiritual severing expert. With each successive revolution, the task of purifying and compressing one's chi grew more difficult. This was especially so for Ryu, who was completing 3 revolutions per individual pulse. Yet, from the looks of it, it truly didn't seem as though he was struggling at all. If the ice jade crystal body and chaotic silk meridians ran into a roadblock so early in cultivation, they wouldn't deserve the title of ancestral grade. In just 3 days, Ryu entered the middle chi refinement realm. He opened his 3rd miniature dantian within his 3rd pulse, completed 37 more vortexes, and concluded 3 revolutions, all at once. He felt his meridians thrum, a delicate wave of energy filling his body with vitality. It wasn't as exaggerated as the rebirth experienced when crossing a large realm barrier, but it wasn't a meaningless division either. Ryu felt some of the pain toward his back alleviate further. I have about 60% of my strength, not as bad as it could be. Just saying these words to himself, Ryu felt the hidden rage he had pressed down creep back upward, but he forcibly pressed it down once more. The next coming events would be a great hassle, a long string of scheduled tournaments standing in its wake. Luckily, as a throne, Ryu had no need to participate in Valor City's tournament and could directly enter the Major City's tournament. Following this, he would be allowed to challenge the Inner Ring geniuses before finally challenging the Core Region's geniuses. Still, Ryu felt like this was all beneath him. Instead of taking so many tedious steps, he would directly leap over them all. In addition, with his mind so focused on the moon world which he would have an opportunity to enter in just 2 years, he didn't even know if he would be back in time to enter this Ice Devil Legacy world. Ryu shook his head. I should track down the first necromancy ruin. Place your anger down. If I make it back in time, then I do. If I don't make it back, then I won't. Ryu decided that these tournaments were a waste of his time. With killing being prohibited, they wouldn't even be able to sharpen his skills. Instead, he would carve his own path. Once he was finished, he would head to the core region and participate in their tournament as a wildcard candidate. That way, he wouldn't have to suffer through such nonsense. Ryu suddenly thought of Melody and frowned, hesitating. He felt that he shouldn't allow her to enter the Booty clan's small realm alone. He owed Granny Miriam too much to allow her sister to take such a risk. It was then Ryu did something he rarely ever did, he changed his mind. Although Melody tried her hardest to stop him from going, Ryu could tell that, ironically, nothing would stop her from doing the same. In a sense, Ryu understood. Melody felt that her pursuit of the highest standard of cultivation had cost her elder sister her life. At the very least, in honor of Granny Miriam, she couldn't give up on her path now. She had to see it to the end. She had to know if it was all worth it. Ryu closed his eyes. Is Little Rock ready? Ryu's sudden voice awoke the worrying Ailsa, who had been trying to find a way of comforting her life partner. He heals up quite quickly because of his bloodline, plus you didn't deal him any fatal blows. In fact, he seemed to be about to break into the Fourth Order. Ryu nodded. This coming journey would be far easier with Little Rock by his side. Without much more consideration, he set off, promising to come back. Chapter 209. Hecate. During the next month, Ryu did little else but train and cultivate, not that he usually had something else to do anyway. It was likely that his sudden disappearance had already shaken Melody, but due to his status as throne, the Awoken Moon Sect upper echelon was very much aware that he was still alive. Under normal circumstances, one might think that Ryu was escaping his duties as throne, but in practice, only a foolish individual would think this. Firstly, the only resources Ryu took from the sect were techniques. Considering he didn't take their original copies, the sect lost nothing. Secondly, in just a month, Ryu's name had spread across the whole of the Outer Ring, both because of his completion of 6 Fourth Order missions and his slap to the face of the cloaked figures. Simply put, for what he took, he had more than repaid his fair share. Plus, it wasn't as though the title of throne had a time limit. For as long as Ryu lived, the faith he accumulated would benefit them. The only ones enraged by his sudden disappearance were those who had ill intentions. With nothing to grasp upon, those who had sought for Ryu's death began to endlessly slander him, speaking of his foolishness and cowardly nature. In the end, the faith Ryu had accumulated was impacted by an easily manipulated public opinion. This much could only be expected. Ryu had hardly interacted with anyone during his stay. In addition, the ones controlling the narrative were figures who had been famous in the Outer Ring for a long time already. The most frustrating part was that it wasn't only those who wanted Ryu dead who participated. The clans whose best interest didn't align with the Awoken Moon Sect rising up thanks to the backing of Ryu's faith also participated. With each subsequent tournament Ryu didn't attend, things only became worse. Maybe if it wasn't for Melody's abrupt spike in power, the Awoken Moon Sect's faith would have been irreparably damaged. As for the person in question, he had already crossed into the inner ring, the thoughts and feelings of such small figures next to irrelevant to him. Ryu continued to cultivate much faster than even he expected. He had already opened his 4th miniature Dantian, formed yet another 37 vortexes, and completed his 10th revolution. With this, he officially stepped into the higher chi refinement realm. To put this speed into context, on the Shrine Plane, the topmost geniuses on Ryu's wife's level would begin cultivating at 7 years old. By 8 years old, just 1 year later, they would enter the chi refinement realm. And just 2 years later, at 10 years old, they would become spiritual severing experts. Knowing this truth, it was no wonder Ryu didn't feel proud with his cultivation. But this wasn't the poignant point here. In what amounted to just 2 months, Ryu had already entered the higher chi refinement realm. And the truth was, he hadn't spent every moment cultivation. In fact, he spent most of his time on Little Rock's back, sending his mind to the 4th floor of Zoo Palace. Ryu was cultivating almost 10 times faster despite stacking 3 difficult 6-star technique atop of one another. The benefits of great ancestral circle talent were nigh untouchable. If things continued this way, in just a few more years, he would catch up to those geniuses. According to his understanding, those geniuses, despite reaching the spiritual severing realm at 10 years old, wouldn't enter the divine vessel realm until they were 20. Right now, Ryu was 18. However, he didn't spend all of his time on speed. The reason those geniuses so suddenly slowed down was precisely because of how difficult clearing the stages of the spiritual severing realm was. Ryu couldn't underestimate it just for the sake of his pride. Suddenly, Ryu's eyes sharpened. Right here, Little Rock. A proud call left the beautiful lightning hawk's beak as it dove down from the skies. Seeing its speed, Ryu could only shake his head. In order to practice his control over his northern heavenly wind and deepen his understanding, Ryu had tried extending the range of domain to Little Rock. Essentially, he was trying to combine Little Rock's speed with the benefits of his wind inheritance. As for the results, they were shocking beyond belief. Even after becoming used to it, Ryu was still astonished. Crossing from the outer ring into the inner ring without the help of teleportation formations would take a connecting heaven realm expert half to a full year. Yet, after Little Rock entered the fourth order, they took just 1 month. Of course, this was also because those human experts would have to wrap around beast territory so as not to attract those king beasts, something Little Rock didn't have to do thanks to Ryu's cloak. But, even still, the matter was shocking. "We're here," Ailsa pouted. She was in her full form where even as a woman, she stood almost as tall as Ryu. She had been enjoying the secluded feeling of being by Ryu's side. Though Little Rock was here, the little guy was still immature despite his power, so she liked to take advantage of Ryu using her title as Big Sister. It was unfortunate that it was coming to an end. Ryu nodded, ignoring the feeling of Ailsa enveloping his arm with her breasts. Ailsa was certain that she was becoming more and more tempting by the day, but it seemed that Ryu's increase in cultivation made his already strong willpower even stronger. This ruin should be the resting place of Necromancer Hecate. Creating a legacy world is incredibly difficult. One must have at least cosmic seed realm cultivation because only it allows for deft enough control of cosmic chi to form a small realm with your life and will as the catalyst. For those who haven't reached such a great level, they prefer to construct ruins where they can diligently map out trials for potential successors. Of course, there are also eccentrics who choose to form ruins despite having the ability to form legacy worlds. Usually, those are people with very special secondary professions who believe their legacy is best left in such a place. For example, master puppeteers who are very good at creating intricate mechanisms to be used for traps and such, or formation masters who want to test the intelligence of their inheritor. Ailsa listened with bright eyes. Ryu rarely spoke so many words at once. It was nice to know he could be passionate about some things. The trio quickly fell from the skies. Soon, the thick green landscape gained sharpness and detail as a lush forest appeared before them. Ryu's eyes suddenly sharpened, quickly having Ailsa help Little Rock into the incubator as she shrunk to her 6-inch tall size. It seemed after so long, Necromancer Hecate's ruins had been found first. Chapter 210. Lurking Shadow. Ryu silently descended onto the branch of a thick tree. His body was so weightless that the thin piece of wood hardly registered his appearance. Down below, Ryu's sharp eyes caught sight of several groups of people. It didn't take much observing for Ryu to understand the situation. The ruins had been discovered several months ago by 3 adventuring teams, not all at the same time, but staggered. Unfortunately, the first team didn't have the ability to stop others from trying to take a piece of their discovery, so they could only give way, accepting a 3-way alliance. At least like this, they could gain some security in stopping any more from trying to take part. The 3 teams put their funds together to hire a ruin master from the core region to help them with this exploration. This was currently their 7th venture in Necromancer Hecate's ruins. Usually, ruins would be completed in stages. Because of their danger, only a fool or someone supremely confident in their abilities would dare to sleep in one. As a result, groups would often explore for as long as their bodies could hold out before retreating and repeating the process. Still, though much of this made sense, Ryu was curious. Why was it that a ruin that had remained undiscovered for so long suddenly the product of interest for not just 1, but 3 groups? What were adventure teams doing so deep within Mirandi Forest? Necromancer Hecate wasn't a terribly powerful individual. Though she, at the end of her life, could have killed the current Ryu with a single glance. If compared to the true powerhouses of the Shrine Plane, she was lacking. If Ryu recalled correctly, and he knew that he did, at her height she was a Path Extinction Realm expert, a step above the Immortal Ring realm. Ryu had chosen this ruin for two reasons. Firstly because Hecate followed a path of necromancy that intrigued him, and secondly because his deductions led him to the conclusion that this ruin would be graded at the Fifth Order. Ruins, much like many other concepts, had grading systems of their own. A Fifth Order ruin required an Earth-grade ruin master to clear at the very least, or a moderately powerful Black-grade ruin master. Of course, Ryu, who had earned the illustrious Origin-grade ruin master title, far exceeded these requirements. The unfortunate part was that Ryu's Origin-grade status was contingent upon Nuri being by his side. Though no ruin master could match Ryu in knowledge, he was lacking in the power necessary. In the end, Ryu believed that a Fifth Order ruin was about his limit with his current strength. The reason why all of this was important was because the three groups had several Divine Vessel Realm experts with them, and a peak Black-grade ruin master. Logically speaking, 7 attempts was far too many. And, by the sounds of it, they didn't appear to be close to the end. Either, or they wouldn't be so irritated. I refuse to pay the same amount once more. Do you think I'm made of money? A woman dressed in half silver and half black leather armor spoke out, clearly frustrated. You brought this ruin master to us and he swore that it would take at most 3 attempts and quoted his price based on this truth. But, not only are we on the 7th attempt, you expect me to continue paying the same quoted price. Amaris is right, the leader of the second group defended the woman. By the look in his eye, he wasn't doing so for some petty love affair because he was clearly quite irritated himself. Think of your status as a ruin master, do you really want to cheat small figures like us? An older man with a head of gray hair expressionlessly watched the group. To his side, a younger man with a fat gut but a disproportionately chiseled face stood. He seemed unfeeling toward the concerns of the two groups before him. But, he couldn't hide the slight flash of ill intent that coated his eyes after there was mention of his profession. You said it yourself that this was a Fifth Order ruin. There's no reason it should take so many attempts to clear with a peak Black-grade ruin master and so many Divine Vessel experts on our side. Logic is on our side, you're being unreasonable. Amaris piled on. Ryu's eyes narrowed. The two groups have definitely realized that something was wrong. But, it's also difficult to give up on an investment after buying in 6 times already. This ruin master and his accomplice understand this, which is why they're so blatant with their disdain. A seemingly untouched ruin found by 3 people at once. It was too much of a coincidence. Ryu needed to figure out his next plan of action. He obviously had no intention of letting any of these individuals benefit from a ruin he had set his mind on. His best bet was to wait until they failed their 7th attempt, but from the way things were going, it was very obvious to a third-party observer that whatever plan the ruin master and his large-bellied accomplice had schemed would be pushed forward. These adventurers had already been pushed to their limit, it was impossible to expect that they'd do this for an 8th time. So this would be their last chance. But why? Were they just trying to squeeze money out of them? But couldn't they take everything they owned by just killing them? Is there a need to keep up this farce for 7 attempts? Ryu, there's a very thick smell of death around them. Ailsa suddenly said. Ryu's eyes narrowed. Are you sure it isn't just from the ruin? It's not more than 100 or so meters away now. No, it's definitely coming from them. But, oddly enough, it's only on the 2 irritated groups. The ruin master and the fat man seem unaffected. Is that so? Much like many other professions and paths, necromancy was incredibly complex. The simple title of necromancer might have the same image in the mind of laymen, but the process and beliefs among groups varied greatly. Ryu was interested in Hecate precisely because her path was so novel. A lot of the reason her cultivation was so low was because she spent so much time researching this path. If Ryu was correct, the smell of death might be related to Hecate's path of necromancy. In the end, after listening to the ravings of the 2 groups led by Amaris and Delante, they reached an agreement. If this 7th attempt had succeeded, they would pay. Should it not succeed, the payment would be reduced. Like this, the 3 groups entered the ruin, followed by a closely lurking shadow. Chapter 211. Scream's necromancer Hecate's ruins were located in the middle of this forest without a dense population of humans for several thousand miles. In addition to this, it wasn't out in the open either, it was hidden within an illusion array that required very precise steps to enter. Unlike the array Ryu broke to enter the Natural Order sect, this one was meant to be opened like a code. Meaning, as long as you didn't make a mistake, it was no different from a leisurely stroll. Although, if others saw you taking this stroll, they'd believe you to be a lunatic walking in circles. This was yet another reason why Ryu found it baffling that 3 adventure squads could just stumble upon this ruin. Of course, Hecate and those who built ruins prior to their deaths like her didn't leave the discovery of their ruins completely up to chance. What would be the point in spending so much time and effort just to build a ruin no one would ever be able to enter? Hecate left many clues within texts that published her beliefs on the necromancy path and even within her autobiography. Sometimes, experts who left ruins behind even left clues within partial techniques they left behind, allowing successors to fight over their legacy. Part of a ruin master's job was to pore over these clues and piece together the truth. To now, Ryu had been the only one to decipher Hecate's riddles. Though, this achievement wasn't as grand as finding the Death Shrine. The reality was that Hecate was an eccentric. Those who wanted to follow the path of necromancy would be unlikely to look upon her favorably. If it wasn't for Ryu overturning every stone in an attempt to find the Death Shrine, he would have ignored her story as well. Ryu watched as the 3 groups and singular ruin master entered the illusion array, disappearing one after another. After waiting about half a dozen minutes, he too walked forward, his eyes flashing as he quickly deciphered the array. Though it might seem as simple as following what he had just watched the group before him do, one's senses would become distorted after perfectly performing the first 3 steps of the code. So, Ryu could only rely on himself. Soon, Ryu was greeted with a fog-filled world. Except, this time, unlike the dream world Osiris, this world was one of death and decay. In the distance, an underground cave entrance could be seen, while not far in front of Ryu, 3 guards stood. After the vast improvement in Ryu's mental realm, he could even enter Breath of Heaven for a decent period of time. But, Breath of Earth was more than enough to escape detection with the help of his cloak. The 3 men only felt a slight breeze they directly ignored in this eerie place as Ryu passed by. Just as Ryu was going to enter the underground cave, his footsteps paused, his eyes flashing. Smiling slightly, he almost laughed. He found it amusing that a peak black-grade ruin master would try to lay a trap hidden from him. Though Ryu had to commend him for being cautious, even when he couldn't cultivate, his pupils were already sharper than practically anyone, let alone now. For others, detecting arrays was difficult. They had to cultivate their spiritual chi, then learn how to circulate this chi to their eyes. And even then, the arrays they were qualified to detect were limited by their mental realm. However, there wasn't an array in existence Ryu could detect. Ryu easily found a flaw in the detection array and slipped by it, entering the underground cave to find a dark path gradually increasing in steepness. Seeing 3 paths ahead, Ryu nodded to himself. This was Hecate's first test. He could clearly see the footprints of the path the gray-haired ruin master had chosen, but this reality left Ryu baffled. Why would you choose that path? Don't tell me. Ryu thought of a possibility. If he was right, he could only be frustrated by the outcome. He didn't believe the ruin master was stupid enough to take the wrong path. Even if he was a little unqualified to take on a 5th-order ruin, this was his 7th attempt. The reason why a 5th-order ruin could be cleared by an Earth-grade ruin master or a Black-grade ruin master with divine vessel battle prowess was because this sort of strength allowed mistakes within a certain margin. If this was their 7th attempt and they were still going down the wrong path, there were only 2 explanations. Either Ryu's calculations were wrong and this ruin had fallen further than he thought in its age, becoming a 4th-order ruin, or there was no real danger anymore. Ryu highly doubted the first was correct. This ruin was once of the 7th order. Age and attrition are what led it to becoming a 5th-order ruin. It should take much more time before it descends to the 4th. Though there were ruins that sustained their rankings for longer and even ruins that could increase their order over time, Ryu's research had concluded that this wasn't one of them. This only left a second option, but if the second option was correct, that meant Ryu was already too late. The legacy had already been taken by the ruin master and the fat man, so, why would individuals who already had control of the legacy allow others in under the pretext of taking part in a legacy that no longer existed? The answer was simple. What did necromancers need more if not powerful corpses? Ryu had known that Hecate was an eccentric from the beginning. Of the 3 central paths of necromancer, the soul necromancer, the refinement necromancer, and the summoning necromancer, she followed the path of refinement, but an exceptionally odd one. Hecate believed that undead could have and gain will of their own. But, she believed that what was blocking this connection between man and corpse was a certain level of intimacy. This sounded like Hecate was just writing down justification for necrophilia, but if this was the case, Ryu would have never wasted his time on her. Weirdness of Hecate's beliefs aside, the substance of them was substantial. Hecate believed the relationship between necromancer and corpse should be akin to the relationship between beast master and beast. In one of her teachings, Will of the Undead, Volume 2, she posited that refining corpses you once knew when they were alive was a shortcut to this level of intimacy. This was what led to her first ostracization from the necromancer community. She turned her own late husband into a corpse puppet. In Volume 3, she posited the theorem that caught Ryu's attention. She introduced a slow refining technique that cultivated the living into undead, allowing them to maintain their will. This would, before Ryu could finish remembering the details, the screams of Amaris and Delant shook him awake. Chapter 212. I know Ryu glided down the path at a pace that dwarfed most spiritual severing experts. With his sharp eyes, any protections the Ruin Master left were next to useless. It didn't take much time at all for him to make it to the edge of a small opening. The scene could only be described as horrid. The bodies of Amaris and Delant, not to mention their fellow adventurers, was seemingly rotting from the inside out. The entrance Ryu stood at was elevated far above the ground floor of this opening. If one was down below, his place would appear to be just one of many hive-like openings. From Ryu's deep understanding of ruins, he immediately understood this oddity. The path here was relatively short, but before the ruin was cleared, it definitely wasn't so. Hecate's ruins were probably a maze of forceful teleportations, so although the path to this place seemed short, the reality was that it would have taken Ryu several weeks to make it here had the ruin not already been cleared. At this moment, the Ruin Master probably couldn't imagine that someone had made it here and was silently observing his evil actions, nor did Ryu want to allow him to know too soon. The fact that the Ruin Master was able to fake 7 entries despite the shortness of the passage definitely meant that this was an inheritable ruin. Meaning, it was entirely under his control. In such a situation, Ryu had to be careful. As for the adventurers dying below, what did this have to do with him? Considering Ailsa's explanation of their situation, Ryu didn't have the ability to save them even if he wanted to risk his life for strangers. Haha, Amaris, Delant, you never expected that there would be a day like this one, did you? The man with the bulging stomach laughed uproariously. The 2 squadron leaders who had both been writhing in pain looked toward the fat man with furious expressions, but no matter how hard they tried, they couldn't remember having any impression of him. It was then the fat man did something inexplicable. His hands grasped at his protruding belly and pulled outward. But the grotesque image of flying blood and guts didn't occur. Instead, a toned upper body was revealed. It was clear that the so-called fat man wasn't very fat at all. Though Ryu had found it odd that such a fat man could have such a chiseled jaw, he hadn't thought much about it, nor did he look into it. In his mind, who would be foolish enough to disguise themselves as a fat man but forget to give themselves protruding cheeks? So, he marked it down as a genetic oddity of the man and left it be. Who would have known that the man was truly in disguise? This most definitely taught Ryu a silent lesson. He had his pupils, but he didn't use them. Trusting his own logic and applying it to that of other people could one day lead to a fatal mistake. The formerly fat man forcefully wiped his face, slowly revealing a scarred, but relatively similarly shaped visage. The more of his true face appeared, the paler Amaris and Delant became. 70 years ago you 2 nearly ruined my life. The man growled. To think I used to love such a whore. I hope you enjoy the rest of your life as a corpse puppet. When Ruin Master Vitae told me that I could condemn you both to eternal hell, how could I miss such a chance? Morake. Amaris weakly reached out, her once beautiful face draining of life. All those decades ago, her and Morake truly were in a relationship. But she had betrayed him. Delant, who had been jealous of Morake's handsome face, didn't let him be for fear one day Amaris would regret her decision. So, he destroyed his face before her. The irony of it all was that Delant's actions proved how vain of a woman Amaris was, yet he still wanted her by his side. It was truly a tale that made one shake their heads. As time passed, Delant and Amaris both entered the Divine Vessel realm and were even currently on the verge of entering the Connecting Heaven realm, while Morake lagged too far behind, his revenge growing further and further away by the day. That was, until he met Ruin Master Vitae. You'll never get it back. Do you think I would come to a dangerous place with it on hand? Delant cackled maniacally as though he would have the last laugh in the end. You were always a pathetic bastard. Even in the end, you're still so foolish. Just like the two of us, you two will die here today, once again betrayed by someone you thought was an ally. Ryu's eyes narrowed. Just 70 years ago Amaris and Delant were in the spiritual severing realm. Isn't that what Morike's words implied? But, Ryu was shaken slightly. The age required to be named a genius upon entering the divine vessel realm was 20 years old. But, the threshold for entering the connecting heaven realm was 100 years. What did that mean? It meant that somehow, two adventurers had matched the pace of geniuses of the Shrine Plane. To cross from the spiritual severing realm to the peak divine vessel realm in just 70 years, it was inconceivable. Of course, Ryu believed he could dwarf this speed. Opening one's chi vessels might take a long time for others, but with his advantages, he didn't believe it would take him very long at all. But the poignant point was that this pair of adventurers should have never been able to match this pace. Ryu racked his brain, trying to think of treasures that could explosively increase cultivation speed. Usually, despite having many such treasures on hand, geniuses of the Shrine Plane disdained to use them. It wasn't just disdain, but also a healthy aversion. Using such treasures could ruin one's foundation. Plus, since much of later cultivation relied on comprehension, they would quickly become useless. Only individuals of this lower plane would start nearly century-long feuds over such a trivial item. However, Ryu was interested in this item for another reason, its resale value. After all, he still needed to come up with 10 medial immortal stones. Though such an item was useless to him, it was definitely worth at least that much. And, considering how close he already was to the spiritual severing realm, he would definitely have to pay that higher amount to enter the moon world. In truth, Ryu actually hoped the treasure wasn't too great, or else it would be difficult to find an auction house capable of selling it. As Ryu was lost in his thought, a familiar sound of a blade piercing flesh rang in his ears. He didn't need to look to know that Ruin Master Vitae had killed Morike. The man lived his life to be betrayed, it seemed. Come out, I know you're there. This, however, startled Ryu. Chapter 213. So hard Ryu's eyes narrowed, but other than this, he didn't move a single inch. He thought that it might be a possibility that after gaining complete control over the Ruin Master Vitae might have become capable of sensing all of the changes that occurred within what was effectively his domain now. Ryu hadn't thought of this possibility before, but after he heard those words, he realized it might be possible. This Ruin was at most of the 7th order at its peak. A path extinction realm expert like Necromancer Hecate is limited to an 8th order Ruin at most, even if my calculations are wrong. But, as a necromancer, even if she dabbled in formation theory, it would be impossible for Hecate to form an 8th order Ruin. The conclusion is obvious. Whether a 7th or 8th order Ruin, it doesn't matter. It's impossible for such a lowly ranked Ruin to allow its owner a symbiotic relationship like this Ruin Master is displaying now. This means one of two things: either he's bluffing and simply wants to see if he can goad a person he isn't certain of being present into appear. Or, he's relying on something else entirely different in order to sense my presence. Ruin Master Vitae could have never expected that his opponent was a Ruin Master by far his better. Ryu's knowledge of ruins dwarfed practically everyone in existence. Trying to take advantage of such a scare tactic before him was asking to be slapped in the face. The room fell into silence, a deep frown creeping up on the Ruin Master's face. Unconsciously, he brought his hands together, rotating a ring on his right middle finger. Suddenly, Ryu smirked. He understood at that moment why the Ruin Master had called out seemingly arbitrarily. Humans often had a knack for feeling the gaze of others. This ability only diminished when the person observing reached a level far beyond that of the individual being observed, either in cultivation or concealment ability. There were many theories as to why this might be. Some believed that gazing upon a person tied your karmas together, subtly shifting energy balance of a person. Though one might not consciously understand what happened, you would unconsciously. Others believed that this was an innate instinct humans had similar to the sharp senses of beasts. It was just that we evolved to rely on it less and less, resulting in the ability diminishing through the generations. If one were to go through all of the possibilities, it would form a set of volumes even longer than Necromancer Hecate's life works. But, what was important here was that the ability existed. The ring Vitae unconsciously touched answered Ryu's doubt. When Ryu's pupils focused on it, he was able to see that this ring was actually a treasure used to detect and raise awareness. It amplified this innate ability of humans by fusing it with one's mental realm, essentially combining instinct with power. It served the same function as Ryu's throbbing pupils, though far less sophisticated. Simply put, Ruin Master Vitae called out to Ryu because his ring warned him that someone was gazing upon him. This isn't a simple treasure at all if it's able to work despite my cloak. Ryu's eyes narrowed. Ryu suddenly jumped out, gliding smoothly across the air as though he was a swallow. His body was as light as a feather and the wind seemed to meld into his being, silently supporting him. Ryu knew that as long as he had the intention to attack, his cloaking would be seen through, which meant he only had a single chance. By moving, he was already pushing the ability of his mystical grade cloak to its limits, fully aware that it could only display its full strength when he was completely still. But he only had two choices in this situation: either escape with his tail between his legs, or kill this so-called Ruin Master. Ruin Master Vitae was a middle divine vessel realm expert, a man who was far beyond Ryu's capabilities as it stood now. But Ryu had become strong enough to harm such an expert if they insisted on being a motionless combat puppet. Ryu closed his eyes. Suddenly, Vitae felt that the thrumming of his ring had come to a complete stop, but this reality only made his nerves stand up taller. Though many didn't know it, becoming a black-grade Ruin Master while having such low cultivation was unheard of. Usually, only connecting heaven realm experts would be of the black grade. Ruin Master Vitae was truly an anomaly. Realizing he had poor cultivation talent, he poured himself into the Ruin Master profession after becoming lucky enough to stumble upon a Ruin Matrix. He had hoped to use his profession to make enough money to compensate for his poor talent, and it worked, mostly, but even in his old age, he only managed to become a Divine Vessel Realm expert. If it wasn't for his status as Ruin Master, he would be considered a minor expert of the Inner Ring. He had always imagined himself to be a great man, believing that he could overcome his weakness with hard work, but that was when a heart-wrenching reality set in. Even if he was a Ruin Master, he could only rely on the commission of others. Even if part of a Ruin Master's job was finding ruins themselves, only the best of the best among them could do this. Thanks to his fortuitous encounter, Ruin Master Vitae managed to become one of these individuals. In fact, it was he who found Necromancer Hecate's ruins. The problem was that he was too weak. He didn't dare to enter ruins alone, and the ones he could enter alone weren't good enough to help him transcend his weak talent. It was then he happened upon this ruin and a new potential path was open to him. What if he relied on corpse puppets instead? With his fortuitous encounter by his side and undead to take on most of the dangers, he would finally be able to leave the mediocrity of his being behind. He had finally done it. He had finally found a path forward. So, why was this happening? Ruin Master Vitae looked down at the spear piercing through his heart, his life flashing before his eyes as violent spear chi tore through his inner organs. Why, I worked so hard. No one would think Ruin Master Vitae to be a valiant warrior, but watching him cry tears of sorrow in his final moments made Ryu feel uncomfortable in his heart. Ruin Master Vitae didn't even gaze into Ryu's eyes with any hatred. His expression of resignation was more damning than any other emotion he could have displayed. Chapter 214, Legacy. Ruin Master Vitae collapsed. His final words almost sent Ryu into a tailspin. What if it was him next time? He worked harder than anyone, but what if it still wasn't enough? Even worse, what if he lost his life to someone who wasn't qualified to stand before like Ruin Master Vitae had? Ryu sighed, closing his eyes. He had never regretted killing anyone. Even his first kill hardly shook him. But this felt different. Even knowing Ruin Master Vitae had just taken an innocent life just moments ago, Ryu couldn't help but feel uncomfortable. Ailsa remained silent, simply allowing Ryu to absorb these truths. If Ryu wanted to one day become an expert, he had to understand the essence of life. The more he experienced, the more feelings he felt, the better it was for his future development. If he allowed this to stall him now, he simply was never meant to reach the peak he sought for. Ryu forcefully moved his gaze from Vitae's lifeless corpse, gazing toward the others. 2 peak Divine Vessel Realm experts, 4 middle Divine Vessel Realm experts, 6 lower Divine Vessel Realm experts, and 24 spiritual Severing Realm experts, all dead under the schemes of one man. Ryu didn't count this number to help justify Vitae's death. Instead, he did so to remind himself how fleeting life was. In this situation, so many died, but how many were right and how many were wrong? Amaris and Delant had slighted Morik, but they left him alive. Did they deserve to die for a betrayal? And what about their adventure squads? Maybe they had done other things in their lives to deserve this death, but how would Morik know that? His only goal was the death of the two leaders, and Viti, he killed the seemingly innocent Morik, but was Morik innocent at all? For the sake of his revenge, he didn't care about the lives of more than 30 other individuals. How could he be labeled as innocent? There really is no objective right or wrong, Ryu mumbled to himself. Ryu seemed to have comprehended something, but the feeling was fleeting. Maybe he wasn't yet qualified to grasp it in its entirety. One after another, Ryu placed the corpses within his spatial ring. Since Ruin Master Viti had been so kind as to prepare so many undead for him, there was no reason to turn his nose up at it. Because he had opened his spiritual vessel, Ryu was qualified to control 6th Order corpse puppets. But, being qualified to do something, and being able to do it, were two different matters entirely. Ryu hadn't learned a single thing about necromancy yet, so for now, it was impossible. Gazing at Ruin Master Viti's corpse, Ryu sighed once more. Considering the damage Ryu had done to his innards, he wasn't a viable corpse puppet any longer. Though there were many branches of necromancy that only required the skeleton, necromancy Hecate's path required the whole body to be intact. Taking off his 3 rings, Ryu observed them closely. With a thought, he slipped on the ring. That he believed increased Viti's awareness. A moment later, Ryu's eyes widened. This is the ruin's core. No wonder, its abilities would definitely be greater here than it would be elsewhere. It can help create a pseudo-symbiotic relationship with the ruins, but that's as far as it goes. Looking around at the various lab tools that took up the central portion of this hive-like space, Ryu understood. Hecate used this place as her base of operations. All of her experiments were run here. It's no wonder she'd create something that helped her keep control of it all. This likely means that these ruins can also move. This ring should be of the heaven grade. It's able to increase my spiritual sense range by 20% and has a built-in threat warning. Within these ruins, it can increase my spiritual sense by 100% and can warn me against the threat of even an immortal ring expert. Not bad. Ryu didn't know how useful this ring would be to him, but as the core of these ruins, he would keep it by his side. He hadn't forgotten the 2 guards outside, both of whom were peak spiritual severing. But, Ryu didn't think he needed much to defeat them. Plus, they should be expecting this expedition to take another several days, so there was no rush to deal with them either. Taking his attention away from the ruin core, Ryu focused on the remaining 2 rings, both of which was spatial rings. Without a doubt, there was something that immediately caught his attention. Ruin Matrix. Ryu turned his gaze toward Viti and shook his head. Though this ruin matrix was far inferior to his personal matrix from the Shrine Plane, there was no doubt that it was excellent. Ruin matrices were versatile tools for ruin masters and were most definitely their most important possessions. They could be used to do everything from sensing nearby ruins to calculating the order of an unknown ruin. Of course, ruin matrices were divided into grades of their own. Viti's matrix was actually of the mystical grade. This meant that it functioned without loss for ruins up to the 10th order. Functionally speaking, that covered more than 99% of ruin in all of existence. Expert ruin masters could do without ruin matrices, which was why Ryu was still confident in his ability to clear this ruin. But there was no doubt that a ruin matrix made things easier. With it, Ryu could probably clear a 7th order ruin now without increasing his battle prowess. Convenient. I wouldn't have been able to afford a decent matrix for a long while without this encounter. Poring through the rest of Ruin Master Viti's belongings, Ryu found several thick leather books that detailed the Ruin Master profession. This had likely been his fortuitous encounter. With the Ruin Masters being such a noble profession, its secrets were deeply protected. Viti was very lucky to find this despite how his life ended. I could definitely sell these books. They alone are worth several higher immortal chi stones considering they come from the teachings of a mystical grade Ruin Master. I'll only sell one. If I bring out too many books from a Ruin Master of that caliber, anyone with half a brain will guess I stumbled upon a legacy and will assume I've hidden the Matrix. I'll keep the Matrix, though it would likely sell for several cosmic chi stones. It's worth more than that to me right now. Plus, I can't protect that kind of wealth, nor can I reach an auction house capable of taking such a sale on. Finally, after continuing, Ryu found the essence of Hecate's legacy. Dozens of thick, black books, refinement materials, an odd staff and a black half-mask. This was what remained of Necromancer Hecate.